Chapter 1. The West Sea. Oahu Island. Kahn sat by the seaside, feeling somewhat dejected as he flipped through the somewhat translucent book in his hands. Kahn was an inhabitant of Earth. He had traversed into the world of One Piece 3 days prior. As was typical for a traveler, he had acquired a book of sin. The purpose of the book of sin was to imprison criminals and accumulate a certain amount of sin points. The effect of sin points was to double his training speed. 1 sin point could enhance his training speed by 1 minute's worth. 2 sin points could either double the training speed for 1 minute or maintain the training speed for 2 minutes at a single rate, with a maximum stacking effect that could reach 10 times the training speed in 1 minute. Upon receiving the Book of Sin, Kahn had initially felt a surge of excitement. However, his enthusiasm quickly waned. This was due to his frail physique, which rendered him incapable of even defeating an ordinary person. The thought of capturing someone against sin points seemed utterly impossible. During these 3 days, he had wandered through the village where he resided, discovering that the villagers possessed varying amounts of sin points, some with just 1 or 2, while others boasted as many as 18. If he could capture these villagers, he could potentially acquire 400 to 500 sin points. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that he needed to incapacitate others in order to use the Book of Sin to imprison them and absorb their sin points. And those villagers were hardly likely to allow him to knock them out. Thus, obtaining their sin points was a formidable challenge. Last night, he mustered his courage and attempted to ambush a villager with whom he had a good rapport, only to be soundly defeated and taught a lesson. Now his left eye was still bruised. Reflecting on this, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. By the shore, he turned the pages of the empty book, letting out a resigned sigh, lamenting why fate did not bestow upon him an invincible system. This Book of Sin was indeed a poor tool for swiftly achieving invincibility. Sigh, how bothersome. Kahn stowed away the Book of Sin and picked up a stone from the ground, hurling it into the sea. He threw and threw, lost in thought, when suddenly he spotted a naval warship sailing toward him. A warship? Kahn was momentarily taken aback. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Wait a minute. I could join the Navy, and any criminals they capture could be tossed into my Book of Sin, allowing my sin points to accumulate rapidly. Then I could dominate the seas and effortlessly defeat the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals. With this realization, Kahn felt a surge of excitement. He gazed at the distant naval vessel, as if it were a treasure trove. Thus, he sprang to his feet and dashed toward the island's port. Oahu Island was merely a small isle. There was only 1 village and naturally just 1 port. After a brisk run of 10 minutes, he arrived at the village's harbor. At the port, he eagerly awaited the approach of a naval ship. 10 minutes later, the naval vessel neared the shore. As Kahn observed the warship closely, his brow furrowed slightly. The sails were tattered, and the hull bore signs of damage. It appeared that the ship had endured battle. He recalled tales of pirates in the West Sea, wondering if the naval crew had already been defeated and their ships seized by ruthless marauders. In the village, he had heard rumors of pirate ships disguising themselves as naval vessels to launch surprise attacks on islands. After some contemplation, Kahn decided it was prudent to hide for the time being. He needed to ascertain who disembarked from the ship before making a move. Having traversed to this world, he had no desire to meet an untimely demise without understanding the situation. Near the port, there was a small grove. He darted into the thicket to conceal himself and observe the harbor. 10 minutes later, the warship drew closer. The crew began to disembark. Upon inspecting their attire, he noted that they were all clad in naval uniforms. However, it was still possible that pirates had donned naval garb. Thus, further observation was warranted. After watching for a while, Kahn's eyes suddenly lit up. At the bow of the warship stood a figure in the attire of a naval officer. That was someone he recognized well. The Pirate King. Kahn had watched the series several times back on Earth. The naval officer stepping down from the ship was none other than Admiral Akainu. However, Akainu appeared somewhat younger now. His uniform suggested he was a vice admiral. It seemed that Akainu had not yet been promoted to admiral and was still a vice admiral. Since it was Akainu, he could not possibly be a pirate in disguise. Thus, Kahn ceased his hiding and ran toward the harbor. The naval personnel were busy at the port, some repairing the ship while others prepared meals. As Kahn approached, 2 naval soldiers blocked his path. With the Book of Sin in his possession, Kahn could see the sin points of humans or animals. Upon nearing the port, he observed the sin points hovering above the heads of the naval officers, some with as few as 200, while others had even more, particularly Akainu, who had a notable amount of sin points, sending Kahn's spirit soaring. If he could absorb the sin point from these individuals, he would undoubtedly soar to new heights after that. All he would need was a place to train for a few years to attain the rank of Vice Admiral, without a doubt. However, such aspirations were merely daydreams for the moment. Provoking Akainu could very well cost him his life. "Kid, do you need something?" The two naval soldiers addressed Kahn bluntly. Kahn snapped back to reality and replied, "I am Kahn, a resident of this island. I believe I saw Vice Admiral Akainu, and I wish to speak with him." The soldiers scrutinized Kahn, and one of them remarked, "Do you have business with our Vice Admiral?" Kahn puffed out his chest and declared, "I have heard many heroic tales of Vice Admiral Akainu, and I wish to join the Navy and fight against pirates alongside him." Upon hearing this, the two soldiers burst into laughter, one waving his hand dismissively at Kahn. Joining the Navy requires a rigorous selection process. Just because you admire our Vice Admiral doesn't mean you can join us. Kahn, dissatisfied, glared at them. "You're not Vice Admiral Akainu, so why do you refuse me? I want to ask him directly." One soldier chuckled, preparing to dismiss Kahn, but the other interjected, "Kid, if you want to see Vice Admiral Akainu, you must withstand 3 of my strikes. If you do, we'll make an exception and take you to meet him." How does that sound? Kahn was left speechless. He was but a weakling. He couldn't even defeat an ordinary villager, let alone a seasoned naval soldier. To associate with Akainu, one would need at least the strength of a warrant officer. Kahn pondered anxiously, realizing that encountering Akainu might be the best opportunity he had at this stage. If he missed it, such an opportunity would be hard to come by again soon. This chance could not be squandered. After a rapid whirlwind of thoughts, Kahn recalled the abilities of the Book of Sin and boldly declared to the naval soldiers, "I am a devil fruit user. Vice Admiral Akainu will surely accept me into the Navy." A devil fruit user? The two soldiers were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Kahn in astonishment. They had not anticipated encountering someone knowledgeable about devil fruits in such a remote location. Moreover, there was a devil fruit user among them. Regardless of how inferior the ability might be, a devil fruit user possessed unique powers, and the Navy would certainly recruit such individuals to serve. Given that Kahn was a devil fruit user, his potential enlistment in the Navy was not a decision that could be made by these two ordinary soldiers. Exchanging glances, one soldier turned to Kahn and said, "Wait here, ill-inform the Vice Admiral." Kahn nodded. He stood in place, awaiting the outcome. On the warship, at the bow of the deck, the soldier who had spoken with Kahn approached Admiral Akainu, saluting respectfully. "Vice Admiral, there's a young man named Kahn on this island who wishes to meet you. He claims to greatly admire you and wants to join the Navy." Akainu furrowed his brow. He was about to reprimand the soldier for unnecessarily bringing him trouble. But the soldier added, "That kid says he's a devil fruit user, so we thought it best not to make a decision without your input." A devil fruit user? Upon hearing this, the expression of Akainu softened slightly as he glanced in Kahn's direction and said, "A devil fruit user, is it? Then I shall go and take a look." The Marine nodded in agreement, leading Akainu off the ship. They made their way until they stood before Kahn. Akainu observed Kahn's eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at him, and inwardly acknowledged that this young man was likely his admirer. Otherwise, such enthusiasm would not be so evident, since he was indeed a fan. If he truly possessed the powers of a devil fruit user, then it would be fitting to accept him after all. One must take care of their admirers. Contemplating this, Akainu regarded Kahn and said, "I have heard that you are a devil fruit user. What abilities do you possess? Could you perhaps demonstrate them for me?" At that moment, Kahn was overwhelmed with excitement. He looked at the bounty value above Akainu's head and fantasized about knocking him out and imprisoning him to collect all that bounty value for himself. However, he could only entertain such thoughts in silence. Currently, even the slightest action from Akainu could spell his demise. Suppressing his exhilaration, he saluted Akainu and stated, "Lord Akainu, I acquired my devil fruit abilities 3 days ago, and I am yet unaware of the nature of the fruit. At present, My only capability is to seal an individual away. Akainu paused, astonished as he looked at Kahn, and inquired, "You just attained the powers of a devil fruit and are already aware of your status as a user? Have you ever encountered another devil fruit user?" Kahn straightened his expression and replied earnestly, "I have always admired you, Lord Akainu. I frequently read about your exploits in the newspapers, which informed me that you are a devil fruit user, prompting me to learn about these extraordinary fruits. 3 days ago, while I was playing on the shore, a black pineapple fruit floated by, and I believe it might be a devil fruit. So I retrieved it and consumed it. Since ingesting the devil fruit, I have been researching its applications, preparing to set sail and join the Navy, with the hope of serving alongside you, Lord Akainu. I never anticipated such fortune that I would encounter you today, which compelled me to rush over and express my desire to join your ranks." After listening, Akainu nodded slightly. There were no apparent flaws in Kahn's story. A mere inquiry on the island would suffice to ascertain its veracity. He cast a glance at Kahn and contemplated before saying, "Show me your abilities." Kahn felt a tinge of embarrassment surveying the surrounding Marines. He hesitantly replied, "Lord Akainu, my abilities are still in the developmental stage. I can only seal unconscious individuals or animals, and there are none of that sort here." Akainu frowned slightly, considering before instructing a nearby Marine, "Go retrieve a captured pirate from the ship and bring him here, so he can test his abilities." The Marine, upon receiving the command, promptly turned and headed back to the ship. Meanwhile, Kahn was filled with exhilaration. Akainu was indeed a benevolent figure to bring a pirate for him. A pirate, without a doubt, would have committed numerous crimes. That would surely yield a significant bounty value, and he couldn't help but feel thrilled at the prospect. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he was unable to contain his excitement. Seeing Kahn's enthusiasm, Akainu mused that this fan of his might proved to be quite promising. If he could indeed seal individuals away, he could be a valuable asset to the Navy. When they ventured out to capture pirates, transporting them could often be a troublesome affair. If Kahn's abilities could seal a pirate's strength, such a power would undoubtedly be advantageous, particularly in the realm of prisoner transport. While Kahn was lost in excitement, and Akainu was deep in thought, two Marines brought forth an injured pirate before Kahn. Bounty value, 2,863 points. Kahn's excitement surged as he beheld the captured pirate. In a swift motion, Akainu knocked the pirate unconscious with a single punch and turned to Kahn, saying, "Now, test your abilities." Kahn wasted no time. He dashed to the unconscious pirate, crouched down, and placed his hands upon him. 3 seconds later, the pirate's body vanished from sight. Akainu stared at Kahn in astonishment and asked, "Is this what you call sealing? Where has that pirate gone? Can he be released?" Kahn rose and saluted Akainu, replying, "Lord Akainu, that pirate has been sealed in an alternate dimension. He cannot move, nor will he feel hunger or thirst. He can indeed be released, but it will require half an hour for that to occur. Cannot move? No need for sustenance? This ability is quite remarkable. It is ideally suited for transporting prisoners." Akainu pondered for a moment before addressing Kahn. "Indeed, your abilities are quite useful. I shall make an exception this time and allow you to join my ranks. One more thing. How many individuals can you seal at once?" Kahn's excitement surged anew as he envisioned the bounty points flooding towards him. Thinking further, he felt a rush of exhilaration. He promptly saluted Akainu and declared, "Thank you, my lord. My sealing ability can currently contain up to 72 individuals, and it may increase in the future." Akainu gazed at the exuberant Kahn, feeling quite pleased with his enthusiastic admirer. He waved his hand and said, "All right, you may return home to bid farewell to your family. We shall rest here for 3 hours, and you can return in due time." "Thank you, my lord. I will be back in an hour." Kahn expressed his gratitude to Akainu before swiftly dashing back in the direction of the village. He felt compelled to follow Akainu, ensuring he took along whatever little money he had. As for his parents, he was but an orphan, having scarcely known them throughout his life. Watching Kahn sprint away, Akainu turned to one of his commanders and remarked, "Maud, follow that young lad to the island and discreetly ascertain whether he belongs there." Maud nodded and proceeded towards the village. Although Akainu held a certain admiration for his young fan, he recognized the necessity of adhering to protocol. Bringing a potential spy back to the Navy headquarters would be a considerable disgrace. Once his subordinate departed, Akainu began to contemplate further in silence. Kahn possesses the remarkable ability to seal away 72 individuals, a rather impressive feat initially. He had captured 2 batches of wanted criminals and was preparing to return to the naval headquarters. With Kahn's powers at his disposal, he felt emboldened to apprehend additional pirates, resting assured that sealing them away would eliminate any concerns of their escape. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, he merely needed to flee with Kahn to ensure all captured criminals were brought back to the naval headquarters. By the coast, Akainu sat and indulged in a modest meal. As he finished, Maud returned to his side and reported, "Sir, there are no issues with Kahn. He is an orphan who has spent his life on the island, reportedly having lost his parents to pirates. It is only natural for him to wish to join the Navy." Upon hearing that Kahn posed no problems, Akainu nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Since there are no complications, we can utilize his abilities. Our mission is to capture pirates, and his powers will significantly aid us in apprehending a greater number of them. When that young man arrives, instruct him to seal all the pirates aboard the ship. And after we have captured a few more, we shall return to the naval headquarters." Those who followed Akainu were seasoned and resolute naval officers, steadfast in their commitment to capturing pirates. Maud readily agreed. "Sir, if we are to continue our pursuit of pirates, we will need to locate a larger island to replenish our supplies." Akainu waved his hand dismissively. "You may handle that. Simply find a suitable island for us to land." Maud nodded and saluted before departing. After his exit, Akainu took a moment to rest until he spotted Kahn approaching the port with a backpack. He gestured for Kahn to come closer and, once he was near, said, "Release that pirate. I wish to see the extent of your abilities." Kahn did not refuse. He released the pirate without hesitation. Akainu observed the unconscious pirate on the ground, crouching down to examine him. To his surprise, the condition of the individual remained identical to that of an hour prior. It appeared that those who were sealed did not experience any physiological changes. Nodding in affirmation, he addressed Kahn, "Let us seal him once more. Moreover, there are 4 additional pirates aboard the ship. Please ensure they are all sealed as well." Kahn was overjoyed. To him, Akainu was akin to a deity of fortune. He felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him and shower him with affection. In his excitement, Kahn hurriedly addressed Akainu, saying, "My lord, let us proceed with our tasks." Akainu, pleased with Kahn's enthusiasm, directed a nearby naval officer, "Take him to seal those pirates. His strength is more than sufficient to incapacitate them." The officer, having been summoned by Akainu, calmly replied to Kahn, "Please, follow me." Kahn nodded and eagerly followed the naval officer as they departed. En route to the ship, Kahn inquired of the officer guiding him, "Excuse me, sir. What is your rank and name?" The officer glanced at Kahn and replied, "You may call me Rear Admiral Harry." Kahn nodded repeatedly, inquiring, "General Harry, were you dispatched to combat pirates on this occasion?" As they walked, Harry replied, "We received orders to eradicate a pirate crew, and we have successfully accomplished our mission. We were meant to return. However, the Vice Admiral altered the plans, intending to capture additional pirates before our departure." Glancing at Kahn, Harry continued, "This is all due to you. Our vessel cannot accommodate so many pirates. We were initially supposed to return and deliver them to Impel Down. With your capabilities, we now have the opportunity to apprehend even more pirates." Kahn was overjoyed. He never expected Akainu to be so benevolent. In his effort to assist him in accumulating his evil points, he tirelessly pursued pirates. He was akin to a reborn parent to him. In the future, when Akainu meets his end, a memorial tablet must surely be erected in his honor. An excited Kahn, rubbing his hands together, declared, "Indeed, it is none other than the esteemed Akainu I revere, so fervently combating pirates. I believe it would be best to apprehend every last pirate in the world, leaving not a single one to escape." Harry glanced at the exuberant Kahn and chuckled, "You certainly align with our sentiments. Our vice admirals are committed to eradicating all pirates." Kahn nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment." It was the news of Admiral Akainu's ruthless stance against thieves that inspired my admiration for him. As they conversed, they had already boarded the ship. Once on board, Harry smiled and remarked to Kahn, "Your abilities are quite impressive. I am certain that when the Vice Admiral ventures out, he will undoubtedly take you along." Kahn was eager to accompany Akainu. With Akainu's relentless work ethic, he was certain to capture numerous pirates. In due time, the value of his crimes would undoubtedly escalate. Just the thought of it made him nearly drool with excitement. After a moment of exhilaration, Kahn turned to Harry and said, "Major General Harry, Once we seal away those pirates, would you be willing to teach me some combat techniques? There is no one on the island to instruct me, and I yearn to master the art of subduing pirates. As they walked, Harry replied, training must be approached gradually. Your physical condition is inadequate. It would be wise for you to first focus on the fundamentals. I will arrange for someone to teach you shortly. The basics of training were indeed essential. Kahn nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He followed Harry into the ship's interior, arriving at an iron cell. Within the confines of the cell were 4 individuals, bound by chains. Their appearances were far from benign, and their malevolent values ignited a surge of excitement within Kahn. The figures were striking: 4653, 6259, and 3869. The collective malevolence of these 4 was sufficient for him to amplify his cultivation speed tenfold for a duration of 27 hours. Such an investment of time would undoubtedly bestow upon him the prowess of a junior officer. The mere contemplation of this prospect thrilled him. Upon entering the cell, Harry, under the intense glares of the 4, swiftly rendered them unconscious and then turned to Kahn, stating, "All right, seize them now." Kahn was quite unceremonious. The 4 individuals had been cast into the Book of Sin. With their capture, he eagerly turned to Harry and said, "General Harry, may I have someone accompany me for my training?" Harry glanced at Kahn and smiled. "Indeed, there's a certain vigor about you. However, you must be prepared to endure. For training is not merely a casual endeavor. With tenfold training experience, I could train for 3 days and nights without rest." Kahn pondered silently for a moment, then confidently proclaimed, "I shall train diligently." Harry chuckled softly, turned, and said, "Follow me. I will introduce you to someone." Kahn followed Harry onto the deck. At the bow of the ship, Harry called out towards the shore, "Cullen, come here for a moment." On the shore, a sailor hurriedly made his way to the deck. Upon arrival, Harry introduced him to Kahn, saying, "This is Sergeant Cullen. He is responsible for organizing the training of the soldiers. You shall learn the fundamentals under his guidance." Upon hearing this, Kahn promptly saluted Kulun. "Sergeant Kulun, greetings." Kulun, a man of few words, merely nodded at Kahn, stating, "Your physique appears to be that of an ordinary individual. Let us first focus on cultivating your foundational strength for the next 3 months." "Yes, Sergeant Kulun," Kahn replied with utmost respect. Satisfied, Kulun continued, "We shall be departing shortly, and it is not an opportune moment for training. Take this time to rest. And once we set sail, I will instruct you in some fundamental training methods." "Understood." Kahn acknowledged, then inquired, "Is there anything I can assist with in the meantime? I would like to help out." Kulun shook his head. "You have just joined the Navy. Without proper training, you may not be able to contribute effectively. Offering assistance at this stage might hinder rather than help. There is still over an hour remaining. You may take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with your fellow shipmates." With that, Kulun had spoken. Kahn did not refuse. He exchanged a few words with Kieran and Harry, who then departed due to other matters. He subsequently approached the idle sailors for a conversation. The sailors exhibited a rather favorable attitude towards Kahn, as they had all witnessed the respect that Akainu held for him. Since he was favored by Akainu, they naturally refrained from offending him. Thus, it unfolded. Kahn had made the acquaintance of the majority of the Navy personnel aboard the ship. The presence of Akainu and his crew at Zucchini Island was necessitated by the fact that they had eradicated a band of pirates that morning, resulting in some damage to the vessel. Thus, they made a brief stop at Zucchini Island for repairs. Among the 5 pirates captured by Kahn, one, with a notorious infamy value exceeding 3,000, was freshly apprehended. The remaining 4 were designated targets in a mission assigned by the Navy headquarters. The infamous individual, carrying a bounty of 72 million, was said to have murdered the king of a small kingdom, prompting the Navy headquarters to dispatch Akainu to deal with him. Otherwise, Akainu would have had no reason to venture into the West Sea. It was indeed a stroke of luck for Kahn to encounter Akainu at Zucchini Island. The Navy took 3 hours to complete the repairs, after which they officially set sail. Kahn stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the increasingly distant Zucchini Island, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. "Young man, is it already time to yearn for home?" Just as Kahn was lost in thought, Cullen approached him and inquired. Kahn scoffed inwardly. He harbored no affection for the island, for his soul was no longer that of Kahn. It merely inhabited Kahn's body. As for the island's villagers, they were of little consequence to him, aside from the provisions bestowed upon him by the village chief before he turned 10, which spared him from starvation. He had survived thereafter by assisting others with their agricultural endeavors in exchange for sustenance. Thus, the sole individual on the island to whom he owed gratitude was the village chief, a figure who had aided Kahn's corporeal form in its time of need. Kahn contemplated quietly for a moment before eagerly addressing Cullen, stating, "There is nothing to ponder. I must hasten my cultivation and growth to eventually eradicate the pirates. Sergeant Cullen, please commence my training at once. I can hardly contain my impatience." Cullen patted Kahn on the shoulder and replied, "Excellent. You possess ambition. Let us begin." Having said this, Cullen led Kahn to the stern of the ship's deck, where he imparted an entire suite of foundational training techniques. This regimen, though exceedingly simple, encompassed basic movements such as squats, jogging, push-ups, and sit-ups. However, do not be deceived by their simplicity. Each action adheres to stringent standards, and improper execution may result in physical injury. Cullen dedicated an hour and a half to instructing Kahn, and after administering a few corrective strikes, he finally succeeded in refining Kahn's training to an acceptable standard. With other duties awaiting him aboard the vessel, Cullen permitted Kahn to train independently thereafter. Immersed in his cultivation, Kahn noted that the malevolent individuals imprisoned within the Book of Sin would lose a fraction of their evil value each minute. Currently, with 5 prisoners detained, Kahn accrued 5 points of evil value each minute. While this accumulation alone would not suffice for him to train at tenfold speed, he had previously amassed over 500 points of evil value, which would enable him to train at that accelerated pace for an entire hour. Notably, utilizing evil value for training incurs no expenditure of physical stamina. Kahn, undeterred by fatigue, began his rigorous training, engaging in one set of movements after another. The tenfold acceleration of his practice allowed him to perceive progress at every moment, fueling his determination to continue without the slightest desire for rest. Before long, an hour had elapsed, and he found his sinful energy completely expended. Consequently, he could only maintain a 5-fold training speed. He possessed 5 criminals, perfectly balancing the consumption of his sinful energy with the absorption of it. Thus, he persevered in his training until dusk. "Young man, you exhibit remarkable perseverance, very commendable." At twilight, Kieran approached Kahn, praising his dedication before adding, "However, one cannot train for extended periods, for that may harm the body. Approximately 3 hours of training is sufficient. Now, let us go and have dinner." Upon hearing Kieran's words, Kahn ceased his cultivation. At that moment, he realized that he had overexerted himself, potentially drawing attention to his unusual state. He felt weak and could not afford for others to notice his diminished vitality. It would be wise to cultivate for 2 hours, take a brief respite, and then resume his practice. Having regained his composure, Kahn quickly feigned exhaustion, seated himself on the deck, and remarked, "I became so engrossed in my training that had it not been for your call, Sergeant Cullen, I might have pushed myself to the point of injury. I am grateful you intervened. Otherwise, it could have led to complications." Cullen regarded Kahn and advised, "One must balance work and rest. Do not sacrifice your health for the sake of training. In the future, it would be prudent to train for 3 hours followed by an hour of rest, allowing your body to relax and recover rather than continuously exerting yourself." "Understood," Kahn replied. He then coughed lightly and addressed Sergeant Cullen, "If it's not too much trouble, could you perhaps set aside a portion of food for me? I find myself too fatigued to move and would prefer to eat once I have recuperated." Kahn's dedication to his training did not escape the notice of Cullen. Indeed, he had not sought refuge even for a single moment. Cullen held a favorable view of soldiers who were so committed to their practice. Observing Kahn's reluctance to move, he directly remarked, "Allow me to bring you a meal. After all, dining at the cafeteria is merely a gathering of individuals. You may as well eat here." Upon hearing this, Kahn hurriedly apologized to Sergeant Cullen, expressing his gratitude. Cullen merely gestured dismissively before departing from the stern of the ship. The stern had been devoid of personnel, as those tasked with surveillance were stationed within the lookout tower, while the remaining soldiers rested to conserve their strength for the impending battle. At the time of departure, Kahn had overheard Harry mention their destination, a certain island where they were to eradicate the local pirates. Thus, aside from those responsible for monitoring the maritime conditions, no other naval personnel were leisurely wandering the deck. This elucidates the rationale behind the current situation. Kahn had been cultivating for over 3 hours without interruption. Naturally, some had observed him, but they merely passed by and assumed it was a mere coincidence to witness Kahn's practice, unaware that he had been engaged in it for such an extended period. However, there were those who kept a keen eye on Kahn, such as Kieran and Akainu, who would occasionally glance at his training. Kieran had the leisure to steal a few glances, while Akainu relied on his observation hockey to monitor from a distance. Presently, Akainu felt quite pleased with Kahn, this young enthusiast. He exhibited perseverance and possessed the abilities of a devil fruit user. It seemed plausible that he could ascend to the rank of a school-level officer in the future. Nevertheless, Akainu believed further observation was necessary. It was possible that Kahn might tire of his training and lose interest, which would diminish Akainu's regard for him. Such were Akainu's contemplations. Kahn remained oblivious. As he watched Cullen depart, he reclined on the ground to rest, gazing vacantly at the sky. He contemplated that it would be best to follow Akainu and continuously pursue pirates, postponing his return to the naval headquarters until his strength reached that of a lieutenant. Only then would he possess a modicum of self-defense. Given sufficient time, he believed he could manage to escape if necessary. Lost in these errant thoughts, Cullen soon arrived with dinner. Although Kahn had not physically exerted himself much, he was genuinely hungry. Kulun brought him food, which Kahn devoured in just a few bites. Kulun initially intended to leave, but upon noticing Kahn's swift consumption, he decided to wait a moment. Once Kahn finished his dinner, Kulun collected the empty meal box and said, "I have arranged a room for you. If you wish to rest, please proceed to room 5 in cabin 2. Is it time for you to rest now?" Kahn waved his hand and said, "Sergeant Cullen, you may carry on with your duties. I shall take a brief respite before resuming my training. My foundation is too weak, and I can only catch up with you through diligent practice. I do not wish to be a mere spectator while you engage in battle." Cullen regarded Kahn with admiration and replied, "Very well, focus on your training. I shall take my leave now." Kahn nodded. Cullen departed. Half an hour after Cullen's departure, Kahn felt sufficiently rested and rose once more to engage in basic training. In the evening, some Marines gathered at the stern of the ship to enjoy the sea breeze. Upon seeing Kahn diligently practicing, they exchanged a few light-hearted remarks but did not approach him. And so it was. Kahn trained for 2 hours, followed by a 1-hour break. He continued this rigorous regimen for 3 cycles. As the clock approached 2:30 in the morning, having just completed his 3rd round and settled down to rest, General Harry appeared before him, smiling. He remarked, "Well done, young man. We are truly impressed by your perseverance, but do not overexert yourself. It would be prudent to return to your quarters and rest." Kahn cast a glance at Harry and rose to salute, saying, "General Harry, I am not weary just yet. Allow me to refine my skills for another round before I retire to rest." Harry, with a reassuring pat on Kahn's shoulder, replied, "Very well, return to your respite. This is a directive from the esteemed Vice Admiral. Only after proper rest can one muster the vigor for more effective training." "The order from Akainu? It seems he has been keeping a watchful eye on me all along." Kahn pondered quietly for a moment, feigning excitement as he said, "Since it is Lord Akainu's command, I shall take my leave to rest. Farewell, Major General Harry." He bid farewell to Harry. Kahn returned to the cabin and discovered the room that Cullen had assigned to him. He opened the door. Kahn was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, a single room. This revelation left him quite taken aback, for aboard the warship, such accommodations were typically reserved for high-ranking officers like Harry and Akainu. As a mere soldier, he felt unworthy of such privileges. He remained in a state of surprise for a while. Kahn came to a realization. His situation was unlike that of others. Within him were sealed 5 criminals. It was entirely reasonable for him to be placed alone in a room, as there was no assurance that the seals would not suddenly break, allowing the criminals to escape. Understanding this, he hesitated no longer. Upon entering the room, he discovered his bag already placed within. After taking a refreshing shower to cleanse the sweat from his body, he laid down to rest. While cultivation does not deplete physical strength, it does consume mental energy. As soon as he reclined, he swiftly drifted into slumber. In the adjacent room lay Akainu's quarters. Sensing that Kahn had fallen asleep, he turned to Harry, who had just entered, and remarked, "This lad shows promise. If he can persist in his training until we return to the Navy headquarters, you should take him as your disciple and impart your marksmanship skills to him." He continued, "His devil fruit ability is peculiar. Training in close combat may not be suitable, as it might lead to capture and the subsequent release of the criminals. Utilizing firearms would be more appropriate for him." Akainu's intent was clear. Harry understood. Akainu was concerned that if Kahn engaged in close-quarters combat and was captured, it could result in the criminal's release. A long-range attack with firearms would mitigate such risks. Harry nodded in agreement. "Understood, Admiral. I shall take my leave to rest now." Akainu responded affirmatively. "Yes, remember to keep a close watch on him. Exercise caution regarding the individuals he has sealed away. We are still uncertain about the extent of his abilities." After a moment of contemplation, Harry posed a question. "Admiral, since you are concerned that others might breach his seals, should we not inquire with headquarters regarding the nature of this devil fruit? Did he not describe its appearance?" Akainu remained composed as he replied, "I have already inquired with headquarters. They are still conducting investigations. It is unlikely we will receive any results soon. If they knew anything, they would have informed me by now. There are far too many chaotic devil fruits for headquarters to be fully aware of them all. Harry understood and refrained from further conversation. After saluting Akainu, he departed. As night fell, the warship continued its voyage, albeit at a pace approximately half that of the daylight hours. Kahn had been in the room, dozing for a while, until he was awakened by the vibrations of the ship. Upon regaining consciousness, he glanced out the window. The sky was beginning to brighten slightly. After assessing his mental state, which had fully recovered, he decided to rise and proceeded to the stern of the ship to continue his training. His movements did not go unnoticed by Akainu, who sensed Kahn's diligent practice. Observing Kahn's unwavering dedication, he felt a sense of satisfaction. However, as a vice admiral, he had pressing duties to attend to. In comparison to the hardships he endured during his own training years ago, Kahn's efforts seemed less formidable, leading Akainu to merely appreciate Kahn's perseverance without further contemplation. After all, it had only been a day. Whether it is worthwhile to nurture Kahn depends on his ability to maintain consistency in the long term. The next 2 days will be telling. Kahn sleeps merely 5 hours each day. The remainder of his time is devoted to rigorous training. After 2 days, he feels that his physical condition has reached the level of an ordinary naval soldier, which fills him with immense satisfaction and invigorates his motivation to train further. The only source of regret for him is the diminishing value of his malevolence points, which leaves him feeling somewhat helpless. Among 5 criminals, 2 possess merely over 3,000 malevolence points. With the extraction of their points completed, his own malevolence points have dwindled to a mere 3 points per minute. This situation ignites within him an eager anticipation for Admiral Akainu to commence his work, apprehending more pirates to extract their malevolence points for his training. However, upon inquiring with Admiral Harry, he learns that they are currently tracking a pirate crew, and the timeline for their success remains uncertain, leaving him in a state of waiting. Although the Book of Malevolence still allows for the imprisonment of those with a 0 balance of malevolence points, it no longer permits the extraction of such points. Thus, Kahn chooses to retain the criminals in custody, continuing to await further developments. Kahn also inquired with the Navy about the current situation on Zucchini Island. Kahn, in his original form, possessed a limited understanding of this world, which led to a lack of comprehension regarding the current circumstances even after assimilating memories post-transmigration. Over the past few days, he inquired about the situation and ultimately confirmed the present timeline. At this moment, it is July 20th, 1499 in the Sea Circle calendar. Just last year, the infamous pirate king, Roger, was executed, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. Akainu has embarked on a relentless pursuit of pirates across the West Sea. Due to the rampant proliferation of piracy, the Navy has been compelled to tirelessly hunt down and suppress these marauders to maintain stability upon the seas. Over the course of this year, the Navy has suffered significant casualties in their efforts to quell piracy across the 4 seas, managing to restore a measure of order, though not to the extent witnessed a year prior. Nonetheless, the seas remain tumultuous, necessitating Akainu's frequent missions. On July 21st, at approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Kahn was engaged in training when he was suddenly alerted by the sound of a gathering announcement. Instantly, he became invigorated. He halted his training and dashed towards the bow of the ship. Typically, gatherings aboard the vessel were uncommon, indicating that something significant was afoot. It was possible that Admiral Akainu had pursued a pirate crew and had finally cornered them. If that were the case, he would have the opportunity to capture another batch of pirates to bolster his training efforts. Upon reaching the bow, he found the naval personnel already assembled. Kahn stood at the rear, gazing ahead at Major General Harry. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Harry spoke. "Prepare yourselves. Our headquarters has pinpointed the location of the Silver Serpent pirate crew. We shall advance at full speed to eradicate them. Everyone, get ready for battle." "Yes." The sailors responded with great enthusiasm, erupting into cheers. Kahn eagerly joined them, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Harry issued his commands. The naval crew commenced their preparations, inspecting the artillery and readying the ammunition. Kahn found himself with little to occupy his time, as he had devoted himself entirely to training, neglecting other pursuits. Consequently, he approached Major Harry and inquired, "Major Harry, is there any way I might be of assistance?" Harry glanced at Kahn and replied, "At this stage, you are hardly more than a recruit. It would be best if you refrained from hindering our efforts. When the battle commences, it would be prudent for you to seek refuge." Kahn was instantly dissatisfied, yet he felt a sense of relief within. At this stage, the adversary represented by Akainu was not one he could contend with. Abstaining from combat was, indeed, the most prudent course for him. However, he could not exhibit his reluctance to participate in the battle. Thus, with a hint of discontent, he remarked, "Major General Harry, surely I can assist by firing a cannon." "Can't I?" Harry glanced at Kahn with a calm demeanor and replied, "This is the command of Admiral Akainu. As a member of the Navy, you ought to adhere to our directives. Your duty is to seal away the defeated pirates. Remember your responsibilities. Only when you have earned recognition will you be permitted to engage in battle." Kahn feigned displeasure and reluctantly remarked, "Since it is Lord Akainu's command, I shall heed it. However, when I become stronger, you must not continue to regard me as merely a prisoner escort." Harry chuckled lightly and replied, "All right, I'm quite busy. You should find a place to hide." With that, Harry exchanged a few words before hastily departing. Kahn feigned a sigh as he meandered about the vessel. The prospect of cultivation seemed utterly unattainable. The ship bustled with diligent sailors, leaving him with no available space to practice. Upon the sounding of the assembly call, the warship altered its course, swiftly advancing towards the southeast. Kahn took the opportunity to inquire about the situation from passing sailors. Engaging with several familiar faces among the naval crew, they relayed information regarding certain pirate activities. The Silver Serpent pirate crew boasted over 200 members, with a captain carrying a bounty of 86 million, alongside two other pirates each with bounties around 30 million. This was the extent of the information he managed to gather. In greater detail, the sailors remained uninformed. Perhaps Akainu or Harry might be privy to more specifics, yet he felt hesitant to approach them. Nonetheless, he found himself quite content with the knowledge he had acquired. A pirate with a bounty of 86 million surely had a crime value exceeding 10,000. Contemplating this, he could hardly contain his excitement. Having clarified the situation, he settled down to rest while awaiting the commencement of the impending battle. 2 hours later, the warship arrived in proximity to an island. Kahn stood at the bow of the ship, and in the distance, he spotted the coastline of an island where a pirate ship lay anchored. However, he had yet to discern the full form of the vessel. At that moment, Akainu arrived at the bow and unleashed an assault towards the heavens, a meteor shower of volcanic fury. Kahn gazed at Akainu, who unleashed a barrage of magma projectiles towards the heavens, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He recalled the grandeur of the One Piece anime, where Akainu's meteor volcano unleashed colossal magma stones. Yet now, the magma rocks were merely the size of basketballs, a far cry from the animated spectacle. Thus, in his eyes, the impact was greatly diminished. However, considering that this was Akainu 2 decades prior, it was only natural that his power would not match that of his future self. As Akainu's meteor volcano rained down, pirate ships along the coastline were instantly bombarded by the descending projectiles. Within mere seconds, the vessels lay in ruins. Observing the destruction, Akainu bellowed, "Advance. Leave no pirate alive." With the pirate ship in tatters, the morale of the Navy surged. They braced themselves for an imminent assault. "Kid, back to the ship." As the Navy soldiers reveled in their excitement, Kieran approached Kahn and uttered a remark. Kahn gazed at the approaching coastline and hesitated before saying, "Is it all right if I take a look here? They won't be able to board the ship." Cullen shot Kahn a withering glance, retorting, "Do you think the cannons on their ship are merely for decoration? Their vessel is merely damaged, not sunk, you know." "Ah, you make a valid point." Kahn pondered for a moment and sighed. "Very well, I shall retreat to the cabin." Cullen, noticing Kahn's despondence, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Cheer up. Once you have honed your skills, there will be ample opportunities for you to venture onto the battlefield and vanquish pirates." Kahn pursed his lips in disdain, feeling a sense of melancholy. It was not due to his inability to engage in battle, but rather the thought of the pirates who had been slain, causing him to lament the waste of so much malevolent energy. The mere contemplation of it stirred a pang of sympathy within him, leaving him visibly dejected. Kahn returned to the cabin, peering stealthily at the unfolding events outside through the door. 2 minutes later, the sound of cannon fire erupted. Both sides commenced their artillery duel. However, the pirates' cannons were evidently no match for those of the warship. Following a barrage from the warship, the cannons aboard the pirate vessel fell silent. Subsequently, the warship unleashed another round of cannon fire. Kahn observed the pirate ship being shattered and beginning to sink. The vessel lay in ruins, and the warship ceased its attack, swiftly approaching the shore. Once the Navy arrived at the coastline, the sailors leapt from their ship, following Akainu as they charged towards the pirates on the beach. Kahn discreetly observed from the ship, feeling a sense of ennui. The pirates were rather lackluster, primarily fleeing rather than engaging in combat. It seemed evident that the pirates were well aware of Admiral Akainu's formidable reputation, thus daring not to confront him directly. As Kahn witnessed the Navy pursuing the pirates into the depths of the island, He shook his head and approached a stationed naval soldier, inquiring, "Blake, were your previous encounters always like this?" Blake smiled at Kahn and replied, "For the most part, yes. Admiral Akainu's renown is quite formidable. Few pirates dare to face him head-on. As for the truly powerful pirates, encounters are rare, but when they do occur, it results in a genuine and arduous battle." Kahn nodded slightly, inquiring with curiosity, "Have you encountered any formidable foes recently?" Blake shook his head, responding, "The powerful pirates have nearly all fled to the Grand Line. For the past year, we have been suppressing various pirates across the Four Seas. And I have heard that the plan is to subdue the pirates of the Four Seas before turning our attention to those of the Grand Line." Kahn was suddenly enlightened. The Four Seas constitute the foundational territory of the world government. With the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the primary objective of the world government is to maintain stability across the Four Seas. Only with stability in these waters can they effectively confront the pirates of the Grand Line. Aboard the warship, Kahn waited for a while, observing as the Marines returned in groups. Soon, a fainted pirate was cast before him. With a bounty of 8.6 million, it was quite decent. He could exchange it for some merits upon his return. The one speaking was Sergeant Buck, who, after tossing the unconscious figure at Kahn's feet, chuckled amiably. Kahn gazed at the pirate lying on the ground, possessing over 2,400 points of infamy, and swiftly collected them. Once he had secured the bounty, he eagerly inquired of Buck, "Buck, how many wanted criminals are there in the Silver Serpent Pirates?" Buck pondered for a moment before responding, "There should be 8 or 9. The rest are merely minions." 9 wanted criminals, indeed. That translates to 9 sources of infamy. Just think about it. Kahn felt a surge of excitement. However, the thought of the deceased pirates stirred a pang of sorrow within him. Moreover, it is not always the case that a bounty criminal possesses a higher degree of malevolence. It is entirely possible for a mere subordinate to exhibit a greater level of wickedness. He contemplated that in the future, he must assume the role of captain himself to capture pirates, as this would ensure the maximization of profits. After a moment of introspection, he pondered further. Kahn sighed and said to everyone, "I too wish to join you in battle." Buck patted Kahn on the shoulder and replied with a smile, "Focus on your training. There will be ample opportunities to fight alongside the esteemed general. Who knows, you might find yourself slaying pirates day in and day out." Kahn shook his head, sighing without uttering another word. Buck and the others disembarked to attend to the damaged pirate ship. With the pirates eradicated, the treasures aboard the vessel naturally belonged to the Navy. According to the Marines, they were entitled to a share of 30% of the seized pirate assets, while the remainder would be surrendered to headquarters for naval subsidies. Kahn did not embark on a quest for treasure. Instead, he lingered at the bow of the ship, awaiting the arrival of the wanted criminals by the Navy. 5 minutes passed. Kahn had apprehended 2 notorious fugitives, their respective crime points amounting to 2,321 and 3852. Upon receiving these 2, Akainu returned to the ship, carrying a comatose individual. Observing the captive brought back by Akainu filled Kahn with exhilaration. He hurried over and sealed the individual brought by Akainu. Without exchanging words with Kahn, Akainu informed the crew that they would depart in an hour and retreated to the cabin to rest. Following Akainu's return, the others gradually came back as well, presenting Kahn with 5 more fugitives. Their crime points as follows: 6232, 4536, 4863, and 1563. With the capture of these 5, the Silver Serpent pirate crew was utterly annihilated. The remaining underlings fled, posing no significant threat. While the Navy paid little heed to the escape of such minor criminals, Kahn was deeply concerned. Each of them represented a tally of crime points, and the thought of their loss pained him immensely. Regrettably, the Navy focused solely on apprehending wanted criminals, as only they could yield merit. Ordinary underlings garnered no accolades, primarily due to the overwhelming number of pirates in this world, leaving even the Navy with little time to pursue the lesser rogues. After the destruction of the Silver Serpent pirate crew and the subsequent confiscation of various pirate treasures and supplies, the naval fleet set sail towards their next objective. Once the ships departed, the Navy held a grand banquet to indulge in a delightful feast. Kahn also participated, unwilling to be an outcast and face rejection. After the banquet, he eagerly rushed to train, for his tally of transgressions had amassed to a considerable number. He was now training at an estimated speed tenfold. A day swiftly passed. The following noon, they encountered an unknown pirate crew upon the sea. Consequently, Kahn derived no benefits whatsoever, for Akainu unleashed a meteor volcano from a distance, sending the pirate ship plunging directly into the depths of the sea. Consequently, the Navy failed to capture a single pirate. This predicament left Kahn profoundly disheartened. His gaze towards Akainu filled with resentment. On July 23rd, at approximately 11 a.m., Kahn was engrossed in his training when the alarm suddenly blared. The loudspeaker announced that a pirate ship was sailing 2 kilometers to the left ahead. Upon hearing this, Kahn could no longer contain himself. He truly did not wish to squander the vile merits of those pirates. After some contemplation, he clenched his teeth and approached the busy Major General Harry, stating, "Major General Harry, I have something to discuss with you." Harry glanced at Kahn, furrowing his brow. "You wish to participate in the battle again, do you not?" Kahn waved his hand dismissively. No, I meant for you to capture the pirates alive." Harry was taken aback, staring at Kahn in astonishment. "What are you planning? Are you intending to have them brought here just to kill them? That simply won't do." "Not at all," Kahn replied earnestly. "Recently, after sealing away a dozen pirates, I sense that my fruit abilities have seemingly developed a new facet. I wish to have some pirates for experimentation. The more, the better." "New abilities from your fruit?" Harry inquired, his surprise evident. "What new abilities? Do share." Kahn, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, "General Harry, if I were to truly seek knowledge, I would not request the pirate test from you. It is merely an indistinct feeling I possess." Harry glanced at Kahn, pondered for a moment, and replied, "I shall speak with the Commodore and see what can be done." Kahn hurriedly saluted Harry, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Major General." Harry waved his hand dismissively. "Please wait here for a moment while I consult with the Lieutenant General." After exchanging a brief word with Kahn, Harry swiftly made his way to Akainu. Upon reaching Akainu, Harry conveyed Kahn's situation. After listening attentively, Akainu cast a distant glance at Kahn and remarked, "It appears that his fruit may possess additional abilities. In that case, let us capture a few living specimens for him to examine, but we must ensure it does not interfere with the battle. We cannot allow the pursuit of live specimens to jeopardize our own forces. Once the fight concludes, any surviving ones should be left for him." Harry nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. I shall return to inform him." With a wave of his hand, Akainu signaled for Harry to proceed. Harry then returned to Kahn to relay Akainu's response. Upon hearing this, Kahn felt a surge of relief. Although he could not apprehend all the pirates to absorb their malevolent energy, he could at least accumulate a portion. Over the past few days, of the 13 pirates, only 4 remained steadfast against his efforts to siphon their wickedness. If he could not capture more, he would soon struggle to maintain his 5-fold training speed. This situation was far from favorable. After contemplating for a moment, Kahn relaxed and expressed his gratitude to Major General Harry. "Thank you, Major General Harry." Harry gave Kahn a reassuring pat on the shoulder before turning to depart, saying, "All right. I have matters to attend to." With that, Harry left. The warship was nearing the pirate ship, which had also noticed the approaching vessel and was desperately attempting to flee. However, the speed of the pirate ship was evidently inferior to that of the warship. Approximately 5 minutes later, the pirate ship entered the firing range of the warship's cannons, which began to unleash a relentless barrage upon it. The pirate ship was soon battered beyond repair, unable to continue its retreat. The warship moved in closer, preparing for an assault. 2 minutes later, as the warship approached, gunfire erupted from the pirate ship as the pirates launched their counterattack. The subordinates of Akainu were exceptionally seasoned in combat, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary firearms to harm them. Once the warship drew near, they surged forward under Harry's command, swiftly overpowering the pirates. This particular pirate crew appeared to be inexperienced. With a dozen men, Harry swiftly dealt with all the pirates, and the entire skirmish concluded in under 10 minutes. While the naval personnel searched the pirate ship for supplies, Harry waved over to Kahn on the warship, beckoning him. "Hey, come over and collect the prisoners." Eagerly, Kahn leaped onto the pirate ship, where the pirates lay unconscious. Kahn glanced at the contented pirates, feeling a tinge of helplessness. These pirates were merely novices, their levels of infamy rather insignificant. The most notorious among them possessed a mere 1326 points of malevolence, while the others boasted only a few hundred points, almost pitifully low. Nevertheless, even the legs of a mosquito yield some sustenance. Thus, he decided to gather over 30 pirates into his ranks. Once Kahn had finished his collection, Harry approached him and inquired, "So, having gathered so many pirates, do you feel anything new?" Kahn glanced at Harry and pondered for a moment before saying, "It seems I don't feel much when I collect them. The sensation was most pronounced when I captured that silver serpent." Harry furrowed his brow and, after some reflection, replied, "It appears that your devil fruit may only be effective against the strong. The pirates here are rather feeble. Your lack of sensation could very well be due to their weakness." Upon hearing this, Kahn nodded repeatedly. Harry had already devised excuses for him, sparing him the trouble of fabricating further justifications to placate Akainu. Indeed, It should be this way, Kahn concurred, saying, next time, if we capture a more formidable foe, we might ascertain the reason. Harry chuckled and nodded, then let us endeavor again next time. However, what do you intend to do with the pirates you have sealed? Is it not true that your sealing space accommodates only 72? Kahn feigned contemplation and remarked, I shall conduct some research first. If they prove to be of no utility, I shall release them for immediate execution. Pirates are deserving of such a fate. Harry patted Kahn on the shoulder. Excellent. That embodies the spirit of our esteemed admiral. When you deem them useless, release them to be slain. As for the pirates, they are resources that can be repurposed. To execute them outright would be a grave waste. Kahn remarked on the notion of killing, merely to convey his thoughts to Akainu. His intention was to absorb the malevolent energy and subsequently cast them into the ocean, allowing them to fend for themselves. Should they survive, it would be deemed a stroke of luck. Should they perish, it would be regarded as their misfortune. After a moment of contemplation, Kahn said to Harry, that would indeed be quite troublesome. Once I have thoroughly examined the matter, I shall simply cast them into the depths of the ocean to feed the fish. Some pirates were present, but Harry remained indifferent. He nodded in response to Kahn's words, saying, do as you wish. I shall not interfere. Kahn then stated, I shall return to my studies, and upon returning to the warship, he greeted the naval officers before retreating to his quarters. Meanwhile, the sailors continued their scavenging for supplies. It was approximately half an hour later when they returned to the ship to resume their voyage. In his room, Kahn settled in. Kahn remained until 9 in the evening. Only after the majority of the pirates' malevolent energy had been thoroughly absorbed did he emerge from the cabin to the stern of the ship, where he unceremoniously cast the useless individuals into the sea. The malevolent energy of those pirates generally exceeded 200 points, indicating their involvement in heinous acts such as murder and arson. Their demise was justly deserved, and thus, Kahn felt no pangs of guilt in disposing of them in such a manner. Moreover, he was no saint. Those who deserve to die must indeed perish. The sole discomfort he felt stemmed from the cries for help of those floundering in the water, which he found rather bothersome, prompting him to retreat to the bow of the ship. As Kahn disposed of the individuals into the ocean, both Harry and Akainu observed him closely. Their reactions to his actions were devoid of any particular sentiment, as they proceeded to the mess hall in search of sustenance, thoroughly satisfied with Kahn's decisive actions. Akainu believed that such resolute behavior was essential in dealing with mere pirates. He now considered Kahn worthy of cultivation. Not only was he diligent in his training, but his progress was remarkably swift. Akainu sensed that Kahn's strength had more than doubled over the course of 3 days, indicating a natural aptitude for cultivation, which warranted further development. After witnessing Kahn's hearty meal, Akainu noted his return to the stern for more training and expressed his satisfaction to Harry, stating, this lad is quite impressive, to my liking. I perceive that his strength rivals that of an average marine now. Tomorrow, you shall instruct him in the use of firearms. Harry, having not witnessed Akainu's capabilities and unable to discern Kahn's rapid advancement, hesitated before replying, Captain, has he not only trained for 3 days? Akainu responded with a hint of indifference, I am aware. This youth's rate of improvement is astonishing. Despite only 3 days of training, his strength has indeed doubled. This remarkable enhancement is likely due to the effects of his devil fruit. Did he not mention that sealing pirates provided him with some unique sensation? It is possible that sealing these pirates aids him in accelerating his training. Harry nodded in understanding, reflecting on the myriad of bizarre abilities possessed by devil fruits. It is not surprising that Kahn possesses such a unique ability. Harry pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well, I shall begin teaching him how to shoot tomorrow. Akainu nodded in agreement. Nurture him well. When I ascend to the rank of admiral, I will need a capable crew to accompany me on the Grand Line. We must not allow those scoundrel pirates to wreak havoc. Harry acknowledged the request with a nod. Akainu was diligently engaged in capturing pirates. This was no mere pastime. He was accumulating military achievements in preparation for the position of admiral, which was currently vacant. Akainu was indeed a strong contender. After parting ways with Akainu, Harry made his way to the stern of the ship. He observed Kahn training for 2 hours, and when Kahn sat down to rest, Harry approached and seated himself beside him, saying, Young man, you possess great potential. Would you be interested in learning marksmanship from me? Kahn was taken aback. Harry's battles in recent days. Kahn possesses a remarkably keen vision. His marksmanship can be described as infallible, exhibiting an extraordinary precision. However, Kahn believed that swords were far more formidable and effortlessly impressive. Thus, he had never considered honing his marksmanship. Now, Harry approached him with the intention of teaching him the art of shooting, prompting Kahn to display a hint of hesitation. Noticing Kahn's reluctance, Harry let out a cold snort and remarked, What, Do you look down upon my swordsmanship? Kahn, regaining his composure, hurriedly replied, No, no. I hold Major Harry's marksmanship in high regard. However, I have always aspired to master the art of swordsmanship. Harry's expression softened slightly. You still have the responsibility of guarding prisoners. Practicing swordsmanship may not be suitable. Starting tomorrow, let us embark on your training in marksmanship. Kahn wished to say a few more words, but Harry turned on his heel and departed, leaving behind a resolute statement. It is settled. This is the order of Admiral Akainu. Kahn felt utterly speechless. Yet, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, he was currently in a weakened state. And mastering the art of marksmanship would swiftly augment his combat prowess. Thus, he resolved to pursue this path. Besides, he possessed the Book of Sin, which would expedite his learning process in any discipline. After pondering for a while, he resumed his training. Having slumbered throughout the afternoon in the cabin, he had more than rested. With the tenfold enhancement of his training speed from his accumulated sin value, he could not afford to delay. The sooner he grew stronger, the greater his freedom of movement would be. He trained diligently until 4 o'clock in the morning. Kahn felt somewhat fatigued, so he retreated to his cabin to rest. At 7 o'clock in the morning, he was summoned by Harry to engage in firearms training. The initial lessons were relatively straightforward. He was simply provided with a gun to familiarize himself with its structure. Once he had gained an understanding of the weapon's mechanics, he commenced target practice. Harry instructed Kahn throughout the morning. When Kahn mastered the standard shooting stance, Harry attended to other matters, allowing Kahn to dedicate 2 hours each day for the next week to honing his shooting skills, while the remainder of his time could be spent refining his fundamental martial techniques. As time elapsed, 3 days passed. During this period, they encountered an unfortunate band of pirates, equally inexperienced as the previous group, who were swiftly subdued by Harry and his crew, resulting in Kahn accumulating over 8,000 points of malevolence. Furthermore, on the 4th day, at 4 in the afternoon, they arrived at a large island port and came to a halt. This stop was intended for resupplying their provisions. Kahn also followed the sailors, disembarking at the quaint harbor town for a leisurely stroll, arriving in the world of One Piece. Kahn had never ventured to any other place. He spent 3 days on Zucchini Island, while the remainder of his time was consumed by monotonous training aboard the warship. His arrival on the island filled him with great excitement. Accompanied by his acquaintance, Kowloon, and Druce, they made their way to a tavern in the town. The 3 of them settled down at a table and ordered an assortment of food and drinks. After indulging in a hearty gulp of wine, Kowloon exclaimed, "Ah, how delightful! It has been a fortnight since I last savored wine. It has truly been a trying period. If only there were wine available every day." On the warship, drinking was strictly prohibited, as encounters with pirates could arise at any moment, leading to combat. Hence, Akainu decreed that no one was allowed to consume alcohol on board. Kahn exhibited little interest in the wine before him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the presence of individuals with a mere 50 points of infamy, which did little to pique his curiosity. After taking a few bites of his meal, he turned to Cullen and inquired, "Brother, shall we continue to drift upon the sea? Or is there not a precise target for our next assault?" Cullen, sipping his drink, replied, "Those formidable pirates are ever elusive, seldom anchoring in one location for long. We must await messages from headquarters before we can confront the more powerful pirate crews. Until we receive word from them, our only recourse is to meander the seas and strike against the pirates we encounter." Kahn felt somewhat speechless. "I am still waiting to capture a notorious pirate to test my fruit's abilities. These mere lackeys hardly provoke any significant response from me." Cullen rolled his eyes. "Your power merely amplifies your training speed. Otherwise, your rapid progress would be inconceivable." After saying this, Cullen gazed at Kahn with a hint of envy. "I too desire a devil fruit. The abilities of you devil fruit users elevate your strength far too swiftly." 10 days of training. Kahn has expended over 60,000 points of malevolence. Presently, his physical prowess surpasses that of the Marines aboard the vessel. As for Cullen, he is responsible for overseeing Kahn's foundational training, diligently monitoring his progress each day. Consequently, he is acutely aware of the level of Kahn's capabilities. Cullen believes that granting Kahn just 1 more week would be prudent. Kahn's overall prowess may indeed surpass his own. Amidst Kowloon's envy, Kahn chuckled and remarked, "Once I ascend to the position of a general, I shall certainly procure a devil fruit for you, my dear brother, to enhance your strength." Kowloon rolled his eyes, thinking that by the time Kahn became a general, he might have to wait a lifetime. Thus, he felt no inclination to engage in idle chatter with Kahn and resume drinking. Silence enveloped them. Kahn indulged in a few hearty bites to satiate his hunger. Once he was full, he rose and said to Cullen, "Brother Cullen, I shall wander freely through the town. The island where everyone gathered is a territory of the nations allied with the world government. With the Navy stationed on the island, there is, naturally, no cause for concern. Kahn intended to take a stroll, and Kieran casually remarked, "Be sure to return to the ship on time. Do not wander too far." Kahn nodded slightly and departed from the tavern. The town remained quite lively. Kahn wandered through the town, indulging in some snacks. Subsequently, he roamed about, scrutinizing the maleficence of the passers-by. The ordinary citizens exhibited a malevolence level ranging from 1 to 10. He observed several patrolling guards, whose malevolence scores fluctuated between 20 and 50. The leader of the guard, however, bore a staggering score of 225. This starkly illustrated that those who wield power in this world are, in essence, not much better than the common criminals he apprehended, as their levels of malevolence were strikingly similar. Kahn gazed at the guards, yearning to seize them and accrue a measure of malevolence, yet he understood that at this juncture, such actions were beyond his capability. All he could do was salivate with desire. After meandering aimlessly for a while, relegated to mere observation without the possibility of action, boredom began to envelop him. He resolved to return to the warship and resume his practice of marksmanship on the way back to town. Kahn was strolling when suddenly, a 6-digit malevolence score passed right before him, leaving him momentarily stunned. He quickly turned around to take another look at the malevolence score. Goodness, where did such a formidable individual come from? Could it be a high-ranking figure from some military faction? Kahn was instantly invigorated, unable to resist following the individual for a while, intently observing the ominous value hovering above the person's head. His pursuit, however, did not go unnoticed. The other party turned to glance at Kahn, and upon seeing the naval uniform he donned, furrowed their brows slightly before swiftly vanishing into the street. The pursuers suddenly found themselves alone in the void. Kahn immediately glanced around. However, after surveying the surroundings, he found no one. As he pondered the whereabouts of the person, a sudden shiver coursed through him, and cold sweat trickled down his brow. To his horror, he realized he had been tailing an individual of formidable prowess. With just a mere flick of a finger, that person could easily eliminate him. What was he thinking? How reckless it was to dare follow someone of such caliber. Utterly oblivious to the concept of danger. Fortunately, that person had not sought him out for retribution. Kahn wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He hurriedly made his way back to the coastal port. No, he must return swiftly. He could not linger on the streets any longer. Wandering about might invite trouble. Kahn fled in haste. The individual he had been trailing emerged from around a corner. Observing Kahn's sudden change in demeanor, a grave expression settled upon his face. That naval officer. Could it be that he recognized me? Otherwise, he would not have exhibited such a drastic reaction and retreated in such a manner. Akainu is stationed at the port. If he becomes aware of Kahn's presence here, trouble is inevitable. It appears the transaction must be abandoned. The man gazed after Kahn's retreating figure, furrowing his brow in contemplation before hastily departing the town. For him, the significance of the transaction paled in comparison to the value of his own life. Certainly, he etched the visage of the naval officer who had recognized him deeply into his memory. He returned to the warship. Kahn remained haunted by lingering fears. He felt as though he had been momentarily reckless and vowed never to be so careless again. With a sigh of melancholy, he shook his head and returned to the stern of the ship to resume his training. As he immersed himself in practice, time swiftly slipped away. By evening, the sailors gradually returned, and the warship set sail once more. After the vessel ventured into the open sea, Kahn inquired with Cullen about their destination. Cullen revealed that they were to patrol near Baton Island, as their headquarters had informed them of the notorious Blackbird pirates, who had a bounty of 86.5 million. Frequenting that area, it took them 2 days to reach Baton Island. During their journey, they encountered no pirates. However, upon their arrival at Baton Island, they spotted 3 pirate ships anchored along the coast. Akainu, being the relentless individual he is, never shies away from confronting pirates, regardless of their strength. Thus, upon sighting the 3 lesser-known pirate crews, he promptly ordered an attack, charging forth with fervor. The eruption of the meteor volcano obliterated the pirates' vessels, preventing their escape. Subsequently, a barrage of cannon fire compelled the pirates onto the shore. Soon after, the warship docked and engaged in fierce combat with the pirates. Among the 3 pirate crews, numbering around 300 to 400, none appeared particularly formidable, save for one skilled swordsman, who met his demise at Akainu's fist that pierced through his chest. Kahn felt a profound sense of loss upon witnessing this, as it represented over 700 infamy points. The skirmish concluded swiftly, culminating in a decisive victory for the Navy. Kahn observed the Navy personnel as they commenced the cleanup operations, and he too disembarked to lend a hand. Over 300 pirates had been involved. More than 100 lay dead, while the remainder were injured and apprehended by the Navy. Kahn gathers individuals into the Book of Sin, initially targeting those gravely injured and on the brink of death. Otherwise, should they perish, their sinful worth would be rendered null. He first absorbs the valued ones, and after extracting their malevolence, he discards them, allowing them to die at their own fate. He then runs along the shore for a while. After Kahn had taken in the 17 severely injured pirates, he prepared to attend to those who were less gravely wounded. However, before he could act, he noticed a severely injured naval officer who, despite receiving medical attention, remained in critical condition. Observing this situation, Kahn felt a stirring in his heart. He hurried over to the military doctor and inquired, "Doctor, how is he faring?" The military doctor, West, cast a glance at Kahn and sighed, "There is no hope. We lack the means to treat him here. If he were at headquarters, he might stand a chance." Upon hearing West's words, the naval officer lying on the ground managed to smile and said, "It matters not. I have followed the vice admiral in vanquishing hundreds of pirates. Even if I were to die in this life, it would be worth it." West sighed once more. At this moment, Kahn gazed at the over 900 points of malevolence above the severely injured naval officer's head. He suddenly called out to Harry in the distance, "Master Harry, could you come over here for a moment?" Upon hearing Kahn's summons, Harry approached with a furrowed brow and said, "I am currently interrogating those pirates as to why they have gathered here. What is it that you require of me?" Kahn pointed to the severely injured Navy personnel on the ground and earnestly said, "Master, I have now discovered another aspect of my abilities." Harry paused momentarily, intrigued, and inquired, "What new ability? Do share it with me." Kahn nodded, gesturing towards the gravely injured sailor. "My abilities allow me to seal living beings, and once sealed, their bodies will undergo no further changes. Just moments ago, Dr. Sheeta stated that he was beyond saving. Only a return to headquarters might offer a chance for recovery. Therefore, I propose to seal him away, and upon our return to the Navy headquarters, I can release him, allowing him to live. Master, do you not agree?" Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes brightened instantly. He clapped Kahn on the shoulder and replied, "Excellent. I shall entrust all those deemed hopelessly injured to you for sealing, thus granting them a chance at life." With that, Harry turned to Dr. Sheeta and said, "You heard Kahn's words, right? Please hand over all those who cannot be treated to Kahn, and we shall ensure their transport back to headquarters for further treatment." Dr. Sheeta nodded, rising to his feet. "I will make the necessary arrangements immediately." Upon witnessing the departure of West Germany, Kahn cast a glance at the severely injured Marine on the ground and said, "Eden, I am going to knock you out and seal you away. Prepare yourself to live. Who would willingly choose death?" Hearing Kahn's words, Eden chuckled and replied, "Kahn, you rascal, you have saved my life. Once I recover, I shall treat you to a splendid meal, and you shall savor my sister-in-law's culinary skills. Additionally, I will take the opportunity to introduce you to my sister." Kahn rolled his eyes and remarked, "You are so gravely injured yet still prattling on. Just wait while I fetch my stick to knock you unconscious and seal your mouth. No need for your trouble." Eden heard Kahn's words and, taking his own gun, struck it against his head, rendering himself unconscious. Upon witnessing this, Kahn was rendered speechless and promptly sealed Eden away. After receiving Eden, Kahn was approached by the West German doctor, who, accompanied by several Marines, brought forth 2 injured sailors. The doctor informed Kahn that these 2 were more severely wounded, while the injuries of the others were manageable, with a brief period of treatment sufficient for their recovery. Kahn nodded, sealing away the 2 injured sailors. Upon witnessing Kahn's actions, Harry patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "Well done. When we return to headquarters, I shall commend you for this. With your capabilities, attaining the rank of corporal should pose no difficulty at all." Kahn nodded, gazing at the captured pirates in the distance, and said, "Master, my sealing space is becoming insufficient. How shall we manage those pirates?" Harry glanced at the pirates, pondered for a moment, and inquired of Kahn, "Are those fellows of any use to you?" Recently, even Cullen had surmised that his devil fruit could seal the pirates, aiding in his training. As his master, Harry naturally could deduce the same. Kahn pondered for a moment and, no longer concealing his thoughts, remarked, "They are somewhat useful, yet their impact is limited. Only a powerful seal can aid me in becoming stronger. Those individuals might assist me in my training for 4 or 5 hours before becoming ineffective." Upon hearing this, Harry decisively responded, "In that case, let us first confine them. Once you have extracted their worth using the fruit, we shall cast them into the sea." Kahn was immediately filled with joy and hurriedly saluted Harry, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master." Harry patted Kahn on the shoulder and remarked, "Your devil fruit ability is quite impressive. In the future, you might very well become a vice admiral. Just don't forget your master." Kahn chuckled reassuringly, saying, "Master, rest assured. I shall not forget you." Harry nodded in response, stating, "Tend to your own matters. I shall inquire with those fellows about the reason for their gathering here. I sense that there must be some significant event unfolding." After exchanging a few words with Kahn, Harry hurriedly departed. Kahn did not squander any time. He swiftly approached the captured pirates, instructing the Marines to subdue those with low levels of malevolence for him to seal. His intention was to rapidly absorb the lesser evildoers before discarding them. Subsequently, he aimed to seal the more malevolent individuals and gradually absorb their essence. The 76 sealing spaces were soon filled to capacity. Kahn's sin value was rapidly escalating at a rate of 66 points per minute. After gathering enough people, he began to practice basic physical techniques by the shore. Approximately half an hour into his training, Cullen approached Kahn and said, "Young man, Major General Harry has instructed me to inform you that you may continue your training here at a leisurely pace, as we shall remain on this island for a while." Kahn ceased his training, gazing in astonishment at Cullen. "Why have you suddenly halted?" he inquired. Cullen gestured towards the imprisoned pirates. "Major Harry has inquired about certain matters, suggesting that there exists a legend of treasure on this island. It appears that Rear Admiral Akainu intends to lie in wait here, aiming to intercept the pirates before the news of the Blackbird pirates reaches the headquarters." Kahn was taken aback. With a hint of incredulity, he remarked, "Is there treasure on this island? Has no one ever spoken of it before?" Cullen replied, "Do not inquire of me. I am unsure. It seems that Admiral Akainu contacted headquarters before deciding to remain. If you have questions, it is best to ask the Admiral himself." Kahn scoffed, disinterested in inquiring further. His current accumulation of malevolent energy was substantial, and he preferred to immerse himself in cultivation rather than meddle in trivial matters. Moreover, he relished the prospect of confronting pirates. The more adversaries he faced, the better, as it would allow him to amass even more malevolent energy. Thus, he stated decisively, "I understand. I shall continue my cultivation. Brother Kieran, please bring me my meal later, for I shall not be returning to the ship." Kieran rolled his eyes in exasperation, remarking, "I feel as though I have become your caretaker." Kahn smiled and said, "Once I become a significant figure, I shall repay you." Cullen scoffed and turned away, hardly believing that Kahn could ever attain such a status. Nevertheless, the entire crew of the Navy treated Kahn with genuine care, for they too would one day find themselves in dire straits, and it might be Kahn who would come to their rescue. Delivering a meal to Kahn was a trivial matter. If Cullen chose not to, many others would gladly step in. Admiral Akainu decided to remain vigilant. While the Navy ships were moved to concealment, and the sailors dispersed along the coastline, keeping watch over the more accessible landing spots. As for Kahn, he relocated to the area where the warships were docked to engage in his training. With the pirates imprisoned aboard the ships, he had to periodically swap them out, casting the corrupted souls into the sea for his comrades to handle. Yet, this was no longer feasible as the pirates were now on the shore. Casting them into the sea would allow for an easy escape. It was only appropriate to dispose of them in the depths of the ocean. As time passed slowly, following dinner, around 9:30 in the evening, Kahn, who had been diligently training, suddenly paused, a look of exhilaration gracing his face. The absorption of evil points had reached 100,000, elevating the Book of Evil to level 2, and expanding the sealing space to 365 slots. A new function had been unlocked, Judgment of Evil. Judgment of Evil. The judge will undergo a corresponding judgment based on their past misdeeds, experiencing the very evils they once inflicted upon others. A successful judgment results in the judgment value resetting to 0, and the host gains the training experience of the judged, who will forever live in fear of the host. A failed judgment leaves the evil points unchanged, but the judged strength will increase proportionally to the duration of the judgment, simultaneously amplifying their animosity towards the host. This sudden revelation in Kahn's mind filled him with excitement. He realized that the power of the Book of Evil was far more profound than mere assistance in training. The newly acquired ability intrigued him. A successful judgment would benefit him, while a failed one would favor the judged. However, forcing the judge to relive their past transgressions would likely pose a challenge. Only those with formidable mental fortitude could endure such an ordeal, like Admiral Akainu, who would undoubtedly withstand the judgment. Thus, this judgment ability may not be particularly effective against confident, strong individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Kahn continued to ponder the implications. Kahn eagerly opened the Book of Sin. Indeed, the tome had expanded to 365 pages, granting him the ability to seal away even more souls. However, that matter could wait. For now, he would first attempt the judgment of sin. Kahn perused the Tome of Sins and stumbled upon a page depicting a pirate with an original sin value exceeding 6,000. He then proceeded to engage the judgment of sins inscribed upon that page. Upon his initiation of this judgment, the previously unconscious pirate's countenance instantaneously contorted, writhing in agony as if reliving the harrowing events of a dreadful dream. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes elapsed. 5 minutes unfolded. With the pirate persistently ensnared in a tormenting struggle, his expression a testament to his anguish. Kahn was aware that this trial would likely be prolonged and difficult to conclude in a short time. Thus, he resumed his cultivation, patiently awaiting the trial's conclusion. After more than 20 minutes of practice, the Book of Sin suddenly illuminated. Kahn swiftly opened the Book of Sin. On the page of that pirate, the judgment of evil was marked as successful, allowing for the extraction of cultivation experience. Cultivation experience, indeed, for someone with a sin value exceeding 6,000. Their prowess must be considerable. This cultivation experience would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial to him. Thus, he hastily chose to extract the cultivation experience and made his decision. Within Kahn's mind, a succinct recollection of martial training emerged, an exquisite sword technique once wielded by the pirate. This memory had been absorbed. Kahn casually picked up a branch and executed a complete set of sword techniques. As he performed the final strike, the branch struck a tree, snapping in two, leaving a deep impression on the bark. Indeed formidable. Had he wielded a real sword, he surely could have cleaved a person in twain. Remarkable. With such a capacity for malevolent judgment, he would no longer need to cultivate martial arts. By merely enhancing his strength, he could extract the abilities of others, thus rapidly augmenting his own power. After a moment of contemplation, Kahn gradually calmed his excitement. He recognized the necessity of honing skills such as swordsmanship and marksmanship. Extracting the cultivation memories of others was merely appropriating their experiences. To become a true powerhouse, he must forge his own path. However, at this stage, his strength was relatively weak. Utilizing the combat techniques of others would certainly prove beneficial. Once he attained the prowess of a general, he would then pursue his own journey. He mused quietly to himself. Kahn eagerly commenced the trial of the 3 individuals whose malevolence surpassed the threshold of 10,000. As for those with insufficiently low levels of malevolence, their cultivation experience was deemed negligible. He was disinclined to squander time on their judgment. After a span of 46 minutes, Kahn has acquired a new martial art. This technique is a secret art that enables him to unleash a force 5 times his own strength in an instant, though it significantly drains the practitioner's stamina. Given Kahn's physical constitution, he can only execute 8 strikes before reaching his limit. After a span of 68 minutes, he obtained a set of Gale-style swordsmanship, which allows him to unleash swift, cutting gusts of sword energy. However, Kahn's physique is exceedingly frail. He is incapable of unleashing sword energy, only capable of executing sword techniques. As the clock struck past 2 in the morning, the final nefarious individual was successfully judged, bestowing upon Kahn an identical set of Gale swordsmanship. However, his Gale swordsmanship possesses a potency surpassing that of the previous practitioner, possibly having already crossed the threshold into the realm of a swordmaster. Kahn recalled his bounty, which exceeded 80 million, a figure befitting one of his swordsmanship prowess. He had assimilated the cultivation experiences of 3 individuals. Kahn returned to the ship to rest, withholding the matter of the sinful judgment from others. At this moment, he resolved to enhance his physical prowess, relegating the practice of marksmanship to a secondary priority. After all, once Akainu apprehended skilled gunners, he could harness sinful judgment to acquire experience in gunplay. Thus, in future encounters with adversaries, he intended to observe their combat styles meticulously, discerning who among them possessed techniques that suited him best, so that he could apply sinful judgment accordingly. This way, he would avoid the folly of today, where he had wasted time judging 2 individuals who both employed the Gale swordsmanship, when he ought to have focused solely on the strongest among them. Moreover, a high level of malevolence does not necessarily equate to formidable strength. Some individuals may possess relatively low malevolence, yet exhibit exceptional combat experience. Take, for instance, Luffy and his companions from the original narrative. Their propensity for non-lethal engagement would surely keep their malevolence low, yet their battle experience is profoundly rich. Of course, he could choose to judge any one of them, but Kahn believed such an approach unnecessary and prone to scrutiny. After all, those who had been judged would harbor great fear of him. If he were to release them to the Navy, and they discovered that the pirates were terrified of him, the Navy would undoubtedly question his capabilities. Thus, it was more prudent to judge only those of significant utility. After a night's rest, He had effectively drained the malevolence of over 100 pirates. Once he had handed over the unapprehended pirates to the Navy for processing, he ventured into the forest to continue his training, eager to expedite the enhancement of his physical condition. This endeavor consumed another 2 days. During this period, Akainu and his team vanquished 2 pirate crews seeking treasure and apprehended 125 individuals for Kahn to absorb their malevolence. Among these crews was a notably skilled marksman, whose capabilities Kahn enhanced through sinful judgment, thereby accelerating his proficiency in marksmanship. Now, he could accurately shoot an apple from 20 meters away. With this newfound skill, he deemed it sufficient to handle lesser threats. Consequently, he began to reduce the time spent on marksmanship practice and increase the time dedicated to enhancing his physical condition. On the 3rd day, at 4:30 in the afternoon, on Badon Island, Kahn was immersed in his training when Druze hurried into the forest and exclaimed, "Kahn, we must gather and set off at once." Kahn paused his training and inquired, while walking alongside Druze, "What is the situation?" Druze replied as they walked, "We have just eradicated another pirate crew and obtained information regarding the Blackbird pirate group. Admiral Akainu has ordered us to depart immediately in pursuit of the Blackbird pirates, leaving the local pirates unattended for the time being." Upon hearing this, Kahn nodded thoughtfully. Then he inquired eagerly, "By the way, have you captured the pirates you eliminated?" Druze smiled and replied, "Rest assured, your master, Major General Harry, has brought them all back. Once aboard the ship, you simply need to seal them away." Upon hearing this, Kahn felt a wave of relief wash over him. Recently, his sin value had been depleting at an alarming rate, and now he could only cultivate at triple speed, which left him quite disheartened. There were pirates he was unwilling to let slip away. With Harry's assistance, he would be able to retrieve them, and he resolved to express his gratitude to Harry sincerely. As they conversed, the two returned to the warship. Just as they boarded the vessel, Kahn caught sight of Harry. As he was about to approach for a brief conversation, Harry waved him off, declaring, "I am quite busy, do not disturb me. Once you have dealt with those pirates, proceed to the office of the Rear Admiral. He has matters to discuss with you." Kahn was taken aback, pondering whether Akainu had sought him out due to the discovery of his secret. For the past 3 days, he had been training in the forest. He felt confident that the secret of his sinister judgment would remain concealed. After all, Akainu's observation hockey was not particularly formidable. He was situated in the forest, at least 800 meters away from Akainu, and thus, it was unlikely that he could sense him. Kahn pondered for a moment, believing that Akainu's visit was not due to the discovery of his secret. Thus, he first retreated to the cabin, ensnaring the pirates within the Book of Sin, before hastening to the door of Akainu's chamber to knock. "Lord Akainu, it is Kahn," he announced. "Enter," came the response from within the room. Kahn entered the room, where Akainu sat at the table, sipping a cup of coffee. On the table lay a nautical chart, suggesting that Akainu was contemplating his next destination. Kahn approached the table and saluted Akainu, exclaiming, "Sir, I have arrived." Akainu set down his coffee cup, glanced at Kahn, and nodded slightly, remarking, "Indeed, your strength has progressed remarkably. It appears your devil fruit abilities are quite impressive." As he spoke, Akainu tapped the table and continued, "Your prowess now resembles that of a junior officer. It is time for you to engage in battle and hone your skills amidst life and death. Tonight, we will embark to an unnamed island to confront the Blackbird pirates. You shall accompany Harry into the fray." "Yes," Kahn replied, saluting Akainu once more, declaring, "I have awaited this moment for a long time, and I shall not disappoint you, Admiral Akainu." Akainu nodded slightly. "Excellent. Once we have eradicated the Blackbird pirates, we shall return to the Navy headquarters. The Marshal is very interested in your abilities. You will then have the opportunity to train at the Navy training camp. After a year of rigorous training, you will emerge capable of standing on your own." Kahn was overjoyed. However, his expression soon darkened, for at the naval training camp, there were no pirates to furnish him with a sinister score. Akainu discerned Kahn's hesitation and calmly remarked, "The Admiral is already aware of your abilities. Rest assured, he will make the necessary arrangements for you." Kahn was momentarily taken aback, suddenly reminded of the inmates within the underwater prison. The Warring States General sought assistance in locating pirates, and the depths of the Oceanic Penitentiary were teeming with them. With this thought in mind, Kahn felt a surge of excitement. The underwater prison. If he could sweep through and capture all the pirates within, he would instantly become a wealthy man. Just the thought of it made him quiver with anticipation. He quickly saluted Akainu, proclaiming, "Rest assured, sir, once I graduate, I shall return to serve you and assist in eradicating the pirates from the seas." Akainu nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "We are all soldiers now. You must learn to obey orders. The Admiral will make arrangements for your matters." For now, focus on your training. Kahn could discern that Akainu was exceedingly pleased with him. This realization elevated his spirits, and after saluting Akainu, he withdrew and returned to the deck. Kahn observed that everyone was preoccupied. So he retreated to the stern of the ship to continue honing his fundamental physical techniques. Nightfall approached, around 10 o'clock. The warship anchored beside an island. After everyone disembarked, he followed Akainu into the forest on the island. Kahn is also set to partake in the battle, moving alongside Harry. As they walk, Harry advises Kahn, "Be cautious. My young friend, in the heat of combat, bullets do not discriminate. Take care not to get hurt." Kahn brandished his twin pistols, twirling them in his hands with a flourish before declaring, "Rest assured, master, no one can approach within 20 meters of me." "Such ostentation," Harry retorted. "Do not treat your firearms as mere toys. One must have faith in the weapon, for without it, mastery of marksmanship shall forever elude you." Kahn chuckled softly, assuring his master, "Rest easy, I understand." Harry glanced at Kahn and shook his head, then addressed a nearby naval officer, Lieutenant Marlin. "Stay close to this lad and ensure he behaves." Marlin grinned, patting Kahn on the shoulder. "Fear not, this fellow is our treasure. We shall ensure his safety above all else." Harry smiled faintly and chose to remain silent thereafter. Kahn's abilities are indeed life-saving. Everyone is eager to protect Kahn, as it significantly increases their chances of survival on the battlefield. After exchanging a few words, they swiftly followed Akainu. Minutes later, the pirates on the island seemed to have detected their presence. Suddenly, the island was illuminated by flames. Akainu wasted no time and unleashed his meteor volcano towards the source of the light. As dawn broke, the sounds of astonishment echoed from ahead. "Damn it. It's the Red Dog. Everyone, retreat. Who exposed us? If I find out, I'll make them pay." The winds howled as the pirates shouted in panic, fleeing in the direction of the coast. They understood that to evade Akainu's pursuit, their best chance lay in plunging into the sea. Fighting Akainu on land was akin to courting death. As the pirates fled, the Navy pursued relentlessly. The Harry forces split into 5 teams, commencing their hunt for the pirates. Kahn followed Harry, keeping a close watch on a band of pirates ahead. After a brief 2 minutes of pursuit, they caught up with a group of marauders. The gunfight commenced in earnest. Kahn trailed closely behind Harry, observing as Harry incapacitated a lowly henchman with a single shot. He too discharged his weapon, eliminating several pirates in the process. The act of taking lives. Kahn remained remarkably composed. During this period, the number of pirates he cast into the sea had nearly surpassed 200. Initially, he experienced some fluctuations in his mood as he began this task. However, now it felt akin to disposing of refuse. After vanquishing a number of pirates, Harry led his men to pursue others, while Kahn stayed behind to seal away the severely injured who had not perished. Only then did he set off in pursuit of Harry. After all, these were points of culpability that could not be squandered. Following closely behind Harry, Kahn collected quite a few pirates along the way. During his endeavors, he encountered a surprise attack. A pirate, on the brink of death, still managed to fire a shot at him. Fortunately, he was unharmed. Kahn had anticipated this moment. With his formidable strength, evading mere bullets was a trivial endeavor, rendering him virtually unharmed. After pursuing for approximately 10 minutes, he came to a halt. Ahead of him, Harry had encountered a formidable adversary, and the two were engaged in a fierce battle. The pirate wielded a formidable sword measuring nearly 1.5 meters, effortlessly deflecting Harry's bullets. With each strike, the ground would yield to a deep crater. The criminal's infamy was significantly greater than that of those sealed by Kahn. Capturing him would grant the opportunity to cultivate experience tenfold for 3 days and nights. "Master, persevere. Overcome him." Kahn, from a distance, silently cheered for Harry. "You scoundrel. If you have the guts, don't run away. Today, I shall cleave you in two." The pirate engaged in battle with Harry, upon witnessing Harry's erratic movements and distant shots, erupted in furious curses. Yet, Harry, of course, paid no heed to his adversary. As a marksman, engaging in close combat was utterly foolish. Kahn observed for a while and concluded that Harry would struggle to determine a victor in the short term. Thus, he hastened to other locations to gather the injured pirates who had survived and encountered wounded naval officers, whom he also took in. He scurried through the forest for a time. Within concealed space, more than 100 individuals had gathered, the majority being pirates, with a small number being severely injured Navy soldiers. After a thorough search, he found no more individuals to seal, so he returned to check on Harry's situation. At that moment, Harry's opponent was gravely wounded, riddled with numerous bullet holes, yet still valiantly engaged in combat with Harry. However, it was evident that he would succumb within 10 minutes. Kahn decided to wait nearby. Soon, Harry's adversary was struck by 3 more bullets, and due to excessive blood loss, he could no longer steady his weapon, which fell to the ground. Subsequently, Harry shot him, incapacitating his limbs and neutralizing the threat. Harry then approached the pirate, picked up the pirate's large blade, and rendered him unconscious before calling out behind him, "All right, you can come out now." Kahn immediately sprang into action, hurriedly dashing to secure the pirates. Kahn inquired of Harry, "This fellow does not appear to be a member of the Blackbird pirate crew, does he?" Harry nodded in affirmation. "He is the infamous Slayer Bazan, a solitary figure with a bounty of 63 million. The Blackbird pirate crew is orchestrating some operation and has summoned a group of pirates here for some purpose." Slayer? No wonder his notoriety is so considerable, Kahn mused. As Kahn contemplated, Harry made his way toward the shore, urging, "We must hasten to the coast and offer assistance. Reports have just come in that the captain of the Iron Arm pirate crew and the captain of the Blackbird pirate crew are engaged in a confrontation with Vice Admiral Akainu at the shoreline." 2 captains? Their infamy must be exceedingly high, Kahn remarked. Kahn was instantly intrigued, following Harry and inquiring as he walked. "The bounty on those 2 individuals must be quite substantial, wouldn't you agree?" Harry nodded in affirmation. "You are already aware of the bounty on the Blackbird, which stands at 126 million. The Iron Arm boasts a bounty of 79 million. Together, their capabilities are indeed commendable." Kahn was already familiar with the bounty of the Blackbird, and the 79 million on the Iron Arm was considered quite impressive. Among the supernovas of the next 2 decades, those ranked lower would likely possess bounties in this range. Kahn pondered for a moment and smirked. A mere bounty of 79 million is hardly sufficient in the presence of Lord Akainu. "I believe by the time we arrive, they will already be deceased." Harry chuckled softly. "That may be true, yet those 2 possess considerable strength. If they join forces, it is likely they could still manage to escape." Kahn nodded slightly. The current Akainu is not the same as the Akainu of 20 years hence. While the 2 pirates may not be able to defeat Akainu, there remains a possibility of their escape. Kahn and Harry sprinted towards the coastline. Upon their arrival, they beheld the Navy diligently clearing the aftermath of the battle. Akainu, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, stood on the shore, his foot resting upon a motionless individual. Behind him lay another, his head grotesquely severed. True to his reputation, Akainu was indeed formidable. It was a pity for the one who had lost half his head, as that represented a significant loss of malevolent value, possibly in the tens of thousands. Observing that the conflict had subsided, Harry hastened to assist the Marines, dispatching those who still resisted. As for Kahn, he eagerly approached Akainu, saluting with enthusiasm. "Lord Akainu, allow me to take care of this." Without uttering a word, Akainu simply lifted his foot. Kahn promptly gathered the individuals, accruing a measure of malevolence in the process. However, it is evident that not all individuals are created equal. A higher level of strength does not necessarily correlate with a greater degree of malevolence. Take, for instance, the infamous killer Bazan. His prowess does not surpass that of the captain of the Blackbird pirate crew, yet his malevolence far exceeds that of Blackbird himself. Individuals have been apprehended. Kahn, observing that Red Dog had no intention of speaking, swiftly retreated. He gathered the captured pirates, thereby relieving the Navy soldiers from the burden of their supervision, allowing them to assist others. Once the majority were secured, he drew his twin pistols and joined in the fray. Amidst the flurry of activity, some pirates met their demise while others were apprehended, leading to a gradual cessation of hostilities following Harry's withdrawal from the battle. Kahn ceased his battles and sought out those pirates who had not yet succumbed to death. After this endeavor, his 365 sealing spaces were nearly filled to capacity. This realization filled him with immense satisfaction. Particularly noteworthy were several individuals whose sin values were exceedingly high. These were subjects of judgment, and once the time came, his combat experience would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. After Kahn finished gathering the crew, he followed Harry and the others along the coast back to the warship. As for Akainu, he had departed well before the conclusion of the battle. The island's forests were still teeming with pirates. However, Akainu, Harry, and the naval forces chose not to pursue them, considering them mere trifles. Only Kahn felt a profound sense of regret, as those were valuable points of infamy. An utter waste indeed. Although their infamy was not substantial individually, collectively, it could amount to several thousands. Such a pity. Kahn returned to the warship with the crowd. Subsequently, they busied themselves with various tasks, some attending to the wounded, while others took the opportunity to recuperate. Kahn also released the injured sailors, allowing them to seek medical treatment. Unfortunately, their ailments proved insurmountable. He gathered them and dispatched them to the naval headquarters for further care. Busy until the early hours of 3 or 4 in the morning, the crew finally settled down, and the warship set sail towards the direction of the Great Sea Route's doldrums. After the warship departed, Kahn finally found some leisure. As he was preparing for training and ready to confront the pirates, Harry approached him and said, "Come with me, I have something to discuss." Harry had matters to address. Kahn followed him to the stern of the ship. Once they reached the rear, Harry turned to Kahn and said, "In 3 days, we shall return to the naval headquarters, and you may find yourself training there. For the next couple of days, accompany me as I refine my marksmanship, and I shall impart all that I know to you." Kahn was deeply moved. Harry had been exceedingly kind to him. From now on, he must confine him and subject him to a trial of virtue. He believed that Harry would undoubtedly endure the trial. When the time came, Harry's strength would surely augment. While Kahn was silently contemplating how to assist his master, Harry patted Kahn on the shoulder and said, "Go rest for now. We shall commence our training at noon." Kahn nodded and followed Harry back to the cabin to rest. In order to hone his marksmanship under Harry's guidance, Kahn lay down and succumbed to slumber. He slept soundly until noon, only stirring when Harry roused him. Subsequently, Harry led Kahn to the stern of the ship to practice their shooting skills. With merely 2 days for training, Harry refrained from imparting formal instruction but instead shared all his techniques regarding firearm handling with Kahn. Additionally, he imparted insights from his own experiences and physical training. As the mentor and student engaged in their lessons, the warship traversed the windless zone of the Western Sea, entering the waters of the New World. They then abandoned the vessel and journeyed across the Red Earth continent, arriving at the Shambadi archipelago, ultimately reaching the Navy headquarters. Throughout this voyage, Kahn had a desire to appreciate the land of the celestial dragons on the Red Line. However, Akainu, leading them, did not linger, swiftly traversing the Red Line, allowing Kahn only a distant glimpse of the celestial dragon's abode. Upon descending from the Red Line and nearing the Sabaody archipelago, the situation remained unchanged. The naval fleet awaited their arrival, and Kahn scarcely caught sight of the Sabaody archipelago, deprived of the opportunity to explore it. At the naval headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was taking a respite in his office. The events instigated by Roger the previous year had resulted in Steelbone Kong relinquishing his position as fleet admiral, allowing Sengoku to ascend to that esteemed role. Initially, as a vice admiral, his responsibilities had been manageable, yet upon assuming the rank of fleet admiral, he soon realized the arduous nature of the position. Coupled with the pirate surge triggered by Roger, he found himself overwhelmed with daily toil. Over the past year, the weight of worry had turned some of his hair gray, yet he had managed to quell the rampant pirate tide, gradually restoring stability to the seas. He planned to wait another year. Once the seas were thoroughly pacified, he would turn his attention to the pirates of the Grand Line and the New World, a task that would require a multitude of skilled individuals to suppress the pirate menace. After receiving intelligence on Kahn from Akainu, Sengoku found himself intrigued by the young man. Following a thorough investigation into Kahn's identity and finding no issues, he instructed Akainu to bring Kahn back and inquire about his specific abilities. If Kahn could indeed seal pirates and acquire rapid experience and training, that devil fruit would prove exceptionally potent. Sengoku envisioned a strategy where captured pirates could be entrusted to Kahn for sealing, thereby enhancing his strength in a short span of time. Thus, a year later, they would have an additional ally to contend with the pirates of the Grand Line. As Sengoku pondered these matters, Tsuru, standing by the window, interjected, "Sakazuki and the others have returned. Would you care to take a look?" Regaining his focus, Sengoku replied, "Is the medical team prepared?" Tsuru chuckled, "You still doubt my capabilities?" "They are already awaiting at the port." Sengoku nodded, smiling. "That young one's ability to save lives is commendable. We should make good use of it to assist others." Tsuru laughed. "It would be a tremendous waste to employ his abilities solely for saving lives." Sengoku nodded, choosing to change the subject. "Let us wait here. This afternoon, I will arrange for someone to assess that young man's abilities." Tsuru nodded in agreement, remaining silent. At the naval headquarters, the port awaited. Kahn stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the imposing naval headquarters before him, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Such a design would undoubtedly be a 5-star attraction on Earth. "Let us go, kid," he exclaimed. "There will be plenty of time to admire it later." Just as Kahn was lost in thought, Harry called out to him. Kahn regained his composure and followed Harry as they disembarked. As the two of them stepped onto the dock, a naval officer clad in medical attire approached Harry and saluted. "Major General Harry, we are here to retrieve the wounded." Harry nodded and exchanged a glance with Kahn. "Release our personnel," he instructed. Kahn nodded, placing the 9 severely injured sailors on the ground. A group of medics hurried over to carry the 9 individuals away for treatment. After they departed, Harry grasped Kahn's arm and urged, "Let us set off swiftly. The Marshal awaits our arrival. You better show him the respect he deserves." Kahn turned his head to glance around. "Where is Admiral Akainu? How come I cannot see him?" Harry, tugging at Kahn as they walked, replied, "The General left when you were observing the headquarters building. He is likely already with the Marshal by now. You need to move swiftly." "Oh." Kahn nodded and followed Harry into the naval headquarters. He felt a tinge of excitement about the naval base. As he walked, he glanced around, observing his surroundings. Ultimately, it was only after receiving a few admonitions from Harry that he quickened his pace. 10 minutes later, they stood before the main building of the headquarters. Kahn finally assumed a serious demeanor. Sengoku was indeed a wise strategist, unlike Akainu. If Kahn revealed even the slightest flaw, it was highly likely that Sengoku would discern something amiss. Moreover, Sengoku had the astute Crane by his side, who was not easily deceived. On his journey to headquarters, Kahn contemplated numerous ways to placate Sengoku, only to realize that each strategy had its own vulnerabilities. Ultimately, he resolved to speak the truth, albeit with certain omissions. For instance, he could not disclose his lack of fear of water. Additionally, he decided to share a modicum of information regarding the sinful judgment, thereby garnering Sengoku's greater attention. In this manner, he could secure more advantageous outcomes. As he pondered these matters, Kahn followed Harry into the building. Inside the main headquarters, there was a considerable number of staff present. At this moment, Kahn's interest was piqued as he observed the staff members. After a brief period of scrutiny, he soon found it rather uninteresting. The personnel in this department were all clerical workers, their culpability hardly surpassing that of an ordinary pirate, rendering him too apathetic to bother assessing their transgressions. In contrast, the naval officers at the port possessed significantly higher levels of infamy, which still captivated his attention. He shook his head in contemplation as he followed Harry to the door of the Marshal's office. The door to Admiral Sengoku's office stood ajar. Harry paused at the threshold and called out, "Marshal, Kahn has arrived." Inside the office, Sengoku glanced at Kahn and noticed a hint of disappointment in his expression. This unexpected reaction intrigued Sengoku. Typically, people regarded him with either fear or reverence. However, here was Kahn, exhibiting disappointment instead. Truly, this boy was a curious enigma. After a moment's reflection, Sengoku smiled and said to Harry, "You may attend to your affairs. I shall take good care of your disciple." Harry nodded, then playfully delivered a light punch to Kahn's head, remarking, "You rascal, have you forgotten what I just told you? Show some respect to the Marshal. I have matters to attend to." With that, Harry admonished Kahn before saluting Sengoku and departing. Kahn scratched his head, regaining his composure. Upon entering, he saluted Zhanghua, saying, "Greetings, esteemed Marshal." Zhanghua scrutinized Kahn for a moment, chuckling softly as he remarked, "You seemed rather disappointed upon seeing me just now. Is there something about me that fails to meet your expectations?" Kahn pondered to himself, his disappointment stemming from the fact that Sengoku's level of culpability paled in comparison to that of Akainu, barely surpassing 200,000. However, such sentiments were best left unspoken. After a moment of contemplation, he cleared his throat and inquired, "Is this something I can truly articulate?" Sengoku offered a gentle smile, encouraging him, "Feel free to speak. I shan't take offense." With that assurance, Kahn coughed lightly and remarked, "Commander, your kindness is overwhelming. I have always perceived you as a figure of authority akin to Akainu." Sengoku fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words, reflecting internally on the undeniable loyalty of Akainu's admirers. After a brief pause, Sengoku shook his head and gestured toward a nearby seat, saying, "Very well, let us sit and converse." Kahn did not stand on ceremony. He simply walked over and took a seat. His composed demeanor left the warring states both intrigued and astonished. After observing Kahn's tranquil expression for a while, the warring states finally broached the subject at hand. "Kahn, I have received reports from Sakasuki regarding your abilities. Yet I would still prefer to hear you articulate the specifics yourself." Kahn nodded, saying, "With the assistance of Admiral Akainu, I have conducted numerous experiments on pirates. I have now gained a modicum of insight." Sengoku's interest was piqued. "Please elaborate further." Kahn nodded and spoke, "As I have mentioned, the strength of my abilities correlates directly with my physical prowess. The more formidable I become, the greater the number of individuals I can seal. Presently, I possess the capability to seal over 300 individuals. Moreover, I can harness the power of those I have sealed to expedite my own training. However, Through my encounters with numerous pirates, I have unearthed a profound truth. It is not necessarily the most powerful pirates that aid me in my cultivation, but rather. Kahn hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Zhanghua. Observing this, Zhanghua replied succinctly, "Just speak plainly." Kahn nodded slightly, expressing his conjecture. "It appears that the more malevolent pirates I encounter, the more beneficial it is for my training. It does not seem to be a matter of strength classification. For instance, in recent days, did not Admiral Akainu capture the notorious killer Bazan and the captain of the Blackbird pirates? I sense that Bazan's presence significantly enhances my training, while the captain of the Blackbird pirates falls somewhat short." Sengoku, after contemplating Kahn's words for a moment, remarked, "It seems that your devil fruit ability is indeed peculiar. To grow stronger, you must capture wrongdoers. Truly, you possess an innate capability suited for the Navy." Upon hearing this, Kahn immediately replied, "I too believe that it is possible that heaven has sent me to eradicate pirates, which is why the devil fruit has drifted before me." Sengoku pondered discreetly. If Kahn's abilities were indeed as he claimed, it would not be far-fetched to think that he was chosen by fate to eliminate pirates. It had been said that devil fruits possess the inclination to seek out suitable hosts, and Kahn's situation appeared to be a manifestation of this very phenomenon. After a moment of reflection, Sengoku inquired, "Are these the full extent of your fruit's powers?" Kahn hesitated for a moment before saying, "There should be other abilities, but I have yet to develop them sufficiently. Recently, I have felt a certain power resonating in my mind, yet I cannot quite grasp its nature. Perhaps I must enhance my strength before I can attain a clearer perception of it." Zhanghua regarded Kahn thoughtfully, his hand unconsciously stroking the head of a goat beside him. The marshal, Zhanghua, remained silent, prompting Kahn to inquire, Upon regaining his focus, Marshal Zhanghua responded, "Is the bounty criminal sealed within you still of any use?" The bounty criminals within Kahn's grasp have all been purged of their nefarious deeds. He has also adjudicated the fates of Blackbird and Bazan, extracting from them valuable insights into swordsmanship and martial arts, thus reaping a commendable harvest of knowledge. When he heard Sengoku's words, he replied directly, "It is of no use. They can no longer assist me in my training." Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement. "Since they are of no use, someone will come shortly to escort them away. Additionally, you will be provided with 10 criminals for your use. This afternoon, you shall train with them, and there will be designated personnel to assess your progress, evaluating the effectiveness of these criminals on your training." Kahn rose to salute the Marshal of the Warring States. The Marshal glanced at Kahn, picked up the telephone on the desk, and dialed a number. After a brief exchange, he instructed, "Send someone to escort Kahn away this afternoon. We shall proceed with the planned assessment of his abilities." "Understood," came the reply before the line went dead. Turning to Kahn, the Marshal assured, "Your affairs will be well arranged. Simply follow their lead this afternoon. Should anything arise, I will have someone reach out to you." "Yes, sir," Kahn responded with a salute. Before long, a middle-aged man arrived at the door, offering a salute to the Marshal. After a nod of acknowledgement, the Marshal instructed Kahn, "You may leave with him." "Very well," Kahn replied. Kahn complied and followed the middle-aged man out. After they had walked a short distance from the office, Kahn inquired, "Sir, may I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man chuckled lightly and replied as they continued their stroll, "You may call me Jem." Kahn nodded, "Mr. Jem, where shall we go now?" As he walked, Jem replied, "First, we shall visit the temporary prison to release those criminals you have sealed away. There are still 10 more inmates inside awaiting your sealing. After that, I will treat you to lunch and arrange accommodations for you. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we will head to the training ground, where someone will specifically document your progress in cultivation." Jem articulated the itinerary with great clarity. Kahn no longer inquired further. He now felt a sense of anticipation, hoping that those 10 criminals would instantly furnish him with a substantial measure of malevolence. Kahn pondered quietly as he followed Jimmu into an underground chamber. They traversed through 3 heavily guarded gates, arriving at a prison, where they ultimately halted before the entrance of a cell block overseen by a dozen naval officers. Upon stopping, Jimmu addressed Kahn, instructing him to release the prisoners one by one. Kahn glanced at the naval officers surrounding him, each poised with handcuffs, ready to spring into action. Thus, he proceeded to release the captives one by one. As he liberated each individual, the officers promptly restrained another. Before long, the sealed space of Kahn has been emptied. The Navy has thrown the captured pirates into the prison cells. As for the pirates, they neither struggled nor resisted. They were either completely unconscious or on the brink of death. Upon releasing the pirates, Jem turned to Kahn and said, "Follow me to another place to gather more people." Kahn hurriedly followed suit. They turned a couple of corners within the cell and arrived at the entrance of another room. Jimyu halted at the cell door, gesturing towards the interior, and inquired, "There are two inside. Shall I render them unconscious, or would you prefer to handle it yourself?" Kahn glanced into the cell. Inside, two individuals were secured by iron chains, their demeanor suggesting a lack of virtue. Their respective criminal scores stood at a notable 8,636 points, indicating a rather significant level of wrongdoing. Kahn was gazing at two pirates. One of the pirates glared at Kahn and exclaimed, "What are you staring at, brat?" Upon hearing this, Kahn's displeasure was palpable as he shot a glare at the audacious individual who had spoken. "How dare you be so arrogant? Just wait. I'll make you regret it." The pirate, who had been berated by Kahn, seethed with fury, struggling incessantly as the iron chains clanked ominously. Kahn, indifferent to the other party, directly inquired of Jim, "May I eliminate them?" Jim, at a loss for words, reflected on Kahn's unwavering loyalty to Akainu, noting how readily he resorted to violence. Such a ruthless character indeed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jim cleared his throat and suggested, "Allow me to handle this. You merely need to capture them. Once they have outlived their usefulness, they must be dispatched to the underwater prison." Kahn curled his lips, remaining silent. Jim did not waste any time either. After signaling the Marine on standby to open the cell door, he stepped inside and swiftly knocked out the two pirates with a couple of punches. Kahn observed with a degree of astonishment. Just moments ago, the fist of Jimyu was enveloped in a dark hue. That was the manifestation of armament hockey, exhibiting an exceptionally formidable strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for such fierce individuals to be rendered dazed by a mere punch. He remained in a state of surprise for a while. Kahn hurried into the cell, sealing away two criminals. Without wasting a moment, Jim accompanied Kahn to other cells, where they sealed another 8 offenders. The prisoners prepared for Kahn by the warring states possessed sin values predominantly ranging from 600, likely selected for their bounties of approximately 30 million. Although their sin values varied, the distinction lay in their temperaments. Some were particularly ferocious, while others exhibited a more tranquil demeanor. Thus, they secured a total of 10 individuals. Kahn followed Jimyu as he departed from the prison, and together they proceeded to the cafeteria at headquarters to partake in a meal. Subsequently, Jimyu escorted Kahn to the residential area, where he was assigned a small room in an apartment building for temporary accommodation. This arrangement allowed Kahn to rest in his quarters while awaiting further summons. Afterward, Jimyu took his leave. Kahn lay in his chamber, resting and reflecting on his encounter with Sengoku earlier that day, pondering whether he had left any vulnerabilities exposed. After some contemplation, he discerned that he had not revealed any significant weaknesses. The sole aspect that might raise Sengoku's suspicions was the fear exhibited by those he had judged. Should Sengoku uncover this detail, it would undoubtedly prompt doubt. However, Kahn had already informed Sengoku of his burgeoning abilities. If questioned in the future, he would attribute such prowess to an impending skill he was developing, carefully omitting the fact that he could absorb others' training experiences. This necessity for explanation stemmed from his current inadequacies. Had he possessed the strength of a vice admiral, no justification would have been required. Sengoku, being a sagacious individual, would refrain from pressuring a formidable adversary into revealing their secrets. After all, even the mightiest of warriors harbor hidden truths, much like Garp, who discreetly nurtured the son of Roger. After lying still for a while in his room, Kahn perused the Tome of Malevolence, casting glances at them. Judging them seemed premature at this moment. He resolved to delay such judgments until he had completed the trials of the Warring States period and begun his proper training. Lost in thought, time gradually slipped away. Around 1340, a knock resounded at the door. "Kahn, I have been sent by the marshal to escort you." Upon hearing this, he rose swiftly and exited. At the threshold stood a young soldier, who saluted Kahn and said, "Please, follow me." Kahn nodded. He followed the young soldiers to a modest training ground. Within the training area, no one was engaged in drills. Only a few staff members were present at the sidelines, tinkering with various machines. As Kahn entered the training grounds, a staff member approached him and presented 4 peculiar protective sleeves, saying, "Please don these. One for each hand and foot, to be worn around your thighs and upper arms. These devices will monitor the changes in your physical attributes during your training, allowing you to comprehend the extent of your enhanced cultivation speed." Upon hearing this, Kahn felt a sense of nostalgia. It was no surprise that the naval headquarters could procure such advanced technology. After a moment of reflection, he donned the equipment. Once Kahn was fully equipped, a staff member remarked, You may now commence your regular training, which will last for half an hour each session. We will be monitoring your progress." As he spoke, the staff member handed Kahn a dossier, stating, "This contains information regarding the inmates. Please inform us beforehand of whom you wish to train with." Kahn perused the documents, and indeed, they aligned with his expectations. All the individuals listed were criminals with bounties hovering around 30 million. The lowest reward was 23 million, while the highest reached 41 million. They were all quite similar. After reviewing the materials, Kahn comprehended the specific objective of the test, which was to ascertain with whom he could train to achieve the greatest increase in cultivation speed. With this understanding, he resolved that during the upcoming training session, he would train with individuals possessing low sin values at a cultivation speed of 1 to 3 times, while those with relatively high sin values would be trained at a speed of 3 to 5 times. In this manner, he could substantiate his previous assertion to Sengoku that individuals of questionable character could indeed expedite his cultivation process. As for cultivation speeds exceeding 5 times, they were currently unattainable due to the low strength of the 10 individuals. Unless Sengoku were to provide him with a few individuals possessing sin values surpassing 200,000, he would be unable to demonstrate the tenfold cultivation speed. He contemplated this carefully. Kahn returned the documents to the staff and remarked, "Then let us commence with that Cherokee." The staff accepted the materials, nodded, and replied, "Very well, you may begin your training." Kahn nodded thoughtfully. With a training speed doubled, he commenced his rigorous regimen. Sprinting across the training ground, he ran for 10 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of push-ups, and then executed a set of fundamental boxing techniques for another 10 minutes. After half an hour, he informed the staff of a change in the inmate, opting for a thrice-accelerated training pace. The training regimen remained consistent with the previous exercises, ensuring that the instrument's diagnostic results would be accurate. Each of the 10 inmates was required to undergo 5 hours of training in total. In the interim, Kahn rested for half an hour. By the time his test concluded, it was approximately 8 o'clock in the evening. The examination was complete. Kahn approached the training ground and inquired of the staff, "Has the testing concluded? I wish to have something to eat. I haven't had a morsel all afternoon." The staff member glanced at Kahn and nodded, "It is finished. You may return and rest. We shall inform the marshal of the results, and he will seek you out." Kahn nodded thoughtfully before turning gracefully to depart. The naval headquarters resembled a quaint town, replete with shops, taverns, and restaurants, embodying all the essential elements of a bustling community. Kahn left the training ground and smiled as he entered a restaurant, ordering some food. Meanwhile, in Admiral Sengoku's office, he received Kahn's training assessment results. After perusing the document for a while, he handed it to Tsuru, remarking, "The situation aligns closely with what he mentioned. Those prisoners can indeed assist him in accelerating his training speed. However, he has concealed a detail. His stamina does not deplete during training, likely a power granted by his devil fruit." Tsuru examined the information and smiled, responding, "It appears that way. Nevertheless, what he has hidden is not of great significance. Perhaps he has never given it much thought. After all, his training consists mainly of fundamental exercises, not high-intensity workouts. He may not even realize his boundless stamina." Sengoku nodded slightly, chuckling, "That is true. Now that we have confirmed this young man's abilities, we must devise a rigorous training regimen for him. Ideally, by next year, he should attain the rank of a vice admiral within our ranks." Tsuru returned the documents to Sengoku, stating, "His temperament is still somewhat unstable. Would it be wise to allow him to command troops after just a year of training?" Sengoku rubbed his head, admitting, "I understand, but we are currently short on personnel. Once he has honed his skills, he can operate independently. After all, in his pursuit of strength, he will not shirk from capturing pirates." Tsuru chuckled, "Indeed. His devil fruit is inherently designed for apprehending criminals. If we leave him to his devices, he will undoubtedly strive to excel." Sengoku shook his head, reflecting, "The capabilities of devil fruits are truly diverse." After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Tsuru, saying, "In the next few days, I will establish a stringent training plan for him. Please liaise with the underwater prison to select the most dangerous criminals available for Kahn's training." Tsuru glanced at Sengoku and inquired, "What about those on the 6th level?" Sengoku hesitated briefly before shaking his head. "It would be best not to involve them. They are far too brutal. If even one were to escape, it would pose a significant problem. Let us select training resources from levels 1 to 5 instead." Tsuru nodded in agreement. "Understood. I will make the arrangements." Sengoku surveyed the documents on the table, smiling as he remarked, "I never anticipated we would discover such a promising talent. I hope he does not disappoint our expectations." Suru responded coolly, he likely will not. His hatred for pirates seems genuine. He has eliminated nearly 300 of them. Moreover, even if he were to betray us, his pursuit of strength would drive him to capture pirates. With the abilities granted by his devil fruit, he is destined to remain an adversary of pirates throughout his life. Sengoku nodded, contemplating the unique powers of the devil fruit that made Kahn worthy of thorough development. Regarding betrayal, he felt the likelihood was low. Kahn's willingness to aid injured sailors indicated he possessed a sense of right and wrong. The Navy had nurtured him, and he would surely cherish that bond. After a moment of thought, Sengoku stored away Kahn's assessment documents and began to consider how best to train him. Observing this, Suru departed to attend to her own matters. Kahn was indulging in a meal when Harry unexpectedly approached and took a seat beside him. "Hey there, has the test concluded?" Kahn looked at Harry with curiosity and inquired. "Master, why are you not resting at such a late hour?" Harry chuckled softly and replied, "Where do we find the luxury of leisure like you? Tomorrow we embark once again. The sea is far from tranquil, and we have no time to rest." Kahn sighed with a sense of regret, exclaiming, "What a pity. I feel I should continue accompanying you. Those pirates are truly a waste." Harry shot Kahn an exasperated glance, retorting, "You, my friend, are you lacking in pirates to hone your skills back at headquarters?" Kahn scoffed, "Pirates are indeed lacking, yet I doubt the Marshal would permit me to eliminate them. It vexes me that such scum remains beyond my reach." Upon hearing Kahn's words, Harry placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Focus on your training. I believe Admiral Sengoku will recognize your potential. Once your training is complete, opportunities to capture pirates will abound." Kahn placed the food down, shaking his head with a sigh. "Even with the enhancement in my cultivation speed, it is quite challenging to stand on my own. I doubt I will make significant progress in a year or two. Considering my innate talent for cultivation is not particularly exceptional, perhaps my cultivation speed, even with the acceleration ability, is akin to that of a genius like Admiral Akainu, who possesses no such enhancement." Harry remained speechless. Indeed, individuals like Akainu, with extraordinary talent, have always cultivated at an astonishing pace from a young age. Kahn possesses the ability of fruit, yet if his innate talent is lacking, he may swiftly encounter a bottleneck. At that juncture, should he find himself unable to advance, he might languish at the rank of Rear Admiral for a lifetime. After a brief silence, Harry patted Kahn on the shoulder, saying, "All right, stop your lamentations. The fact that we have attained the rank of Rear Admiral is already commendable. Just look at our naval headquarters. There are only about 200 Rear Admirals. Should you achieve that rank, you would be considered a senior officer within the Navy." Kahn curled his lip, remarking, "A lieutenant general? A high-ranking officer? I perceive them merely as cannon fodder. If one is to embark on a venture, it should be with the ambition of becoming a general. What significance does a lieutenant general hold?" Harry delivered a light smack to Kahn's head and retorted, "You little rascal, you're putting on airs. Do you truly disdain lieutenant generals? Even Admiral Akainu holds the rank of lieutenant general. Do you look down upon him as well?" Kahn's expression turned serious. "It is different. Admiral Akainu's strength is already at the level of a general. He simply lacks the rank of one. I believe that within a year's time, Admiral Akainu will undoubtedly attain the title of general." "You only know how to flatter Admiral Akainu," Harry quipped, rolling his eyes at Kahn. Rising from his seat, he added, "I won't bother with you any longer. I have matters to attend to, so I shall return. Focus on your training. I shall await your graduation from the training camp." Upon witnessing Harry's departure, Kahn remained contemplative. Kahn settled the bill and departed alongside Harry. As he followed Kahn on the journey back to the residential area, they engaged in conversation for a while longer. Eventually, at the last intersection, they bid farewell and parted ways, returning to their respective homes to rest. After lying down to rest, Kahn glanced over the 10 criminals. Ultimately, he refrained from interrogating them. After all, they were merely pirates with a bounty of 30 million. Their cultivation experience held little significance for him. There was no necessity to jeopardize his ability to extract confessions for such trivial knowledge. Once he spent some time in the Navy training camp, revealing his capabilities would pose no issue. By then, Sengoku would seek to win him over rather than create trouble for him. After contemplating for a while, he contentedly closed his eyes to rest. The following day, Kahn arrived at the port, bidding farewell to Akainu and Harry as they departed. Subsequently, he devoted the entirety of his day to rigorous training at the training grounds. The following 2 days mirrored the first, characterized by relentless practice. On the morning of the 4th day, as he had just risen, a soldier knocked at his door, exclaiming, "Kahn, the Marshal requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Kahn promptly rose to his feet, tidied himself up, and made his way to Admiral Sengoku's office, where his naval companions awaited him. As he entered, he noticed Crane was also present. He hastily saluted, "Good day, Marshal." "Good day, General Crane." Sengoku glanced at Kahn and gestured for him to approach, saying, "We have arranged your training plan. It is time for you to commence your formal training." Kahn was taken aback, gazing at Sengoku with confusion. "Excuse me, Marshal, I heard from my master that I might be training at Admiral Zephyr's training camp. Why do you imply that I should remain here at headquarters for my training?" Sengoku calmly replied, "Your abilities are unique and require frequent access to prisoners. The distance to Zephyr's location poses logistical challenges for transporting convicts. Therefore, I have decided to send you to the underwater prison for your development, where it will be more convenient." The underwater prison? Kahn's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and he could hardly suppress the drool at the corners of his mouth. The underwater prison, a notorious haven for criminals, appeared to him as a sacred ground for cultivation. If he could interrogate the formidable beings within that abyssal stronghold, his training experience might surpass that of the Warring States period, potentially elevating him to the rank of a general. Observing Kahn's exuberance, Warring States cleared his throat and remarked, "Let us first review your training regimen. Should you fail to adhere to the program I have outlined, I shall have no choice but to withdraw you from the underwater prison." Kahn regained his composure and glanced at the materials before him. Without hesitation, he approached for a closer inspection. The more he examined, the darker his expression became. It was evident that Sengoku regarded him as less than human. This training regimen seemed designed to push him to the brink of exhaustion. His daily routine consisted of a mere 5 hours dedicated to eating and sleeping, while the remaining hours were consumed by grueling training sessions, the intensity of which would only escalate in tandem with his growing strength. Reflecting on his recent training, the disparity between his previous regimen and the one devised by Sengoku was akin to the chasm separating kindergarten from university. Upon completing his review of the training plan, Kahn cast a glance at Sengoku and remarked, "Commander, are you intent on bringing about my demise?" Sengoku, maintaining his composure, replied, "You, my lad, should realize that when training with prisoners, you do not expend any physical energy. I see no issue with this training regimen. Aren't you eager to set sail and capture pirates? If you can endure this year's training, I shall promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral, granting you the freedom to pursue pirates at your leisure." Unexpectedly, the notion that my training does not deplete my energy was something I understood better than Sengoku. I had been somewhat careless during yesterday's assessment. I ought to have taken a break from using the sin value to train, allowing my stamina to diminish somewhat. However, judging by Sengoku's demeanor, it appeared he was not inclined to hold this against me. I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Kahn contemplated silently and solemnly saluted Sengoku, declaring, "As long as I can grow stronger, I implore you, Marshal, to train me relentlessly. I shall harbor no grievances." Sengoku cast a satisfied glance at Kahn and replied, "Very well, I shall not hold back. Tomorrow, someone will escort you to the underwater prison for your training. You are to follow their guidance. They are the professionals in this endeavor." "Understood." Kahn responded affirmatively, then coughed lightly before inquiring of Sengoku, "Marshal, will it be problematic if I inadvertently eliminate a few pirates during my training?" Sengoku shot Kahn a sharp look, stating, "You are there to train. The fate of the pirates will be judged by others, so do not concern yourself with that. Now go and rest." Kahn sighed helplessly as he saluted Sengoku and took his leave. Once he departed, Sengoku turned to Crane and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" After a moment of contemplation, Crane replied, "Based on my observations over the past few days, his disposition is quite cheerful. He does not seem to be a bad person. However, he does exhibit an obsession with eliminating pirates, likely stemming from the trauma of witnessing his parents' murder at their hands during his childhood." Sengoku pondered this for a while, then sighed. As long as he is not of a malicious nature, he is worth nurturing. The Navy is in dire need of personnel at this moment. Let us arrange for him to begin training tomorrow. I hope he can achieve something remarkable. Crane nodded in agreement and exited Sengoku's office. Kahn ceased his training. For tomorrow he would embark on a grueling regimen, leaving no time for respite. As he wandered around the naval headquarters, he encountered no familiar faces. It appeared that those renowned individuals were merely minor players at this juncture, not yet gracing the naval headquarters with their presence. His contemporaries, such as Smoker and Tina, were still ordinary sailors undergoing training. As for Akiji and Kizaru, the latter had ascended to the rank of admiral, while Akiji, like Akainu, held the rank of vice admiral. In summary, Amidst the naval headquarters, he found himself surrounded by unfamiliar faces, save for Sengoku, Suru, and Akainu. After spending the entire day exploring the headquarters, Kahn returned home for dinner and rest. Lying in bed, he contemplated the forthcoming visit to the underwater prison, his excitement palpable. Sengoku would not permit him to act recklessly. However, he had no intentions of being compliant. The notorious value of the underwater prison was a target he must seize. Yet, he resolved to exercise patience for the time being, as his current strength was inadequate. Should he attract trouble, Sengoku would undoubtedly seek him out. Once he attained the might of a vice admiral, any mischief he caused would be inconsequential, as Sengoku would not pursue him over trivial matters. With these thoughts, a smile graced his lips as he drifted into slumber. A night passed, and at 8 in the morning Kahn arrived at the port, awaiting the arrival of his instructor. As he had been informed yesterday by the warring states, he reached the port at 7:20. At precisely 8 o'clock, a stern-faced middle-aged man approached Kahn and said, "You must be Kahn. I am your instructor, Heishui. You will train under my guidance for the next year, and only when you can defeat me will you graduate." Heishui exuded an aura of strictness, as his countenance was clearly marked by an unwavering demeanor. Kahn saluted after glancing at Blackwater, saying, "Greetings, Blackwater instructor. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Blackwater, exhibiting a demeanor of indifference, turned towards the port and declared, "Let us depart. It is time to set sail." Kahn muttered to himself, "How arrogant. Once I have you at my mercy, I shall interrogate you thoroughly." Kahn gazed at the over 400,000 points of malevolence in the dark waters, feeling quite displeased as he silently grumbled to himself. Kahn continued to accompany Blackwater. Boarding the warship docked at the port. As soon as they stepped aboard, the vessel set sail, heading towards the Gate of Justice. The journey from the naval headquarters to the underwater prison via the exclusive passage of the world government would take no more than an hour and a half. Leaving them with little time on the ship, Kahn boarded the ship and stood at the bow to rest. Upon arriving at the grand gates of justice, he could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of those who constructed such an imposing entrance. A door of this magnitude could scarcely be erected by human effort alone. It was highly likely that a user of the devil fruit was responsible for its creation. After a moment of reflection, the warship entered the swirling currents within the gates of justice. Once caught in the whirlpool, the vessel was effortlessly propelled forward, reaching the next set of gates in less than 50 minutes. As they sailed through the political gateway, Kahn could discern the outline of the underwater prison just under a kilometer ahead. 8 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the underwater penitentiary. The warship came to a halt, and Kahn recognized a familiar figure from the narrative, the vice warden of the underwater prison, Magellan, a user of the poison fruit. Magellan, still quite youthful, greeted them with a cold demeanor, stating, "The marshal has already informed me of your situation. Someone will assist you, so do not seek me out unnecessarily." His tone was decidedly unfriendly, and without further ado, he turned and departed, leaving 2 prison guards to escort Kahn and his companions inside. Magellan's attitude was far from cordial. Kahn is indeed capable of understanding. It is likely that he harbors a disdain for outsiders, perceiving the underwater prison as his personal training ground. After all, Magellan treats the underwater prison as his own abode. When others come to train in his domain, it would be a miracle if he were in a good mood. Therefore, Kahn observed Magellan's departure in silence before following Blackwater into the depths of the underwater prison. 2 guards escorted them to the threshold of a chamber, where one of them addressed Blackwater, saying, "My lord, this shall be your sanctuary for rest. Rest assured, all provisions will be delivered here punctually henceforth." Upon finishing, the guard produced a set of keys and handed them to Blackwater. These keys grant access to the cells from the 1st to the 5th floor. They are now entrusted to your care. Blackwater accepted the keys and dismissed the 2 guards with a wave of his hand. He then turned to Kahn and inquired, "Are the 10 sealed criminals sufficient for your day of cultivation?" Kahn shook his head, declaring, "No, their energy has already been depleted by me." Blackwater cast a glance at Kahn and snorted coldly, "Your previous training was merely a waste of time. From now on, I shall impose rigorous training upon you. Should you choose to defect, do not blame me for being merciless." Kahn smiled faintly, stating, "I have reviewed the training plan. Once I give my word, I shall not waver." Heishi scoffed, "I hope you adhere to your promise. I will show no mercy. Let us proceed to the 5th floor and capture some pirates to provide you with the necessary energy." Upon hearing this, Kahn's interest was immediately piqued. "Then let us set forth. I can hardly contain my eagerness." Blackwater, without a moment's hesitation, bypassed the lounge, and led Kahn directly to the 5th level of the prison. During their journey, Kahn casually surveyed the surroundings. The development mirrored that of the storyline, diminishing his interest. The two proceeded onward, arriving at the 5th level of the frozen abyss. Blackwater located several prisons still inhabited by the living, forcefully opened the doors, and swiftly incapacitated those individuals, subsequently instructing Kahn to seal them away. Kahn was utterly exhilarated this time. The 5th level of the undersea prison was indeed extraordinary. The average crime value hovered around 50,000, with the highest individual boasting an astounding 246,000, the highest he had encountered thus far. There were others with crime values in the tens and 20s of thousands, all clustered together. Following closely behind Blackwater, Kahn couldn't help but grin broadly. As for the identities of those pirates, he had no interest in discovering. After all, they were strangers to him, and he had no desire to delve into their backgrounds. His sole focus was on sealing them away and absorbing their crime values. After an hour and a half, Blackwater led Kahn to harvest a third of the inmates from the 5th level, finally filling Kahn's sealing space to capacity. When Kahn declared that the seal was full, Blackwater unapologetically addressed him. "Then let us depart. Your training officially begins now. First, you must run 100 laps around the 4th level within 4 hours, maintaining a speed of 6 seconds per 100 meters. Should you fall behind, I shall show no mercy." As he spoke, a shadow flickered in Blackwater's hand, manifesting into a black whip. He gazed at Kahn and remarked, "This is the whip of agony. Striking you will not cause injury, but the pain will be excruciating. I sincerely hope you do not compel me to use it on you." Kahn's expression twitched slightly. He gazed upon the black whip wielded by the dark sailor, sensing that it was undoubtedly a manifestation of a devil fruit ability. Either the sailor had consumed a devil fruit or the whip had fused with one. In the depths of the undersea prison, on the 4th level, in the Red Lotus Hell, the prisoners confined in this tier bore witness to a scene of unimaginable brutality today. The sheer ferocity of it rendered their daily toil akin to a mere holiday. The new prisoner, subjected to the lash, endured a fate so dire that his piercing cries of anguish caused a chill to run through the hearts of the other inmates. Ultimately, they turned their backs to the wall, pretending they had neither seen nor heard the wretched screams of that unfortunate soul. That wretched individual was, of course, Kahn. At the onset of his confinement, when he had sealed away the pirate and commenced his training, he faced no significant issues. After all, the training had not required much physical exertion. Thus, during the initial hour, he sprinted with great vigor, feeling remarkably composed. However, after running for over an hour, fatigue began to set in, causing his speed to diminish, and he was met with a lash from the Blackwater. The sting of that whip penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. As Kahn hastened his pace, a mournful cry escaped his lips. After that lash, he dared not slacken his efforts and ran with all his might. Yet, his mental fortitude could not be sustained indefinitely. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual on Earth, and maintaining unwavering concentration proved exceedingly challenging. Every 10 minutes or so, he endured another lash from the dark waters. The agony compelled him to scream in torment while he cursed the inhumanity of the dark waters, exhausting every derogatory term he could conjure. Ultimately, he could bear it no longer and decided to confront the dark waters with all his might. However, he was swiftly subdued, pressed to the ground, and met with a brutal 100 lashes. The continuous, anguished wails shattered his voice. Yet, the dark waters showed no mercy, relentlessly forcing him to continue running. In the end, he could only rise, begrudgingly resuming his run until he had completed 4 arduous hours. Following that, he faced another grueling 8 hours of training. During this span, he received over 100 additional lashes. Ultimately, his throat was rendered hoarse, and he could only glare defiantly at the dark waters while enduring the training in silent frustration. Kahn's training concluded. He returned to his resting place and fell asleep almost instantly. At that moment, he had no inclination to ponder the extent of his strength's enhancement. All he desired was slumber. His body was not weary, yet his mind was exceedingly fatigued. The torment inflicted by the whip was excruciating, akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. He rested for 4 hours. Kahn was abruptly roused by a whip from Blackwater. Now fully awake, Kahn glared at Blackwater and exclaimed, "Isn't it my time to rest?" Blackwater, showing no mercy, retorted, "Get up and train immediately, or I shall continue to whip you." Kahn was filled with frustration. However, realizing he could not contend with the Blackwater, he begrudgingly rose to join the training session. The harsh regimen of training resumed. Kahn, unable to best Blackwater, could only endure the torment of relentless training. 2 days later, at 9 in the morning, Kahn continued to run while muttering in frustration. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated, announcing that the accumulation of evil points had reached 1 million. The pool of sin was now accessible. Upon entering the pool, a criminal's strength would diminish in accordance with the amount of evil points they possessed, and those with 0 evil points would be barred from entry. The host could enter the pool of sin to extract the evil points from the criminal's body, thereby enhancing physical strength at the cost of 100 points per minute. The judgment of sin would aid in increasing his cultivation experience, while the pool of sin would bolster his bodily strength. Together, these benefits offered an effortless means of augmenting power. However, it remained uncertain whether the physical strength gained from the pool, using the same evil points, would surpass that which he had cultivated through his own efforts. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as he was struck by a whip from that scoundrel in the black water, snapping him back to reality. Kahn uttered a curse and quickened his pace. As for the pool of sin, he resolved to wait until the evening's respite to conduct his experiment. He initially cast 9 criminals into the pool of sin, allowing it to absorb their malevolent essence, thus preparing for his trials later that night. The pool of sin could accommodate 9 individuals at once. The criminals he had cast in would lose 100 points of malevolence each minute, and their strength was diminishing at an alarming rate. Kahn observed for a while as he trained, then ceased to concern himself with it further. He continued with his practice, enduring the lash of the dark waters until the early hours of dawn. Before retreating to his room to rest, Kahn reclined and eagerly opened the Book of Sin, revealing a newly added page. This edition was none other than the Pool of Transgressions. Kahn glanced at the 2 characters enter on the page and gently tapped on them. In an instant, Kahn felt the sensation of his body and swiftly plunged into a hot spring, enveloped by its soothing waters. After a moment of relaxation, he regained his composure and reflected upon the cultivation effects bestowed upon him by the Pool of Sin. Upon this contemplation, a slight frown emerged upon his brow. The consumption of 100 points of sin value per minute yielded only modest gains in strength, insufficient when compared to the enhancements achieved through his training in the black water. Nevertheless, it surpassed the improvements he experienced during his foundational training, approximately doubling his strength. It appeared that he could not afford to be complacent. He must persist with the black water training to conserve his sin value. The potential of the pool of sin was currently beyond his reach. In the future, when his sin value accumulates, he could consider utilizing this resource for a more leisurely approach. Having tested the pool of sin, he remained contemplative. Kahn momentarily lost considerable interest. Although the relentless extraction by Blackwater tormented him to the brink of despair, it is undeniable that training under their supervision was the most efficient means of advancement. This, indeed, was the reason for his perseverance. Had he been subjected to such torment without any enhancement of his strength, he would have sought an escape long ago. He set aside the matters concerning the pool of sin. Kahn's harrowing training persisted. As days turned into weeks, the inmates and guards of the underwater prison transformed their initial sympathy for Kahn into profound admiration. This reverence arose from their observation of Kahn's burgeoning prowess, which was evident as his strength escalated daily. The intensity of the training administered by Blackwater became increasingly rigorous, while the frequency of Kahn's beatings diminished, leading even the most obtuse to recognize his rapid advancement in power. However, despite the admiration, none were willing to endure the grueling regimen that Kahn faced. Even Magellan and Shiryu, upon witnessing the ordeal, recoiled from the notion of undergoing such brutal and terrifying training. It was simply beyond human endurance. On November 8, 1499, in the frozen hellish forest of the 5th level of the underwater prison, the scene unfolded. Kahn wielded a pitch-black longsword, engaged in combat with Blackwater amidst the fiery depths of the magma inferno, while Magellan, Shiryu, and several guards observed from the periphery. Shiryu, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Magellan inquired, his gaze fixed on the fierce struggle between Kahn and Blackwater. Shiryu, puffing on a cigarette, scoffed disdainfully. If only I could possess his devil fruit, I would be the chief now, and he would be nothing but a worthless fool. Magellan cast a surprised glance at Shiryu, exclaiming, I cannot believe you harbor feelings of jealousy. Shiryu's expression darkened. I feel it is a shame for that devil fruit to be in his possession. His talent does not merit such a power. It should belong to someone more gifted. After all, the Navy already has a vice admiral. Magellan chuckled softly, aware that Shiryu's words were rooted in envy, masked by his stubbornness. Shaking his head, he remarked, I believe he has performed admirably. Despite being thoroughly thrashed last month, he has persevered, which indicates he possesses some talent. An admiral cannot simply escape. Shiryu remained unimpressed, convinced that Kahn was indeed a failure. He mused that if he were granted Kahn's abilities, he would easily overpower Magellan. Meanwhile, above the magma pool, Kahn and Blackwater danced through the air, engaged in their fierce duel. Their confrontation had persisted for a grueling 3.5 hours, and both combatants had nearly exhausted their stamina. Their garments, once intact, were now tattered and scorched by the relentless magma, leaving them both in a state of utter disarray. After another 10 minutes of fierce engagement, Kahn took 2 steps back and, gazing at Blackwater with a sense of arrogance, proclaimed, "Blackwater, you foolish bird, today marks the moment I shall vanquish you, you imbecile. Allow me to demonstrate the most formidable sword technique I have just comprehended." Blackwater, looking at Kahn with composure, replied, "Then let me witness your prowess." Kahn's expression shifted, his demeanor turning serious. A powerful gust of wind erupted around him, accompanied by flickering flashes of lightning. The tempestuous winds and thunderous strikes coalesced into a singular force, the thunderous gale's sword, wind and thunder flash. With a fierce roar, Kahn vanished in an instant. In a mere half-second, he appeared before Blackwater, delivering a powerful strike to his chest with a sword. The impact sent Blackwater hurtling backwards, crashing into the wall. As he flew, his body was enveloped in swirling blades of wind and crackling lightning, incessantly slicing and shocking him, leaving him with no surplus strength to resist the force of the impact. Consequently, Blackwater was embedded into the wall. After being embedded, Blackwater let out a furious shout, seemingly summoning a surge of power that shattered the encasing winds and lightning, allowing him to leap out from the wall. At that moment, Blackwater was in a dire state. His arms bore 2 deep gashes, nearly exposing the bone, and numerous smaller wounds marred his body. The scars on his arms were the result of his attempts to block Kahn's sword. Had it not been for the formidable resilience of his armament hockey, his limbs would have been severed. Emerging from the wall, Blackwater examined the wounds on his arms and turned to face Kahn, who hovered in midair, and said with a hint of recognition, "Well done, you may graduate now." Upon hearing this, Kahn curled his lips and descended back to the ground. Meanwhile, Magellan, witnessing the conclusion of the battle, arranged for 2 doctors to attend to Heshuei's injuries. He approached Kahn with a smile and said, "Young man, you are finally free. Are you preparing to return to headquarters tomorrow?" Kahn cast a glance at Magellan and smirked. "What? Are you not pleased to have me stay?" Magellan responded candidly, "Indeed. You've managed to eliminate nearly 1,000 inmates. You've exceeded our annual death quota. When it comes time to write the report next year, our director will undoubtedly face reprimand." Upon hearing this, Kahn scoffed, "A bunch of pirates, they die and come back. What's there to be concerned about?" Magellan shot Kahn a disdainful glance. "You reckless brat. Of course, you wouldn't care since you bear no responsibility. However, the director holds that burden. We must uphold the director's dignity. You, young man, should just pack your bags and leave tomorrow." The notion of departing was utterly implausible. He had yet to explore the 6th level of the underwater prison. Over 2 months prior, he had amassed 10 million points of wickedness, granting him the new ability known as the Judgment Eye. With this power over the captured criminals, he could perceive their entire array of abilities. Moreover, he had the capacity to expend wickedness points to extract their powers, thereby augmenting his own strength. This included the abilities derived from the devil fruits. His initial training plan aimed for him to ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral within a year. However, the advent of the Judgment Eye accelerated his progress significantly. Naturally, the consumption of wickedness points was concurrently escalating. He had already drained the wickedness points from the prisoners on levels 1 to 5, leaving him with merely 47 individuals whose wickedness points exceeded 500,000. These prisoners could only yield over 60,000 wickedness points daily, which was far from sufficient to meet Kahn's daily expenditure. Astonishingly, among these 47, 32 individuals would soon be fully depleted within a month or 2, leaving him with no prisoners to capture and thus stalling his own advancement. Currently, his strength was akin to that of an elite rear admiral, proficient in martial arts, observation hockey, armament hockey, swordsmanship, and marksmanship, making him a versatile contender. However, he refrained from revealing his mastery in martial arts and observation hockey, as his swordsmanship and armament hockey had already progressed too swiftly. Should he display proficiency in observation hockey, martial arts, and marksmanship, the world government might begin to suspect the legitimacy of his abilities. Therefore, during his battles with Blackwater, he never utilized observation hockey, martial arts, or marksmanship, relying solely on swordsmanship and armament hockey for an entire month. With such formidable prowess came substantial consumption. Over 108 days, he extracted more than 50 million wickedness points. Of this amount, approximately 10 million was spent training with Blackwater, while over 40 million was utilized to extract the abilities of prisoners, including armament hockey, observation hockey, marksmanship, swordsmanship, and martial arts. Consequently, by the time he defeated Blackwater, he had exhausted all the wickedness points he had acquired. As for the ability to extract other strengths through the Judgment Eye, that remained a closely guarded secret, for he had eliminated all those from whom he had extracted abilities. To further conceal this matter, he deliberately killed a few prisoners for sport, resulting in nearly 1,000 prisoners perishing within 108 days. As for the abilities derived from the devil fruits, he had never extracted them, mindful that doing so would imbue him with the inherent weakness of being vulnerable to seawater. He had no desire to possess such a flaw. Thus he dismissed the notion of extracting devil fruit abilities altogether. Kahn was lost in thought when Heishui approached him, stating, "Your strength has nearly matched mine. Tomorrow, you may return to report to the marshal." Kahn shot a glare at Heishui, declaring, "What do you mean by similar? I have already triumphed over you. I am unequivocally superior. Do not flatter yourself." Heishui cast a sidelong glance at Kahn, scoffing, "If it were a fight to the death, do you truly believe you could best me?" The eternally sullen Heishui surprisingly displayed an expression, piquing Kahn's interest as he remarked, "You are actually angry. It seems you are unwilling to accept your defeat." Heishui's countenance darkened once more as he turned to leave, stating, "I shall report to the marshal. Do as you please. I shall no longer concern myself with you." With that, Heishui departed. Kahn curled his lips and remarked to Magellan, "Did you see that? He must be feeling defiant. That old fellow has been lecturing me for 2 months. This is his retribution." Magellan gazed at Kahn in silence, saying, "Young man, he has devoted himself to your guidance. It is one thing not to express gratitude, but why must you utter such scornful words?" Kahn's expression darkened, and he scoffed, "The moment I lay eyes on his face, I am reminded of the humiliation I endured while he trampled upon me, wielding a whip. Such indignity is unbearable. I can only find solace in the thought of him being subjected to a similar lesson, or else I shall never grant him my forgiveness." Magellan remained speechless. Reflecting on his own predicament, he realized that should he be subjected to such torment, he too would find it exceedingly difficult to forgive. After a moment of contemplation, Magellan sighed, "Very well, let us proceed to the chief, and make arrangements for your departure." "Departure?" Kahn's expression shifted to seriousness as he spoke to Magellan. "It is still premature to leave. I have yet to exhaust the energy of 47 pirates sealed within the space. I intend to wait for another 2 months until their energy is completely depleted before departing. Otherwise, returning them in 2 months would be exceedingly troublesome." Magellan replied as he walked, "That matter is beyond my jurisdiction. You should discuss it with the warden. If the warden permits, then you may remain." The current warden of the underwater prison, Impelled Down, is a man known only as Pooh, whose true name remains a mystery, always donning a mask. He possesses an astonishingly high crime value of 432 million, marking him as a formidable figure. Both Magellan and Shiryu exhibit profound respect towards Pooh, attesting to his strength. Pooh's personality is somewhat enigmatic. Kahn spent 108 days in the underwater prison, only making an appearance during his first battle against Blackwater. After that, he did not reappear. Meanwhile, Kahn was engrossed in his training and did not seek out his opponent, remaining alongside Magellan. Kahn entered the director's office. He saluted the masked director, saying, "Good day, director." The director glanced at Kahn and remarked, "Blackwater has already come here to brief me on the situation. You may leave tomorrow. Though it seems you are rather reluctant to depart." Kahn chuckled lightly and said, "Well, Chief, my abilities are exceptionally useful here. I wonder if I might be allowed to stay for an additional 2 months, as I still have the energy of 47 inmates yet to be utilized." Pooh remained silent for a moment before responding calmly, "I suspect you are particularly interested in the inmates on the 6th floor." Kahn paid no heed to this. He chuckled lightly, treating it as a response. Pooh observed this with a faint tone and remarked, "The prisoners on the 6th floor are not to be trifled with. Any attempt to engage with them requires the marshal's consent." Upon hearing this, Kahn hurriedly said, "Director, could you assist me in contacting the marshal?" Pooh glanced at Kahn, produced a small communication device, and tossed it to him, saying, "You may speak with the marshal directly. He is open to discussion on any matter." Kahn answered the intercom and promptly pressed the switch. "Brew, brew." The phone rang for 10 seconds before Sengoku's voice echoed through. "What is it now? Did we not just speak moments ago?" Kahn cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Marshal, it's me, Kahn." Sengoku fell silent for a moment before retorting, "You cheeky rascal. You must be hoping to remain in the underwater prison, am I right? Let me make it abundantly clear that this is utterly impossible. I have invested tremendous effort in nurturing you, and it was not for the purpose of frivolity." The marshal's remark carried a peculiar tone. Upon hearing this, Kahn immediately grasped the implication. He smirked and said, "Marshal, if you have a request, please be straightforward. There is no need for this cryptic manner." The warring states, unfazed, coughed lightly twice and calmly replied, "Your training mission has concluded. If you wish for us to continue providing you with training resources at no cost, that is simply untenable. It is time for you to commence your duties." What a scoundrel the warring states was, expecting him to start working now, showing no sense of conscience at all. Kahn, after a moment of private lament, expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Marshal, even the naval recruits undergo 6 months of training before they are deployed, and I have only had 3 months." To which the calm and composed warring states replied, "While they may train for half a year, they have merely consumed half a year's worth of provisions. In your brief 3 months of training, nearly 1,000 of our prisoners have perished. Hurry back to work. Our navy is about to commence the eradication of the pirates on the Grand Line. Return swiftly to assist, and with notable achievements, you may select any criminal you desire." Upon hearing this, Kahn was rendered speechless. With the matter at this point, he found it impossible to refuse any further. He cleared his throat twice and said, "Well, Marshal, before my departure, may I capture 100 inmates from level 6 for my training? Surely, that should not pose a problem." Upon hearing this, Zhanghua erupted in anger. "You and that insufferable brat, do not overreach. Every single inmate at level 6 is a terrorist. The emergence of even one would spell trouble. You dare to wish for 100? Do not even entertain such thoughts." Kahn immediately remarked, "Those 80. The warring states fell into silence. Kahn then remarked, "Those 60. In response, the warring states furiously retorted, "Get lost." Kahn remained undeterred, insisting, 50 will suffice, won't it?" The warring states side fell silent, and after a considerable pause, they finally retorted, "We can grant you a mere 10. Beyond that, it is utterly impossible. If you wish to claim credit in the future, you must earn it yourself." "Only 10? Kahn exclaimed, clearly dissatisfied. The warring states responded calmly, "Enough of your prattle. If you don't even manage to secure 10, return to me by morning and deliver the phone bug to Pooh. I have matters to discuss with him. 10 is certainly better than none." Kahn curled his lips and handed the phone bug to Pooh. Upon receiving the device, Pooh relayed the message from Zhanghua, "Select 10 prisoners for that kid, but refrain from choosing those of a restricted level. Do you comprehend my intent?" Pooh replied nonchalantly, "Understood." Zhanghua then stated, "Very well. Ensure that the lad is returned to me by tomorrow." "All right," Pooh responded before hanging up. Turning to Magellan, he instructed, "Take him to the 6th floor and secure 10 prisoners, avoiding anyone marked as number 30. Magellan nodded, smiling as he addressed Kahn. "Let us proceed, young one. I shall escort you below." After Kahn paid his respects to Pooh, he followed Magellan down to the 6th level underground. The 6th level, how many formidable figures reside there? Perhaps the Golden Lion Shiki still lingers. He was only apprehended last year. The World Destroyer Wald seems to be present as well. Additionally, the Red Count is likely among them. As for Blackbeard's subordinates, there is a dearth of information in his memory regarding them. It is probable that some have also been captured, but their identities remain unknown. Other familiar faces like Barrett, Crocodile, and Jean Bay are still roaming the seas. As for the 4 emperors, currently, only Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom wield significant power, while red-haired Shanks appears to be merely a minor player. Kahn pondered as he followed Magellan into the 6th underground level. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he regained his senses and exclaimed, "Magellan, before you select someone, allow me to take a glimpse at those legendary pirates. I am quite intrigued by them." Magellan replied as he walked, "You foolish lad, capturing them is an impossible feat. They are capable of overwhelming even the commander, let alone you." Kahn chuckled softly. His current strength was at best comparable to that of Doflamingo 2 decades hence, rendering it nearly impossible for him to incapacitate formidable figures such as the Golden Lion or the Red Count. However, subduing Blackbeard's crew should pose no significant challenge. After his brief laughter, Kahn addressed Magellan, expressing his desire to experience the wonders of the world, assuring him that he would frequently visit to support their business, promising to bring delightful treats on his future visits. Kahn is likely to visit frequently, as Magellan is well aware. Kahn's exceptional abilities render him highly suitable for transporting prisoners. Furthermore, even if he were not engaged in prisoner transport, he would still come often for his cultivation. Given his regular visits, it is essential to foster a good relationship. Magellan smiled and said, "Since you're here, let me take you to see it. The top-tier masters from the world of One Piece." Kahn was indeed deeply intrigued, particularly by their devil fruits. He himself had no desire to consume a devil fruit. However, he could bestow its powers upon his subordinates. The ability of the Judgment Eye, which could be extracted from others, manifested as a luminous orb. Not only could he utilize it for himself, but he could also grant its use to others. In the future, he contemplated nurturing his subordinates to assist in capturing pirates while he leisurely collected sin points. The mere thought of it brought him comfort. Yet, at present, this ability must remain concealed. He would wait until he acquired the strength of an admiral. Only then could he reveal his powers without fear of the world government seeking to eliminate him. Currently, his strength was somewhat lacking. Should the Navy mobilize their full might, he could potentially face grave danger. He pondered these matters deeply. Kahn followed Magellan deep into the heart of the prison. As they traversed the dimly lit corridors, the inmates peered from their cells, their eyes filled with curiosity, wondering who the new arrival was. However, upon recognizing Magellan and Kahn, their interest swiftly waned. Presuming that Magellan was merely escorting a rookie on patrol, they continued their journey through the 6th level for a time. Kahn finally encountered a familiar figure, the formidable subordinate of Blackbeard, the colossal warship Saint Juan, the evil wolf. His physique was indeed immense, occupying an entire cell by himself. Subsequently, he also spotted the Barrel, the Tyrant King, and the Nine-Tailed Fox. These 4 individuals were undeniably ruthless criminals, each possessing a malevolent score exceeding 2 million. Notably, the colossal warship Saint Juan, the evil wolf, bore a staggering crime value of 863 million, prompting Kahn to feel an overwhelming urge to seal him away. Furthermore, within the 6th level, the majority of the other inmates had sin values that did not fall below 500,000. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 with scores in the hundreds or thousands. Their incarceration seemed less a consequence of their misdeeds and more a result of having offended the world government. Landing them in this grim place, the prisoners of the 6th level, Kahn was largely unfamiliar with most of the individuals, including those confined in the first 30 cells, of whom he scarcely recognized a handful. Consequently, Magellan walked alongside him, providing an introduction to those criminals. Kahn harbored little interest in the individuals themselves. Rather, he was profoundly intrigued by the malevolence that lingered above their heads. The first 30 cells housed truly formidable characters, the majority of whom had been apprehended by Carp and Sengoku. Kahn eagerly observed them and soon approached the door of the cell where the Golden Lion was confined, discovering the majestic creature shackled by sea stone chains. Upon encountering the Golden Lion, Kahn paused to scrutinize the Golden Lion. This individual, who would soon sever his own feet to escape, was indeed a formidable character. Observing his malevolent score of 468 million points, it appeared rather significant. Based on the calculation of 5 to 10 points of malevolence per human life extinguished, it seemed he had taken the lives of approximately 1 million souls, a figure that was undeniably exaggerated. However, such a score was not determined merely by the act of killing. This was Kahn's own evaluative standard. The accumulation of malevolent points was not solely attributed to murder. Rather, any act of taking a life contributed to this tally. For instance, slaying an animal would also increase one's malevolence, albeit to a lesser degree than that of killing a human. Moreover, if a human were to kill an animal for survival, or if animals slaughtered one another to avoid starvation, such actions would not accrue additional malevolent points. Only those who kill animals indiscriminately for profit would see their malevolence rise, such as the act of slaughtering 1,000 chickens for sale, which might yield an increase of merely 1 point. Furthermore, should one commit an act that indirectly leads to another's demise, even without personally taking a life, a minimal increment in malevolence would still be recorded. Indirect killing would incur a penalty tenfold less than that of direct murder. In any case, the sources of malevolence were manifold. The high malevolent scores among the powerful stemmed from their ability to annihilate hundreds of innocents with a single strike, resulting in untold collateral damage, potentially affecting hundreds of thousands. Take the Golden Lion, for instance. He frequently lifted entire islands to crush his foes, rendering him responsible for the countless lives snuffed out by his actions. Thus, a malevolent score of 468 million was indeed warranted. As for the colossal battleship San Juan the Wolf, its sheer size had led to the destruction of several nations, justifying its score of 863 million. The other offenders were similarly situated. While they may not have engaged in widespread slaughter, their deeds had nonetheless claimed numerous lives, leading to a gradual accumulation of malevolence that could easily reach 1,000,000. How intriguing. Are you interested in him? Magellan inquired with a smile as Kahn pondered these reflections. Kahn regained his composure and chuckled, remarking, "The legendary pirate? The Golden Lion? Is it not entirely natural for me to be intrigued? I have heard that he was captured just last year." Magellan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this individual is undeniably a legend. It took the combined efforts of the Admiral and Vice Admiral Karp 3 days to apprehend him. Kahn chuckled softly, uttering no further words. "You little rascals," he remarked. "I grant you a modicum of insight." As Kahn conversed with Magellan, the Golden Lion from the cell interjected. Magellan cast a sidelong glance at the Golden Lion and scoffed. "You may be a legend, but you have been captured. Henceforth, you shall spend the remainder of your days confined here." The Golden Lion replied with a faint smile. "Is that so? I beg to differ. One day I shall surely escape, and when that time comes, this world will be mine." Magellan smirked derisively, for he held no belief that anyone could ever break free from this place. Kahn cast a glance at the Golden Lion, chuckling as he remarked to Magellan, "Pay no heed to this unfortunate soul. The helm upon his head signifies that fortune shall never favor him throughout his life. Let us instead explore other prisoners." Magellan, observing the helm atop the Golden Lion's head, couldn't help but laugh in agreement. Indeed, it's remarkable that such a wretched creature has managed to survive. The Golden Lion, overhearing their words, was instantly engulfed in fury. His conqueror's haki surged forth, sending ripples of agitation throughout the entire 6-story prison. Magellan and Kahn, situated closer to the Golden Lion, felt the brunt of this overwhelming force. Yet, their formidable prowess allowed them to withstand the mere pressure of his haki. Furthermore, the Golden Lion's conqueror's haki was not particularly formidable. Withstanding its onslaught, Kahn glared at the Golden Lion, exclaiming in anger, "How dare you act so arrogantly when both you and the golden-haired Lion King have been captured?" Kahn turned to Magellan and said, "Magellan, teach him a lesson with your venom." Upon witnessing Kahn's fury, Magellan cleared his throat and replied, "It has been instructed from above that killing is not permitted." Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Magellan, saying, "With me here, what is there to fear? If any issues arise, simply shift the blame onto me. With my capabilities, the Marshal may scold me a couple of times, but it won't affect me in any significant way." Magellan, however, paid no heed to Kahn's words and turned to leave, exclaiming, "Don't get me into trouble." Upon witnessing Magellan's departure, Kahn sighed in resignation. His thoughts lingered on Magellan's venomous strike against the Golden Lion, pondering the potential advantages he could seize. The Golden Lion's flotation fruit was indeed a coveted treasure. After a moment of contemplation, he cast a glance at the Golden Lion, muttering, "You fortunate old fool. Should fate allow, I shall return to put an end to you. How dare a mere prisoner exhibit such arrogance before me?" The Golden Lion was infuriated, nearly ready to explode. However, he refrained from uttering a word, recognizing that Kahn appeared to be of noble lineage from the warring states. Currently, he was devising an escape plan. If Kahn were to exacerbate his injuries, the escape would be postponed indefinitely. Thus, he swallowed his anger and watched as Kahn departed. Yet, within his heart, he vowed to seek retribution against this impudent boy once he regained his freedom. Kahn followed Magellan and went to observe the Red Count. Upon meeting the Red Count, Kahn felt a profound disappointment, for the current Red Count seemed devoid of any imposing presence, with a mere 700,000 points of infamy. Thus, after a brief observation, he lost interest. Subsequently, he accompanied Magellan, wandering through the 6th floor, where they encountered 10 individuals with infamy levels around 3,000,000. They incapacitated and captured these 10 individuals. Kahn returned to the 1st floor alongside Magellan. The training had concluded. With a mere 16 hours remaining until dawn, he could finally lie down and rest with peace of mind, reflecting upon the tangible growth of his abilities over the past 108 days. Closing his eyes, he organized his thoughts, according to his assessment of the power hierarchy within the world of One Piece. He categorized his own prowess as follows: swordsmanship, equivalent to a vice admiral; hand-to-hand combat, on par with an elite vice admiral; marksmanship, akin to a rear admiral; armament haki, at the level of a vice admiral; observation haki, also at the level of a vice admiral. His overall strength could be deemed sufficient to serve as a candidate for admiral without issue. With an increase of over 50 million in his crime points, Kahn felt quite content at having reached this level of power, which afforded him a reasonable chance of survival in the One Piece universe. Should he encounter Kaido, Whitebeard, or Big Mom, as long as he was not besieged, he believed he could make his escape without difficulty, thus resolving most of his safety concerns. Indeed, This venture into the underwater prison had proven worthwhile. The 2 months of relentless training under Blackwater had been well worth the toil. Having assessed his own condition, he lay down to rest, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was in good spirits as well. Initially, he had anticipated that Kahn would not be ready for deployment until a year had passed. However, due to the rigorous training under Blackwater, Kahn had activated 100-fold cultivation speed, attaining the strength of a vice admiral in merely 3 months. This accelerated training speed was a pretense Kahn used to appease Sengoku. Otherwise, his rapid advancement in power would have been unjustifiable. Kahn's training speed has remarkably accelerated. During the Warring States period, Blackwater did not hesitate to provide him with the Navy 6 styles and hockey cultivation techniques, further enhancing Kahn's combat prowess. 108 days have elapsed. Kahn's ability to injure Blackwater greatly pleased Sengoku. Blackwater was indeed an elite vice admiral of their division, and even though he did not employ his full capabilities, Kahn's triumph over him indicated that he possessed at least the strength of an elite vice admiral. This level of prowess was already sufficient for overseeing a base in the New World. Sengoku contemplated allowing Kahn to refine his combat experience over 6 months in the Grand Line before dispatching him to confront the pirates of the New World. After a considerable period of reflection, Sengoku regained his focus as Crane entered his office and remarked, "You must have seen Kahn's report." Crane nodded in affirmation. "I have. And it is quite impressive. We are currently short-staffed, so it is opportune for him to assist." Sengoku chuckled. "That was precisely my thought. I intend for him to spend 6 months in the Grand Line, engaging in battles to hone his skills before sending him to the New World." Crane smiled in agreement. Indeed, his strength should suffice for the New World, provided he avoids encounters with Whitebeard and his crew. Sengoku nodded thoughtfully, intending to commend Kahn, when Crane cleared her throat, offering a reminder. However, that young man exhibits a rather excessive propensity for killing pirates. It would be wise to counsel him against such brutality. Reflecting on the over 1,000 pirates who perished in the underwater prison, Sengoku stroked his chin in exasperation. That is indeed a troublesome matter. Although Kahn's disposition is generally cheerful, he shows no mercy when it comes to taking lives, truly reminiscent of a fervent admirer of Akainu, which is quite vexing. Crane glanced at Sengoku, cautioning, "I believe that mere words urging him to spare pirates may not be effective. We should instead focus on the environment in which he trains." Sengoku, astute as ever, quickly grasped her implication. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and replied, "That is a sound strategy. There are numerous individuals within the underwater prison that we can leverage. It appears we must establish stringent regulations for his access to them." Crane smiled as well, choosing to remain silent. Thus, the arrangements for Kahn were finalized. November 9th, 9 a.m., Navy Headquarters, Sengoku's office. Kahn entered and, after saluting Zhanghua, the latter waved his hand towards the entrance. A naval officer presented a uniform before Kahn. Zhanghua pointed to the attire and declared, "From this day forth, you shall hold the rank of colonel in this department. This is the highest officer grade I can bestow upon you. If you aspire to attain the rank of general, you must endeavor to work diligently on your own." Kahn glanced at the colonel's attire and nodded. "No problem. I shall attend to my duties with utmost diligence." The Warring States period nodded slightly in agreement. Kahn is resolute in his approach to his tasks, a conviction he holds dear. He understands that without a serious commitment to combating pirates, his strength cannot be enhanced. Thus, he dedicates himself to the pursuit of greater power. Kahn shall also strive diligently. The Warring States gazed at Kahn with satisfaction and said, "Excellent. From this moment onward, you shall be a true soldier. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for patrolling the first half of the Grand Line. Given your unique abilities, I shall not assign you any subordinates. You may act as you wish, as long as you fulfill the tasks we have set for you." Kahn cast a glance at Sengoku, his dissatisfaction evident. "Marshal, don't other colonels have their subordinates?" Sengoku let out a cold snort. "Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. You clearly wish for your subordinates to assist you in capturing pirates, allowing you to reap the rewards without effort. I shall not acquiesce to such a proposal. The cost of capturing pirates alive is far too great, and I have no desire for the Navy to suffer excessive casualties on your behalf." "Well then, it seems my intentions have been unraveled by Sengoku. It appears that leveraging the Navy's strength to aid in capturing pirates is an unlikely endeavor. Subordinates? One must gather them oneself." Kahn sighed. "Very well. I shall face this alone." The Warring States, seeing Kahn's concession, nodded in satisfaction. "Furthermore, from this day forth, if you desire the prisoners of the underwater prison, You must bring me pirates of equivalent value in exchange. The deceased will not suffice, only the living shall do. Kahn refrained from criticizing Sengoku this time. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, if 2 items valued at 100 million can be exchanged for one worth 200 million, is that permissible? Sengoku nodded in agreement. Indeed. Kahn immediately remarked, in that case, I have no objections. I shall commence my duties tomorrow. Moreover, Marshal, please make arrangements for my transportation, wherever I encounter the Navy. I must be escorted there. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient for me to travel alone. Zhanghua cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and scoffed. Do not underestimate my intelligence. As long as you seal away the pirates, you can utilize the moonwalk technique as a means of training during your journey. This way, you will expend minimal energy and can travel any distance you desire. I shall not arrange for any vessels. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly mobilize the Navy to serve your whims. Kahn felt a sense of helplessness as he gazed at Zhanghua, exclaiming, Commander, must you be so astute? Get lost. Zhanghua retorted vehemently, if I weren't astute. Would I occupy this position? Understood. Kahn saluted, chuckling as he departed with his garments in hand. Observing this, Zhanghua shook his head, allowing himself to relax and resume his duties. With Kahn's assistance, he felt certain that his future would become considerably less burdensome. However, he remained unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Kahn's departure brought with it an equal measure of anguish and relief as he returned to the naval headquarters. Kahn strolled down the street, indulging in some snacks, and soon found a place with a payphone. He dialed a number, and before long, the call connected. A voice, unmistakably that of Akainu, echoed through the receiver. Who is this? Kahn promptly exclaimed, Admiral Akainu, it is I, Kahn. I have finally graduated today. Upon hearing the words of his admirer, Akainu's demeanor softened slightly as he inquired, What brings you here? Kahn smiled and inquired, Where is Admiral Akainu? I have some free time to pay you a visit. Akainu replied with a faint smile, We are all soldiers, it is best to adhere to the directives from above. If fate permits, we shall meet naturally, so there is no need for you to come seeking me. Very well, Kahn said, somewhat regretfully. I had hoped to work alongside Admiral Akainu. Kahn's training has garnered the attention of Akainu. Consequently, Akainu possesses a certain understanding of Kahn's capabilities. Upon hearing Kahn's words, he responded with a faint smile, saying, Your strength is sufficient to stand on your own. There is no need to follow me. Go wherever the Admiral directs you. Understood. Kahn replied, but after a brief hesitation, he added, Lord Akainu, I have recently developed a new ability that can enhance one's strength, although it carries a considerable risk. I wonder if you would be willing to give it a try. New ability? Akainu pondered for a moment before saying, Speak of it. I am listening. Kahn immediately stated, Indeed, my newfound ability allows me to create an illusion, immersing individuals in the final moments of those they have slain. If one can endure this experience, both their mental and physical prowess will be significantly enhanced. However, failure may result in psychological damage, rendering any future growth and strength unattainable. Akainu remained silent for a considerable time before slowly responding, Your ability is indeed quite unique. It appears that only those with unwavering conviction can withstand it. Kahn nodded slightly, affirming, Indeed, I have tested several criminals, the ones with a bounty exceeding 100 million, yet all attempts ended in failure. Consequently, I refrained from informing the Marshal and only confided in you, Lord Akainu. I believe that with your convictions, you should be able to withstand such illusions. Meanwhile, on Akainu's side, his spirits soared instantly. Kahn confided this secret to him but did not disclose it to the warring states. This is telling. Kahn is indeed a fervent admirer. However, when it comes to personally experiencing Kahn's capabilities, he is reluctant. After all, that would mean entrusting his life into Kahn's hands. Yet, one must ponder, Kahn's abilities are indeed impressive. In the future, should one encounter formidable foes and wish to augment their strength, Kahn's abilities still hold some merit. However, before utilizing them, one must ascertain their authenticity. He resolved to find a steadfast individual to test Kahn's capabilities. After careful consideration, Akainu informed Kahn, I am aware of this matter. For now, refrain from discussing it with others. In due course, I shall send someone your way for an experiment to determine the potential for success. Upon hearing this, Kahn felt a tinge of regret. He had hoped to deceive Akainu into falling into his trap, allowing Akainu to unwittingly deliver his malevolent energy right to him. The plan was for Akainu to be imprisoned for a while, during which he could absorb that wickedness. However, it appeared that Akainu was exceedingly cautious, making it nearly impossible to ensnare him. After contemplating this internally, Kahn composed himself and replied, Very well, Master Akainu. There was a moment of silence on Akainu's end before he said, "I shall have Harry come over to speak with you." "Excellent. I also wish to converse with my master," Kahn responded. Upon returning, Kahn noticed that the line was silent again. After a considerable pause, Harry's voice finally came through. "Kid, I've heard that you are no longer practicing my marksmanship." Harry's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Kahn chuckled and replied, "Master, rest assured, during the training, I had no time to practice my marksmanship. Now that I am out, when you see me next, my shooting skills will surely rival yours. Just make sure you don't lose to me then. You cheeky brat, thinking you can surpass me? I shall wait and see," Harry responded with a laugh. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation, and it was not until approximately 10 minutes later that they finally ended the call. He then proceeded to contact Akainu. Kahn found himself at a loss for activities. He glanced at his amassed evil points, which totaled a staggering 25 million. However, he perceived this sum as rather inconsequential. It would merely allow him to extract the abilities of a bounty in the vicinity of 200 million. In his estimation, this modest enhancement was negligible. He deemed it wiser to conserve his points for future endeavors, particularly for the extraction of devil fruits as a reserve. As for training, he had reached an impasse. Upon attaining the elite general level, he noted a marked decline in the efficacy of his training, indicating he was nearing his limits. For an ordinary individual, reaching the general rank typically signified the pinnacle of their potential. He refrained from labeling himself a prodigy, acknowledging that encountering such bottlenecks was commonplace. Currently, Kahn's training primarily relied on extracting the experiences and abilities of criminals or immersing himself in the pool of sin to enhance his physical attributes. Recent assessments revealed that soaking in the pool of sin yielded the most significant power increase per evil point spent. Consequently, he dedicated his nightly slumber to this endeavor. When it came to extracting abilities from criminals, he only pursued those that piqued his interest, as he regarded anything else as a waste of valuable evil points. It would be far more prudent to conserve them and spend additional time in the pool of sin. Moreover, his strength was already commendable, thus, he felt no pressing need to squander evil points on hastily boosting his power. With over 50 million evil points at his disposal, he surmised that if he devoted them entirely to the pool of sin, his strength would undoubtedly rival that of an admiral. His previous impatience had cost him over 20 million in wasted evil points. Henceforth, he resolved to be more frugal with his resources. After all, the next 2 decades promised to be relatively uneventful, providing ample opportunity to cultivate his strength to the level of a 4 emperors. Of course, it remained essential to pursue pirates. Otherwise, he would lack the evil points necessary for augmenting his power. After contemplating these matters for a time, he found clarity. Kahn fell into a deep slumber. Having not enjoyed a proper rest for 108 days, he now longed for a prolonged sleep. Furthermore, slumber could cleanse him of his sins, while simultaneously enhancing his strength. The following morning, before Kahn could step out, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, a naval officer presented him with a sword case, stating, "Colonel Kahn, this is a gift from the Marshal." Inside the case lay a sword, undoubtedly of exceptional quality, befitting a gift from a military leader of such stature. Kahn opened the box to reveal a blade adorned with lightning patterns. The naval officer smiled and remarked, "Colonel Kahn, this is the renowned sword Thunderclap." "Renowned sword?" Kahn mused, drawing the Thunderclap from its sheath and swinging it with a flourish before smirking. "The Marshal is rather stingy. He couldn't spare an unparalleled greatsword for me." The expression of the naval officer twitched slightly. There were scarcely a few unparalleled greatswords in the world. It was improbable that one would be casually given away, unless Kahn were a general, which would render it a slight possibility. However, Kahn was merely a colonel at present. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," he said. After internally scoffing at Kahn's attitude, the naval officer bid farewell, adding, "The Marshal has granted you the freedom to act at will, without assigning you any tasks." With that, he departed, leaving Kahn to his thoughts. Kahn sheathed his sword upon his back, then returned to his chamber to gather his belongings before making his way towards the harbor. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, he arrived at the port. With a graceful leap, he soared into the air, heading towards the Sabaody archipelago. In the office of the warlord, Sengoku stood by the window, observing Kahn's ascent into the sky. He sighed to his companion, Crane. "I can't shake the feeling that this fellow will bring me considerable trouble." Crane chuckled softly. "Young and powerful, it would be rather unusual if he didn't attract some attention. You were no less of a handful in your youth." Sengoku offered a resigned smile. "You speak true. As long as he can combat the pirates, I suppose a little chaos is permissible. I can shoulder the burden." Crane smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. 2 hours later, above the Sabaody archipelago, Kahn located the naval base on the island and descended directly at the entrance. Upon witnessing Kahn's arrival and the colonel's uniform he donned, the sailors at the base hurriedly approached, saluting with respect, inquiring, "Sir, what brings you here?" Kahn glanced at the naval soldiers and said, "Please provide me with a map of the power distribution in the Sandbourne Islands. I require it immediately." "Surely, you must have one here." The two sailors hesitated. For although Kahn was clad in naval attire, they were entirely unfamiliar with him. Kahn demanded that they surrender the map of their influence. They could not acquiesce to such a request. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, they replied, "Sir, could you kindly disclose your identity? We must inform Major General Shibai before we can provide you with anything." Colonel Kahn nodded slightly, stating, "I am Colonel Kahn, dispatched from headquarters." "Just inform Xian." "Headquarters, Colonel." "Indeed." The two Marines nodded and hurried back to relay the message. Approximately 10 minutes later, a young man arrived at the base entrance, surveying Kahn with a smile and saying, "Colonel Kahn, I must confess, I have grown quite weary of hearing your esteemed name lately." What Kahn did in the underwater prison was unbeknownst to the ordinary Navy personnel. However, by the time one reached the rank of Rear Admiral, such matters were undoubtedly known. After all, the transformation from an ordinary individual to a Rear Admiral within a mere 3 months would certainly attract attention. Such an occurrence is simply implausible. After Kahn saluted General Hibai, he smiled and remarked, "Am I truly that famous, General Hibai?" Hibai chuckled lightly in response, "If you are not famous, then there would be no notable figures in the Navy. You are indeed a newcomer who has captured the attention of the world government." Kahn, however, did not pay much attention. He followed Akainu to the Navy headquarters, fully aware of what lay ahead. At present, his strength was insufficient. He had no intention of provoking the world government. Should they issue commands, he would comply. It is only when he has grown stronger that he would consider resisting them. After a moment of contemplation, Kahn addressed Major General Hibai, saying, "Major General Hibai, I intend to eliminate the pirates on the island of Shambaudi. Could you provide me with a map of the area?" Hibai grasped Kahn's arm and led him into the base, remarking, "Let us first discuss this matter inside. There is no need to rush when it comes to combating piracy. After Kahn, one must become an admiral. It is essential to engage in the necessary interpersonal affairs." Such warmth from Hibai is indeed commendable. Kahn felt somewhat reluctant to decline the invitation. Hence, he accompanied Shibai to his office for a brief discussion. Their conversation revolved around trivial matters devoid of substance. After approximately an hour, Shibai presented Kahn with a map of the Shambaudi Islands and personally escorted him out of the naval base. The Shambaudi Islands, in stark contrast to their state 2 decades hence, have been marred by the rise of piracy incited by Roger, resulting in a significant prevalence of pirates. The regions numbered 1 to 29, 50 to 59, and 70 to 79 are now rife with chaos, teeming with pirate activities, while the naval base is situated in the more stable area numbered 60 to 69. Kahn departed from the naval territory and arrived at the chaotic location of No. 70 next door, entering into the realm of turmoil. As Kahn took a few steps forward, he noticed 5 individuals with a sin value of approximately 500, gazing intently at him. Their expressions were exceedingly menacing, as if they harbored a deep-seated disdain for him. It was likely that had it not been for his attire as a naval commander, which instilled a sense of trepidation in them, they would have certainly seized the opportunity to teach him a harsh lesson. Pirates, despite their modest sin value of 500, are still formidable adversaries. Even the friliest of creatures possess their worth. Kahn beckoned towards the nefarious pirates. "You 5 scoundrels, come here at once. I have a few inquiries to make. Hurry up and get over here." The 5 pirates, already in a foul mood, bristled at Kahn's words. One of them, seething with anger, drew his weapon. "Damn it. This is our territory. How dare you, a mere naval officer, act so arrogantly? You better kneel and beg for mercy." Kahn's expression remained unchanged as he approached the 5 pirates. Just as the pirate holding the gun was about to unleash a few taunts upon Kahn's arrival, Kahn's figure suddenly vanished, leaving the pirate in darkness and devoid of consciousness. Utter rubbish. Kahn swiftly incapacitated 5 pirates and unceremoniously cast them into the pool of sin, where their malevolent essence was rapidly absorbed. Kahn, indifferent to their plight, continued his journey towards the bustling areas. Upon encountering individuals, he swiftly incapacitated anyone whose malevolence exceeded 100, capturing them and casting them into the pool of sin to accumulate their transgressions. With his formidable strength, none could withstand even a single strike from him. After merely 20 minutes of wandering, he had apprehended over 100 individuals, sealing them within the Tome of Seals. Eventually, he arrived at Island 75, where a series of edifices stood, resembling inns. Kahn's eyes sparkled with realization as he briskly made his way towards the inn street. For him, distinguishing between the virtuous and the nefarious was unnecessary. Anyone whose malevolence exceeded a threshold of 100 was to be apprehended without exception. Thus, he could seize every individual along the inn street. At this moment, it was still midday, and there were not many souls present on the road. Kahn stepped onto the street and observed that most of the individuals moving about possessed a malevolent score ranging from 100 to 1,000, which instantly invigorated his spirits. "Hey, Navy, this is not your territory, so be gone." Just as Kahn reveled in his excitement, two pirates brandishing knives approached him. Kahn regained his composure and glanced at the two individuals before unsheathing his sword. "I too wish to ascertain the nature of this place," he declared. The pirates, witnessing Kahn's drawn weapon, immediately became alert, bellowing, "A naval officer seeks to cause trouble. Gather round and expel him." In the face of the Navy, the pirates exhibited a surprising unity. Their call summoned fellow pirates from the streets, yet some, unwilling to engage, began to flee. Those who fled constituted Kahn's potential spoils, and he was loath to let them escape. Thus, with a single stroke of his sword, he unleashed a tempest that swept across the thoroughfare. Amidst the howling winds, flickers of lightning danced, and those caught in its fury were struck as if by a blade, suffering grievous wounds that left them sprawled on the ground, crying out in agony. Their screams, however, were futile, for the electricity coursing through their bodies rendered them motionless. In that chaotic scene, there were no formidable adversaries. Beneath the might of his strike, over 100 lay vanquished. He then proceeded to cast those with a malevolent score exceeding 100 into a realm of confinement. Kahn orchestrated this spectacle, prompting the patrons of the inns lining the street to emerge and observe him from their doorways. Kahn concluded his collection of individuals and surveyed the newcomers populating the street. These individuals exhibited a commendable level of malevolence, warranting their apprehension. Thus, he calmly proclaimed, "Navy investigation. Everyone, step forward and line up properly." Upon hearing this, the crowd silently cursed. With Kahn's enigmatic ability to capture individuals, it was evident that no one believed he was there for an investigation. He was clearly there to seize them. The mere prospect of being caught by Kahn instilled a profound fear, for it meant a potential and permanent disappearance. Consequently, the crowd hastily turned to flee, some leaping from rooftops, others escaping through back doors, each person scattering in every direction, except in front of Kahn, where no one dared to run. They understood that fleeing would mean abandoning their cultivation resources. Kahn unleashed his blades with unrelenting ferocity. The tempest of wind and lightning swept over those fleeing, leaving them sprawled upon the ground, wailing in despair. Kahn's technique is a broad area of attack skill designed specifically for those of lesser strength, imbued with both lethality and paralysis. Its purpose is to efficiently harvest the weak, preventing them from fleeing with the resources gained during battle. However, as this swordsmanship is tailored for the less powerful, it proves ineffective against those with bounties exceeding 10 million. Consequently, even after unleashing his 4 swords, many still managed to escape. In response, he ascended into the air with a graceful moonstep, unleashing formidable crescent lightning sword energy upon those who dared to flee. The individuals struck by the crescent lightning were sent crashing into the ground, their anguished cries echoing in the aftermath. Kahn swiftly executed a series of slashes, his blade cutting through the air with precision. Upon witnessing no one attempting to flee, he descended to the ground to gather the fallen. In merely 5 minutes, over 300 individuals were ensnared and subsequently cast into the Book of Sealing. Once he concluded his collection, he strode to the center of the street, surveying the trembling populace, and calmly proclaimed, "Behave and submit to the inspection. Those who dare to flee shall not find my mercy. As for those I have apprehended, fear not. I shall merely escort you to the naval base for questioning. Those deemed innocent will be released." The crowd, now devoid of any inclination to escape, obediently presented themselves. Kahn observed a crowd of 400 to 500 individuals and pondered the necessity of elevating his criteria for apprehension. Otherwise, capturing those with a criminal score exceeding 100 could lead to ensnaring a staggering 90 of them, which would undoubtedly complicate matters should they attempt to flee. Consequently, he established the threshold at a criminal score of 300 and above. However, his plan to capture individuals ultimately culminated in utter failure. As he subdued 13 individuals and confined them, a voice from the crowd suddenly shouted, "Run," prompting the remaining individuals to scatter, all retreating towards the buildings. In light of this chaos, he decided to unleash his full force. He ascended into the air, targeting anyone in sight with a swift strike. Instilling fear that deterred anyone from venturing outside, he proceeded to scour each building, apprehending all individuals with a criminal score exceeding 100. Nevertheless, during his search, he was unable to capture every individual. Some pirates stealthily slipped away during his house-to-house investigations. However, these were but a handful, merely 10 or 20, which he regarded with indifference. His extensive plunder resulted in an impressive gain of over 410,000 in criminal score, elevating his spirits considerably. After exhausting the tavern district, he pursued the direction taken by the fleeing pirates, suspecting that they might seek refuge with allies, thus offering him the opportunity to capture a substantial number more. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Navy headquarters, in the office of Admiral Sengoku, the Admiral had just finished his lunch and was preparing to rest when suddenly the telephone on his desk rang. Upon answering, he inquired, "Who is this?" "Admiral, it is I, Shirhai," came the hurried response from the other end. After a moment of hesitation, Shirhai lamented, "There has been an incident at Sabaody Archipelago. Colonel Kahn has engaged in battle with the pirate crews of the Poison Wolf, Ghost Sword, and Windblade. Their conflict on Island 18 has left the place in utter disarray, with estimates of several hundred casualties, and reports indicate that over 2,000 individuals have been apprehended by Colonel Kahn. The entire Sabaody Archipelago is in chaos." Sengoku was momentarily speechless. He had anticipated that Kahn would stir trouble, yet he had not envisioned such a calamity. Kahn acts with remarkable speed. However, the extent of Kahn's prowess remains a subject of great interest for Sengoku. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Shira to surround the battlefield without intervening in Kahn's confrontation, merely apprehending any fleeing pirates. Shira, somewhat perplexed, replied, "But, Commander, Colonel Kahn is alone. It seems unwise to merely observe." Sengoku calmly asserted, "Follow orders." With resignation, Shira conceded, "Very well, Commander. It shall be as you say." After ending the call, Sengoku promptly dialed another number to issue further commands. "Admiral Dolan, dispatch 5 warships to the coast of Sabaody Island, number 18, to assist Kahn." "Understood, Commander," came the response from the other end, followed by silence. At that moment, Tsuru entered the office, smiling as she remarked, "That young rascal has wasted no time. He truly is ruthless." Sengoku chuckled. He has systematically dealt with the inmates of the undersea prison. Now, he merely lacks cultivation resources. It is only natural for him to act swiftly. Once he has gathered enough resources, he is likely to settle down. Tsuru smiled knowingly. "You intend for Dolan to capture those pirates, don't you?" Sengoku nodded. The strengths of the Poison Wolf, Ghost Sword, and Windstorm pirate crews are not particularly formidable. If Kahn can defeat Blackwater, he should have no trouble with them. The main concern now is that someone may come seeking trouble. With that, he rubbed his temples. And Tsuru offered a resigned smile in response. As a naval officer, Kahn had no issue with apprehending individuals. However, the shops on 18th Island were established by some of the world's aristocrats, and now that Kahn had devastated them, it was certain that they would exert pressure on him through their connections. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Seeing Sengoku's distress, Crane chuckled and said, "Allow me to remain here." Sengoku pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. There were certain matters he could not voice as a fleet admiral, but for Crane, there were no such constraints. Entrusting the situation to Crane provided him with peace of mind. He then picked up the phone and dialed, "Medical department? I am feeling somewhat unwell. Please arrange a bed for me and conduct a thorough examination." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Crane smiled and remarked, "Your feigned illness is becoming increasingly convincing." Sengoku chuckled, rose, and said, "I shall take a day to rest. You will handle matters here. Contact me if anything urgent arises." After a brief conversation with Crane, Sengoku hurried off to the medical department to be hospitalized. The scene was set in the Sabaody Archipelago. Kahn is currently engaged in battle with 3 notorious individuals, each boasting a bounty of approximately 100 million. Initially, he traversed from island number 75, following a band of pirates to island number 26. Upon arriving at the latter, he fought valiantly, capturing over 1,000 pirates and causing quite a stir. It was there that he learned of 3 pirate crews, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, waiting for him on island number 18. Without hesitation, he soared to island No. 18 to commence his pursuit. His actions inevitably lured out the 3 high-bounty adversaries. At first, only the Black Wolf, with a bounty of 116 million, attacked him. However, after narrowly escaping defeat, he was soon confronted by the Ghost Blade, with a bounty of 96 million, and Bahom, the captain of the Windward Pirates, who has a bounty of 100 million. Thus, he found himself besieged by the three formidable foes. Kahn encountered a bit of trouble. After nearly 20 minutes of grappling with the three adversaries, he finally seized an opportunity to unleash the Wind Thunder Flash, inflicting severe injuries upon the Black Wolf. With the Black Wolf gravely wounded, Bahom and the Ghost Sword immediately turned to flee, each retreating in opposite directions. Kahn decisively abandoned Bahom and pursued the Demon Sword. For the latter bore over 700,000 in malevolent points, while Bahom's tally had yet to reach 20,000. Demon Sword, do not even think of escaping. Kahn pursued the ghostly sword with fervor, while the sword darted away in a frantic escape. Its destination was the seaside, where it hoped to plunge into the ocean, thereby gaining a chance to evade Kahn's relentless pursuit. As for the rationale behind this thought, it was evident that the sword surmised Kahn possessed the powers of a devil fruit user. Otherwise, such a notion would be unfathomable. Kahn cannot render a person non-existent. At this moment, the mood of the Ghost Sword was far from pleasant. After much anticipation of entering the new world, he found himself confronted by such an abnormal individual as Kahn, prompting him to inwardly lament his unfortunate circumstances. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his ability to flee. He had invoked a secret technique that awakened the power within him, increasing his speed to 3 times its original capacity. The distance between him and his adversary, Kahn, was steadily increasing, serving as proof of his progress. Therefore, he was not concerned for his life and seized the opportunity to escape swiftly while the secret technique was still in effect. Kahn trailed behind the Ghost Blade, his brow slightly furrowed. The speed of the Ghost Blade had suddenly intensified, rendering him unable to keep pace. With every 20 meters he pursued, the Ghost Blade seemed to increase the distance by approximately 3 meters. If this continued, the Ghost Blade might indeed escape. It appeared that it was necessary to reveal a measure of his own strength. Kahn pursued the Ghost Sword for a moment, then raised his weapon and struck towards it with a swift blow. He subsequently drew the gun gifted to him by Harry and aimed at the Ghost Sword. Simultaneously, his observation haki activated, allowing him to foresee the direction in which the Ghost Sword would evade the sword energy. In an instant, he unleashed 3 shots. As the Ghost Sword attempted to dodge the sword energy, 3 bullets approached him. He managed to evade one, but the remaining 2 struck his left leg. The injury elicited a pained scream, causing his movements to falter. Meanwhile, Kahn's sword energy and bullets swiftly followed, cutting off the Ghost Sword's escape route from behind. Both the sword energy and bullets found their mark, resulting in another anguished cry as the Ghost Sword collapsed to the ground, unable to flee any longer. Kahn swiftly approached the Demon Sword, calmly stating, "Your time is up." The Demon Sword glared at Kahn in fury, exclaiming, "How despicable! To launch a sneak attack with a firearm? Are you not a swordsman?" Kahn shot a disdainful glance at the ghostly swordsman, declaring, "I never claimed to be a mere swordsman. I am a versatile warrior, mastering marksmanship, swordsmanship, and martial arts alike." The ghostly swordsman fell silent, closing his eyes. Kahn, without reservation, struck the Ghost Sword with a single blow, rendering it unconscious, and cast it into the Tome of Evil. The Ghost Sword was thus subdued. Kahn had not pursued the pirates either, for he had been engaged in battle with the Ghost Sword and his companions for half an hour. Those who had fled had already made their escape, while those remaining likely harbored no guilt, their levels of sin not excessively high. Thus, he resolved to return to the naval base on the island, intending to hand over the individuals who had been drained of their culpability to the Navy for resolution. Kahn pondered for a moment before making his way towards the naval division. However, he had not walked far when he was approached by a group of naval officers. The leader of the contingent stepped forward, gazing at Kahn with admiration as he saluted, "Colonel Kahn, I am Dose. Major General Habai has dispatched me to assist you." Kahn cast a glance at Dose, then surveyed the multitude of Navy personnel in the distance. A sudden realization struck him, and he cheerfully inquired of Dose, "You must have apprehended quite a number of pirates while maintaining the perimeter, haven't you?" Dose replied with utmost respect, "Oh, we can hardly compare to you, Colonel Kahn. We managed to capture over 300, but the rest have fled. 300 pirates, at the very least, equated to 30,000 points of infamy. Such an opportunity must not be squandered." Eagerly, he urged Dose, "Let us proceed to meet Habai." Dose, accompanied by his men, scurried to lead Kahn. They had witnessed Kahn's recent triumph over the 3 major pirate factions, and their admiration for such a valiant naval officer was immense. Thus, their deference upon meeting him was palpable. Under Dose's guidance, Kahn swiftly located Habai, who was orchestrating the battle. Without a moment's hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and joined the fray against the pirates. Within 10 minutes, the area was cleared of all pirate presence. In the Book of Sin by Kahn, over 100 additional pirates have been introduced. Kahn, your prowess is remarkable. As the battle concluded, Shirbai approached Kahn, expressing his admiration. Kahn chuckled and gestured towards the distant captured pirates, saying, "Allow me to make use of those fellows for a while. I shall return them to you after a few hours." Kahn's method of cultivation is well known to Hybe as well. He smiled and nodded, saying, "It's all right. If you want it, then take it." Kahn did not hold back. He commanded the navy to incapacitate the pirates, subsequently gathering them all. Now, Kahn's Book of Sin has expanded its sealed capacity to 3,650. This enhancement occurred when he absorbed a staggering 10 million units of sin value, coinciding with an upgrade of the Judgment Eye. This is also the reason he was able to capture over 2,000 pirates today. The pirates have been secured. Kahn returned to Shibai's side and said, "Let us go to your base for a while." Shibai rolled his eyes at Kahn and replied, after causing such a significant uproar, "Do you seriously think you can return to my place?" "Absolutely not. Major General Doran is about to arrive. So let us proceed to the shore of Island 18 to await his arrival." Kahn, momentarily taken aback, hesitantly inquired, "You won't send me back to headquarters, will you?" Shibai patted Kahn on the shoulder and reassured him, "Rest assured, that will not happen. If you were to return to headquarters, it would only complicate matters further. The areas you have damaged belong to the world's elite, and if you go back, even the Marshal would find it challenging to protect you. Therefore, the most probable course of action is to ensure that you do not return to the Navy headquarters for the time being." Upon hearing this, Kahn immediately felt a sense of relief. As long as he was not summoned back to headquarters, matters could be easily resolved. This time, he had amassed over 2.7 million points of infamy and had no desire to return to the headquarters. He intended to remain in the field, capturing more pirates to further accumulate his infamy. Lost in thought, he followed the naval fleet led by Shirhai to the coastline, where they awaited the arrival of the headquarters warships. During this waiting period, they engaged in casual conversation to pass the time. On the shore, after exchanging a few words, a naval officer approached them and saluted, saying, "Major General Shirhai, Colonel Kahn. There is a self-proclaimed official from the world government who wishes to see Colonel Kahn." Upon hearing this, Shirhai glanced at Kahn with a resigned sigh. They certainly are swift in their arrival. Kahn was also aware of the purpose behind the arrival of the world government officials. It was likely related to a certain individual he had apprehended. He turned to Shibai and said, "I shall go and ascertain what that fellow intends to do." Shibai patted Kahn on the shoulder and replied, "Those individuals are quite troublesome. It would be wise not to provoke them." Kahn chuckled softly as he strode towards the periphery. Entirely indifferent to the words of Shibai, he held little regard for mere officials of the world government, save for those dispatched by the celestial dragons. Otherwise, he could scarcely be bothered to acknowledge them. Following the soldier who led the way, Kahn soon found himself before a man clad in a suit. Upon seeing Kahn, the suited gentleman arrogantly declared, "You must be Kahn. Surrender Zolan. He belongs to Duke Leo." Kahn glanced at the suit-clad man's sinfulness, which registered barely over 200 points, and instantly lost interest. He raised his leg and sent the man flying with a swift kick, exclaiming, "Begone. The Navy has not yet descended to the level of being commanded by scum like you. You are no celestial dragons to strut about here like peacocks." The members of the Navy, sharing a disdain for the world government, witnessed Kahn's act of defiance and looked at him with newfound admiration. At that moment, Habai approached Kahn with a sense of resignation, saying, "Didn't we agree not to provoke them?" Kahn scoffed, "What Duke Leo? As long as they are not celestial dragons, they have no right to command us. Our wages are paid by the celestial dragons, not those nobles. Why should we heed their orders? They are nothing but a pile of refuse." Shibe, with a hint of resignation, retorted, "But the wages we receive from the celestial dragons are indeed provided by them. They can be considered our employers, can't they?" Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Sheba, remarking, "If they possess the audacity to forego payment, then I shall truly admire them. For ultimately, the celestial dragons reign supreme. If they dare to refuse, I would be compelled to release them." Sheba shook his head in resignation, rendered speechless. The world nobles would never dare to defy the celestial treasures. Without the protection of the world government, their nations would likely suffer incessant harassment from pirates. Alas, the matter concerning Kahn has a marshal backing it, which bears no relevance to me. Habai, no longer discussing the aristocrats of the world government, inquired about the situation of the pirates captured by you. When will those individuals you apprehended be released? It has been nearly 3 hours since the initial capture. Kahn cast the least sinful individuals into the pool of transgressions first, resulting in over 100 offender sins being drained away. The remaining individuals possess slightly higher levels of malevolence. To extract the majority of their sinful essence, it is estimated that half a day's time will be required. Ultimately, there are more than 140 individuals whose malevolence exceeds 3,000, and it is anticipated that they will have to wait until tomorrow morning for their sins to be completely siphoned away. After pondering this, he spoke to Shibai. We shall first transport the 100 back with you, while the remaining 1,000 will have to wait until tomorrow morning. As for the poison wolf and the ghost sword, their extraction will take 1 to 2 months. Shibai nodded, walking towards the shore as he remarked, our headquarters has dispatched 5 warships, sufficient to accommodate over 2,000 personnel. Let them wait here for you until tomorrow morning, as it would be inconvenient for you to leave with the others. Kahn nodded. He was equally reluctant to depart with those pirates, drained of their nefarious value. He would gladly allow the Navy to take them all away. By the shore, the two engaged in further conversation. Half an hour later, 5 warships arrived at the coastline. Upon disembarking, Admiral Doran did not delay in greeting Kahn, fully aware that although Kahn held the rank of merely a colonel, his prowess had already reached a level comparable to his own. Thus, Kahn saluted him. He smiled and said, well, Kahn, you need not be so formal with me. I foresee that within 6 months, you will be promoted to the rank of Major General, at which point we will be of equal standing. And there will be no need for such seriousness. Kahn also smiled. Well then, I shall not stand on ceremony with Brother Doran any longer. Doran chuckled softly. It's quite fine to call me brother. From now on, you may simply refer to me as such. As for those you have captured, release the ones of no use. I shall have someone take them away. Kahn nodded and instructed the naval officers to withdraw, clearing a space. He then began to release the captives one by one, allowing the sailors to escort them onto the warship. Nearly 400 individuals were processed in this manner, taking Kahn over 40 minutes to ensure their safe transfer. Undoubtedly, had he chosen to release them all at once, the task could have been accomplished in mere minutes. However, such an approach could have incited chaos, prompting him to proceed with caution. Moreover, he was aware that he would have to wait until the following morning. Rushing the process unnecessarily could lead to complications, which he deemed avoidable. Once the pirates were dealt with, he approached Doran and remarked, Brother Doran, the others will have to wait until tomorrow. Doran was already aware of this. Kahn spoke of his training with a smile, saying, Shibai has already informed me. I shall arrange for 2 warships to take you for a cruise at sea. By tomorrow morning, once you have completed your task, they will return to headquarters, and you may depart on your own. Kahn nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Doran. I shall treat you to a drink in the future. Doran chuckled softly. Let it be so. I must hasten back to report to the Marshal. You may accompany my aide for a leisurely excursion at sea, but do refrain from lingering in the Shambadi archipelago. Otherwise, we may attract the attention of the world government, and that would spell trouble for both us and the Marshal. Kahn nodded in agreement to return. Subsequently, they parted ways at the coastline. Doran departed with over 400 prisoners aboard 3 warships, while Habai and his subordinates returned to their naval base in the Shambadi Islands. Kahn followed Doran's aide, taking 2 warships to drift upon the sea. He intended to wait until the majority were released tomorrow morning before handing them over to Doran's aide, and then depart from the vessel. Kahn reclined to rest, allowing his spirit to delve into the pool of sin for cultivation. Concurrently, he cast the criminals one by one into the pool to absorb their malevolent essence. Thus, after wandering the seas near the Navy headquarters until the following morning, Kahn entrusted most of the remaining pirates to the Navy for transport. Among those left were the Poison Wolf, with over 400,000 sin points, the Demon Sword, boasting over 700,000, and 14 others whose sin points ranged from 10,000 to 50,000. They awaited Kahn to extract their malevolence, personally delivering them to the Navy headquarters. Additionally, he contemplated using these bountied individuals to negotiate with Sengoku for prisoners from the underwater prison. He deemed it prudent to retain custody of the fugitives himself, lest Sengoku later deny their exchange. After bidding farewell to Dolan's aide, Kahn departed from the vicinity of the Sabaody archipelago, taking flight in a random direction. Sengoku had not assigned him any specific tasks, merely instructing him to eliminate pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. From the intelligence he had gathered, Kahn understood that most pirates congregated on the islands within the central region of the first half of the Grand Line. However, he recognized that it was not imperative to pursue pirates solely on those islands. prior to his departure. He had considered that any inhabited island within the Grand Line could be worth exploring, should he encounter a nation there. His status would enable him to borrow some criminals without issue. Conversely, on ungoverned islands, he could act freely to accrue sin points, provided he refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering innocents. With this resolution, he decided to traverse the 7 routes, confident that a complete tour of the islands could yield at least 30 million sin points, with fortune permitting perhaps even 50 million. This would elevate his book of sin, thereby enhancing his strength to that of a vice-admiral. Furthermore, through these endeavors, he sought to identify suitable subordinates. His eye of judgment allowed him to perceive not only the abilities of criminals but also the misdeeds they had committed. Through this discernment, he could identify individuals of loyal disposition who could be of service to him. As for their moral standing, it was of little consequence, for he had never aspired to be a paragon of virtue. Currently, he played the role of a good man solely due to his insufficient strength. Given ample power, he would welcome global chaos, as it would generate a wealth of sin points. As he glided through the air, Kahn felt quite content. His first destination was the island of Bini, the 9th island along the 5th route of the Grand Line, situated closest to the Sabaody archipelago. According to the map provided by Admiral Sengoku, Bini Island was a rocky terrain with a rather harsh environment. Nevertheless, it harbored mineral resources and factories controlled by the world government, resulting in a moderate population, though the exact number remained unclear. He was confident that the island's law enforcement was relatively effective, given its proximity to Justice Island, where the Navy frequently patrolled. Thus, Kahn did not anticipate accruing significant sin points on Bini Island, aiming merely for a modest sum of 100,000. With this mindset, he hastened towards Bini Island. After several hours of flight, feeling a tinge of boredom, he spotted a ship sailing towards Bini Island. He decided to descend upon the vessel, intending to ride it to the island. This way, he could immerse himself in the pool of sin, a slight delay that would nonetheless enhance his cultivation, rendering it a worthwhile endeavor. The descent of Kahn captured the attention of those aboard the vessel. As they beheld Kahn alight upon their ship, they gathered around, hesitant to strike. The reasons for their restraint were twofold. Firstly, anyone capable of soaring through the skies must undoubtedly be a formidable individual, not to be trifled with. Secondly, Kahn was adorned in the attire of a naval commander. Once Kahn had steadied himself upon the deck, a man burdened with an iron staff approached him, bowing respectfully. "I am Miller, the captain of the ship's guard. May I inquire your esteemed title, sir?" Colonel Kahn spoke with a calm demeanor. "I am Colonel Kahn from headquarters. I am en route to Bini Island. You must be heading somewhere as well, so why not grant me a ride?" Upon hearing Kahn's introduction as a colonel, the tension among the group dissipated. Miller then instructed the others to withdraw and turned to Kahn, saying, "Colonel Kahn, I shall arrange a place for you to sit and rest. How does that sound?" Kahn cast a glance at Miller and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for that. I can sit at the bow of the ship. At present, I simply have a few questions I wish to pose to you." Miller, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Please, feel free to ask your questions." Kahn pondered for a moment and inquired, "Are there any pirates stationed on Bini Island?" Miller's expression grew peculiar. He began to doubt whether Kahn was indeed a colonel from headquarters. The situation on Bini Island should be well known to the naval forces at headquarters. Kahn, noticing Miller's skeptical expression, presented his credentials for Miller's perusal, stating, "I have only recently joined this department, less than 3 days ago, and am not yet well acquainted with the Grand Line." After examining Kahn's identification and confirming his identity, Miller smiled and remarked, "Ah, so you are a newly appointed officer. No wonder you are unaware of the circumstances. I am heading to Bini Island to investigate the situation regarding the pirates. Allow me to share some insights with you." From Miller's words, it was evident that Bini Island was indeed plagued by pirates, and in considerable numbers. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned the Navy's investigation. Kahn instantly perked up and said, "Then please elaborate on the situation." Miller pointed in a direction and replied, "Colonel Kahn, let us find a place to sit and discuss further." Kahn glanced at the spot indicated by Milan. There stood a table surrounded by 4 stools, a designated area for respite. He then followed Miller and settled into that spot to engage in conversation. After conversing for a while, Kahn gained some insight into the situation on Bini Island. Indeed, pirates were present on the island, yet they were not just any common brigands. They were pirates with powerful backing. These marauders were employed by the world's aristocracy, engaging in theft and mining operations. Initially, the world government's guard had kept a watchful eye on the island, but eventually, they succumbed to bribery from the noble class and grew apathetic to their activities. As long as these pirates did not interfere with the operations of the legitimate mining teams, they were left undisturbed. Consequently, on the eastern side of Binney Island, a small town emerged, inhabited by thousands of individuals engaged in pirate-led mining endeavors. Upon hearing Miller's account, Kahn pondered for a moment and cast a sidelong glance at Myron, remarking, "Your tone suggests a considerable dissatisfaction with those pirate mining teams. Do you harbor a grudge against them?" Miller shook his head, responding, "A grudge? How could I dare? They are backed by the world's nobility. However, their illicit mining and sale of ores have driven down prices, adversely affecting our legitimate enterprises. The boss detests them immensely." "I see," Kahn replied, understanding now why Miller displayed such displeasure when discussing the pirates. It was, after all, a conflict of interests, which is entirely reasonable. Kahn pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Among those pirates, are there any formidable individuals?" "Indeed, there are," Miller promptly replied. "The one at the helm is none other than the infamous pirate, Dual Blade Mori, who has a bounty of 94.5 million. He later allied himself with the world nobles, and it remains a mystery how they managed to have his bounty revoked. A bounty of 94.5 million? That indicates a criminal value exceeding 10,000 at the very least. If he is particularly ruthless, it could well amount to hundreds of thousands." Kahn was immediately invigorated and inquired of Milron, "What is that fellow like?" Miller glanced at Kahn, cleared his throat, and replied, "Colonel Kahn, I see you are still quite young. Allow me to offer a word of caution. As a mere colonel, it would be wise not to provoke him. 10 years ago, he had already engaged in several confrontations with a general from headquarters. As a lowly colonel, to incite him would be tantamount to courting death." Kahn offered no explanation, merely smiling as he stated, "I am only conducting an investigation, not confronting him." Miller's expression softened slightly as he replied, "That fellow is exceedingly ruthless. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep those thousands of pirates on the island in check. I have met with him several times to discuss matters, and he has executed a few pirates right before our eyes. A villain, indeed. His level of wickedness must be considerable. It seems that Mori must be apprehended." Noticing Kahn deep in thought, Miller quietly inquired, "Colonel Kahn, are you investigating the pirates on the island because the headquarters is preparing to take action against them? If the headquarters intends to eradicate them, we are willing to provide information." This Miller, unable to contend with the pirates, seeks to leverage the strength of the headquarters to eliminate them. Thus, their ores could be sold more profitably in the future. Kahn pondered silently, casting a glance at the over 2,000 sin points atop Milan's head, realizing that he too was not a paragon of virtue. Everything, after all, was driven by self-interest. After a moment of reflection, Kahn smiled knowingly, saying, "Well, we shall discuss this further after my investigation." Upon hearing this, Miller felt a flicker of hope. He contemplated leveraging the Navy's influence to eliminate his rivals. However, since Kahn had declined, he refrained from pursuing the matter further. Aware of the formidable power of the naval headquarters, particularly, he felt a sense of intimidation in the presence of Kahn himself. The nearest island, Judicial Island, was still quite distant. The fact that Kahn could traverse that distance effortlessly spoke volumes of his strength. If Kahn hailed from a more remote island, it would indicate an even greater level of power. Such formidable individuals were not ones to be trifled with. Noticing Kahn's silence as he sank into thought, Miller decided it prudent to take his leave. As soon as Miller departed, the spirit of Kahn delved into the abyss of sin, gradually enhancing his constitution. Time swiftly passed, and nearly 2 hours had elapsed. As Miller approached Binney Island, he turned to Colonel Kahn and remarked, "Colonel Kahn, we are nearing the port of Binney Island." The spirit of Kahn emerged from the abyss of sin. He opened his eyes and rose, casting a glance into the distance. In that fleeting moment, he beheld 3 cargo ships approaching them from afar. Kahn cast a glance at the 3 cargo ships, sensing something amiss, and turned to Milan, inquiring, "The 3 cargo vessels ahead, why do they seem different from yours?" Miller, observing the ships in the distance, let out a disdainful snort, replying, "Those are indeed the vessels of the pirates, mere contraband crafted by private shipyards. Ours are manufactured by reputable shipyards, hence the distinction." Kahn was somewhat astonished. Are cargo ships still engaging in smuggling? Aren't they afraid of sinking? Miller continued with a cold snort. Their crew members are merely purchased slaves. If they perish, so be it. Otherwise, how could their ore be so much cheaper than ours? It's simply because they bear virtually no labor costs. Kahn was struck with realization and simultaneously filled with excitement. The fact that those individuals trafficked in slaves implied their utter disregard for human life, thus indicating a high degree of malevolence. Unable to contain himself, he ascended into the air and soared towards the three merchant vessels. Miller, witnessing this, was taken aback. The three pirate ships harbored no formidable foes. The strongest among them were merely two wielding blades, their bounties at most a meager 20 million. Before Kahn, they would be unable to withstand even a single strike. Consequently, within a mere 10 minutes, he subdued all the pirates aboard the three vessels. The slaves tasked with the delivery bore a negligible malevolence, often under 50 points, rendering them unworthy of his attention. Regardless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The pirates, on the other hand, possessed a malevolence exceeding 1,000 points. Their lack of strength combined with their high malevolence was precisely what Kahn relished. This endeavor netted him a total of 360,000 points of malevolence, leaving him elated. He was eager to hasten to Pirate Town and apprehend its denizens. As Kahn dealt with the pirates, Miller's ship reached the vicinity of the three pirate vessels. Observing Kahn's figure atop the pirate ship, Miller quickly instructed his crew to draw closer. Once near enough, he waved to Kahn and said, "Colonel Kahn, you must be the esteemed naval officer who triumphed over the Ghost Blade, Poison Wolf, and Wind Whirl, the three pirate crews in the Chambord Archipelago." Kahn raised an eyebrow. The events he orchestrated in the Chambord Archipelago had spread so swiftly. In just 2 strides, he stood before Myron, exclaiming, "You are aware of my exploits." "Indeed, it is you," Miller responded with a sense of wonder. "Upon observing through the telescope as you vanquished the pirates, I recalled your mention of the naval commander who caused a ruckus in the Chambord Archipelago yesterday. Now I am certain." After a moment of reflection, Miller respectfully bowed to Kahn. "Colonel Kahn, your reputation is beginning to flourish. Our boss informed us that news of your deeds has already circulated, and perhaps within a couple of days you shall attain renown across the Grand Line. It was only natural for the happenings in the Chambord Archipelago to disseminate widely, especially considering the number of individuals who had fled that day." Kahn cast a glance at Miller and said, "Since you recognize me, what is it that you wish to convey?" Miller's expression turned serious as he replied, "Colonel Kahn, we are eager to assist you in eradicating the pirates." Kahn raised an eyebrow. He had to chase after the pirates, which inevitably required some exertion. The assistance from Miller and his companions in apprehending a few fleeing pirates was, for him, a fortunate circumstance. Kahn pondered for a moment before gazing at Miller and said, "I am quite occupied and cannot afford to waste time. You have 1 hour to gather the men and take me to Pirate Town." Miller's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he replied, "Rest assured, Lord Kahn, we will be ready in half an hour. Let us depart for Pirate Town now. By the time we arrive, our forces should be nearing the vicinity of the town." Kahn was quite pleased. He cast a glance at Miller and said, "Let us set forth, and I hope you shall not disappoint me." Miller was intrigued and promptly agreed. Subsequently, he arranged for his men to take control of 3 pirate cargo ships. He then placed a call to his superior, the content of which remains unknown. Regardless, 10 minutes later, they were sufficiently prepared to embark. Before long, they approached the shores of Benny Island, proceeding along the coastline towards the direction of the pirate town. It took them a total of half an hour. Kahn stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant harbor. Miller, beside Kahn, exclaimed, "Sir, we have arrived." Kahn nodded slightly and took to the skies. "You may arrange for your people to seal off the town. Leave the remaining matters to me, and those captured shall also be entrusted to my care." Kahn uttered a brief remark before departing. Millerton, instantly invigorated, bellowed, "Brothers, if we vanquish those pirates today, the oars of Benny Island shall fall under our boss's dominion. Promotions and raises will be guaranteed. Let us all give our utmost effort. Kill, kill, kill." Millerton's comrades roared in excitement. They quickened their pace, sailing fervently towards the harbor. Above the pirate town, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Upon Kahn's arrival, he surveyed the throngs of people below, excitement surging within him as he noted that those wielding weapons bore a malevolent score exceeding 1,000. A cursory glance revealed the potential for him to amass a staggering 1 million in malevolence. Thus, he sprang into action, drawing his sword midair and swinging it indiscriminately towards the ground. The pirates and slaves traversing the streets were swiftly felled by his relentless assault. Who is that? Is he insane? Panic ensued as the townsfolk hurriedly sought refuge indoors, with those armed urging, "Shoot him down." Cries for help echoed throughout the pirate town, drowning out the sounds of gunfire in a chaotic symphony of desperation. The entire settlement descended into turmoil as Kahn deftly evaded bullets while continuing his frenzied swordplay. Reveling in the mayhem, with each strike, he chanted, 1,000, 1,000, yet another 1,000. After several minutes of aerial combat, the streets lay devoid of standing figures. Those who could flee had sought shelter within their homes, launching furtive attacks upon Kahn. However, their attempts at ambush were futile. Once he had cleared the streets of their occupants, any remaining assailants were swiftly met with a crescent-shaped surge of sword energy, slicing through buildings with ease. The pirates who had taken refuge within were met with varying fates, some fortunate enough to merely sustain injuries, while others faced death. 5 minutes later, with no one daring to fire upon him, the pirates of the town found themselves in disarray. Meanwhile, Miller and his companions had successfully landed at the port, and a fresh wave of individuals surged into the town from the outskirts. Kahn, soaring through the air, addressed those on the ground. Miller, instruct your men to evacuate everyone from the building. Eliminate any resistance without mercy. Miller, brimming with excitement, replied from below, rest assured, sir, not a single one shall escape. Kahn nodded in satisfaction, glancing around as he declared, I have heard that the dual-blade Mori is also present here. Come forth, for today marks your demise. Yet, his words were met with silence. No one responded, nor was there a soul to be seen fleeing the quaint town. Kahn furrowed his brow, hovering in the air as he observed Miller and his companions beginning to encircle the pirates. Occasionally, he witnessed a pirate attempting to flee. With a swift arc of his crescent lightning sword, he struck them down. After 20 minutes, the elusive dual-wielding Mori had yet to emerge, leading him to surmise that Mori was likely not present or had perhaps escaped through some hidden passage. Consequently, he descended to the ground to begin collecting the fallen pirates. Just as he became engrossed in this task, Miller approached him and said, My Lord Kahn, we have ascertained Mori's whereabouts. He is over by the mines, maintaining order. As it is rumored that a significant shipment is forthcoming, Mori is urging the slaves to toil tirelessly in their excavation efforts. The 3 ships you recently vanquished were meant for this supply. Upon hearing the word mines, Kahn immediately deduced that there must be a considerable number of pirates there. Otherwise, who would oversee the slaves? He halted his collection of pirates and addressed Miller, subdue all the pirates and bring them to me. Once we have secured them, we shall depart for the mines. Miller nodded and promptly arranged for the pirates to be delivered. In the pirate town, after Kahn had gathered most of the pirates, he prepared to set off towards the mine with Miller and the others. However, they had yet to depart when Miller's crew received a phone call. It informed them that the dual-wielding Mori was hastily returning from the mine with his men. Consequently, they decided to wait in town instead of setting off, while also taking the opportunity to eliminate any remaining remnants. Of course, such trivial matters were not a concern for Kahn. He sat with Miller at the town's entrance, awaiting Mori's return. The mine was situated a considerable distance from the port, and according to Miller's estimation, it would take their adversaries about an hour to arrive. Miller's crew could swiftly reach the location due to their affiliation with a legitimate company, which ensured the availability of fast vehicles. In contrast, Mori's band was a ragtag army that would not invest in high-priced transport, resulting in a slower arrival. At the town's entrance, they waited for a while until a group of individuals hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Miller, the leader erupted in a tirade. Miller, you scoundrel, do you wish for death? How dare you attack us? Your boss is no match for us. Miller calmly drew his iron rod and replied, Show. We are currently assisting the Navy in eradicating pirates. If you have any objections, feel free to test your strength. Upon hearing this, Shahu's gaze fell upon Kahn, who was dressed in a naval colonel's uniform. He scrutinized Kahn and scoffed dismissively. A mere colonel dares to meddle in our affairs? Miller, your excuse is utterly flimsy. Miller chuckled softly. Indeed, a solitary naval colonel would struggle against Shahu and his men. However, Kahn was no ordinary colonel. He had single-handedly vanquished over 3,000 pirates in the Sabaody archipelago and defeated 3 formidable adversaries akin to Mori. This was precisely why he possessed the audacity to confront Shahu and his crew. Noticing Miller's amusement, Shahu grew increasingly irate and was about to strike. At that moment, a middle-aged man who accompanied both parties stepped forward to intercede, saying, Do not engage. You are no match for them. To advance would be tantamount to courting death. Shahu paused, hesitatingly inquiring of the middle-aged man, Mori, do they have experts among them? The middle-aged man, who was indeed the dual-wielding Mori, glanced at Kahn's sword and then at the buildings in the town that had been cleaved by blades. He replied coolly that naval officer is a swordsman. Shahu's expression shifted to one of gravity. He stared intently at Kahn for a moment, then pondered before stating, Young man, we are members of the illustrious Paragus family. Are you certain you wish to oppose us? Kahn cast a glance at the sand tiger, whose sin value was over 70,000. A stark contrast to Mori's exceeding 270,000. With a dismissive tone, he remarked, "Trash, just step aside. I shall deal with Mori first before addressing you." The sand tiger, infuriated, was on the verge of erupting. Kahn, undeterred, gazed at Mori and said, "So you are the dual-wielding Mori. Allow me to witness your prowess. Should you falter, you shall become my prized possession." Without uttering a word, Mori unsheathed his twin blades. Upon witnessing this, Kahn unsheathed his sword, unleashing a crescent moon-like bolt of lightning in the form of sword energy, aimed directly at Mori. Was that the sword energy of thunder? Mori, now serious, fiercely struck with his dual blades, colliding against the crescent lightning sword energy. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate for approximately 2 seconds before the crescent lightning sword energy was shattered. Impressive. There is some strength here. The sword technique has been countered. Kahn spoke softly and then leaped towards Mori. Miller, Shahu, and the others hurriedly dispersed. They had already witnessed the battle between Kahn and Mori, a confrontation beyond their capability to engage in. Should they be caught in the fray, they would undoubtedly incur injuries. Kahn rushed towards Mori, engaging him in a fierce confrontation. Both combatants exhibited remarkable speed and strength, making it difficult to determine a clear victor in the heat of battle. Mori had been placed under a bounty of over 90 million a decade ago, and in the ensuing years, his prowess had undoubtedly grown. Based on Kahn's assessment of Mori's strength, he possessed at least the combat capabilities of a mid-ranking general, presenting an excellent opportunity for Kahn to hone his skills. Thus, he opted to face Mori solely with his swordsmanship, which he had acquired from 2 prisoners, one proficient in the Gale sword technique, and the other adept in the Thunder sword technique. Kahn has extracted the swordsmanship of 2 individuals and, with the assistance of his malevolent energy, has accelerated his training to meld these 2 styles, thus creating his current technique, the Swift Wind and Thunder swordsmanship. However, this fusion, being his own creation, does not yet possess the same level of proficiency as the directly extracted styles. In his usual practice, aided by his malevolent energy, his progress has been somewhat sluggish due to the lack of worthy opponents. Today, however, he has encountered a suitable adversary, allowing him to unleash his full strength in combat against Mori. As for Heishui, that fellow poses no threat to his life. And even when employing the Swift Wind and Thunder swordsmanship, he remains somewhat restrained. During his time in the Sabaody archipelago, he was besieged and had little opportunity to fully showcase his technique. Now, facing Mori in a life-and-death battle, in a one-on-one duel, he has the perfect opportunity to hone his skill. Mori wields dual blades with formidable strength, delivering powerful and sweeping attacks. Kahn's sword was met with unwavering resistance, as Mori effortlessly deflected each strike. Even the accompanying gust of wind and thunderous sword energy, capable of inducing paralysis and inflicting cuts, were easily countered by him. Their fierce combat sent sword lights and blade energy slicing through the air, leaving deep fissures etched into the surrounding ground. 2 unfortunate souls fell victim to Mori's dual blades, cleaved mercilessly in half. This spectacle prompted the onlookers to retreat to a safe distance of 50 meters. Miller, observing the clash between Kahn and Mori, could not restrain himself from inquiring of his companion, Hadru, "Do you think Kahn stands a chance against the dual-wielding Mori?" Hadru, the leader of the reinforcements who had arrived from the island, contemplated the fierce exchange before responding. "I sense Kahn is not unleashing his full might. After all, he is capable of taking on the vicious trio of the Poison Wolf, Ghost Blade, and Windyong pirate crews single-handedly. Mori, no matter how formidable, cannot possibly contend with 3 foes simultaneously." Miller nodded in agreement, casting a weary glance at the battling duo. "Yet, it seems they are evenly matched. Could it be that Mori has been concealing his true strength?" Hadru shook his head, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. "I cannot fathom it. Perhaps our boss's guard, Night Fox, has arrived and may discern who possesses the greater strength. Our own abilities are insufficient to gauge the prowess of such formidable warriors." "Indeed," Miller replied, shaking his head. He then turned his attention to the distant Sand Tiger, whispering to Hadru, "Keep an eye on Sand Tiger and his crew. Should they attempt to flee, we must obstruct their escape. If they manage to elude us, assembling a mining team will become considerably easier. Only their demise would serve our boss's interests best." Hadru nodded in affirmation, acknowledging their shared duty as loyal retainers to protect their master's interests, even at the cost of their own lives. Mori was no fool. After battling Kahn for half an hour, he noted several instances where Kahn could have breached his defenses but refrained from striking. This piqued Mori's interest, leading him to intentionally expose weaknesses and test Kahn's resolve once more. Kahn did not launch an attack. This realization dawned upon him. Kahn was merely using him as a practice target. Such humiliation was unbearable. How could he endure it? You little brat, using me for practice, are you? I shall see just how formidable you truly are. Mori bellowed with fury. The strength of his dual blades surged dramatically. Simultaneously, a dark radiance emerged from both of his arms. This was the manifestation of his haki. It appeared that after a decade, Mori had indeed made considerable progress and concealed a significant amount of power. Even Miller had never witnessed Mori wielding the haki before. Kahn gazed at Mori's pitch-black dual blades and let out a cold snort. You think you are the only one capable of this? With that, he tightened his grip on the longsword, enveloping himself in the aura of armament haki, which extended from the hilt to his entire being. Upon witnessing Kahn's formidable presence, the fury on Mori's face swiftly dissipated, giving way to a solemn demeanor as he fixated on the blade of Kahn's sword in silence. Kahn was aware. Mori had discerned this truth. His haki was indeed stronger than his own. Continuing in this manner would undoubtedly lead to his own downfall. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Kahn remarked with a cold scoff, observing Mori's solemn demeanor. Mori fell silent. Indeed, fear coursed through him. He had no desire for death. Otherwise, he would not have allied himself with a world nobleman, serving as a mere enforcer. After all, such subservience tarnished the reputation of a true warrior. He glanced at Kahn and said, I harbor no grudge against you. Why then must you seek my life? Kahn cast a glance at Mori, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is due to my devil fruit ability that capturing pirates like you enables me to cultivate my skills more rapidly. Mori, however, could not comprehend Kahn's intent. After all, the notion that capturing pirates could aid in one's training was rather absurd. Nonetheless, he understood clearly. Kahn would never allow him to leave. If he did not defeat Kahn today, escaping would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, he steeled himself. A fiery aura emanating from his entire being, as both sides exuded a palpable tension. Phoenix Slash. Since he aimed to vanquish Kahn, he could not afford to waste any energy and unleashed his ultimate technique. Mori transformed into a blazing fire phoenix, hurtling toward Kahn with unrelenting determination. Upon witnessing this, Kahn summoned the tempest, with lightning and fierce winds swirling around him. The sword that had vanquished the black water re-emerged in the mortal realm after a lapse of 3 days. The Gale Thunder Sword, Wind and Thunder Flash, unleashed its ultimate technique. Kahn, akin to a bolt of lightning, collided violently with Mori's fire phoenix, resulting in a resounding roar. Following this clash, the flames and thunder that enveloped them dissipated, revealing the figures of both combatants. At this moment, Kahn stood behind Mori, whose dual blades had been shattered, blood splattering from his chest as he immediately sank to one knee. Kahn turned swiftly, positioning his sword at Mori's neck, and calmly declared, You are afraid, and thus you have lost. It need not have ended so tragically for you. Mori fell silent, closing his eyes. In the confrontation with Kahn, fear enveloped him, igniting a desire to flee. This vulnerability allowed Kahn to exploit the opening, severing Mori's dual blades and striking him down. Had he not succumbed to fear, perhaps he would have merely been propelled away, avoiding injury. Yet, all of this remains hypothetical. Fear is fear, and he found himself without words. Kahn observed Mori's silence and swiftly rendered him unconscious with a single strike, subsequently securing him. His gaze then shifted towards the Sand Tiger and his companions, who were attempting to flee but found their escape thwarted by Miller and his crew. These miscreants collectively bore a bounty exceeding 300,000, which Kahn was unwilling to relinquish. Thus, he approached with calm determination, dispatching all the pirates with a few deft strokes of his blade. Following this, he proceeded to capture them, imprisoning each one within the confines of the sealing tome. Once the task was complete, he concluded his efforts. Kahn waved at Miller and inquired, There must still be some pirates stationed at the mine, correct? Having witnessed Kahn's formidable strength, Miller felt an overwhelming sense of respect for him. He hurriedly approached Kahn, bowing with deference, and said, My Lord Kahn, there are over 300 foremen currently at the mine, and more than 100 have returned. There should still be around 200 remaining. Allow us to handle those rascals. We shall bring them to you, my lord. Kahn cast a satisfied glance at Miller, saying, Very well, I shall take a moment to rest here. Upon hearing this, Miller promptly summoned 2 female subordinates, instructing, Please attend to Lord Kahn with utmost care and escort him to the tavern in town for a leisurely respite. The 2 women quickly nodded in agreement. Kahn said nothing and followed the 2 women back to the town. Miller and his companions left a portion of their group behind, while the remainder proceeded towards the mines. In the pirate town, Kahn arrived around 4 in the afternoon. Miller gathered all the individuals from the mine and handed them over to Kahn. They took the people into custody. Kahn glanced at the sin levels of Miller and his companions, ultimately deciding not to take action against them. Among Miller's group, there were only 7 or 8 individuals with sin levels exceeding 1,000, while the remainder hovered around 100 points. Capturing them would yield far less than apprehending a sand tiger. So he was disinclined to provoke them over their sin values. After all, they were backed by legitimate companies, providing support for numerous individuals, thus contributing to a greater good. After concluding his assessment, Kahn inquired of Miller, "Are there any other pirate factions on this island?" Miller shook his head. "No. Those pirates relied solely on their connections to encroach upon our business. If there were other pirates to contend with, our boss's enterprise would be on the brink of collapse. And in such circumstances, our boss would undoubtedly be compelled to take action." Upon hearing this, Kahn immediately lost interest. He shifted the conversation and inquired of Miller, "Are you familiar with the islands of the Grand Line? If you possess any intelligence, do share it with me." Miller's demeanor brightened at once. Their superior had a considerable understanding of Kahn's affairs, revealing an evident interest in him. Should he assist Kahn? It would establish a connection between them, and perhaps, in the future, their superior might seek Kahn's help. Contemplating this, Miller promptly replied, "Sir, I shall contact my superior to provide you with a comprehensive report." "Very well," Kahn responded, "but I require swift action. I wish to depart shortly, as I have matters to attend to." Miller quickly assured him, "Just 1 hour, sir. You need only wait an hour." With that, Miller hurriedly left, acquiring a communication device and dialing, "Boss, the individuals from Binney Island have all been dealt with. Colonel Kahn now requests a detailed briefing on the islands of the Grand Line." There was a brief silence before a voice responded, "Well done. I will contact you shortly. Ensure you engage with Colonel Kahn to cultivate a good rapport." "Understood, boss," Miller replied. "But Colonel Kahn is eager to leave and wishes to receive the information within the hour." "I've got it. Just wait," the voice on the device concluded before hanging up. Miller then returned to Kahn, ready to attend to him. Kahn mentioned that he would wait for merely an hour. However, he ended up waiting an entire night before departing from Binney Island. This delay was due to Miller's employer, who was unable to deliver the blueprints and instead arranged for someone to relay the information via telephone, which Miller then had to transcribe. Thus, it took 5 hours to complete the detailed documentation for Kahn. By that time, it was nearly dawn, compelling him to rest for the night before continuing his journey. Kahn bid farewell to Miller and set off towards the next island. Along the way, he cast the pirates who had accumulated evil points directly into the sea, leaving them to fend for themselves. Occasionally, he spared those whose crimes were not particularly grave, waiting until they reached the next island to disembark them. During his journey, he utilized the Judgment Eye, expending 1.26 million evil points to extract and enhance the armament hockey of the dual-wielding Mori. As for Mori's other abilities, he held no interest. Once he drained Mori of his evil points, he would send him on his way. There was no need to imprison him. As Mori was not a wanted man, sending him to Sengoku would surely yield no recognition. Regarding the pirates he had retrieved from the underwater prison, he refrained from absorbing their abilities, mindful of the potential complications that could arise upon their return. Of course, this caution also stemmed from his own insufficient strength. Were his power greater, such trivial matters would scarcely concern him. Having seized Mori's abilities, he continued his journey and, after 3.5 hours, arrived at the next island, Rosa Kingdom. It lay on the 5th route of the Grand Line, marking the 8th island. According to the information provided by his boss, Miller, Rosa Kingdom was a member nation of the world government, boasting a population of 10 million citizens and considerable strength. Ordinary pirates dared not cause disturbances within its borders, in an effort to prevent successive waves of pirates from troubling the townsfolk. The king of Rosa Kingdom designated a specific coastal area for passing pirates to land and procure supplies, thus mitigating the likelihood of chaos within the city. Kahn's intended destination is, of course, the very place where the pirates have made landfall. First, he must deal with those pirates before making his way to the Kingdom of Rosa, where he intends to acquire some prisoners for his purposes. Upon reaching the waters near the Kingdom of Rosa, Kahn extracted a prisoner from the Book of Sin, and from the prisoner, he retrieved a map of the Kingdom of Rosa, examining the location of the pirate port. This ability was a recent development of his own research. The Book of Sin did not accept inanimate objects. However, by placing such items upon the prisoner, he was able to incorporate them into the book, thus transforming it into a mobile repository. Food and information, akin to the devil fruits, could now be carried with him. After confirming the location on the map of the Kingdom of Rosa, he stored both the prisoner and the map and proceeded towards the pirate port. Approximately 20 minutes later, he arrived at the harbor frequented by pirates. This port was merely a small village, its modest size attributed to the fact that it only emerged after the demise of Roger, having been constructed in just a year prior to Roger's death, which heralded the onset of the Great Age of Pirates. The number of pirates was relatively manageable, and the Kingdom of Rosa possessed the capacity to deal with them. However, as the era of rampant piracy began, the influx of pirates became overwhelming for the Kingdom of Rosa, prompting the establishment of a port to accommodate passing pirates, thereby accumulating records and fingerprints, while simultaneously allowing the kingdom to sell goods and earn some revenue, for even pirates had needs for sustenance and various supplies. Kahn soared above the harbor, casting his gaze upon the villagers below, only to be met with profound disappointment. The malevolent scores of the individuals he observed hovered around a mere 50 points, with scarcely a few exceeding that threshold. This revelation left him rather disheartened. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The pirates who docked here were largely nonchalant, for had they been troublemakers, they would not have remained here so peacefully. Unlike those notorious pirates of Binney Island, who had wreaked havoc for many years. As for those with malevolent scores below 100, Kahn felt little motivation to pursue them. Considering it a waste of time, he merely glanced around without launching a direct attack. Instead, he descended into the village, surveying his surroundings. However, he had yet to identify anyone with a high level of malevolence. The passers-by regarded him with evident wariness, some even producing newspapers, simultaneously scrutinizing Kahn while perusing the print. It appeared that they recognized him. His actions in the Shambadi archipelago must have made headlines. Intrigued, he wished to see how the news portrayed him. Thus, he addressed one of the individuals holding a newspaper, saying nonchalantly, "Let me have a look at that paper." The person, after a moment of hesitation, relinquished the newspaper to Kahn before swiftly retreating into a nearby house. Kahn took the newspaper and casually flipped through its pages. In an instant, his gaze fell upon his own likeness on the front page. To the left, a row of bold, black letters proclaimed, "Colonel Kahn, the innate nemesis of evil." Below this striking headline was a description of Kahn's devil fruit powers, stating that he could absorb the strength of those steeped in wickedness to fuel his own cultivation. Finally, the article recounted the events he had undertaken in the Shambadi archipelago. After perusing the news, Kahn furrowed his brow slightly. His fruit ability should not have been carelessly revealed by the Navy. The fact that it has come to light indicates that something is amiss. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a transponder snail from the Book of Sin and dialed out directly. The transponder snail is a living creature. Thus, the enchanted Book of Sin can accommodate it. Soon, the call connected, and Sengoku's voice resonated. "You little brat, you actually remembered to call me." Sengoku's words carried a palpable sense of resentment. Kahn coughed softly and remarked, "Marshal, it has only been 3 days. Surely reporting every day is excessive when a weekly update would suffice. You wouldn't find daily reports particularly engaging either, would you?" The warring states snorted in response. "From now on, keep the communication device on your person. I have attempted to reach you several times without success. You must have stowed the device away in your sealed space, am I correct?" Kahn cleared his throat, saying, "Well, I am merely concerned that it might meet an untimely demise in battle." The tone of the warrior was laced with disdain. "It seems to me that you simply wish to avoid my contact, fearing that I may bring trouble upon you. If I cannot reach you next time, I shall have no choice but to revoke your position." Kahn found himself in a state of helplessness, for his thoughts had been thoroughly discerned by Sengoku. Indeed, he had cast the telephonic insect into the Book of Sin, wishing to avoid frequent communications with Sengoku. With a resigned cough, he conceded, "Very well. I shall carry it with me henceforth. However, in the midst of battle, to ensure its protection, I must still conceal it." Sengoku did not insist on Kahn keeping the telephonic insect, understanding that this was the utmost concession Kahn could offer. Moreover, he surmised that Kahn would likely not comply. With a disdainful snort, he inquired, "Speak, what is it you wish to discuss?" Kahn, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Marshal, why has the revelation of my devil fruit ability been reported? Shouldn't such matters remain confidential? Is this not a source of trouble for me?" The tone of the warlord grew irritable as he replied, "How dare you speak? You caused chaos in the Sabaody archipelago, offending those world nobles. It is a wonder they have not sent assassins after you. The mere exposure of your ability is, in fact, a leniency. Ah, so it was the world nobles behind this. Those contemptible beings shall pay for their actions in due time." Kahn muttered a few words under his breath and told Zhanghua, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, he decisively tossed the communication device into the Book of Sin. At this moment, he was immersed in the realm of battle, allowing him to stow away the device. Should Zhanghua inquire next time, he would possess a plausible excuse to justify his actions. Thus, he concealed the communication device. Kahn surveyed his surroundings, noticing that more people were observing him. They were all exceedingly vigilant, their weapons gripped tightly in their hands. It was evident that they were apprehensive about his potential actions. Kahn observed them for a moment and then calmly stated, "Now I shall begin to call upon individuals. Those whom I name, step forward willingly, or else do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Upon hearing this, the bystanders immediately turned and fled in haste. Kahn is indeed a formidable individual, capable of single-handedly confronting 3 pirate crews each with bounties exceeding 1 billion. Here, there exists no expert capable of challenging Kahn's prowess. Thus, the only recourse is to flee. Kahn observed the pirates beginning their hasty retreat. Without a hint of hesitation, he drew his sword and targeted those with notably high levels of malevolence. He paid no mind to any pirates who might be collateral damage. After all, they were all pirates in this place. The demise of a few was of no consequence. Ascending into the sky, he surveyed the entire village, identifying those with malevolent scores exceeding 500. With a swift stroke of his sword, he struck them down to the ground. After a series of swift attacks, he found no more pirates with scores above 500, so he turned his attention to those whose malevolence ranged from 200 to 500. "Damn it, everyone, let us fight him. If we don't kill him, none of us will leave here today." Kahn lowered his standards, and the number of attackers began to swell. This left the fleeing individuals in a state of desperation. They drew their firearms and fired into the air at Kahn, venting their frustration. Yet, all their efforts proved futile. Even with their bullets aimed at him, Kahn remained impervious, shielded by his armed hockey. For a full 30 minutes, the village echoed with the wails of the fallen, while some lay lifeless on the ground, and Kahn began to tidy up the aftermath. Minutes later, the cries of the pirates were silenced as they were apprehended, including those who attempted to launch surprise attacks, all thwarted by Kahn. Once the collection of foes was complete, he ventured into the village's homes, methodically searching each room, capturing and sealing away those with a wickedness score exceeding 200. In the wake of his rampage, the village fell into an eerie silence. The surviving populace, gripped by fear, dared not venture outside until Kahn had ascended into the sky. As they observed his departure, they secretly breathed sighs of relief, grateful for their fortune in avoiding capture. Otherwise, a grim future in prison awaited them. The clock struck 15:36 in the afternoon. Kahn arrived at the royal city of the Kingdom of Rosa. As he was not there to commit any acts of violence, he descended from the skies outside the city, preparing to enter through the gates. Upon landing, he approached the southern entrance of the royal city. Before he could utter a word, one of the 4 guards, his eyes brightening with recognition, saluted Kahn and inquired, "You must be Colonel Kahn. What brings you to our humble abode?" Kahn glanced at the sentry and said with a hint of detachment, "I am here to speak with your king." Upon hearing this, the sentry immediately replied, "Very well, Colonel Kahn. I shall inform the captain at once." "Certainly." Kahn nodded in agreement, adding, "I shall wait here." The sentry acknowledged Kahn with a nod before swiftly departing. He made his way to a building located on the left side of the inner gate. Before long, the sentry returned accompanied by a young man. Upon encountering Kahn, the young man saluted respectfully, stating, "Good day, Colonel Kahn. I am Captain Roberson, responsible for the gate's security. It is truly an honor to meet you." Kahn glanced at the somewhat excited Robertson and inquired, "Could you take me to meet your king?" Robertson immediately stepped aside, gesturing with an inviting demeanor, "Colonel Kahn, please follow me. I am certain His Majesty would be delighted to know of your arrival." Kahn nodded and followed Roberson into the city. They traversed the streets until they arrived at the entrance of the royal palace in the city center. The guards at the palace appeared to have received prior notification. They did not impede Kahn and Roberson's entry, but instead saluted them, granting them passage into the palace. Within the palace, at the threshold of the Grand Hall, King Rosanantel of the Rosa Kingdom awaited their arrival. Upon hearing the guards report that Kahn was coming to pay a visit, he promptly positioned himself at the Grand Hall's entrance, motivated by his keen interest in Kahn. Having already received reports from an official stationed at the pirate port regarding Kahn's undertakings there. Additionally, he had learned of the Marshal of the Warring States' high regard for Kahn, who was being groomed at a general's level, a future commander, deserving of exceptional hospitality. After a brief wait, Kahn was brought before him, and he immediately greeted him with a smile, exclaiming, "Colonel Kahn, your esteemed name has been echoing in my ears these past few days." Kahn glanced at Antel and clasped his hands together, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty Rosa." Antel smiled warmly, eagerly taking Kahn's arm. "Come. Let us retire to the palace for a pleasant conversation. This evening, I am hosting a banquet, and I sincerely hope that Colonel Kahn will grace me with his presence at dinner." Antel's courtesy was truly remarkable. Kahn found it difficult to decline the invitation to stay for a night. So he acquiesced. It provided an opportunity to extract the nefarious deeds of those pirates and clear some space in the sealed realm, enabling him to capture more pirates on his next island visit. With this thought, he followed Antel into a resting chamber. Once inside, Antel gestured for Kahn to take a seat before positioning himself opposite Kahn. Subsequently, he arranged for refreshments to be brought in. Once everything was in order, Antel turned to Kahn and inquired, "Colonel Kahn, what brings you to me?" Kahn spoke without reservation, gazing at Antel as he remarked, "Surely, Your Majesty is aware of my cultivation methods. I wish to practice using the prisoners within this cell." Antel cast a glance at Kahn and replied with a smile, "No problem, but some of our inmates are of great significance. You cannot take them away. You may only refine your skills here and must return them to us afterward." Kahn gazed at the smiling Anter, instantly aware that Anter wished for him to linger here a few more days. After contemplating, he did not decline the suggestion. The number of offenders from the kingdom of Rosa was likely not excessive. With the pool of sin, it could be cleansed in just a few days. To accumulate more sin points, it seemed prudent to extend his stay. Upon reflection, he reached this conclusion. Kahn nodded, "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." Antel, upon hearing this, immediately felt a surge of joy. "In that case, I will prepare a resting chamber for you, and we shall have a delightful conversation shortly." Kahn nodded in agreement. Antel then stood up, leaving with a cheerful demeanor, while two maidens remained to attend to Kahn. In the afternoon, at 5 p.m., Antel extended an invitation to Kahn to dine with him. After dinner, Antel arranged for 2 guards to escort Kahn to a prison within the royal city. They entered the prison of the Rosa Kingdom. Kahn observed a procession of prisoners, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. These individuals were scarcely more formidable than mere pirates. The majority possessed a crime index hovering around a mere 20 points, likely having taken the lives of just 1 or 2 before being apprehended. After meticulously selecting within the confines of the prison, he managed to amass a mere 130 individuals. Their collective crime index fell short of 100,000, leaving him in a state of resignation. Remarkably, within the span of a single day, they could deplete their crime value entirely. Thus, the process of choosing prisoners came to a close. Kahn emerged from the prison and returned to the palace entrance, where Antel awaited him. Upon seeing Kahn, a hint of disappointment crossed his face as he inquired, "Dear brother Kahn, it appears that our prisoner has not met your expectations." Kahn cast a glance at Antel and sighed, "The quality is simply inadequate. I require someone malevolent, preferably with considerable strength." Upon hearing this, Antel responded with resignation. "Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Those of significant power elude our grasp, while the malevolent yet weak are swiftly executed, never confined within the walls of a prison." Antel's assertion holds true. Kahn shook his head and sighed, "Well, it appears that I am only suited for capturing pirates. Your Majesty Rosa, it seems I must depart tomorrow afternoon." Antel, feeling helpless, wished for Kahn to stay a while longer. However, he lacked the means to facilitate his extended presence. Ultimately, after a moment of contemplation, he sighed, "Very well, then I shall ensure to host you splendidly for one more day tomorrow." Kahn nodded silently, following Antel into the palace to rest. Once he lay down in the room arranged by Antel, he delved into the abyss of sin for training. In the Rosa Kingdom, he had not reaped many benefits, diminishing his interest in the prisons of small to medium-sized nations. The thousands of inmates combined did not even match Antel's singular level of malevolence. Were it not for the fear of capturing Antel and provoking an investigation from the world government, he would have contemplated eliminating the king and officials of the Rosa Kingdom entirely. After a night of rest, Kahn conversed with Antel the next day. Around 4 in the afternoon, he drained the malevolence from all the inmates and bid farewell to Antel, departing from the Rosa Royal City. His next destination was the 6th island of the 5th sea route, Akiha Island. As for the 7th island of the 5th sea route, Kahn had heard it was a winter island, perpetually deserted, thus he had no desire to venture there. Akiha Island, however, was a different matter. Renowned for its autumnal beauty and magnetic storage, which required approximately 2 months, it had become a haven for pirates, forming a bustling pirate town. Arriving in the vicinity of Akiha Island after a night of soaring through the skies, he descended around 4 in the morning into the waters near the island. By 5 o'clock, he landed near the only town on Akiha Island, which lay shrouded in darkness, suggesting that most of its residents had yet to arise. The streets were utterly deserted, presenting an opportune scenario for Kahn to enact his plans of capturing individuals one by one. However, Kahn felt an unsettling disquiet. It was precisely 5 in the morning, and it was peculiar for the town to be so eerily devoid of life. Typically, those preparing breakfast or the local farmers from the nearby island would be stirring even at this early hour. Yet, the entire town was shrouded in an unsettling silence. Hovering 30 meters above the town, he observed the bizarre situation below, activating his observation haki to its fullest extent. A minute later, his expression grew grave. His haki revealed that within a 100-meter radius, not a single soul inhabited the houses, indicating that he was in an empty town. An empty town? How peculiar. Just yesterday, he had conversed with Antel about Akiha Island, where Antel had remarked on the prevalence of pirates, suggesting that the best course of action for capturing them was to head to Akiha Island. Given Antel's capabilities, if Akiha town had indeed become deserted, he would have surely been aware of it within 2 days. The fact that Antel was oblivious suggested that this emptiness had transpired in the last couple of days. It was indeed strange. Who possessed the power to remove all the inhabitants of Akiha town? If it were a battle, the absence of destruction in the town belied any signs of conflict. It did not appear as though there had been any fighting here. As Kahn pondered these mysteries, a sudden surge of sword energy surged toward him from above. The source of this energy emanated from the rooftop of a building over 100 meters away. Kahn drew his sword, and with a single stroke of his blade, he shattered the opposing sword energy. Upon discerning the source of this energy, he was momentarily taken aback. Those piercing eyes were indelibly etched in his memory. It was none other than the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, 2 decades later. What was he doing here? Was he waiting for me? Had he driven away the pirates from the town? As Kahn pondered these thoughts, Mihawk gracefully leapt to a position not far from Kahn's feet and addressed him, saying, "Colonel Kahn, I am Dracul Mihawk." Kahn regained his composure and cast a glance at the youthful Mihawk, who stood before him. If it were Mihawk 20 years hence, Kahn, undoubtedly, would not dare to provoke. He would hastily retreat. However, at this moment, Mihawk is merely 18 years old. His prowess appears to be at the level of a swordmaster, likely commensurate with his skill in swordsmanship. Contemplating the prospect of overpowering the future world's greatest swordsman, Kahn instantly felt invigorated. He descended before Mihawk and remarked, "Youngster, your swordsmanship is commendable. Would you care to become my subordinate?" The youthful Mihawk, however, was not as composed as he would be in the future. He glared at Kahn in exasperation and retorted, "If you wish for me to be your subordinate, then defeat my sword first." Kahn swung his longsword, calmly stating, "Then come at me, little one." Mihawk was infuriated. Kahn appeared younger than he was, yet he dared to address him as a little friend. Today, he must teach Kahn a lesson, making it clear who the true leader is. After contemplating silently, Mihawk wasted no words. He leaped forward, confronting Kahn, and swung his sword down fiercely towards him. Kahn swiftly parried Mihawk's sword with ease. While his strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to Kahn's. After effortlessly blocking Mihawk's strike, Kahn uttered a single, nonchalant remark that ignited Mihawk's fury. In a fit of rage, Mihawk unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes, his razor-sharp sword aura cleaving the surrounding structures in twain. Yet, Kahn remained unfazed, effortlessly deflecting Mihawk's onslaught without a hint of retaliation, merely evading and blocking. Mihawk's prowess was akin to Kahn's foresight, revealing that he had only recently ascended to the status of a swordsman, still far from the realm of a master swordsman. Kahn easily parried Mihawk's strikes, not even employing half of his strength. After a furious flurry of attacks, Mihawk paused, fixating on Kahn with a cold scoff. "Are you looking down on me?" Kahn cast a glance at Mihawk and remarked, "Perhaps, although your talent is commendable, you are not yet my match. You would do well to become my disciple." Mihawk's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Kahn. "You underestimate me, do you? Allow me to demonstrate my most formidable strike. I am eager to see if you will summon your full strength." With that, Mihawk's eyes narrowed. Channeling all his power into his blade, he lunged toward Kahn's chest with a piercing thrust. He was convinced that Kahn would undoubtedly muster his utmost to counter this assault. However, he was taken aback when the target of his attack suddenly vanished. Bewildered, he stood momentarily in shock, only to be met with a powerful kick that connected squarely with his chest. The force propelled him backward, crashing through a wall and landing inside a nearby building. Such an impact would not spell his demise, of course. Mihawk emerged from the debris, glaring up at Kahn perched upon the roof, seething with rage. Had Kahn bested him with swordsmanship, he would have had no words to utter. Yet the ignoble manner in which Kahn had struck him with his foot left him deeply dissatisfied. Ultimately, he stifled his fury, recognizing that he was not yet Kahn's equal. To confront him would only lead to further humiliation. With one last contemptuous glare, Mihawk turned and departed. Kahn paid him no heed, for the one truly capable of confronting him had already made an appearance. This individual was no stranger. He was a figure of future significance, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Accompanying him was a cadre of seasoned veterans, along with a group of loyal subordinates currently under his command. Kahn comprehended the absence of pirates within the town. This place should indeed belong to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Given Doflamingo's capabilities, it would be entirely reasonable for him to anticipate Kahn's arrival. The townsfolk were undoubtedly removed by Doflamingo in advance, with the intent of preventing his capture. The multitude accompanying Doflamingo was certainly aimed at confronting Kahn. At this juncture, Doflamingo was still quite youthful, his gait lacking the arrogance that would later characterize him. His attire was rather fashionable, not at all reminiscent of a nefarious villain. The sole aspect he shared with his future self, 2 decades hence, was the distinctive pair of pink glasses. Upon arriving at the foot of the building where Kahn stood, Doflamingo gazed at him and remarked, "Hey, kid, how about we have a chat?" Kahn cast a glance at Doflamingo and leaped gracefully before him, offering a faint smile as he remarked, "Ah, is this not the notorious Doflamingo? You have come to me willingly, seeking to be captured, I presume." Doflamingo scrutinized Kahn for a moment before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, you truly possess audacity, young one. Do you genuinely believe you can apprehend us?" Kahn cast a disdainful glance at Doflamingo, sneering, "I have heard that you fled from Admiral Crane like a dog. I hardly find you impressive." Doflamingo's previously cheerful demeanor instantly stiffened. Being pursued by Crane was the most humiliating experience of his years. Now, someone dared to mention it before him. Doflamingo's gaze turned menacing, the veins on his forehead pulsating with rage. "What an insufferable brat. I had considered collaborating with you, but it seems I must now send you to hell." "Seize him," Doflamingo commanded. His subordinates sprang into action immediately. Behind Doflamingo, a cacophony of gunfire erupted as countless nets descended from the sky, enveloping the area where Kahn stood. Kahn cast a glance at the iron mesh and prepared to flee, for it was evident that the net was embedded with sea prism stone. He had no desire for his immunity to the sea prism stone to be revealed. Kahn yearned for escape. However, Doflamingo was determined to thwart Kahn's flight. As he extended his hand, countless white threads emerged, poised to obstruct Kahn's path to freedom. Yet, Kahn's body moved like a gust of wind, swiftly breaking through the blockade and ascending into the heavens. "Do not let him escape." Upon witnessing Kahn soaring above, Doflamingo bellowed, pointing an outstretched hand towards the sky. Whereupon countless white threads descended, ensnaring the entire town. This was Doflamingo's birdcage. It was astonishing that he possessed such power at such a young age. No, this must have been meticulously prepared, merely activated at this moment. It appeared that he had already constructed the birdcage before Kahn's arrival, truly treacherous. Observing Doflamingo's birdcage ensnaring the town, Kahn contemplated silently as an array of gunfire erupted, bullets tracking toward him. Given Doflamingo's wealth, it was entirely possible that those bullets were made of sea stone. Kahn was determined to avoid being struck. Activating his observation hockey, he deftly evaded the barrage of bullets and swiftly made his way into the town, where the presence of obstacles would shield him from being targeted. He sought refuge within the confines of the town. Kahn gazed at the distant birdcage, noticing that it had yet to contract, diminishing his space for movement. It remained uncertain whether this was due to Doflamingo's insufficient power or if he simply had not activated that ability. Kahn contemplated for a moment. He surmised that it was likely due to Doflamingo's inadequacy in harnessing the ability to sever an entire town, especially considering Doflamingo's youth. Even the young Mihawk had only recently embarked on his journey as a swordsman. That Doflamingo could invoke the birdcage was already quite impressive. To attempt a severance was indeed a formidable challenge. With this thought in mind, he gazed at the approaching foes, feeling a surge of determination. Those who followed Doflamingo were notorious villains, their malevolent worth averaging around 2,000. Doflamingo himself boasted a staggering 32 million in malevolent value. Collectively, their wickedness exceeded 5 million. Should he manage to capture them, he could absorb their malevolence, enhancing his own abilities or perhaps extracting a remarkably potent devil fruit power. Having devised a plan, he set it into motion. Rather than fleeing, he opted to engage in a game of hide and seek within the town. Occasionally, he would emerge to ambush 1 or 2 pirates, ensnaring them within his book of seals. If the opportunity for ambush eluded him, he refrained from attacking. After all, a direct assault was not his style. He persisted in his stealthy tactics, confident that with his observation haki, it was nearly impossible for anyone to approach him with lethal intent, particularly those surrounding Doflamingo, who lacked such capabilities. In Akihabara town, Doflamingo's expression grew grim. He aimed to ensnare Kahn, compelling him to confront them in battle. Yet, he had not anticipated the unfolding circumstances. Kahn, such a formidable figure, engages in combat with an insidious cunning, entirely devoid of the dignity befitting a true warrior. This despicable individual may prove to be even more troublesome than the likes of warring states. He is acutely aware that if this continues, before they can vanquish Kahn, he will decimate a significant portion of his forces, an organization painstakingly assembled over the past 7 or 8 years. He cannot allow the existence of Kahn to obliterate what he has worked so hard to build. Luring Kahn out is not an immediate possibility. The constraints of the birdcage have already hampered a portion of his strength, and the remaining power is wholly insufficient to contend with Kahn. It is likely that his family's subordinates would also falter against Kahn, given they cannot even best Mihawk, let alone Kahn, who has triumphed over him. Of course, should it come to a siege, there remains a glimmer of hope. Yet, Kahn is a swift adversary, evading capture as his men struggle to keep pace, narrowly escaping a surprise assault that nearly claimed one of his officers. Half an hour later, nearly half of Doflamingo's underlings have been lost, prompting Doflamingo to take decisive action. He leapt into the air, bellowing, "Everyone, return." Following his command, those in pursuit of Kahn hastily regrouped around Doflamingo, while some slower individuals found themselves ensnared by his strings. Drawn back to his side, thereby evading Kahn's treacherous strikes. Once Doflamingo had gathered his men, Kahn found himself unable to seize any targets. Upon revealing himself over 40 meters away from Doflamingo, he addressed them coolly. "What is this? Are you not going to fight?" Diamante, standing beside Doflamingo, glared at the emerging Kahn, seething with rage. "Kahn, if you have the guts, face me in a one-on-one battle." Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Diamante and remarked, "Do you take me for a fool? With so many of you, the only way for me to secure victory is to eliminate you one by one." Diamante, enraged, felt the ground beneath him tremble, a manifestation of his devil fruit abilities influencing the surrounding environment. Doflamingo reached out to calm Diamante, his own irritation directed at Kahn. Typically, they were the ones playing the cunning role, but now faced with someone else in that position, he began to grasp the challenges of dealing with such a slippery opponent. Today, capturing Kahn seemed increasingly unlikely. After a prolonged stare at Kahn, he suggested, "Kahn, how about we strike a deal?" Kahn raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you afraid of me?" Doflamingo snorted disdainfully. "If that is how you wish to interpret it, so be it. I am merely extending an opportunity for us to collaborate, which would be advantageous for both parties." Kahn smiled faintly. Indeed, Doflamingo is a formidable figure. It is truly impressive how swiftly he can suppress his anger and seek collaboration. Such a character, if judged by the standards of morality, is unlikely to falter. However, one must attempt to ascertain the truth. Kahn licked his lips, gazing at the malevolent Doflamingo with a glimmer of excitement. "Collaboration is indeed possible, but first, you must assist me in my cultivation. Only then shall I release you to discuss our partnership." Kahn's cultivation method is certainly known to Doflamingo. In order to assist Kahn in his training, one must first be rendered unconscious and sealed away by him. Doflamingo, however, is most unwilling to do so, as it would mean entrusting his fate to another. With a darkened expression, Doflamingo fixed his gaze upon Kahn and remarked, "Do you truly have such confidence in your ability to defeat us? United, we shall not fear you." Kahn surveyed the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I am a person with ample time," he mused. "I can afford to take things slowly. Eventually, I shall capture all of you." Doflamingo's expression darkened. The peril intensified significantly under Kahn's watchful gaze. Not only would their operations be hindered, but their very lives could be snatched away at any moment by this cunning adversary. Doflamingo felt a pang of regret. Was it truly worth inciting the wrath of such a shameless character over a few ships of ore, which were not even his own? It was profoundly foolish to provoke Kahn for the sake of mere minerals. Doflamingo fixed his gaze on Kahn, contemplating his next move. Ultimately, he resolved to retreat for the time being, believing that strategies to deal with Kahn could be devised later. He would not succumb to despair. Kahn dares to disregard even the words of the marshal. "Follow me," he commanded. Ultimately, Doflamingo issued his orders. He retracted the large birdcage suspended in the air, crafting a smaller cage to shield them, and then they gradually retreated within this diminutive enclosure. Doflamingo's method of retreat was rather commendable. Kahn launched several remote, sword energy attacks. Yet none could penetrate Doflamingo's protective birdcage, leaving him to watch as Doflamingo and his companions gradually withdrew from the town. Truly, he was destined to become one of the future warlords of the sea. Whether it be Mihawk or Doflamingo, capturing them was no simple feat. They possessed exceptional skills, particularly in terms of survival. Otherwise, they would not have thrived for over 2 decades. Although Kahn coveted Doflamingo's notorious reputation, he found himself at a loss for a method to breach Doflamingo's defenses at that moment. Certainly, should he unleash his full strength, he could indeed shatter Doflamingo's barriers. However, doing so would reveal his true capabilities, a prospect he was reluctant to entertain. Until he attained the strength of a general and secured his own safety, his trump cards must remain concealed. He followed Doflamingo out of the town. Kahn pondered for a moment, then decided against pursuing them further. He ascended into the air, scanning the vicinity of the town for the whereabouts of the pirates. His reasoning was that since Doflamingo had come out to ambush him, the pirates could not have hidden themselves too far away. The pirates within the town must be lurking nearby. As he wandered aimlessly, he soon spotted the pirates resting in a thicket of trees. Their notorious infamy was glaringly evident, with the lowest among them exceeding 500 points, which greatly satisfied Kahn. He descended upon them like a tempest, wreaking havoc in the forest, leaving behind a cacophony of screams. 5 kilometers away, Doflamingo listened to the distant cries, fully aware that Kahn had discovered his subordinates. Years of effort were being squandered in a single day, infuriating Doflamingo to no end. Yet, he could only endure. In the forest, Kahn thrived, making it nearly impossible for them to ensnare him in an ambush. "Young master, what shall we do now?" Diamante inquired during Doflamingo's contemplation. Taking a few deep breaths, Doflamingo replied coldly, "Let us abandon the Grand Line. That fellow Kahn will undoubtedly sweep through the pirates of the Grand Line. There is no point in remaining here. Inform Pika and the others to relocate everyone to the New World." Diamante felt reluctant. Having invested 5 or 6 years into their operations in the Grand Line, he asked Doflamingo, "Is it possible for us to place a bounty on him?" Doflamingo cast a glance at Diamante and cautioned, "It is best not to. Kahn is essentially a tool unleashed by the world government to cleanse the Grand Line of pirates. If we were to eliminate him ourselves, the world government might overlook it. However, if we were to place a bounty on him, they would fixate on us. He is currently a pawn of the world government, and as long as he remains useful, his master will protect him." Diamante, not lacking in intelligence, grasped Doflamingo's implication. Should they confront Kahn and vanquish him, the world government would merely conclude that Kahn was weak and would not seek vengeance. However, if they were to employ a bounty against him, it would signify that Kahn possessed considerable strength, potentially capable of subduing the Grand Line, prompting the world government to safeguard him. Diamante fell silent, and Doflamingo chose not to elaborate further, hastily departing with his subordinates. If they delayed any longer, Kahn would surely pursue them after dispatching the pirates. It was 8:30 a.m. Kahn sat in the forest, enjoying his breakfast. The pirates that had once infested the woods had been thoroughly eliminated by him. Of course, some managed to escape, but they were few in number. During his recent venture to Autumn Leaf Island, he had accrued over 2 million points of infamy, which left him quite satisfied. Out of this 2 million, he expended 178,000 to extract the armament hockey from a prisoner confined in the 6th level of an underwater prison, thereby augmenting the strength of his own armament hockey to the caliber of an elite rear admiral. He was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. The only regret he harbored was failing to capture Don Quixote Doflamingo, for one Doflamingo was worth the earnings of 2 Autumn Leaf Islands. His absence was truly a disappointment. In the forest, he felt content, having eaten and drunk his fill. Kahn tidied up and took to the skies. Seeking Doflamingo was deemed unnecessary. Doflamingo was quite cunning, making him a challenging target to capture. The next destination, Grey Valley Town. It stands as the 5th island along the 5th route of the Grand Line. It is also a haven for pirates. However, the number of pirates there is significantly fewer than that on Autumn Leaf Island. The scarcity of pirates can be attributed to the diminutive size of Grey Valley Town, which is merely 1/20th the size of Autumn Leaf Island. Consequently, there are limited resources available on the island. Pirates who linger too long find their provisions insufficient. Thus, few pirates remain, as they typically depart for Autumn Leaf Island once their supplies are depleted. Grey Valley Town serves merely as a transit point, a place to pause before their magnetic capacities are filled. Morning, 10:20. Kahn was leisurely advancing through the air when his communicator chimed. It was a call from Admiral Sengoku, the only person who would reach out to him. He answered the communicator, nonchalantly stating, "Admiral, I'm on my way. What do you need from me this time?" Sengoku appeared to be in good spirits, chuckling as he replied, "I heard you've successfully eradicated the pirates of Autumn Leaf Island." "Well done. Just a small feat," Kahn retorted before inquiring, "When can I expect a promotion? Wearing the uniform of a colonel makes me feel somewhat diminished." Sengoku, somewhat exasperated, responded, "You only think about promotions. Once you've cleared the pirates from the Grand Line in return, I shall promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral." Kahn nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, this aligns perfectly with my stature. Grant me a year, and I shall eradicate all the pirates of the Grand Line." Sengoku chuckled softly. Shifting the subject, "I hear you've encountered Doflamingo. That fellow shouldn't have caused you any trouble, I presume?" Kahn curled his lip, remarking, "It's no trouble. Merely a pity that we failed to capture him. That fellow possesses a rather peculiar ability that eludes my grasp." "Indeed, his powers are quite troublesome," Sengoku responded, adding, "If you encounter him again, ensure that he is taken alive, as per the directives from above. After all, Don Quixote Doflamingo is a celestial dragon, and naturally, he must be apprehended alive." Kahn is aware of the situation. He pondered for a moment before feigning curiosity and inquired, "Why?" Sengoku replied, "Do not ask too many questions. If you manage to capture Don Quixote Doflamingo alive, you will be promoted directly to Rear Admiral. However, should you kill him, your promotion to Rear Admiral may be jeopardized. Just remember not to kill him." "Remarkable," Kahn exclaimed in astonishment. "I never anticipated that fellow was so unique." "Understood. The next time I capture him, I shall keep him for you. After all I seek is the energy he possesses to aid my training." "Just remember that," Sengoku replied. "Enjoy yourself. I shall end the call now." With that, Sengoku hung up the phone. After Kahn hung up the phone, a sense of weariness began to envelop him. He had been neglecting his need for rest for a full day and night, and it was high time he sought a place to recuperate. The Grand Line is not merely comprised of 7 prominent routes, it also harbors numerous minor islands that lie outside the magnetic lines, rendering them unknown to most. However, the Navy is undoubtedly aware of their existence. Kahn examined the map provided by the warring states and discovered that the nearest solitary island was merely 20 kilometers away. He promptly set his course towards the isolated isle. In a mere 10 minutes, he arrived atop the island, landing along the coastal edge. Seeking a place to rest, he settled down comfortably. Given the remoteness of such maritime isles, the likelihood of encountering another soul was almost non-existent. Thus, once he found a suitable spot to recline, he succumbed to a peaceful slumber. This repose lasted a full 7 hours. Upon awakening, he found that dusk had descended. Not in a hurry to continue his journey, he perused the entries in the Book of Sin, examining the profiles of various pirates, in search of an individual who could serve as his subordinate. As he sifted through the information, he stumbled upon a particularly noteworthy character, Granette, with a sin value of 3,658 points. This Granette had committed numerous homicides, exceeding 1,000, with countless others indirectly perishing due to his actions. Such a person was undoubtedly wicked. However, his method of killing was swift and decisive, suggesting that he operated as a professional assassin, indifferent to the morality of his deeds, much like Bonus, a pure killer and subordinate of Crocodile 20 years hence, who wielded the powers of the chop-chop fruit. Kahn harbored a preference for those who could be tamed. A capable subordinate would indeed be a commendable asset. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to release Grunit. With a swift motion, he struck Grunit awake with his sword. Upon regaining consciousness, Grunit, upon seeing Kahn before him, instinctively prepared to launch an attack. However, the sight of Kahn's sword immediately reminded him of the moment he had been effortlessly vanquished by Kahn. With this memory in mind, he composed himself, sat up, and fixed his gaze upon Kahn, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" Kahn observed Grunit's swift composure and, with a satisfied tone, remarked, "You are quite impressive. I am inclined to offer you a position as my subordinate. Would you be interested in collaborating with me?" Grunit glanced at Kahn and replied, "You are a naval officer, whereas I am but a mere assassin." Kahn smiled faintly and said, "Who says the Navy cannot recruit assassins as subordinates? As long as you agree to follow me, I assure you the Navy will not trouble you." Grunit glanced at Kahn, pondered for a moment, and asked, "Is there money involved?" Kahn was rendered speechless. He had always possessed little understanding of money, as he had never truly lacked for it. The pirate he had captured had left all his riches within the pages of the Book of Sin, never once retrieving them. A rough estimation suggested that the sum amounted to several billion. After a moment of contemplation, Kahn remarked to Grunit, "From now on, All the treasures I acquire from defeating pirates will be entrusted to your care." Upon hearing this, Gurnett readily acquiesced. "Very well. I shall stand by your side from this point onward." His response was decisive and unambiguous, devoid of any semblance of deceit. Considering his character, it is clear that Grunett's allegiance is genuine and heartfelt. Kahn nodded in satisfaction and addressed Grunett. "Let us set forth to Grey Valley Town, where we shall deal with the pirates there." Grunett nodded in agreement, surveyed their surroundings, and inquired of Kahn, "Shall I render myself unconscious? Or shall we procure a vessel to embark on our journey?" Kahn smiled and extended his hand, saying, "There is no need. As long as you harbor no resistance in your heart towards my acceptance of you, I shall harness my abilities to embrace you." Upon hearing this, Grunett readily replied, "Then let it be so." Kahn extended his hand and placed it upon Grunett. With a swift motion, Grunett offered no resistance and was swiftly taken by Kahn. Grunett was secured. Kahn was exceedingly pleased, as this indicated that Grunett had not betrayed his intentions. Otherwise, even the slightest hint of rebellion would have rendered it impossible to conceal Grunett within the Book of Sin. It now appeared that Grunett was indeed a commendable subordinate. At noon, Kahn arrived at the island of Grey Valley Town, a quaint settlement that was easily discernible from the sky. As he soared above, he surveyed the inhabitants below, only to be met with disappointment. The moral depravity of the townsfolk was rather low, and the amount of malevolence he could extract from them would scarcely suffice for even half an hour of cultivation. This revelation diminished Kahn's interest in Grey Valley Town. However, he contemplated the potential of utilizing this place to enhance Grunett's strength, which still held promise. After a moment's reflection, he continued to ponder his next move. Kahn arrived at the town's entrance, releasing Grunett. After Grunett emerged, Kahn gazed at him and inquired, "Do you wish to enhance your strength?" Grunett looked at Kahn with a puzzled expression. Kahn smiled faintly. "You are already aware of my abilities. Besides enhancing my own skills, I am also capable of aiding others in their training. Do you understand?" Grunett grasped the implication instantly. As an assassin, who wouldn't yearn for greater strength? He became somewhat exhilarated and said, "My lord, just tell me what you would have me do." Kahn gestured towards the town and said, "As an assassin, you should be capable of ambushing the pirates. For every pirate you incapacitate, I shall enhance your prowess." Grunett glanced at Kahn, licking his lips. "This is also a test for me, isn't it?" "Astute." Kahn chuckled and replied, "I have no use for the inept. I only require those who can assist me in accumulating sin points." Grunett's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Very well, my lord, I shall not hold back." Kahn nodded slightly. "You are in charge of dealing with the pirates, while I will handle their capture. The extent of your strength enhancement will depend on your own abilities." "Understood," Grunett responded, making his way into the town. Kahn exchanged his naval uniform for a hat and followed closely behind Grunett, intently observing his every move. As an assassin, Grunett was remarkably formidable. If one were to quantify his prowess with a bounty, it would approximate 50 million, indicative of a naval captain's capabilities. Upon entering the town, he navigated through the narrow alleys. Whenever he encountered someone, he would deftly strike a specific spot on their forehead with a dagger, rendering them unconscious in a single blow. Thus, Grunett roamed the town's alleys, dispatching over 100 pirates, while Kahn collected more than 4,000 points of malevolence in the background. Their actions went unnoticed by anyone. After clearing the alleys of pirates, Grunett began enticing those on the main road to venture into the narrow streets, where he would subsequently deal with them. The method of allure was exceedingly simple. He would brandish a stack of money, seeking out those who appeared particularly avaricious, and engage them in conversation within the alley. In this manner, he successfully deceived over 100 more pirates. By approximately 3:20 in the afternoon, Grunett found it increasingly difficult to locate suitable targets for his schemes, prompting him to infiltrate residential buildings and turn his attention to ordinary citizens. Kahn trailed behind Grunett, observing with immense satisfaction as Grunett executed one assassination after another. He remained closely at Grunett's heels, assisting in the elimination of the incapacitated foes. Simultaneously, he employed his observation hockey to monitor the surroundings. Should any potential threats to Grunett's concealment arise, he would swiftly intervene to neutralize them. Were it not for his covert assistance, it would have been utterly implausible for Grunett to navigate 4 hours without incident, especially considering the multitude of missing individuals that inevitably piqued the curiosity of investigators. Kahn resolved the matter, apprehending those who had followed Grunett in their investigation of the entire town of Grey Valley, which comprised merely 600 to 700 inhabitants. Grunett and Kahn, both cunning individuals, managed to detain every resident, regardless of age or gender, within a single afternoon. Ultimately, as dusk fell, They launched a direct assault on the port of Grey Valley, capturing all the pirates present. That evening, at 7:20, Granette, brimming with excitement aboard a pirate ship, eagerly inquired of Kahn, "My lord, with the multitude we have captured, how much strength can this enhance for me?" In this endeavor, they had taken into custody over 700 individuals, accumulating a total of nearly 70,000 points of malevolence. Kahn glanced at Granette and remarked, "The pirates here are rather weak. They won't significantly enhance your strength. Perhaps they could double your power, but if you desire to become truly formidable, you must pursue more powerful pirates." Granette, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of disappointment. However, reflecting on the strongest adversary he had encountered that day, he realized they had merely fought to a standstill. Indeed, they were not exceptionally strong. The prospect of doubling his strength was, in fact, quite commendable. After pondering for a moment, Granette gazed at the bustling port town and suddenly felt invigorated. He turned to Kahn and declared, "Sir, allow me to claim the riches of the town." Kahn looked at Grunite in speechless disbelief. "Are you really that desperate for money?" Grunite replied calmly, "My lord, I have a large family to support. I am the hope of our entire village, and I require a substantial sum." Kahn was somewhat taken aback. His discerning gaze could only perceive the criminal acts committed by the offenders, leaving him oblivious to the entirety of their lives. Consequently, he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Granette household. Upon hearing Granette mention that someone at home needed to be supported, Kahn was startled and inquired, "Is it true that the entire village relies solely on you to provide for the family?" Granette shook his head in response, "Not exactly. My home is situated on an island called Kuju, where rocks are abundant and cultivating crops is virtually impossible. We are compelled to purchase our food from elsewhere, necessitating a substantial amount of money for sustenance." Kahn raised an eyebrow and remarked to Grunite, "It seems you still fancy yourself a young master. Otherwise, you wouldn't be procuring grain for the villagers." Grunite nodded in agreement. "My father is the chieftain, and the villagers are all part of our family. Those with any capability in the clan are out working, sending money back home." Kahn nodded slightly and glanced at Granette, saying, "You've taken so many lives. Surely you've amassed a fortune. Isn't it enough for your kin to eat?" Granette fell silent for a moment before replying, "I have 200,000 people in my household. That sum is far from sufficient." Kahn was rendered speechless. A family of 200,000 individuals. Indeed, that constitutes a small nation. As for Granite, he is undoubtedly akin to a prince. The daily consumption of food for 200,000 people is certainly substantial. Although Granite earns a considerable amount, it remains insufficient to sustain the appetites of over 200,000 souls. Kahn contemplated for a moment before inquiring of Granette, "Have you not considered alternative solutions, such as relocating? Continuously procuring provisions is hardly sustainable." Granette cast a glance at Kahn, remaining silent for a while before responding, "Our family is bound by a distinct mission. We shall not depart. Moreover, Limestone Island is conducive to honing assassination skills." "Honing assassination skills?" Kahn immediately perked up and inquired of Granette, "Your family is a clan of assassins?" Granette nodded nonchalantly, "That is somewhat accurate. However, only those with remarkable talent are sent for training. Those lacking such gifts are not instructed in the art of assassination, lest they perish too swiftly." Upon hearing this, Kahn felt a tinge of disappointment. Had the entire clan been comprised of assassins, he could have amassed a substantial amount of malevolent points. However, it appeared that the assassins from the Grunite family would likely number no more than 500. Furthermore, as the son of the clan leader, Grunite's prowess was rather modest. It was reasonable to assume that the abilities of the others would not be particularly formidable either. Thus, the potential for accumulating significant malevolent points seemed rather bleak. What a pity! It felt as though the opportunity for malevolent points had vanished into thin air. He engaged in a conversation with Granite. Kahn had no desire to concern himself with Granite's family affairs. In the world of pirates, peculiarities abound, and the assassination of a family was hardly a rarity. His focus lay solely on apprehending pirates to bolster his own strength. Other matters were best left untouched until he attained the rank of admiral, at which point he could afford to meddle in trivialities. Dismissing Granite's concerns with a wave of his hand, he allowed Granite to collect the payment on his own. Upon arriving at the harbor, he found a spot to sit and rest. Tonight, he had no intention of departing. He could finally indulge in some well-deserved repose at the port. Kahn rested for 3 hours. During this time, Granette brought over a dozen boxes of riches, seeking Kahn's assistance in organizing them. Granette's love for wealth was evident. Even after amassing such a substantial fortune, he remained unsatisfied and continued his search throughout the town. By the time dawn broke, he was still in pursuit. Kahn sought a room to recline and rest. Brunette, still brimming with enthusiasm, rummaged through boxes with great fervor. Such was his manner. Kahn was indifferent to the matter. After all, he would not need to walk tomorrow. He could rest within the pages of the Book of Sin. Therefore, it mattered little if he did not rest tonight. In Grey Valley Town, the two of them took a night's respite. The following morning, they resumed their journey towards the next island. The next destination was the Kingdom of Rockery. Much like the Kingdom of Rosa, Kahn had heard from that fellow Antel that the King of Rockery was somewhat related to him, claiming that if Kahn were to visit Rockery, the king would graciously host him. However, having experienced the Kingdom of Rosa, Kahn had lost much of his interest in the Kingdom of Rockery. He intended to confront the pirates plaguing the Rockery seas, and thus he set off directly. During his journey to the Kingdom of Rockery, Kahn galloped forth with fervor, arriving in less than 3 hours. The Kingdom of Rockery harbored no pirate towns, as its magnetic forces were fully charged, requiring merely 4 days for any pirate to reach its shores. Consequently, pirates would often find an uninhabited coastline to anchor and rest for the entirety of those 4 days before venturing into the city to cause mayhem. Generally, ordinary pirates refrained from such actions, for the kingdom's guard possessed considerable strength. Moreover, when it came to robbery, common pirates typically targeted small villages rather than large urban centers. Kahn sought the pirates, traversing the coastline in relentless pursuit. Before long, he stumbled upon 2 pirate ships. Observing the flags fluttering above, he recognized them as belonging to the nameless scoundrel pirate crew. Thus, Kahn, feeling disinclined to engage directly, found a suitable spot to release Grunet. He gestured towards the 2 vessels anchored by the shore and declared, "Grunet, your strength has also grown. I entrust these 2 pirate ships to you." Upon entering the Tome of Sin, Grunet, Kahn sought out an individual whose abilities were comparable to those of Grunet, expending 70,000 units of malevolent energy to extract the essence of the former and bestow it upon Grunet, thereby doubling his physical prowess. As for the unfortunate soul from whom the abilities were taken, Kahn mercilessly dispatched him and cast his remains into the sea. Throughout this endeavor, the number of individuals cast into the ocean by Kahn exceeded 1,000. Additionally, over 400 with lesser crimes were deposited ashore upon Kahn's arrival in the Kingdom of Rockery, ensuring they would not perish in the waters. In any case, the roster of offenders within the Book of Sin had been nearly depleted under his actions, leaving only those whose malevolent energy would require extensive time to cleanse. Upon his emergence, Grunet stretched his legs, attuning himself to the newfound strength coursing through him. He then respectfully bowed to Kahn, declaring, "My lord, I shall take charge of them." Kahn nodded slightly, seated himself, and remarked, "I shall await your return right here." Grunet acknowledged with a nod and dashed towards the shore. Upon reaching the coast, he observed the absence of any cover. The prospect of assassination appeared utterly implausible. With Grunet's strength having surged dramatically, he concluded that a direct assault would suffice. It would serve as an opportunity to hone his newly acquired powers, thereby facilitating a better mastery over his abilities. Consequently, he engaged in combat with the pirates along the shoreline. Kahn sat not far from the shore, observing Grunet engage in combat with the pirates along the coastline. At that moment, Grunet's prowess had ascended to the level of a naval colonel, rendering the pirates from both crews utterly incapable of matching his strength. Within a mere 5 minutes of Grunet's onslaught, they were thoroughly vanquished, with the remaining pirates fleeing to their ship in a desperate attempt to escape. However, pursuing 2 pirate vessels single-handedly posed a considerable challenge for Grunet. He boarded one of the ships, while the other sailed further away. For Kahn, the pirates represented a fleeting opportunity for escape. Moreover, considering that the pirates bore a criminal score exceeding 200, Kahn was resolute in preventing their departure. Thus, upon witnessing the other pirate ship attempt to flee, he leaped into the air above the escaping vessel and, with a single stroke of his sword, cleaved the pirate in 2, rendering the ship irreparably damaged. The pirate vessel was thus dealt with accordingly. Kahn commenced his endeavor to gather the fallen. He first approached the shore to collect those who lay unconscious and gravely injured. Subsequently, he boarded the vessel where Grunet had triumphed over the pirates, apprehending all those who had been vanquished. Finally, he arrived at the ship he had cleaved in 2, ensuring the capture of the pirates who had fallen overboard. This successful operation netted him approximately 50,000 in malevolent points, a commendable haul. As for Grunet allowing one pirate ship to escape, Kahn bore no ill will. After all, Grunet's prowess had enabled him to achieve such impressive results thus far. With the 2 pirate ships dealt with, they continued their search along the coastline. Before long, They encountered 3 additional pirate ships, capturing all aboard. Among them was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 84 million, contributing over 40,000 to their tally. Thus, during their time in the Kingdom of Rockley, they amassed a total of 210,000 malevolent points, a significant reward. The pirate with the bounty of 84 million had previously bested Grenade in combat, but in the end, it was Kahn who personally engaged, employing the Swift Wind and Thunder Sword technique to secure victory. This notorious criminal was known as Red Cat, a user of the animal-type cat fruit. Kahn prepared to extract the maleficence value from the Red Cat before harnessing the powers of the Devil Fruit, which would require approximately 170,000 units of malevolence. The extraction of the Devil Fruit's capabilities is contingent upon the criminal's comprehension of the fruit itself. For an individual like the Red Cat, who exhibits only a rudimentary application of the Devil Fruit, the required malevolence value hovers around 200,000. However, for one who can proficiently wield the powers of the Devil Fruit, the requisite malevolence value rises to at least 500,000. As for an awakened Devil Fruit, it is virtually impossible to achieve without a malevolence value of at least 2 million. Moreover, the higher the tier of the Devil Fruit, the greater the consumption of malevolence value. For instance, the extraction of a regular awakened Zoan-type fruit necessitates 2 million malevolence units. In the case of a fierce awakened Zoan, the requirement fluctuates between 2 million and 5 million. Similarly, an ordinary awakened Paramecia also demands between 2 million and 5 million malevolence units for Doflamingo's string fruit. The figure is no less than 4 million. Conversely, for a rather unimpressive ability, such as the art fruit when awakened, the requisite malevolence is approximately 2 million. As for awakened Logia-type fruits, Kahn speculates that the threshold lies at a minimum of 10 million malevolence units. However, these estimations are merely Kahn's conjectures based on his own experiences. The development of devil fruits is extraordinarily varied. Should someone manage to cultivate a seemingly inferior devil fruit into something formidable, the necessary malevolence value would undoubtedly escalate. Ultimately, everything hinges upon the criminal's aptitude for cultivating the devil fruit. A proficient development demands a higher malevolence value, while a lackluster effort results in a lower requirement. The Red Cat, evidently, has not excelled in this regard, thus necessitating a relatively modest malevolence value. As twilight descends along the coastline, Kahn and Grenade sat together, partaking in their meal. After a while of dining, Kahn glanced at Grenade and inquired, "Are you interested in that Red Cat's devil fruit? I can bestow its powers upon you for your use." Grenade had already witnessed the formidable strength of the devil fruit. Initially, he had been overwhelming the Red Cat, but suddenly the creature transformed into its hybrid form, moving with such incredible speed that Grenade could not keep up. Ultimately, Grenade sustained injuries, narrowly escaping the loss of an arm. Had it not been for Kahn's timely intervention, Grenade would have been gravely wounded. As he munched on his food, Grenade pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "In my family, we do not utilize devil fruits. I fear that if I were to use one, my father would disapprove." Kahn was somewhat at a loss for words. What kind of absurd rules are these? You don't even allow the opportunity to grow stronger. Grenade, undeterred by Kahn's criticism, calmly replied, "My lord, this is a family tradition. Surely you cannot compel me to abandon it." Kahn shook his head, choosing not to mention the matter of the devil fruit any further. Since Grenade had no desire for it, he would hold onto it for the time being. After all, the cat fruit was hardly a formidable power. Even if Grenade were to consume it, his strength would only rise to the level of a rear admiral at best. Such meager power was beneath Kahn's consideration. Setting aside the topic of the fruit, he informed Grenade, "After a night's rest, we shall depart tomorrow. On the next island, we must prepare for yet another fierce battle." Grenade nodded slightly in agreement. The next destination was Sabaody Archipelago, renowned as a lawless zone. The island was teeming with pirates, and although the Navy had previously attempted to subdue them, the terrain comprised of towering mountains and dense, untamed forests allowed the pirates to flee into the thickets whenever the Navy launched an assault. After multiple unsuccessful attempts at eradication, the Navy ceased their efforts. According to the information provided by Boss Miller, the pirates on Sabaody were not without their connections. They were backed by certain members of the world's nobility. These nobles had taken refuge on the island to exploit a unique type of sand, a precious resource for construction. Initially, legitimate companies mined the sand. But with the onset of the era of great pirates, these enterprises were driven out by the marauders. Consequently, a band of pirates settled there, drawn by the lucrative prospect of the sand. Gradually, Sabaody Archipelago fell under the control of these pirates. The identity of their leader remained shrouded in mystery, with no one truly aware of who commanded them. It was said that whenever a vice admiral from the Navy attempted to encircle the area, the leader would vanish without a trace, leaving no sightings of the true mastermind behind the pirates. After a night's rest, they would proceed. Kahn departed with Grunite, his thoughts consumed by the nefarious deeds of the pirates on Sabaody Archipelago. Without pausing, he pressed on for 2.5 hours, ultimately arriving above the island. A significant portion of Sabaody Archipelago is enveloped in mountain forests, while a smaller fraction is adorned with sandy shores. The pirates have established their stronghold in the beach area, where a sand mining factory has been erected, giving rise to a small town for the workers. Kahn soared over the mountainous forested region and soon beheld a vast sand extraction facility. At that moment, the factory was bustling, with numerous workers toiling within its confines. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that both the laborers and the patrolling guards bore notably high levels of infamy, particularly the latter, whose infamy hovered around 3,000. In this locale, it was certain he could amass at least 1,000,000 points of infamy. Kahn felt an overwhelming sense of joy, prompting him to seek a concealed location to descend. He then released Grunite, and together they stealthily made their way towards the factory. Having raided several pirate towns along the way, Kahn possesses considerable experience. A direct assault would result in a portion of the pirates escaping, which would squander valuable culpability points. It is far more prudent to infiltrate and apprehend individuals covertly. However, should they be discovered later, it could mitigate the number of those who flee during a vigorous attack. The two approached the factory area, with Grunite leading the way. Grunite was chosen to take the lead due to his expertise in assassination and his proficiency in ambush tactics. Kahn stealthily followed Grunite, assisting him in dispatching their foes. The duo quietly eliminated 3 squads of patrolling pirates. They advanced cautiously, drawing near to the factory's outer wall. Upon reaching the base of the city wall, Grunite turned to Kahn, gesturing towards the tallest watchtower within the factory grounds. "My lord," he remarked, "if we do not deal with the sentinels atop that tower, our chances of infiltrating the factory during daylight will be severely compromised. Should we launch a direct assault or wait until nightfall?" "Let us proceed with an immediate assault," Kahn replied, his brow furrowing slightly at the sight of the towering watchtower. "I would rather not squander time. You will be responsible for dealing with any who attempt to flee." Grunite nodded in agreement, pondering for a moment before pointing in a certain direction. "My lord, perhaps we should first capture some villagers. While there may not be many, there are still a few. Let us secure the villagers before making our next move." Kahn gestured decisively. "Let us launch a direct assault on the factory. If we disturb the village, we may draw the attention of the pirates stationed at the factory, who might flee. Our objective lies with the factory, where formidable adversaries abound. Surely, you wish to capture some of these skilled foes to enhance your own prowess. As for the village, if they escape, so be it. We can pursue them later if time permits." Upon hearing this, Grunite found the reasoning sound and replied, "Very well, my lord. Please wait here. I shall slip inside to assess the situation. Should I be discovered, you may take action." Kahn nodded in agreement. "All right, you may go." Grunite nodded in acknowledgement, fixating his gaze on the towering structure within the walls. As the figure atop the tower turned his back to him, Grunite deftly scaled the wall, infiltrating the factory premises and stealthily concealing himself within. Grunite's skill and subterfuge undoubtedly surpassed that of Kahn. Had it been Kahn attempting the infiltration, he would have been detected within mere minutes. However, after Grunite had entered the enclosure, it took a full half-hour before the sound of gunfire erupted. This gunfire served as Grunite's signal, indicating his exposure and prompting Kahn to initiate his course of action. Kahn hesitated not for a moment, soaring into the sky, his sword drawn, unleashing a tempest of fierce winds within the factory. Those weaklings exposed to the sunlight were left wounded and paralyzed, collapsing to the ground. An enemy attack. It is Colonel Kahn. Everyone, flee swiftly. Gather together. Do not scatter, for that would grant Kahn the opportunity to eliminate you one by one. He will spare no pirate. Let us convene at the main building. As long as Lord Kreja is with us, we shall remain safe. Rush towards the main building. With Lord Kreja present, there is no need for fear. Indeed, let us hasten to the main building and regroup with the Lord." Upon the appearance of Kahn, an assault commenced, and immediately, the factory resonated with the shouts of several individuals. "Kuryak?" In the air, Kahn wielded his sword, striking down while contemplating. This Kuryak, could it possibly be Charlotte Kuryak? The Charlotte family's influence is situated in the New World. How could they possibly be here? If members of the Charlotte family had arrived in the New World, the Navy would undoubtedly be aware of it. Kahn pondered for a moment, The little minions within the factory had also been nearly purged. His gaze shifted to the direction in which a group of individuals was fleeing. There stood a 3-story building. Atop its roof loomed a towering figure, a man of 3 meters in height. The appearance of this giant unmistakably resembled that of the cookie warrior, Charlotte Cracker. Indeed, there was no room for doubt now. Upon sighting the cookie warrior, Kahn confirmed his adversary, Charlotte Cracker, with a malevolence rating of 169 million points. Kahn gazed at him, unable to suppress his exhilaration. Just a single Krelek was enough to challenge an entire small kingdom. Ignoring the other fleeing pirates, he soared towards Krelek, intent on subduing him and sealing his power. In the main building, atop the roof, Charlotte Krelek wore a grim expression. This was not due to Kahn's arrival, but because they had fallen into someone else's trap. He had only just arrived the day before, and now Kahn was upon him. To suggest that the person who summoned him had no ulterior motives would be the height of folly. Seething with anger at this realization, Krelek fixed his gaze upon Kahn as he landed before him and inquired, "Kahn, have you encountered Doflamingo?" Kahn was momentarily taken aback. As if a sudden understanding dawned upon him, he curiously inquired of Krija, "You must have just arrived here, haven't you?" Krija remained silent for a moment before responding, "Indeed. I arrived just yesterday." Kahn instantly comprehended that this Kelika must have been ensnared by Doflamingo. It is entirely possible that this battlefield originally belonged to him. Doflamingo anticipated this. He would undoubtedly come here. Thus, he abandoned his enterprises here, bestowing them upon the Charlotte family. Kelika has come to assume control of these assets. Given the clandestine nature of this transaction, Kelika's stealthy arrival is unsurprising to the Navy. After all, both the Charlotte family and he have been manipulated by Doflamingo. Now, in his quest to unravel this scheme, the only option left is to allow Kelika to depart. However, it is likely that Doflamingo has foreseen this. He cannot possibly let Kelika escape, for otherwise, the world government would pose significant trouble for him. Engaging in combat with Kelika and intentionally letting him go would also cast doubt upon his own strength, potentially jeopardizing his future support from the world government and diminishing his cultivation resources. Should he capture Kelika, it would indeed elevate his notoriety, but subsequently, the Charlotte family would become his sworn enemies. Doflamingo's plan is a flagrant and audacious scheme, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. That despicable Doflamingo is truly insidious. Kahn silently cursed Doflamingo, and finally turned to Krija, saying, "It seems we have both fallen prey to Doflamingo's schemes. However, this is his overt manipulation, and I cannot allow you to leave unscathed. Thus, I implore you to kneel and surrender. This way, you may avoid suffering. I have heard that you possess a great fear of pain, and should you submit, such agony shall be averted." Krija fixed his gaze upon Kahn for a moment. Letting out a cold snort, the Charlotte family does not harbor surrenderers. If you possess the capability, then defeat me. Cease this pointless chatter. Having already fallen victim to Doflamingo's trap, there was no recourse left. Kahn, no longer holding back, became serious. At 25 years of age, Krija was undoubtedly of the vice admiral rank, making him a formidable opponent to capture. This time, Kahn was determined to exert his utmost effort. If he could seize Krija, he would be able to petition the Navy headquarters for additional resources to enhance his abilities, justifying it by claiming the necessity to bolster his strength to evade the relentless pursuit of Charlotte Lingling. With a crescent moon-like slash, Kahn unleashed a probing strike against Krija. Krija, unfazed, drew his long sword and shattered Kahn's sword aura effortlessly, confirming his status as a vice admiral. Recognizing Krija's prowess, Kahn ceased his hesitation and launched a full-scale assault. In response to Kahn's onslaught, Krija summoned a dozen cookie warriors to encircle him. However, Kahn's sword, imbued with armament hockey, swiftly dismantled the cookie warriors in mere moments. Krija, having summoned 2 batches of cookie warriors, quickly realized that utilizing them was a mere waste of energy. He abandoned the notion of summoning more and engaged Kahn directly in combat. Their duel was exceptionally fierce, with the structures and facilities within the factory succumbing to the ferocity of their sword auras. It was evident to all observers that Kahn was the stronger combatant, as Krija's cookie armor began to shatter under Kahn's relentless strikes. Nevertheless, Kahn aspired to defeat Cracker, yet the endeavor proved far from facile. Cracker incessantly repaired his biscuit armor, rendering their confrontation arduous. As the two engaged in battle, the pirates who had not yet succumbed stealthily retreated, while those loyal to the Charlotte family dared not flee. Their eyes fixated on the clash, for to abandon the fray would invite the wrath of Charlotte Lin, who would not hesitate to annihilate their kin. 2 kilometers away, atop a hillside, An individual peered through a telescope, observing the conflict within the factory. In his other hand, he held a transponder snail, relaying the news. Young master. They have commenced battle. It appears that Charlotte Cracker is no match for Kahn. A sinister chuckle erupted from Don Quixote da Flamingo. Is that so? How intriguing. The Grand Line is about to become quite lively. I suspect the Big Mom pirates have already received word and will dispatch reinforcements. Notify the Navy headquarters immediately. Yes. Young master, the subordinate replied. Doflamingo added, once the victor is determined, inform me at once. Such monumental news deserves to be known across the world. Understood, young master, came the response, followed by the disconnection of the call. Meanwhile, in the New World, within the realm of the Big Mom pirates, Perispero, Big Mom's eldest son, received a call from Cracker's subordinate, learning of Kahn's engagement with Cracker. He hastened to report to Big Mom. Mother, trouble looms. Cracker has encountered Navy Colonel Kahn on Sabaody Island. Big Mom, resting, responded with irritation. A mere Navy colonel? What is there to be alarmed about? Perispero, exasperated, retorted, Mother. This Colonel Kahn possesses the strength of an elite vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. My brother may struggle against him. Big Mom paused, taken aback. A colonel so formidable? Perispero unfolded a newspaper, pointing to an article detailing the pirate nemesis, stating, Mother, this colonel is the very same individual you berated in the news just days ago. In her moments of lucidity, Big Mom's thoughts remained sharp. She scrutinized the article, furrowing her brow. Are you implying that Cracker could be captured? Perispero nodded gravely. Our reports indicate that Cracker is at a disadvantage. He may very well fall into Kahn's hands. We must act swiftly to rescue him before he is taken to Navy headquarters. Big Mom's expression darkened. Rising with a huff, she declared, What audacity! A pirate nemesis daring to seize my son. Prepare the ship at once. I shall eliminate this so-called pirate nemesis. Perispero nodded and promptly exited to make arrangements. 5 minutes later, the Big Mom pirates assembled urgently, setting their course towards the Grand Line. At Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku perused documents when Tsuru entered the office in haste. Her demeanor grave. Sengoku, that rascal Kahn has embroiled us in significant trouble again. He is currently battling Cracker on Sabaody Island. It won't be long before he captures him. Sengoku was taken aback, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. Why is Cracker on the Grand Line? Was he not in the New World? What is the intelligence department doing? Tsuru replied, somewhat resigned. Cracker arrived at Sabaody Island yesterday. He likely slipped in unnoticed, which is not entirely unexpected. Sengoku fell silent. Realizing the gravity of Kahn's confrontation with Cracker, this development posed considerable complications. Big Mom would not allow her son to be captured. Indeed, a significant predicament loomed on the horizon, as the Navy would inevitably clash with the Big Mom pirates. That rascal Kahn certainly knows how to stir up trouble. He had originally planned to venture into the New World next year. However, it now appears that he will have to confront the formidable pirates of the New World this very year. Sengoku, feeling a twinge of frustration, inquired of Tsuru, have you notified that fellow Carp? Tsuru nodded in affirmation. I have already informed Carp to prepare for an interception of the Big Mom pirates in the New World. But I fear he may not suffice on his own. Sengoku acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Should Kazara be captured, the entirety of the Big Mom pirates would undoubtedly mobilize. Kapu finds himself in a precarious situation, surrounded by the Big Mom pirates. Sengoku rubbed his temples and sighed, expressing his initial plan to send Sakazuki to the New World next year, but now he must call him back for reinforcements. He also needs to hasten the arrival of the lazy Kazara. Tsuru nodded in agreement, stating that she would arrange it immediately, but first, they must issue a bounty on Don Quixote da Flamingo, as the current predicament was instigated by him. It is imperative that Doflamingo does not sit idly by and watch the chaos unfold. He must be kept occupied. The Big Mom pirates, aware that Doflamingo is behind this turmoil, will likely divert some of their forces to trouble him, which would work to their advantage. Sengoku looked at Tsuru in surprise. How did this become entangled with Doflamingo again? Tsuru scoffed, explaining that Sabaody Archipelago is Doflamingo's territory, and after being defeated in Flevence, he likely deduced that Kahn would head to Sabaody Archipelago, thus drawing the Big Mom pirates there. It is feared that Doflamingo has relinquished the interests of Sabaody Archipelago to the Big Mom pirates, prompting their deployment of Katakuri to take control. Currently, Kahn's encounter with Katakuri is a manifestation of Doflamingo's revenge, intending to place Kahn in a dilemma where retreat would also lead to trouble. Sengoku, not lacking in intelligence, grasped Tsuru's meaning and, Somewhat irked, remarked, "If it weren't for the orders from above preventing his execution, I would truly wish to eliminate him." Tsuru sighed, acknowledging the situation and expressing the need to minimize casualties, hoping Doflamingo would absorb some of the Big Mom pirate's wrath. Sengoku nodded, then shook his head. Given Doflamingo's cunning, it would be quite difficult to eliminate him. He is likely hiding now and won't emerge for at least half a year. Tsuru concurred, "I am aware. My aim is simply to divert some of the Big Mom pirate's strength. Whether we can kill Doflamingo is irrelevant." Just as Sengoku was about to continue his conversation with Tsuru, the telephone on the table rang, prompting him to answer it. A tense voice came through. "Marshal, it's bad news. The entire Big Mom pirates crew has mobilized, and they are advancing at an alarming speed." Indeed, the Big Mom pirates were fully deployed. It seemed they would have to confront them for Katakuri's sake. As for letting Katakuri go to resolve this issue, that was out of the question. The Navy would never yield the pirates. If they compromised this time, the pirates would become even more audacious, reigniting the turbulent waves they had only recently quelled. After contemplating this, Sengoku issued a direct order: just keep an eye on them. Do not engage unless necessary. Contact me if anything arises. Understood, Marshal, came the response from the transponder snail before Sengoku hung up. However, before he could speak to Tsuru again, another transponder snail rang. This one was designated for the 5 elders. Sengoku glanced at Tsuru and sighed. "They're here. Let's hope they don't hinder our efforts." Tsuru smiled. "They shouldn't. At this juncture, their focus will be on suppressing the pirates. Otherwise, the chaos will spread across the seas, and they will face trouble as well." Sengoku shared her sentiment but remained wary, as the 5 elders occasionally stirred up complications. If unexpected issues arose this time, it would be a distinct possibility. Sengoku sighed and answered the call. "Gentlemen, what instructions do you have this time?" A cold voice responded. "Sengoku, we have heard about Kahn's situation. What arrangements has the Navy made?" Sengoku replied calmly. "Kapu, Sakazuki, and Borisolino are already en route to the New World to intercept the reinforcements of the Big Mom pirates." The voice on the other end responded. "Excellent. We will also send reinforcements. This time, we must deliver a severe blow to the arrogance of the New World pirates. Additionally, inform Kahn that he must either capture Katakuri alive or at the very least kill him. If he cannot accomplish this, he may as well forget about any future training resources." Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the 5 elders did not create disturbances, he had confidence in resolving the current crisis. He firmly believed Kahn could defeat Katakuri. Thus, Sengoku calmly assured, "Rest assured, Kahn will handle Katakuri. Once he brings Katakuri back, his promotion to Rear Admiral should be assured." "Yes?" The voice replied. "Rear Admiral? We will need to assess him further. After this incident concludes, we will assign him a task, and if he fulfills it, then he shall be promoted to Rear Admiral." Sengoku frowned slightly. The tasks assigned by the 5 elders were seldom pleasant. It appeared that Kahn's ascension to Rear Admiral would not be without its challenges. However, the 5 elders were unlikely to make things overly difficult for Kahn, given the current manpower shortages in the Navy. Sengoku considered this and asked, "Understood. Do you have any other instructions?" The voice replied, "None. Focus solely on dealing with the Big Mom pirates. Notify us if any issues arise, and we will coordinate accordingly." "Understood," Sengoku affirmed as he hung up, feeling a sense of relief. He turned to Tsuru and said, "Prepare for action. It seems we are in for quite a tumultuous battle." He also instructed to contact Kahn immediately after the battle, urging him to bring back Katakuri without unnecessary delays. Tsuru nodded and exited to make the necessary arrangements. Sengoku picked up the phone to finalize preparations for the impending conflict. Meanwhile, at the sand mining factory on Sabati Archipelago, after an hour of battle between Kahn and Krieger, the latter's stamina began to wane. The biscuit armor he wore could no longer sustain itself as he reverted to his true form to withstand Kahn's onslaught. Krieger contemplated fleeing, yet Kahn's speed far surpassed his own. Even when his subordinates rushed in to shield him from Kahn's relentless attacks, they were swiftly dispatched, allowing Kahn to pursue him once more. With no escape in sight, Krieger resolved to confront Kahn head-on, adopting a desperate stance for a final stand. As a member of the Charlotte family, he believed that even in defeat, one should strive to do so with dignity. Faced with Krieger's all-or-nothing assault, Kahn, unafraid of injury, retaliated with ferocity. Wounded, he felt no fear, as long as he remained alive. Once the battle concluded, he would plunge into the abyss of sin, enhancing his physical resilience while swiftly mending his wounds. Thus, when Klyak fought with all his might, Kahn matched his intensity. After a fierce exchange, Klyak was drenched in blood, while Kahn bore only a deep gash on his left leg with minor injuries elsewhere. After 10 minutes of mutual assault, Kahn concluded the battle with a swift and thunderous strike. Krieger collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. "Kill me," uttered the fallen Krieger as he gazed at the approaching Kahn. Kahn approached Clea and said softly, "This is beyond my decision." Clea's gaze dimmed. He is gone. If the Big Mom pirates clashed with the Navy, the battle would inevitably reach its conclusion. Yet, he would not survive. The confrontation between the Big Mom pirates and the Navy could endure for an extended period. In that case, the Big Mom pirates might suffer devastating losses. Thus, he would rather choose his own demise. Kahn gazed upon the dimmed eyes of Kelly Jia, and with a swift motion, he struck him down with a sword, rendering him unconscious. After securing Kelly Jia, he proceeded to gather the survivors, for they were all embodiments of sin, and such opportunities must not be squandered. He spent over 20 minutes collecting those who had escaped death within the factory, and then took to the skies in pursuit of the fleeing wretches. An hour later, Kahn arrived at the village near the factory. At this moment, the village was desolate. He found a place to sit and awaited Grenette's return. While waiting for Grenette, he took out the telephone bug from the Book of Sin. As soon as the bug was extracted, it began to ring of its own accord. He answered the call and calmly stated, "Speak. What is the matter?" A voice emanated from the device. "Colonel Kahn, this is the communications officer Ewan, assigned by the Marshal. The Marshal has instructed me to inform you that Krejak has been captured. Return to headquarters immediately." Kahn pursed his lips, questioning the whereabouts of the Marshal. With a resigned smile, Yuan replied, "Colonel Kahn, over in the New World, the Big Mom pirates have already mobilized. Our Navy is on the brink of engaging them in battle. The Marshal has little time to contact you. Has the Big Mom pirates truly commenced their movements? It appears that in the future, he shall become their mortal enemy. Once he ventures into the New World, his life will be in grave peril. In light of this, it becomes imperative to augment his own strength. To enhance his power at minimal cost, the devil fruit presents itself as the optimal choice. The formidable devil fruits that come to mind are the float fruit possessed by the infamous Don Quixote da Flamingo, imprisoned on the 6th level of the underwater prison, and the rumble fruit wielded by Enel, the ruler of Skypiea. However, the float fruit is likely unattainable due to Da Flamingo's mastery over its powers. The rumble fruit, on the other hand, seems more accessible. Enel, still in his youth, has yet to fully exploit the potential of the rumble fruit, and his over 6 million points of evil should suffice for its extraction. Nevertheless, seizing the rumble fruit won't be a straightforward endeavor. He must devise a plan to provoke Enel into a fierce confrontation, thereby creating an opportunity to capture him. Colonel Kahn, Yuan's voice roused him from his thoughts. He promptly responded, "Understood. I shall return to the Navy headquarters immediately." Yuan inquired, "Colonel Kahn, how long do you anticipate your return will take?" Kahn glanced at his watch. It read 13:46. After contemplating the distance to the naval headquarters, he remarked, "Perhaps around midnight." Yuan replied, "Understood. The Marshal will be waiting for your return in the office." "Very well," Kahn responded. Kahn agreed and hung up the phone, without pausing for rest. He ascended into the air. He circled the vicinity and soon located Grenette, who was engaged in battle with the enemy, eager to return to the naval headquarters. He did not afford Grenette the luxury of time. With 2 swift strikes, he incapacitated Grenette's opponent. After dispatching the foe, Kahn addressed Grenette, "The naval headquarters has summoned me back. There's no need to pursue the remaining lackeys. Come with me to the headquarters, and we shall also resolve your identity issue." "Very well," Grenette replied, promptly acquiescing. He then took to the skies, heading towards the naval headquarters. As Kahn made his way back, the New World was already abuzz with activity. The entirety of the Big Mom pirates had mobilized, igniting excitement across the region as spectators prepared for the impending spectacle. However, the other pirate crews exercised restraint, refraining from joining the fray with the Big Mom pirates. They had received word that the world government was deploying forces to confront Big Mom's crew, and they wished to avoid provoking the government. If it were merely the Navy, they might have considered joining the chaos, but with the world government involved, any of the 4 Emperor's factions would suffer significant losses. Moreover, the troubles befalling the Big Mom pirates were of little concern to the other pirate crews. In fact, they secretly hoped for a diminishment of Big Mom's power to seize territory for themselves. The only ones trailing behind the Big Mom pirates to witness the unfolding drama were smaller pirate crews, eager to experience the grandeur of such a formidable battle, oblivious to whether they could withstand the aftermath of the conflict. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Kahn returned to the naval headquarters. As soon as he landed, he was greeted by someone who escorted him to the office of the Grand Marshal. inside the Grand Marshal's office. As Kahn entered, he found Sengoku engaged in a telephone conversation. He chose not to interrupt and patiently took a seat, attentively listening to Sengoku's dialogue. From what he gathered, it appeared that the Navy had encountered the Big Mom pirates, resulting in a confrontation somewhere, with the latter emerging victorious and now advancing towards the Grand Line. Once Sengoku concluded his call, he cast a glance at Kahn and remarked, "You truly have a knack for attracting trouble." Kahn shrugged and remarked, "I am merely fulfilling my duty to combat pirates. Do you expect me to flee at the mere sight of them?" Sengoku, with a hint of sarcasm, responded with a question for Kahn. "Has Krija met his demise?" Kahn shook his head. "His strength is formidable. It is not so simple to eliminate him. He is still alive." Alive? After a moment of contemplation, the warring state suggested, "Send him to Advanced City for confinement. And I additionally permit you to cultivate there for another 6 months." Kahn's spirit was instantly invigorated, and he exclaimed with delight, "Am I free to toy with the prisoners on the 6th level?" Warring State's expression darkened as he shot a glare at Antel, saying, "You young lad have quite the fanciful thoughts. The prisoners on the 6th level cannot be allowed to perish at will. Their devil fruits, if released, would spell trouble. Moreover, even those without devil fruits harbor numerous secrets, and it is imperative that they remain alive for research purposes." Kahn, feeling somewhat disheartened, sighed and said, "Well, if I do not take a life, that should suffice, right?" The warring states nodded slightly, responding, "Indeed, that is permissible. This time, you are allowed to harness their power for your cultivation, as long as no one perishes. However, upon completing your training, you will be required to undertake a task for them." Kahn's disappointment was, of course, a mere fade. In truth, he was brimming with exhilaration. The inmates of the 6th level of the underwater prison each bore a crime value exceeding 500,000. Given the number of pirates he had previously encountered, he was confident that absorbing their crime values would yield him at least 40 million. This sum would be sufficient to grant him the ability to absorb the powers of any devil fruit. The mere thought sent waves of excitement coursing through him. As for assisting the world government, he held no objections. As long as his life was not at stake, he was willing to undertake any task. Sengoku, observing Kahn's momentary silence, noticed the subtle quivering of his attire, prompting him to remark with exasperation, "You rascal, you are feigning composure again. I can tell you are utterly thrilled inside." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Kahn regained his composure and, clearing his throat, remarked, "Marshal, I merely feel a sense of discomfort at the thought of not being able to combat pirates for 6 months." Kahn's words echoed with conviction. In the warring states, not a single word can be trusted. He waved his hand dismissively. "Hurry to the underwater prison for the next 6 months. The Big Mom pirates will be relentlessly watching you. Only there will you find a semblance of safety." Kahn smiled and waved at Sengoku, saying, "Commander, I shall not be polite." Upon witnessing Kahn's grin, Sengoku couldn't help but tease, "Looks like you've let your guard down." He then gestured for Kahn to promptly exit his office. Sengoku was exceedingly busy and had no time for idle chatter with Kahn. Although the conflict with the Big Mom pirates was instigated by Kahn, Sengoku did not hold him at fault. After all, capturing pirates was inherently Kahn's mission. Encountering Kizaru, it was only natural to apprehend him if possible. Thus, Sengoku had never contemplated causing Kahn any trouble over this matter. Once Kahn had departed, he picked up the phone and continued dialing. Kahn had just departed from the office of the Warring States and made his way to the port, where he boarded a vessel bound for Impel Down, though he possessed the ability to fly there. The exhaustion from his overnight journey compelled him to indulge in a moment of respite. Once aboard the ship, he mentally retreated into the abyss of sin, allowing himself a brief restoration of energy. An hour and a half later, he arrived once more at the gates of Impel Down. Awaiting him at the entrance was Magellan, who, upon Kahn's disembarkation, remarked, "Young man, you returned in less than 10 days. You certainly have a knack for stirring up trouble." Kahn distanced himself from Magellan, exclaiming, "Keep your distance. I have no desire to be poisoned. Furthermore, I am here to combat pirates, not to stir up trouble." Magellan chuckled softly and turned to lead the way, saying, "Say what you will, but in the eyes of most of the Navy, you are merely a troublemaker. Now, hurry inside. What you seek has already been prepared." Upon hearing this, Kahn was immediately invigorated and hurriedly made his way into the underwater prison. The two of them proceeded directly to the office of the warden. Before Warden Pooh, who governed Impel Down, Kahn showed utmost respect in his salutation. His reverence was directed towards Pooh's formidable power, rather than to the man himself. After Kahn saluted Director Pooh, Pooh tossed a set of keys to him, saying, "These keys are for the 6th floor. You may take any prisoner from numbers 1 to 30 for training, but should any incident occur, you will bear full responsibility." Kahn took the key and excitedly assured, "Rest assured, Director, nothing will go awry." Who nodded in response, saying, "Very well, you may proceed with your training. Just remember to stay in your original residence. You are already familiar with this place, so I shall not elaborate further." Kahn nodded. After exchanging pleasantries with Pooh, he withdrew from the office. Magellan also bid farewell to Kahn, stating, "You are already familiar with this place, so I shall not accompany you any further. I am heading to the restroom. Should you require anything, please consult Shilio." With that, Magellan hurriedly departed. Kahn paid him no heed and eagerly surged towards the 6th level of the underwater prison, intent on consigning all 300 inmates therein to the Book of Sin. With the exception of those numbered from 1 to 30, he had no keys for those individuals, making entry impossible, even if he were to gain access. Incapacitating those formidable prisoners would pose a significant challenge. His plan was to absorb the malevolent energy from the 300 inmates, enhancing his own power before confronting the 30 powerful figures ahead of him. He ascended in the elevator to the 6th level of the underwater prison. Without hesitation, he began opening doors, entering the cells, and unleashing a barrage of blows upon the restrained pirates, leaving them screaming in agony before succumbing to unconsciousness. His actions incited a frenzy among the inmates on the 6th level, who erupted into curses and even attempted to batter the iron doors. However, their efforts were futile. The prison structure was exceedingly robust. No matter how they raged, it bore no effect. Ultimately, they were met with Kahn's relentless fists, which left them wailing for mercy. Of course, there were those who sought to challenge Kahn, demanding that he release their restraints for a fair fight. Yet, Kahn was no fool. He responded to such provocations with a flurry of punches, swiftly rendering them unconscious. Over the course of 2 days, he subdued all the prisoners outside of the first 30. Contrary to appearances, many of these inmates were not particularly formidable. Some were even weaker than those on the 5th level. Their confinement on the 6th level stemmed not from strength, but from the severity of their offenses. Among the 300, the majority were extreme murderers, akin to the deranged. Kahn is advancing into the city, feigning cultivation. In reality, he is comfortably reclining and resting. Meanwhile, the external conflict between the Big Mom pirates and the Navy has escalated into a fierce battle. Kapu, accompanied by his crew, engaged in a fierce battle with the Big Mom pirates that raged for 3 days and nights, culminating in Big Mom's retreat after sustaining injuries. However, this marked merely the cessation of hostilities. It was inevitable that the Big Mom pirates would not rest easy. Their conflict with the Navy could not be resolved in the short term. The two sides engaged in skirmishes every 5 days and major confrontations every fortnight. Thus, the struggle between the Big Mom pirates and the Navy persisted for a full 4 months before reaching its conclusion. Ultimately, the Navy emerged victorious, bolstered by a steady influx of reinforcements. After suffering the loss of 1/3 of their crew, the Big Mom pirates found themselves unable to continue the fight. Their territory in Whole Cake Island was nearly devoid of defenders. The Big Mom pirates retreated to Whole Cake Island, embarking on a mission to recruit new members and restore their strength, which had been diminished, along with their capacity for expansion. The world once again found a semblance of tranquility. On May 12th, in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, Kahn was resting in his room on the 1st level of the underwater prison when his phone bug began to ring in his embrace. Kahn's telephone bug, exclusively designated for the commanding general of the warring states, was activated, prompting him to respond, "General, is there something you require? I am currently in the midst of my training." "I find that hard to believe," the warring states general scoffed. "You have been cooped up in your room for 2 months without stepping outside. Who would trust your claims of training?" Kahn spoke earnestly. "Marshal, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Recently, I have been diligently cultivating my observation haki, requiring a period of tranquility, which is why I have secluded myself." Sengoku paused for a moment, intrigued, and inquired, "How has your training been progressing?" Kahn smiled faintly. "Of course, I have succeeded. Those criminals were not captured in vain. My observation haki has now reached a level that rivals that of my master." Upon hearing this, the warring states felt a surge of joy. He chuckled and remarked, "Indeed. Indeed. It seems your strength has significantly improved. Return to me tomorrow, for there is a mission that requires your attention. If you accomplish this task, the position of Rear Admiral shall be yours." Kahn was instantly invigorated. "Really? Then I shall prepare to return tomorrow morning." Sengoku replied with a grunt. "So be it. Once you ascend to the rank of Vice Admiral, go forth to the New World and wreak havoc upon those pirates. They are in dire need of your presence." With a chuckle, Kahn responded, "Rest assured, Admiral, I have not been idling away these past 6 months. This time, I shall eliminate the Big Mom pirates and cast them all into the depths of the underwater prison." Sengoku fell silent for a moment before retorting. Do not indulge in fantasies. Big Mom is not an adversary you can contend with. If you can assist in suppressing some pirates, I shall consider it sufficient. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not linger in conversation with you any longer. With that, Sengoku ended the call. Kahn was not resting. He sat up. During his time in the underwater prison, he had amassed over 27 million points of infamy, which significantly enhanced his strength once more. His various abilities had also seen an increase. According to his own assessment, his capabilities were approximately as follows: swordsmanship, swordmaster, elite level, physical combat, general, ordinary level, marksmanship, rear admiral, ordinary level, armament hockey, rear admiral, elite level, observation hockey, rear admiral, elite level. With his current balance of infamy points, his overall strength was now comparable to that of Katakuri, Jean, and Marco 20 years hence, making him a formidable vice admiral. Presently, he would certainly be unable to defeat the likes of Akainu, Akiji, or Kizaru in combat. However, escaping was well within his abilities. Even when confronted by the four emperors, he believed he could evade them, as long as he was not foolish enough to engage them in a desperate struggle. With this newfound strength, he felt liberated to pursue his desires without restraint. He pondered this quietly. Kahn was not resting. He ascended to the 4th floor, where he encountered Shilio, who was in the midst of interrogating a prisoner. Shilio harbored considerable disdain for Kahn, as he believed that Kahn's abilities had overshadowed his own, despite his current swordsmanship, which could rank him among the world's foremost swordsmen. He felt an escalating envy as Kahn's prowess grew. Consequently, upon seeing Kahn, he consistently wore a sour expression. This encounter was no different. As Kahn approached, Shilio furrowed his brow and remarked, "What brings you here, brat?" Kahn smiled as he approached Shilio and said, "I shall be departing from here tomorrow. I am aware that your circumstances are rather unsatisfactory. Would you be interested in accompanying me? I believe the world beyond these walls is far more suited to you." Shilio furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, he did not relish his time in this place. Here, taking a life would earn him reprimands from both the director and Magellan. In his heart, he believed that a criminal's demise was merely a natural consequence. After all, they were all wretches deserving of their fate. Nonetheless, he yearned for freedom, yet the prospect of leaving with Kahn was unappealing, as he harbored considerable disdain for him. Kahn was undoubtedly aware of Shilio's sentiments towards him. With a slight smile, he remarked, "I understand your displeasure with me, believing that my strength derives solely from the powers of the devil fruit." Shirley cast a sidelong glance at Kahn, snorting disdainfully. "You possess a remarkable sense of self-awareness." Despite Shirley's arrogance, Kahn remained unfazed. He leaned closer to Shirley, whispering softly, "My abilities can also empower others. If you choose to accompany me, you could grow even stronger." Shirley paused, his eyes flickering with intrigue. He scrutinized Kahn for a moment before asking, "Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Kahn noticed Shilio's interest and offered a faint smile. "I can allow you to try it first." Shilio glanced at Kahn, paused in contemplation, and then replied, "All right. Then let me have the first attempt." Kahn turned and said, "Follow me to my room. I have something for you to try." Shilio fell silent but trailed behind Kahn. He held a considerable belief in Kahn's abilities, for Kahn had no reason to deceive him. Moreover, if Kahn could enhance himself, it was entirely plausible that he could enhance others as well. Lost in thought, Shilio accompanied Kahn to his chamber. Once Kahn closed the door, he looked at Shilio and stated, "I shall seal you within a confinement. Do not harbor any thoughts of resistance." With that, he placed his hand upon Shilio, preparing to ensnare him. However, Shilio remained utterly still. Kahn looked at Shilio helplessly and said, "Shilio, you must be completely unguarded for me to accept you. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to incapacitate you." Shilio furrowed his brow slightly. There was a considerable risk in allowing Kahn to seal him away. He did not wish to be confined by Kahn for eternity. However, it seemed unlikely that Kahn would resort to such measures at this moment, especially since many had witnessed their arrival together. Unless Kahn intended to betray the Navy, he would certainly not take such an action. Moreover, betraying the Navy would bring no advantage to Kahn. After contemplating this, Shilio replied, "Please wait a moment. I need to compose myself." Kahn nodded. Hiru then closed his eyes, seeking to adjust his emotions. 3 minutes later, Hiru opened his eyes and looked at Kahn, saying, "It is time." Kahn reached out and placed his hand upon Shilio, successfully accepting him this time. Within the pages of the Book of Sin, Shilio appeared. Kahn expended over 300,000 points of malevolence to extract the physical prowess of one of the criminals and bestowed it upon Shiryu, thereby augmenting his strength. Upon completing this endeavor, Kahn released Shiryu. As soon as Shiryu emerged, he sensed the transformation within his body, which filled him with exhilaration. He cast a glance at Kahn and remarked, "Indeed, this is remarkable. I feel my power has increased by 1/5. Kahn smiled and asked, "So, are you willing to come with me?" Shiryu glanced at Kahn, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "I aspire to enhance my strength in the future. I understand that it requires sacrifices." Kahn smiled, "Do you not enjoy taking lives? What you need to do is capture more pirates. I shall extract their energy. And in due time, our strength shall be equally shared." A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Shiryu's eyes. The prospect of both slaying and augmenting his power felt like a fortuitous gift to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Shiryu replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you. But departing from here poses certain complications that you must resolve on your own." Upon hearing Shiryu's agreement, Kahn was exceedingly satisfied. Over the past 6 months, he had been contemplating how to amass a wealth of malevolent points in the future. The resources from the underwater prison had nearly been exhausted, and acquiring a significant amount of malevolent points in a single endeavor would prove to be exceedingly challenging. After some reflection, he resolved to cultivate his own sources of malevolence. Individuals like Granette and Shiryu represented promising avenues for generating such points. Both were inherently vicious murderers. By enlisting their assistance in capturing pirates, he could accrue malevolent points. Simultaneously, as they indulged in their own killings, they would also amass considerable malevolence themselves. This strategy presented a dual advantage for him. The sole drawback of this plan lay in the difficulty of finding suitable underlings. Finding someone as brutal as Shiryu was no easy task. While individuals of Granette's caliber could be located more readily, they would not prove particularly useful. Thus, the quest for suitable subordinates would remain a cumbersome endeavor in the future. After contemplating, Kahn spoke to Shiryu. "Tomorrow morning, come to me quietly. I shall seal you and take you out. With my current strength, it shall pose no issue to escort you. At most, the marshal will have a few words to say. When the time comes, I will claim that I need you to assist me in vanquishing the pirates, and the marshal will ultimately yield." Upon hearing this, Shiryu found Kahn's plan feasible and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall return and make the necessary preparations." Kahn nodded. "You may return and prepare. I shall go to the 6th floor to take a look later." Shiryu gazed at Kahn in silence. These past 6 months, Kahn appears to be afflicted with some sort of issue, as he feels compelled to confront the Golden Lion with harsh words every few days, occasionally even resorting to physical altercations by entering with a key. This infuriates the Golden Lion, who is driven to the brink of wishing Kahn dead. He has witnessed Kahn's assaults on the Golden Lion through surveillance footage, and the latter has endured considerable suffering for the past 6 months. The dark circles under his eyes have failed to dissipate. Now, Kahn is about to leave. He is also scheduled to meet with the 6th floor, undoubtedly to confer with the Golden Lion. However, this holds no significance for him, and he is disinclined to concern himself with it. Thus, he turns and departs. As he leaves, a sense of emptiness lingers. Kahn made his way toward the 6th level of the prison, his objective unmistakably the Golden Lion. Over the past 6 months, he had indeed been relentlessly assaulting the Golden Lion. The reason behind this was his knowledge that the Golden Lion would soon attempt an escape. Within the depths of the underwater prison, he dared not seize the Golden Lion's devil fruit. However, once the Golden Lion broke free, he would be able to claim the devil fruit for himself. By confronting the Golden Lion now, he aimed to ensure that upon his release, the Golden Lion would seek him out for retribution. This way, he would not have to pursue the Golden Lion himself, which could prove troublesome if the latter chose to hide. Upon reaching the 6th level of the prison, as Kahn stepped inside, the inmates began to tremble with fear. They were all subjected to Kahn's malevolent judgment. Although these individuals were ruthless, few could withstand the weight of such a trial. Following the conclusion of their judgment, they were left in a state of sheer terror at the thought of Kahn. There were indeed some who emerged successful from the ordeal, yet their gazes toward Kahn were filled with rage. Kahn disregarded the gazes of the crowd and made his way to the cell of the Golden Lion, where he took a seat. Looking at the Golden Lion inside, he remarked, "Shiki, I shall be departing tomorrow, so I came to pay you a visit today." The Golden Lion, Shiki, bore the burden of 2 dark circles under his eyes. He fixed his gaze upon Kahn with barely concealed rage, his thoughts swirling within. Kahn is certainly troublesome. While he should be languishing in prison, he comes here to berate him and even attempts to strike him. Furthermore, he displays a despicable cowardice by resorting to sneak attacks, lacking the courage to confront him openly. Over the past 6 months, he has brought great shame upon himself. Each time Kahn departs, the other inmates begin to mock him, driving him to the brink of madness. Initially, he contemplated escaping, but now he has resolved to break free. Unfortunately, Kahn's incessant provocations leave him with little opportunity to flee this place, compelling him to endure and await the perfect moment for his escape. Kahn is about to depart. He is resolved to take action the moment Kahn leaves. Once he is outside and his injuries have healed, he will eliminate that scoundrel Kahn. In the midst of the furious gaze of the Golden Lion, Kahn calmly stated, "Your disdainful glare is futile. In 2 years, I shall be an admiral of the Navy, while you will forever remain a prisoner. The chasm between us will be as vast as the heavens and the earth." The Golden Lion chuckled coldly, remaining silent. Kahn let out a cold snort. "What kind of attitude is this? Do you want to get beaten up again? I'm leaving tomorrow. So why don't you say something nice to me?" The Golden Lion chuckled derisively. "All right then, I wish you would be dealt with swiftly." Kahn's expression darkened instantly. He retrieved his key, unlocked the door, and entered, engaging in a fierce struggle with the bound Golden Lion. Amidst his relentless ambushes, the Golden Lion was left battered and bruised. Enraged, the Golden Lion roared, yet found himself powerless against Kahn. After delivering a thorough thrashing, Kahn gazed down at the pitiful figure of the Golden Lion and coldly remarked, "Shiki, farewell. When we meet again, I shall surpass you." Thus, he imparted a final lesson to the Golden Lion. Kahn turned and departed, and as he closed the cell door, he added, "By the way, I shall graciously accept your 2 swords. After all, you are not leaving any time soon. In the future, those 2 swords will accompany me as I make my name renowned across the world." The Golden Lion felt utterly humiliated. He yearned to rend Kahn into countless pieces. Yet such vengeance would not suffice to quench his rage. He refrained from retorting. Otherwise, he would face Kahn's wrath once more. He resolved to settle the score with Kahn after he escaped. The Golden Lion's 2 swords remained in the prison storeroom, alongside Sakuragi and Kuju. Kahn has absorbed the combat experience of over 300 inmates from the 6th level of the underwater prison, wielding 2 swords with absolute proficiency. When it comes to battle experience, few can rival him. As for whether anyone would challenge him for possessing the 2 swords, that is highly unlikely. He is, after all, a favored general of the warring states, and for the next 2 decades, they will rely on his assistance. The matter of 2 swords is trivial in comparison. Moreover, when the Golden Lion escapes from prison, the warring states will be grateful to him for taking the 2 swords. Otherwise, with both swords in the hands of the Golden Lion, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly, posing a considerable threat to the Navy. Kahn departed from the 6th floor and entered the warehouse, where he collected 2 swords. He then sought out Magellan and returned the keys to the prison. After returning the keys, he retreated to his chamber to rest, continuing to immerse himself in the pool of sins to enhance his vitality. A night swiftly passed, and at the break of dawn, precisely at 5 o'clock, Shilu quietly approached the door. Kahn took Shiryu and departed from the underwater prison without informing Magellan or the warden. After all, he had stealthily escaped with Shiryu and 2 swords, and notifying them would undoubtedly lead to complications. Kahn was well acquainted with everyone in the underwater prison. He sought to depart and sought someone to unlock the door. There were no obstructions in his path. He effortlessly exited and impelled down, accompanied by Shiryu and 2 swords. Upon stepping outside, Kahn soared into the air, directly departing from the underwater prison. 2 hours later, at 7 in the morning, he arrived at the naval headquarters. He leisurely enjoyed breakfast on the street before ambling into Sengoku's office. Within the office, Sengoku was already hard at work. Upon seeing Kahn enter, he promptly retrieved a document and tossed it to Kahn, stating, "This is the mission assigned to you from above. Should you accomplish it, a promotion to Rear Admiral will be yours, and they shall not hinder your advancement." Kahn received the documents and perused them briefly. Upon finishing, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. This task, as he recalled, was originally assigned to Akainu, yet it had now fallen into his lap. Sengoku observed Kahn's hesitation and sighed. "I understand this predicament places you in a difficult position, but the directives from above are beyond my control. Should you choose to decline, I could certainly relay your decision to higher authorities. However, it is likely that your position as a vice admiral would be forfeited." Kahn regained his composure and glanced at Sengoku, saying, "Commander, I never claimed I would refuse. However, for such a task that bears the weight of infamy, isn't there any compensation from above?" Sengoku's expression twitched slightly. He had initially thought Kahn was reluctant to take action, feeling it would be a burden. To his surprise, Kahn sought benefits instead. Sengoku cast a speechless look at Kahn, reflecting on how Kahn indeed resembled a devoted fan of Sakazuki, sharing a similar approach to matters at hand. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku remarked, "You audacious fellow, do you dare to haggle with those above?" Kahn remained remarkably composed. The ocean requires stability for ordinary people to thrive. What purpose does the study of history serve? It is merely the pastime of a tedious group. Should their demise contribute to the ocean's stability, I would take action. However, they are merely common folk, and to act against them would contravene my principles. I trust that compensation would not pose a problem. Zhangguo cast a surprised glance at Kahn, astonished that someone so young had already discovered his path, truly a rarity. After a moment of reflection, Zhangguo produced a din-din mushi and stated, "Then you should convey this directly to them." The din-din mushi was swiftly dialed. A voice came through, "Zhangguo, what is it?" Zhangguo replied, "Kahn has returned and wishes to discuss the task with several esteemed individuals." On the other end, a cold snort was heard. "What? Does he intend to refuse?" "Not at all. He seeks compensation." Zhangguo responded, relaying Kahn's words in their entirety to the 5 elders. After a brief silence, the 5 elders declared, "Tell him the task is complete. We shall send 20 prisoners his way." Zhangguo glanced at Kahn, understood. "Do the esteemed ones have any further instructions?" The din-din mushi responded, "Inform that young lad to focus on his duties. We shall provide what is due to him. He should refrain from presenting us with demands." With that, the call ended. Zhangguo put away the din-din mushi and looked at Kahn. "You've managed to irk them. Had you completed your tasks before seeking rewards, perhaps the situation would have been more favorable." Kahn chuckled lightly and remarked nonchalantly, "It is best to clarify matters for everyone's benefit. I shall not perform tasks for them without cause. However, if it is your arrangement, Marshal, I shall unconditionally comply. For you are my benefactor?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku was immensely pleased. He turned to Kahn and said, "Very well, you rascal. Return home and rest well. When Akiji returns tomorrow, you shall embark on your mission together." Kahn nodded, glanced at Sengoku, and cleared his throat before saying, "By the way, Marshal, I have brought a certain ordinary prison guard from the underwater prison to assist me. His strength is substantial and will aid us in dealing with the pirates." "An ordinary prison guard?" Sengoku responded, waving his hand dismissively. "Do as you wish. You are about to be a vice-admiral. You possess enough authority for this matter. And there is no need to report to me further." Kahn smiled, saluted the warring states, and departed from the office. As he walked home, he pondered the mission assigned by the world government. The task was to lead an expedition to annihilate the island of Ohara, a responsibility that had originally fallen to Akainu. It seemed that upon completing this task, Akainu had received a promotion to admiral. However, due to his recent misdeeds, Akainu had been reassigned to the New World to suppress pirates, leaving the obliteration of Ohara to Kahn. This mission could be seen as a test from the world government. Should he succeed, they would likely reward him with greater resources for his training. He recalled the 5 elders mentioning 20 criminals, each with a bounty exceeding 500,000, indicating that they had no hesitation in discussing such figures. Kahn intended to negotiate terms with the 5 elders, as he was reluctant to undertake this task without compensation. If he completed this mission for free, it would set a precedent for the elders to withhold future rewards. Thus, he preferred to offend them slightly in pursuit of remuneration. In doing so, the elders would refrain from burdening him with trivial tasks, and if genuine matters arose, they would ensure he received appropriate compensation. This way, he would not feel as though he was toiling in vain. Lost in thought, he continued on his way. Kahn returned to his residence. After lying down for a while, he closed his eyes and descended into the abyss of sin, beginning his cultivation. Suddenly, the room trembled violently as a furious voice bellowed, "Get out here, you little brat." Kahn's spirit emerged instantly from the abyss of sin. Upon opening his eyes, he glanced towards the entrance, the position of the room's door. To his dismay, the door had vanished. The walls bore signs of fissures. A burly man stood at the threshold, seething with rage, intent on entering. Goodness! It was Carp. In the prime of his life, Carp was not one to be trifled with. Although uncertain as to how he had provoked Carp, Kahn decided it was best to flee without hesitation. Kahn leaped from his bed and swiftly dashed out of the window, making his way to the harbor. Behind him, he could see Carp charging forward. "What have I done to provoke Carp?" he thought. "Why is he pursuing me so fervently? Never mind. I shall head straight to Ohara. Carp is not someone to be trifled with." As he noticed Carp closing in, he braced himself. Kahn decisively fled, heading towards the direction of the western sea. Kapu chased to the shore, only to find Kahn had already fled far away. With a cold snort, he turned to leave. However, just as he pivoted, Sengoku stood right behind him, glaring and exclaiming, "Kapu, you have gone too far." Kapu curled his lip and nonchalantly remarked, "That little rascal has made me toil for 6 months without a moment's respite. What's wrong with me teaching him a lesson?" Little did I expect that the lad would prove to be quite cunning. Before I even had the chance to confront him, he had fled. Warring States, you needn't worry. Isn't he just fine now? Warring State shot a glare at Kapu, Get lost, you scoundrel. You never do anything good. I still have matters to discuss with him. But now that you've scared him off, I can no longer proceed. Upon hearing this, Carp chuckled lightly and remarked, well, it seems this matter does not concern me. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Sengoku, you can handle the contact with him yourself. With that, he hastily departed. Sengoku was left utterly speechless at Carp's abrupt exit. An hour prior, he had received a call from Impel Down, informing him that Shiryu was missing. Upon hearing this, Sengoku recalled Kahn's mention of taking a prison guard with him when he left, which left him quite exasperated. He resolved to have a serious discussion with Kahn once his current obligations were fulfilled, urging Kahn to return Shiryu to the depths of the underwater prison. As for Kahn forcibly taking Shiryu, Sengoku had not entertained such a notion, for Shiryu's prowess was not something Kahn could easily overpower. The only plausible scenario for Shiryu's departure was his own volition. This reasoning was also why Sengoku had not sought out Kahn in the past hour. If Shiryu willingly chose to leave with Kahn, persuading him to return would prove to be quite a challenge. Thus, he found himself contemplating ways to convince Shiryu to return to Impel Down. However, he had yet to devise a strategy. Kapu frightened Kahn away. At this point, his attempts at persuasion proved futile. A fleeing Kahn would never heed his words. Reflecting on this, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Ultimately, he gazed in the direction Kahn had departed, letting out a resigned sigh. May 15th, West Sea, O'Hara Coast. After 2 days of arduous travel, Kahn finally arrived at O'Hara. Upon reaching the island, he did not immediately take action. Instead, he sought a secluded spot along the coast to rest and recuperate. He intended to wait for Akiji and the others to arrive before embarking on any endeavors together. Near the shoreline, he discovered an unoccupied wooden cabin, where he settled in and reclined at ease. The literature of O'Hara held no allure for him. He had no desire to delve into the blank century of history. His thoughts were solely consumed with finding ways to amass evil points to enhance his power. Thus, he lingered within the cabin. As night fell, Kahn, feeling a twinge of hunger, sat up and ventured out into the air, intending to seek sustenance in the town upon the island. After ascending for a short while, he beheld the coastline nearby, where numerous warships were anchored. He recalled that upon his arrival, there had been none of these vessels, astonishingly, in just 7 or 8 hours. They had already made their appearance. Such swiftness could only be attributed to the naval division of the Western Sea. With the Navy present, there was no need to dine in town. Why not indulge in complimentary fare? Thus, he soared directly towards the warships. As he approached the shoreline, the personnel aboard the ships perceived Kahn's approach with trepidation, but their anxiety dissipated upon recognizing him, leading them to lower their defenses. Upon landing on one of the largest warships, a naval officer approached Kahn with a smile and remarked, "Colonel Kahn, you have arrived quite swiftly." Kahn gazed at the naval officer before him, a figure entirely unfamiliar to him, and inquired, "Who are you?" The naval officer chuckled and replied, "I am Will of the West Sea, merely a modest rear admiral. The Navy of the Four Seas is, after all, a rank beneath that of the headquarters. Colonel Kahn holds a position comparable to that of Will within this establishment. However, it is well understood by all. Kahn's promotion to Major General is assured. Consequently, Will is exceedingly courteous towards Kahn." Kahn listened attentively to Will's introduction and nodded slightly. "General Will, when did you arrive?" Will smiled and replied, "We have been stationed in the vicinity for over 2 months. Today, we received orders to approach this area and await your arrival, Colonel Kahn. The matter concerning O'Hara is of paramount importance to the world government. It is only natural that we established our presence 2 months in advance. This period likely corresponds to the negotiations between the world government and Dr. Clover from O'Hara. Now, it is time for the negotiations to be resolved." Kahn pondered for a moment before addressing Will. "Does it indicate when we are to commence our actions?" Will chuckled softly. "No. We have merely received orders to secure the island. As for the timing of our operations, that will likely depend on Spanden's directives. He is the official dispatched from above to negotiate with the island." "Spandane? That individual seems rather timid and feeble. He is also the chief of CP9, and notably, he is the father of Spandam, who nearly brought about Robin's demise 2 decades hence." Kahn pondered for a moment before inquiring, "And what of Spandane? Where is he?" Will gestured towards the island, saying, "He is on the island, leading a group in search of the fugitives. We are all awaiting his news. Kahn, will you join him?" Kahn exhibited no interest in the inhabitants of the island. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need for that. I'll rest here for a while. I haven't eaten all day, so please have the chef prepare something for me." Upon hearing this, Will guided Kahn to the dining hall, where the chefs were instructed to prepare dinner for him. During the meal, The two engaged in casual conversation, predominantly consisting of Will's compliments towards Kahn. For Kahn was destined to become a major general in the future, holding a position of vastly superior rank compared to Will. Kahn had dined, and Will arranged for him to settle into the cabin for the night. The hours passed in serene silence. By noon the following day, 5 warships from the headquarters approached O'Hara, with the foremost being Admiral Akiji. As one of the 2 tasked individuals, Kahn disembarked alongside Akiji. Upon encountering Kahn, Akiji displayed a rather indifferent demeanor, for Kahn was aligned with Akainu, rendering their connection tenuous at best. Thus, Kahn approached him with a subtle nod, a mere acknowledgement of greeting amidst Akiji's aloofness. Kahn, unfazed, leaned closer to Akiji and smiled. "Admiral Kazan, I believe this is our first encounter." Kahn spoke up. Akainu found it difficult to remain silent in response. He replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, however, I must admit that I hear Colonel Kahn's name constantly. Vice Admiral Garp has been complaining about you for quite some time." Hearing the name of Admiral Karp, Kahn couldn't help but scoff. "Don't even mention Admiral Karp. I could have comfortably sailed here with you all, but instead, I was nearly deprived of my life by his relentless pursuit." A hint of a smile appeared on Akiji's face as he replied, "Admiral Karp detests trouble. If you made him toil away in the New World for 6 months, it would be nothing short of miraculous if he didn't come after you." Upon hearing this, Kahn helplessly remarked, "Surely, this cannot be attributed to me. I am merely apprehending pirates. The conflict with the Big Mom pirates was not of my choosing." Akiji nodded in agreement. Indeed, this matter bore no relation to Kahn. However, who was Garp? He was indifferent to whether the situation involved Kahn or not. If he felt displeased, he would resort to violence without a hint of reason. As Akiji pondered this, Kahn no longer mentioned the matter of Tikapu. Instead, he gestured towards the island and inquired of Kazan, "Admiral Kazan, has there been any directive from above for you?" Kazan snapped back to attention and shook his head. "No, we are merely executing our orders. As for how we proceed, we shall await further instructions from our superiors." Kazan himself was uncertain about when to take action. Kahn shook his head and gazed at the island, saying, "Then I shall take a stroll on the island and perhaps seek out that Spandane to ascertain what he has been up to. It has already been a night, and he has yet to convey any word to us." Akiji displayed no interest in the island. He watched Kahn depart without uttering a word, and then made his way towards the desolate shoreline, relishing the solitude as he sought a tranquil spot to rest. Kahn arrived on the island and made his way towards the towering tree at its center. This tree, known as the Tree of Omniscience, stood as the heart of O'Hara, with the town built around it. To find Spandane, he knew he must head to this very location. After a journey of over 20 minutes, Kahn beheld the town nestled beneath the grand tree. Upon reaching the town's entrance, he noticed the naval personnel stationed there. Approaching them to inquire about the situation, the sailors promptly saluted upon his arrival, addressing him as Colonel Kahn. Kahn approached with a slight nod and inquired, "Where might Spandane be?" The naval soldier hesitated and replied, "He should be near the Tree of Omniscience. Commander Spandane has already engaged in several discussions with the scholars on the island." Kahn acknowledged, then proceeded towards the town, stating, "I shall seek him out. You stay vigilant here." The naval soldiers, witnessing Kahn enter the town, saluted him respectfully as they watched him depart. Kahn is in the Navy, and he is indeed a notable figure. After all, he is the first among the Navy to dare to apprehend the son of Big Mom. Kahn entered the town, making his way towards the grand tree. Before long, he arrived at the entrance beneath its sprawling branches, where he encountered 2 impeccably dressed officials from the World Government standing guard. The Tree of Omniscience had been significantly hollowed out, transformed into a library that housed an extensive collection of ancient manuscripts. All those historical texts were meticulously arranged within the library's confines. Kahn arrived at the entrance and inquired of the 2 officials from the World Government, "Where is Spandane?" Faced with Kahn's presence, the officials dared not offend him. They gestured toward the inner chamber, indicating, "The commander is inside speaking with Dr. Clover." Without hesitation, Kahn approached the door and entered, while the 2 officials, after a moment's hesitation, refrained from obstructing his passage. Upon entering, he found himself in an expansive space, its walls adorned with towering stacks of books. For those afflicted with a fear of dense arrangements, the sight could evoke a sense of claustrophobia. Kahn displayed no interest in the book. He glanced around and noticed Spandane resting in a corner, while the enigmatic Dr. Trefoil seemed to be absent from the hall. Consequently, he made his way towards Spandane. Upon seeing Kahn, Spandane instantly recognized him. With a degree of respect befitting the future Rear Admiral, Spandane rose with a smile and greeted, "What brings you here, Colonel Kahn?" Kahn approached Spandane and candidly stated, "This place is exceedingly dull. I merely came to inquire when this task will be completed, as I have pirates to apprehend and cannot afford to linger here any longer. Spandane chuckled softly, replying, well, the completion of this task is not within my purview to determine. We must await the directives of the 5 esteemed gentlemen. My current responsibility is to closely monitor this area and prevent any contact between others and Dr. Clover. Kahn furrowed his brow slightly and inquired of Spandane. Have you received any communication from above? Spandane nodded. Yes, Colonel Kahn wishes to converse with the 5 esteemed gentlemen. Kahn extended his hand, requesting to borrow the phone book, stating that he wished to engage in a thorough conversation with them. Spandane, without hesitation, produced a phone book and handed it to Kahn with a smile, encouraging him to make the connection. Kahn answered the telephone book and pressed it. Soon, a voice emerged from the device. Spandane, has Dr. Clover reached a compromise? Kahn cleared his throat and said, Sir, it is I, Kahn. The phone bug fell silent for a moment before snorting coldly. Kahn, is it? What do you want? You rascal? Kahn, undeterred by the demeanor above, chuckled and inquired, I simply wish to know how long I must wait here. I am eager to venture into the new world and vanquish pirates. If the wait is prolonged, I shall take a stroll first. The snail phone fell silent for a moment before responding. Tomorrow marks the final deadline we have given them. Should they refuse by then, you may proceed with your plans. Upon hearing this, Kahn cast a glance at Spandane and remarked, it appears that Spandane's negotiations with them throughout the night have yielded no results. They are unlikely to yield. Would it be permissible for me to eradicate all the inhabitants and text on the island and depart? After a brief silence within the communication device, a voice responded. Let us wait until tomorrow. If they remain obstinate, you may proceed. We do not wish to see any scholars survive. Kahn scoffed. What a waste of time. He then tossed the communication device to Spandane, stating, I shall take a leisurely stroll for now. With that, he turned and departed. Spandane watched Kahn's retreating figure, swallowing hard. Overwhelmed by the situation, Kahn is truly terrifying. He is quick to threaten the annihilation of entire islands, though he is undoubtedly malevolent in comparison. I feel like a virtuous individual. I have heard tales of Kahn just 6 months ago. He ventured out for a mere 10 days and ended the lives of over 5,000 people. He is nothing short of a demon. Kahn emerged from the treehouse and began to stroll leisurely towards the harbor. After more than 10 minutes, he exited the town and stepped onto a scarcely populated path. Upon leaving the town, he sensed that someone was observing him. Although he had felt this way within the bustling town, where the presence of onlookers was commonplace, the sensation was peculiar in the absence of any structures around him. The feeling that someone was secretly watching him lingered, prompting him to activate his observation hotkey. Kahn swiftly discerned the presence of someone lurking behind a tree, fixated upon him. It must be the individual concealed behind the trunk. He halted his steps, glanced towards the distant tree, and calmly uttered, No need to hide. Step forth, or I shall not hold back. With that, he unsheathed his withered wooden sword. A surge of sword energy sliced through the air toward the tree. His assault compelled the person behind the tree to leap out hastily, while Kahn's sword energy cleaved the tree in twain. After Kahn unleashed his sword aura, he noticed a figure rushing towards him, raising an eyebrow in surprise. It was a mere child, one of the protagonists who would emerge 20 years hence, Nico Robin. Observing the terrified girl, who had fallen to the ground trembling in fear, he approached her calmly and inquired, My dear, what is it that you seek by following me? Have you been coerced into this action? Nico Robin, swallowing hard in her trepidation, mustered her courage to reply, You just stated that you intend to slaughter everyone on this island. Did you not? Kahn raised an eyebrow. It seemed that he had just been on the phone with the 5 elders. Nico Robin had eavesdropped using her devil fruit abilities. Such a power is indeed quite useful. Kahn gazed at Nico Robin, his mind beginning to strategize. At present, Nico Robin is still young. With proper nurturing, she could prove to be invaluable in the future. Her abilities for intelligence gathering are exceptionally useful. It is inevitable that he will confront the Navy, as he seeks to accumulate infamy points. Sooner or later, he will cause a stir, and at that juncture, neither the Navy nor the world government will have any tolerance for him. He will have to rely solely on himself. Therefore, establishing his own faction is essential, and a robust intelligence network is indispensable. Nico Robin's capabilities align perfectly with the requirements of such a system. Most importantly, the world government is utterly oblivious to Nico Robin's existence, making her acquisition entirely feasible. Kahn contemplated for a moment before gazing at Nico Robin and exclaimed, Did you hear what I said? Nico Robin glared at Kahn, retorting, You are a villain. Why do you intend to slay the inhabitants of this island? Kahn chuckled softly, reaching out to gently pat Nico Robin's head. You are still young and know little. It is best not to concern yourself with such matters. Nico Robin, filled with indignation, attempted to push Kahn's hand away. However, with a single stroke, Kahn rendered Nico Robin unconscious, sealing her within the Book of Sin. Having secured Nico Robin, he calmly strolled towards the shoreline, as if nothing had transpired. Upon returning to the port, he made his way back to his cabin aboard the ship. Lying down and closing his eyes to rest, he remained immersed in the pool of iniquity throughout the afternoon. It was only in the evening that he emerged from his quarters to partake in a light meal at the dining hall. Upon his return to the dining area, upon encountering Admiral Akiji and several other Rear Admirals resting by the shore, Kahn recognized one of them, Rear Admiral Saro, the giant who had previously rescued Nico Robin in the original storyline. Consequently, he partook in some food and approached the group at the coastline to greet them. Having been part of the Navy for nearly a year, he had become somewhat familiar with several Rear Admirals. He approached them and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Admiral Kazan, Admiral Ross, Admiral Saro, Admiral Halliger, Admiral Ceylon. May I inquire what matters you are deliberating here?" The 5 Rear Admirals glanced at Kahn, and one, the straightforward Admiral Ceylon, beckoned him over, saying, "Colonel Kahn, come and take a seat beside me so we may converse." Kahn, without any formality, approached and took a seat beside Admiral Ceylon, inquiring, "What are you gentlemen discussing?" Ceylon chuckled lightly, replying, "What else could we be conversing about? We are deliberating on the outcome of this mission. We are contemplating how it will ultimately conclude." Upon hearing this, Kahn began to contemplate inwardly. It was certain that tomorrow the 5 elders would issue a decree to eliminate everyone. He had no qualms about taking lives. However, he found little interest in the slaughter of ordinary individuals. Moreover, his future aspirations involved joining the Navy, and assisting the 5 elders in eradicating troubles would be detrimental to his ambitions. If any of the vice admirals present were to betray and escape with a few others, the 5 elders could hardly hold him accountable. After all, he was not the one who had set them free. After pondering for a moment, Kahn cleared his throat and addressed Admiral Ceylon, saying, "I do possess some knowledge regarding this matter. I had a conversation with the 5 elders earlier this afternoon." The 5 admirals immediately turned their attention to Kahn, with Ceylon directly inquiring, "Colonel Kahn, what did the 5 elders have to say?" Kahn feigned calmness as he stated, "If Dr. Clover remains unyielding by tomorrow, I shall eliminate every last inhabitant of the island." The 5 generals were momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, Sorrow rose in anger, exclaiming, "How can they do this? The villagers on the island are innocent." Admiral Ceylon exchanged glances with the others, remaining silent, while only Akiji stood to placate Sorrow, saying, "Sorrow, do not be so agitated. The situation is not yet resolved. Let us wait until tomorrow." Sorrow glared at Akiji, retorting, "I am not foolish, Doctor. Clover and his associates will not compromise. When the time comes, the 5 elders will undoubtedly compel you to take action." Akiji felt a sense of helplessness. Acutely aware that Sorrow spoke the truth, the disposition of the island's inhabitants predetermined their unwillingness to yield, and what awaited them was death. At that moment, Akiji was overwhelmed with frustration, regretting his decision to meander along the coast that afternoon, which had led him to encounter Sorrow and bring him back here, thus creating this predicament. Initially, Sorrow had been deemed a defector from the Navy, but the headquarters was still investigating the matter. Akiji had intended to return Sorrow to the fleet and plead with the Admiral for his reinstatement. Now, that possibility had all but vanished. With the 5 elders poised to issue their orders by tomorrow, Sorrow would inevitably be forced to betray the Navy, while Akiji wrestled with his mounting concerns. Sorrow fixed his gaze on Kahn, furiously demanding, "If they give the order tomorrow, will you truly resort to killing every single person on this island?" Kahn raised his head and calmly remarked to Sorrow, "Naturally, their research may subvert the world government, which would result in greater civilian casualties. In order to maintain stability upon the seas, I shall ensure their complete demise. I fail to comprehend the merit of studying history, as long as the world remains stable. What more is there? They are merely bringing about their own ruin, and their deaths would be deserved." Sorrow, listening to Kahn's words, felt a surge of anger. They are simply ordinary people. Kahn gazed at Sorrow and remarked with a hint of disdain, "When one errs, one must face the consequences. Such is the nature of this world. Do not attempt to convince me they are merely ordinary individuals. If they were truly ordinary, they would set aside their tomes and return home to cultivate the land and sustain themselves, rather than engage in such futile research here." Sorrow, taken aback by Kahn's harsh words, panted heavily, his fist clenched tightly as if on the verge of violence. Sensing the escalating tension, Akiji stepped in front of Sorrow and urged, "Sorrow, let us discuss this matter tomorrow. You are still recuperating from your injuries, are you not? Saro cast a fleeting glance at Akiji, ultimately regaining his composure. He shot a cold look at Kahn, snorted dismissively, and turned away, declaring, "I shall seek solace elsewhere." With that, Saro departed, and Akiji followed closely behind, seeking to offer him comfort. The others, however, chose not to pursue. The mission to obliterate O'Hara was to be executed by 5 vice admirals, namely, Vice Admiral Kazan, Vice Admiral Sillin, Vice Admiral Ross, Vice Admiral Hale-Iger, and Kahn himself. Although Kahn has yet to attain the rank of Major General, his prowess is widely acknowledged, rendering him akin to one. As for Salo, he is an intruder. Having been absent from the original plans, Kahn gazed at Kazan and Saro as they departed. Feigning a slight furrow of his brow before addressing the remaining 3, "What does this mean, General Saro? Has he not received the orders?" "Surely." The task was articulated with clarity. General Ceylon placed a reassuring hand on Khan's shoulder and sighed. "General Saro is not listed among the participants of this mission. He has found himself here due to a maritime disaster. We have mentally prepared ourselves for what you mentioned, thus we are able to endure. It is entirely understandable that General Saro remains oblivious and perplexed regarding this matter." Khan suddenly realized and shook his head. "So that is the case. It seems I have spoken too much." General Shilon sighed. "In truth, we merely considered the possibility. We never anticipated that the higher-ups would leave no one behind. We thought there might be a chance for those ordinary people to be released." The expressions of General Shilon, Ross, and Heilig were somewhat intricate. After all, the act of slaughtering civilians weighs heavily on their conscience. Khan observed the complex expressions on the faces of the 3 individuals and calmly remarked, "It appears that you 3 are rather reluctant to engage in such matters. Thus, allow me to take charge. You need only ensure that no vessels approach O'Hara." Admiral Shilon cast a sidelong glance at Khan and said, "You possess quite the capacity for ruthlessness, don't you?" Khan calmly remarked, "If they do not perish, it will implicate even more individuals. Eventually, the casualties will not be limited to the few on the island. No one can guarantee that among those ordinary people, there are not some who have mastered the ancient script. Thus, it is far safer to eliminate them all." The 3 nodded in agreement, acknowledging Khan's words. Prior to receiving their assignment, they had contemplated such a possibility. Hence, upon hearing Khan's decision, they were able to maintain their composure. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, Shilon inquired of Khan, "Are you truly capable of handling this alone?" Khan cast a glance at the 3 individuals and remarked, "This is yet another trial set forth by the 5 elders. If I allow them to escape, my position as a vice admiral will surely be jeopardized. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility for this matter." Ceylon gazed deeply at Khan but ultimately refrained from speaking. He had initially intended to comment on Khan's ruthlessness, but upon reflection, he realized that Khan was a staunch admirer of Akainu. It would be abnormal for him to lack such ferocity. After all, one could not possibly idolize Akainu without possessing a fierce disposition. The 4 of them rested along the shoreline, and after approximately an hour, with Kazan still absent, they retreated to their ship to rest. Meanwhile, at the edge of a forest on the island, Saul waited anxiously until a woman hurriedly approached him. This woman was Nico Robin's mother, Nico Alvia. Upon reaching Saul, she gasped, "What brings you here?" Saul regarded Nico Alvia seriously and replied, "The situation is dire. I have received word from the Navy that if Dr. Vegapunk and his associates refuse to comply, they plan to annihilate everyone on the island." Nico Alvia was taken aback, and after a prolonged moment of shock, she exclaimed, "Are they really going to slaughter innocent civilians?" Saul offered a bitter smile, "Indeed. Not a single soul will be spared." Nico Alvia's expression darkened. Her teeth clenched as she said, "How can they act in such a barbaric manner? Does the Navy not uphold justice?" Saul sighed, his disillusionment with the Navy's notion of justice evident. He urged Nico Alvia, "You must promptly inform the doctor and devise a plan to address this crisis." Nico Alvia glanced towards the tree of knowledge, her expression pained. "The doctor and the others have long prepared for sacrifice. Convincing them to change their minds is nearly impossible. I cannot undertake this task." Saul fell silent for a moment, then said resolutely, "You must inform the doctor to advise the villagers to disperse and flee immediately. They should avoid the large ships and instead use smaller ones to escape. I believe the Navy will not pursue every small vessel with full force." Nico Alvia hesitated, "But you said they intend to kill everyone." Saul nodded. "That is indeed the case, but the execution order comes from a man named Kahn. The other 4 vice admirals are unlikely to go to such lengths. They are not the sort to indiscriminately slaughter civilians. If you manage to escape in smaller boats, they may only pretend to pursue. However, the doctor and his team must not accompany the villagers. Otherwise, they would be targeted. So only the civilians should use the small boats. Nico Alvia seemed to understand. She nodded. All right, I will inform the doctor at once. What will you do? Saul looked towards the harbor. I cannot flee. I must confront Kahn. If I do not, he will undoubtedly turn his wrath upon the civilians. I will delay him to buy them some time to escape. Nico Alvia, conflicted, gazed at Saul. Kahn is likely quite formidable. Will you be safe confronting him? Saul replied calmly. Do not concern yourself. I have a plan. You must return and notify the villagers to depart before dawn. Nico Alvia wished to say more, but Saul had already turned toward the harbor. Clenching her teeth, she dashed back to the Tree of Knowledge. She entered the library through a hidden door atop the tree. Within one of the library's chambers, she found Dr. Clover, who was still engrossed in his reading. Upon seeing him, she called out, Doctor. Dr. Clover glanced at Nico Alvia, frowning. Why haven't you left? Nico Alvia smiled wryly. I cannot leave now. There is something far more pressing than my departure. Doctor, I need your assistance. Dr. Clover paused, then asked seriously, what has transpired? Nico Alvia recounted Saul's alarming news without hesitation. Upon hearing her words, Dr. Clover's anger flared. They are utterly inhumane. Nico Alvia interjected, Doctor, this is not the time for such discussions. You must arrange for the villagers to leave on small boats immediately. Gradually regaining his composure, Dr. Clover retrieved a book from his possession and handed it to Nico Alvia, saying earnestly, I am under close surveillance by the world government and cannot venture outside. Take this book to Doran. Upon seeing it, he will wholeheartedly support your plans. Nico Alvia accepted the book, tears welling in her eyes. Wiping her tears, she said, Doctor, I have brought trouble upon you. Dr. Clover smiled gently. Without you, we would still pursue our research. Do not blame yourself. The most crucial task now is to save the villagers. You must leave at once. Time waits for no one. Nico Alvia dried her tears and, after a moment of silence, bowed deeply to Dr. Clover before hastily exiting through the secret door. In the early hours, around 1 o'clock, the tension in the air was palpable. Kahn is taking a respite. Suddenly, a piercing alarm resonates. Kahn calmly rose to his feet, opened the door, and stepped outside. His composure was a testament to his foresight. He had anticipated such an event would transpire. By confiding the plan to annihilate the entire island to Salo, he had inevitably sealed their fate. Upon exiting, he encountered several sailors and feigned ignorance, inquiring, what is happening outside? Why has the alarm been sounded so abruptly? The naval soldiers, upon recognizing Colonel Kahn, immediately saluted and reported, Colonel Kahn, the civilians on the island have suddenly fled overnight. Orders have come from above to intercept them. Civilians fleeing? Kahn's expression darkened. He swiftly ascended to the deck and raced toward the Tree of Omniscience. With his remarkable speed, he soon arrived at the town beneath the Book of Omniscience. At that moment, the town was in chaos, with people fleeing in all directions. Kahn descended from a height of over 10 meters, drawing his twin swords and unleashing fierce sword waves upon anyone in his path. In no time, the fleeing individuals were utterly annihilated, and several members of the world government also fell victim to the lethal sword energy. He eradicated all those who attempted to escape. Kahn arrived at the entrance of the Tree of Omniscience. At that moment, Spandane was also present at the doorway. Upon witnessing the god of death that was Kahn, he swallowed hard and said, Colonel Kahn, you have come. Kahn cast a fleeting glance at Spandane and remarked, none of the individuals inside have managed to escape, have they? Spandane hastily nodded in affirmation. This place has long been under stringent protection. Absolutely no one is left. At present, I am awaiting arrangements from the 5 esteemed gentlemen. Kahn brushed aside Spandane's concerns with a disdainful scoff, asserting that at such a critical juncture, extermination was the only viable option. You remain outside. I shall handle them within. Spandane hesitated, gazing at Kahn's retreating figure. Colonel Kahn, I have just informed the 5 dignitaries, and they are currently resting. If we wait a moment, they will soon return my call. Perhaps you could exercise a bit of patience? Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Spandane, asserting, I shall bear the consequences of all matters. Upon hearing this, Spandane dismissed further discussion. He refrained from taking action, apprehensive of potential repercussions from above. Since Kahn had taken responsibility, he felt no obligation to intervene further. Kahn exchanged a few words with Spandane before entering the library. Upon crossing the threshold, he observed historians gathered in a collective discussion, while several officials from the world government discreetly monitored their activities. Kahn stepped forward, gazing at the leading Dr. Clover, and calmly inquired, Are you prepared? Doctor. Clover met Kahn's gaze with composure and replied, We have no regrets. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. With that, Kahn twirled his twin blades. and in an instant, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself behind the assembly of historians. Simultaneously, the heads of Dr. Clover and his companions fell to the ground, without a single drop of blood. Kahn, having taken a life, sheathed his sword and gazed at the terrified officials of the world government. "Take their heads back," he commanded, "and immediately pursue those who have fled the island. Should anyone manage to escape, you shall be held accountable." Upon hearing his words, the crowd sprang into action, hastily collecting the severed heads before swiftly departing. Kahn utilized his observation hockey to survey the interior of the room before proceeding to exit. After stepping outside, he departed. Kahn glanced at Spandane and said, "I shall pursue those fleeing rascals. If anyone calls from above, inform them that I am otherwise occupied." Spandane nodded in agreement. Kahn's ruthless acts of violence instilled a profound fear in Spandane. Normally, he exuded arrogance and bravado, yet in the presence of Kahn, he was rendered meek and restrained. Apprehensive that Kahn might unleash his wrath upon him as well, Kahn uttered a few words to Spandane before soaring towards the coastline. He had barely been flying for 2 minutes, still far from the shore, when a fierce and commanding force surged from the ground before him. He deftly evaded the assault and scanned the terrain to discern the source of the attack. It was Sorrow. Kahn quickly surmised Sorrow's intent to obstruct him from pursuing those innocent civilians. However, this was precisely part of Kahn's plan. Thus, he descended to the ground. Casting a cold gaze upon Sorrow and inquired, "What is the meaning of this, General Sorrow?" Sorrow, maintaining his composure, replied, "I am merely fulfilling what I believe is necessary. If you wish to pursue those civilians, you must first contend with me." Kahn fixed his gaze upon Sorrow. Drawing forth his twin blades, "It appears you have betrayed the Navy. Since you are a traitor, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Sorrow clenched his battle axe. "Then allow me to witness your true strength." Kahn did not hold back. He leapt forward, dual swords poised to strike at Sorrow. The latter swung his battle axe with ferocity, aiming to cleave Kahn in two. It was a clash of swords against axe. Despite the immense strength of the giant, Sorrow, Kahn remained unyielded. The shockwaves from their weapons colliding reverberated through the surrounding structures and forest, laying waste to all in their path. "You brute! Your strength pales in comparison to mine." For a fleeting moment, their weapons were locked in a stalemate, but then a surge of power erupted within Kahn, propelling Sorrow backward before he finally landed on the ground. The giants were a race with a remarkably high baseline of strength, yet their upper limits were not particularly elevated. Upon reaching the age of 100, every giant would possess the strength equivalent to that of a brigadier general. Throughout their lives, their power would largely remain fixed at that rank. Those with a modicum of talent might ascend to the rank of major general. Only a rare few, exceptionally gifted individuals within the giant race, might reach the early stages of the general rank, comparable to the likes of Marco. As for those who surpassed this threshold, apart from the anomaly known as Charlotte Lin, there were merely 1 or 2 others in the entire history of the giant race over the span of thousands of years, rendering them insignificant in the grand scheme. Sorrow could be considered a somewhat gifted giant, yet his strength would at most reach the level of a major general. He was not a formidable opponent to contend with. Kahn exuded confidence. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Sorrow, as he, too, wished to prolong the encounter. Had it not been for this hesitation, Sorrow would not have merely staggered backward, but would have fallen. After regaining his footing from several steps back, Sorrow, witnessing Kahn springing back to life, brandished his colossal axe and bellowed, "Kahn, today, unless I perish, you shall not pass this point." Kahn remained silent, once again clashing fiercely with Sorrow. With a single strike, he forced Sorrow to retreat repeatedly. The relentless assault from Kahn compelled Sorrow to back away further and further. The confrontation between Sorrow and Kahn was decidedly one-sided. Sorrow had come to the stark realization that he stood no chance against Kahn. Therefore, in a desperate bid to buy time for the civilians to escape, Sorrow fought valiantly, disregarding his own well-being. After half an hour of intense combat, Sorrow was covered in wounds, his blood staining the ground a deep crimson. As he was driven back to the shoreline, Kahn's sword struck with precision, piercing through Sorrow's chest and causing him to kneel in agony. Just as Kahn prepared to deliver the final blow, a gunshot rang out. A solitary bullet hurtled toward Kahn. Kahn effortlessly evaded the oncoming bullet, glancing towards its origin. It was a woman, Nicole Robin's mother, Nicole Orbia. Her visage lingered in his mind. Kahn is memorable. At this moment, Nico Albia stands with trembling hands, her gun aimed hesitantly. Having witnessed Kahn's formidable strength, she does not believe she can overpower him. Yet, she must act. If she refrains from firing, Sorrow will face certain death. Upon seeing Nico Albia, Sorrow, filled with anger, exclaims, "Why don't you leave?" Nico gazes intently at Kahn, forcing a bitter smile, Robin is missing. How can I depart alone? Moreover, I cannot abandon this place, for those villagers would be ruthlessly hunted down by the Navy. Sorrow falls silent. It was through Nico Albia that the world government decided to confront O'Hara. The prospect of fleeing is indeed daunting for her. As Nico converses with Sorrow, Kahn casts a calm glance in her direction, inquiring, "Are you attempting to prevent me from killing him?" Nico Albia's determination is unwavering. Her gun remains steadfastly aimed at Kahn, embodying a resolve that suggests she is prepared to face death. At this moment, Kahn was not inclined to kill Nico Albia, since Nico Robin was under his influence. Eliminating Nico Albia would complicate matters regarding Robin's future cooperation. Instead, he intended to capture Nico Albia, compelling Nico Robin to work diligently for him in exchange for her mother's safety. As Kahn pondered this, a sudden wave of frost surged towards him from the coastline, swiftly encasing Sorrow in ice, with the freezing phenomenon advancing towards Kahn and Nico Albia. This ability, apart from Akiji, belonged to no one else. Kahn, unwilling to be ensnared in ice, swiftly teleported to Nicole Aribia's side, rendering her unconscious before casting her into the realm of confinement. Subsequently, he leapt into the air, where he lingered, the freezing aura rapidly engulfing the entire island. The entirety of O'Hara was soon ensnared in frost, while even the ocean's surface succumbed to the chill. Kahn gazed upon the entirety of O'Hara, now encased in ice, before soaring to the coastline where he confronted the one responsible for the freezing Admiral Kazan. He descended and inquired with fervor, "Admiral Kazan, are you fully aware of the implications of your actions?" Kazan responded with a serene demeanor. "I am merely preventing the inhabitants of the island from fleeing. Is there an issue with that?" Kahn cast a cold smile at Akiji, remarking, "You prevent the inhabitants of the island from fleeing, yet the very surface of the sea has frozen. It seems you intend to hinder the Navy from pursuing those civilians." Akiji remained unperturbed, responding, "Such a vast range of power is challenging to control. A degree of deviation is to be expected." "Are you questioning me, Colonel?" The emphasis on the word Colonel in Akiji's tone was particularly pronounced. Kahn understood the meaning behind Akiji. He was merely a colonel, unqualified to question a lieutenant general. Kahn cast a deep glance at Akiji, and with a cold snort, he soared into the air. As he ascended towards the vast sea, Akiji suddenly spoke, "Colonel Kahn, I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. Your parents have been annihilated by the Big Mom pirates." In midair, just as Kahn was about to depart, he abruptly halted. Lowering his gaze to the ground where Akiji stood, his expression darkened as he warned, "If you dare to deceive me, I shall not show you mercy." Akiji sighed softly. "Such matters, I believe, you will easily uncover for yourself." Kahn fell silent for a moment before turning and soaring towards Zucchini Island, his homeland nestled in the West Sea. The journey from O'Hara would take less than a day. Upon witnessing Kahn's departure, Akiji let out a sigh of relief. His sentiments towards Kahn were difficult to articulate. There was simply an underlying aversion. Kahn appeared to regard human life with a disconcerting nonchalance, akin to Akainu's demeanor. Nevertheless, despite his distaste, he could not deny the complexity of the situation. Kahn was also given orders to take action, and it was not within his power to obstruct Kahn's endeavors. The best he could do was to devise a pretext to remove Kahn from the equation, ensuring the safe evacuation of the civilians. As for the repercussions that may arise later, he could endure the consequences of being relegated to the rank of Rear Admiral indefinitely. After all, Karp had always remained a Rear Admiral, and his own continued status held little significance. Moreover, he held a profound respect for Kahn's capabilities, having effortlessly dispatched Saul. Kahn's prowess was unlikely to be inferior to his own. He sought to divert Kahn's attention, wishing to avoid any conflict with him. As he watched Kahn ascend into the sky, Shinji began to immerse himself in a flurry of activity. Although the island's historians had fallen victim to Kahn, he had an abundance of arrangements to orchestrate. Otherwise, given the nature of his actions that day, he risked losing even his position as Rear Admiral. Thus it was imperative to manage the aftermath meticulously. As Shinji tended to the aftermath in O'Hara, Kahn was soaring towards Zucchini Island. He harbored little sentiment for the villagers there. After all, he had only traversed this realm for 3 days before encountering the abduction of the villagers by Akainu. He was unfamiliar with them, save for the vague recollection of the old village chief who had treated him kindly. Yet, this memory belonged to the original persona, holding little relevance to Kahn himself. Thus, when the villagers perished, he felt no remorse. His pretense of urgency in departing was merely a ruse to distance himself from the aftermath in O'Hara. Furthermore, he contemplated how to exploit this situation to maximize his own gains. With the emergence of the sin pool, Kahn became acutely aware of the malevolent value within him. During his initial immersion in the sin pool, it had extracted all traces of his wickedness. Subsequently, frequent visits to the pool had left him devoid of accumulated malevolence. In truth, he had not caused many deaths, resulting in minimal malevolent value. Should he desire to amass such value, he could resort to taking lives. Yet he feared attracting the attention of the world government, as his strength was insufficient to ensure his safety. This moment presented a fortuitous opportunity. The Big Mom pirates had ravaged the island where he had grown up. Thus, avenging this loss seemed both justified and reasonable. If he were to eliminate 10 million members of the Big Mom pirates, the world government would likely overlook his actions, interpreting them as acts of retribution. It was indeed a prime opportunity to accrue malevolent value. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land of Mariehua, the 5 elders hastily convened to deliberate on the situation in O'Hara. After reaching a consensus, they contacted Spandam. He reported that Kahn had eradicated the historians and was now pursuing the remaining survivors on the island. Upon receiving this news, the 5 elders expressed their satisfaction with Kahn's decisiveness. They instructed Spandam to ensure the complete eradication of the island's populace and then awaited the final outcome in the hall. 2 hours passed before Spandam's call came through. One of the 5 elders, Justice God Topman Wokuli, answered, inquiring about the situation in O'Hara. Spandam hesitated. Esteemed sirs. Many civilians have managed to escape. Topman Wokuli's tone turned grave. What nonsense is this? What are you all doing? Spandam, trembling, explained, Esteemed sirs, this is beyond our control. Admiral Kazan has encased the island and the sea in ice, rendering our ships incapable of pursuing the fleeing civilians. Kazan? Topman Wokuli furrowed his brow. Exchanging glances with the other 4, quickly realizing that Kazan had intentionally allowed their escape. Otherwise, with Kazan's capabilities, he would never have frozen both the island and the surrounding sea simultaneously. Topman Wokuli pondered and scoffed. What is Kahn doing? Spandam hurriedly responded, Esteemed sirs. According to our investigations, Colonel Kahn initially intended to pursue the fleeing civilians. However, the giant, Admiral Saul, intervened, obstructing Kahn's path. In a fit of rage, Kahn severely injured Admiral Saul. Just as Kahn was about to finish off Saul, Admiral Kazan encased the entire island in ice. Following a heated argument with Kazan, Kahn abruptly departed from O'Hara. Topman Wokuli's brow knitted slightly as he processed Spandam's words. Kahn was poised to fulfill the task assigned to him. However, Kazan employed a certain method to remove Kahn from the equation, resulting in the remaining individuals being unable to pursue the civilians. As not everyone possesses the ability to soar like Kahn, Kahn's departure prompted little concern from Topman Wooly Saint, who promptly issued an order to Spandam, informed Kazan and his associates that they must retrieve those civilians and bring them back to the naval headquarters, or else their positions will be beyond preservation. Yes. Spandam hastily acknowledged before ending the call. Topman Wooly Saint then turned to the other 4, inquiring, What are your thoughts? One of them, the environmental warrior Marcus Moss Saint, pondered for a moment before responding. Given Kazan's temperament, such actions are quite plausible. We should notify Sengoku to handle Kazan. He must not be let off easily. Topman Wooly Saint nodded and asked, and what of Kahn's arrangements? After conferring with the other 3, Marcus Moss Saint concluded, his decisive action in eliminating those historians has ensured that historical information will not be disseminated. Upon his return, let us promote him to Rear Admiral. However, his abrupt departure is a misstep. We shall assign him several tasks to rectify this. Topman Wooly Saint nodded, retrieving his phone to call Sengoku. The connection was established promptly. Do you have matters to discuss, esteemed gentlemen? Sengoku's voice resonated through the line. Topman Wooly Saint coldly interjected, Sengoku, I see the commendable work of your subordinates. If anyone knowledgeable in ancient scripts manages to escape, you can forget about maintaining your position as marshal. I shall find someone more capable. At naval headquarters, Sengoku felt a sense of helplessness. An hour prior, after Kahn's departure, Akiji had communicated with Sengoku, relaying the situation. Hence, Sengoku was already aware of the 5 elders' inquiries. With a resigned sigh, he reassured, Rest assured, gentlemen, those on the island familiar with ancient texts are under our surveillance. Aside from those killed by Kahn, the others have been apprehended, and none among the escapees possess knowledge of ancient scripts. Listening to Sengoku's explanation, Topman Wooly Saint scoffed, You certainly defend Kazan well. He bears the primary responsibility for this incident. His promotion to Admiral shall be postponed until our investigation concludes. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief at this outcome, recognizing it as the best possible scenario for Kazan. Understood, he affirmed. Topman Wooly Saint, with a hint of concession in his tone, instructed, Notify the Navy at O'Hara to scour the island with all available ships. If even a single soul escapes, they may as well return to farming. Very well. I shall relay the message, Sengoku replied with another sigh. Noticing Sengoku's exhalation, Topman Woolly Saint softened his tone slightly. Kahn's timely elimination of those historians merits recognition. Upon his return, let us promote him to Rear Admiral. Sengoku, feeling helpless, recalled his earlier conversation with Kahn, who had furiously declared his intent for revenge before abruptly ending the call. Subsequent attempts to reach Kahn proved futile. Kahn was completely disregarded by them. Now, the five elders inquired, and Sengoku, with a pained expression, replied, "He may not return for a while." Topman Wadjili was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. Is he considering defection? Sengoku sighed, not exactly. Kazan informed him that his hometown was destroyed by the Big Mom pirates, and he has rushed back to Zo Island. He mentioned seeking vengeance against the Big Mom pirates. Topman Wadjili fell silent, then cursed, Sengoku, look what you've done. After painstakingly nurturing a promising talent, you seem intent on destroying him. How could he possibly be a match for the Big Mom pirates now? Sengoku, feeling helpless, replied, I have no means to reach him. He is not answering my calls. I've arranged for the Navy near Zo Island to wait for him on the island. Perhaps I can contact him and reason with him then. Topman Wadjili, having vented his frustration, ultimately snorted, we will organize a search for him. You and I must handle the situation in O'Hara. Sengoku readily agreed. Very well, I will personally oversee the O'Hara matter. After hanging up, Topman Wadjili coldly remarked to the other four, given Kahn's temperament, he will undoubtedly venture into the territory of the Big Mom pirates. He may resort to slaughtering the civilians under Big Mom's command in a tit-for-tat manner. What are your thoughts? The sword-bearing elder, financial warlord Zambalin V. Nejiru, calmly stated. Let him kill. The more he slaughters, the more leverage we will have. The four nodded in agreement. Marcus Majura suggested. Let us dispatch a second team to monitor the vicinity of Cake Island. If Big Mom mobilizes, they should retrieve Kahn. Topman Wadjili nodded. Agreed. Let us proceed with that arrangement. The five elders reached a consensus and began to make preparations. Zo Island. Kahn hurriedly arrived overnight. He wandered around the island, only to encounter the ruins of destroyed villages. Not a single villager was in sight. Before the remnants of the village chief's home, a few sailors were waiting. Kahn was aware that it was arranged by Sengoku. He had already been contacted by Sengoku on his way here, only to be met with a curt dismissal. Those naval officers must have been dispatched by Sengoku to make contact with him, merely putting on a facade. If one were to play the part, one must commit fully. Kahn stood silently before the ruins of the village chief's home, gazing at the remnants. Upon seeing Kahn's arrival, four naval officers hurriedly approached to pay their respects. One of them spoke, Colonel Kahn, the Marshal has sent us to inform you that any matters can be discussed further at headquarters. Kahn cast a glance at the four naval officers and scoffed, return and inform the Marshal that I shall handle this matter on my own, without their assistance. The four naval officers were still inclined to speak. Kahn waved his hand and ascended into the air. His trajectory pointed towards the Grand Line. In order to confront the Big Mom pirates and accumulate a measure of infamy, he required extensive offensive capabilities. His initial destination was Skypiea, where he intended to acquire the Rumble fruit before proceeding to the lair of the Big Mom pirates. He harbored a certain level of infamy within himself, which meant that the power residing in him could also be extracted through this infamy, although he was reluctant to utilize a devil fruit, as it would leave him vulnerable. Momentarily leveraging its powers to augment his strength was still a viable option. The Rumble fruit, in particular, was quite advantageous for him, providing broad-range attack capabilities, swift escape velocity, and the ability to synchronize with observation hockey for extensive monitoring of enemy movements. The distance from West Blue Sakini Island to the Grand Line Gaia Island was still considerable. Kahn ran tirelessly for a day and a night before finally reaching Gaia Island. Exhausted from several days of travel, he did not hasten to ascend to the Sky Island, but instead sought a quiet spot to sit and rest. May 19th, Kahn's spirit has fully rejuvenated. Soaring continuously towards the heavens, Gaia Island, now transformed into a haven for pirates. Kahn harbored a strong desire to apprehend those pirates. However, to avert complications and prevent others from discovering his prior visit to Gaia Island before acquiring the Thunder Fruit, he ultimately relinquished this notion. First, he would secure the Thunder Fruit, then venture to the Big Mom pirates to accumulate notorious deeds. Afterward, he could return to deal with the pirates, ensuring a safer approach. Sky Island, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Kahn typically never ascended to such heights, usually soaring at around 1,000 meters. As flying higher would deplete his stamina and the lack of oxygen could be quite distressing. However, today he aimed for Sky Island. He would have to endure the discomfort of reduced oxygen levels. Even Luffy and his companions, upon reaching Sky Island, could recover within half an hour. Given that Kahn's strength now far surpasses that of Luffy during his time at Sky Island, he could certainly withstand this mild oxygen deprivation. 13 or 14 minutes. Kahn ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, reaching above the clouds. He landed atop a fluffy cloud and took a moment to rest. The sensation of oxygen deprivation was somewhat uncomfortable, and he required a little time to acclimatize. As for the location of the Sky Island, it lay a kilometer ahead. Marked by towering forests he wished to avoid, yet it was impossible to ignore. After sitting on the cloud for approximately 10 minutes, he regulated his breathing and adjusted to the conditions of the Sky Island. Once settled, he set forth towards the distant Sky Island, determined to seek out Gonfuer and inquire about the whereabouts of Bike Island. The original narrative did not specify the location of Bike Island, leaving him reliant on the local inhabitants to uncover its fate. In the storyline, Gonfuer had previously mentioned that he was aware of Enel's destruction of Bike Island, indicating that there was communication between Bike Island and Angel Island. Otherwise, news would not have reached him. By locating Gonfuer, he would be able to pinpoint the location of Baika. 5 minutes. Kahn arrived above the Sky Island forest. As he hurried towards the heart of the woodland, the sound of gunfire erupted from within. Bullets soared towards him in the air. Kahn deftly evaded the bullets, casting a glance at the forest floor. A contingent of soldiers clad in military attire was treading upon the clouded path, advancing towards him. These soldiers bore an infamy score hovering around 100. Kahn, disinterested in entangling himself with them, advanced towards the heart of the forest. At the center of the forest stood a vine that soared skyward. Kahn recalled the royal palace of the Sky Island, perched atop the third layer of the vine-laden clouds. However, he remained uncertain about the whereabouts of Gonfuer. Halt. Open fire. Eliminate him. It seemed he was heading towards the palace, and immediate notification to the divine being was imperative to prepare for battle. As Kahn made his way towards the heart of the forest, the enemies within pursued him relentlessly, attacking and shouting boisterously. Nevertheless, their commotion failed to hinder Kahn's advance. He swiftly reached the vines at the center of the forest, where he found himself surrounded by over 20 soldiers, who incessantly fired upon him. This time, he did not flee. Given that these soldiers bore a malevolence rating between 500 and 1,000 points, capturing them would yield some benefit. Thus, he descended before the group, unsheathed his sword without hesitation, and within a minute, incapacitated all of them. The strength of the Sky Islanders was indeed lacking. Those with malevolence ratings of 500 to 1,000 were no more formidable than ordinary junior officers. Such power would scarcely withstand even a basic application of Conqueror's Haki, let alone anything greater. Kahn's prowess is comparable to that of a general. The only reason these individuals can endure for a minute is that Kahn refrains from taking their lives. Otherwise, he could dispatch them all in a mere 10 seconds, eliminating more than 20 of them. After Kahn accepted them, more soldiers pursued from within the forest. Upon witnessing the situation, Kahn decided against fleeing. Having already taken action, he resolved to apprehend everyone involved, which would yield a considerable bounty of over 50,000 sin points, thereby enhancing Grenet's strength. Furthermore, by engaging in battle here, he anticipated that Gonfuer would receive word and hasten to the scene, eliminating the need for him to seek out Gonfuer himself. With this clarity of thought, he proceeded. Kahn slowly approached the soldiers. The more than 200 pursuers, upon witnessing Kahn's advance, dared not act recklessly, for they had just seen him vanquish 20 elite warriors. The terrifying ability he possessed, capable of rendering opponents non-existent, instilled a profound fear in them. Thus, they refrained from engaging and resorted to distant attacks instead. Kahn would not engage them leisurely. He plunged directly into the crowd, commencing his assault upon a swarm of minions. Kahn resolved everything within 3 minutes. As he was receiving guests, a man riding a celestial steed rushed towards him through the vines. Upon seeing Kahn transforming a person's appearance, he immediately shouted, "Stop." With that exclamation, he charged towards Kahn. The newcomer was Gonfuer, who was still quite youthful. Kahn cast a fleeting glance at Gonfuer, raising his hand to unleash a crescent-shaped blade of lightning. Given his formidable strength, Gonfuer stood no chance of blocking it. The powerful sword energy sent Gonfuer hurtling through the air. Once Gonfuer was dispatched, Kahn swiftly gathered the remaining individuals. By the time he had finished, Gonfuer had managed to rise from the ground. At that moment, Gonfuer dared not strike again. The previous attack had made it abundantly clear that he was outmatched. Any attempt to engage would only serve to deliver himself into further peril. The most prudent course of action now lay in negotiation to resolve the matter. After some contemplation, Gonfuer looked towards the distant Kahn and inquired, "May I ask, Who are you, my lord? Kahn cast a glance at Ganfu and said, I hail from Qinghai. And my name is Kahn. I have a matter to discuss with you, but it seems your subordinates are rather unruly. Allow me to assist you in reprimanding them. Upon hearing this, Ganfu felt a slight sense of relief. Clearly, the other party was familiar with him. And the mention of reprimanding indicated that his people had not yet met their demise. With a sigh of relief, Ganfu clasped his hands in respect and replied, Mr. Kahn, please feel free to instruct me on any matters you deem necessary. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Kahn approached Ganfu and inquired, do you happen to know the whereabouts of Baika? Ganfu paused for a moment before responding, are you referring to the sky island of Baika, Mr. Kahn? Kahn nodded. Seeing this, Ganfu pointed in a specific direction. Baika is heading that way. By crossing the White Sea, we should arrive in about a day. With the direction of Baika now clear, they proceeded accordingly. Kahn raised his hand and cast out the multitude from whom he had drained their malevolent essence. These individuals possessed only a few hundred units of sin, and it took mere minutes to siphon their wickedness. During the time he conversed with Ganfu, the pool of sin had exhausted their strength, rendering them utterly powerless. Upon seeing that his subordinates were still alive, Ganfu sighed in relief. He clasped his hands in gratitude towards Kahn, expressing his appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Kahn, for your mercy towards my men. Kahn cast a fleeting glance at Ganfu before ascending into the air. He held little interest in Ganfu, as the latter's infamy barely exceeded 3,000 points. A threshold that Kahn now deemed beneath his notice. Upon witnessing Kahn's departure, Ganfu immediately relaxed. He hurriedly roused his entire guard contingent. As Ganfu summoned his men, Kahn soared to the pinnacle of the vines, where he located the magnificent golden bell that had been sent skyward, gracefully landing before it. Kahn gazed at the historical text before him and subsequently released Nicole Orbia. Nicole, in a state of unconsciousness, was cradled by Kahn, who gently pinched her cheeks. Gradually, she opened her eyes in a daze. The moment she awoke, her gaze fell upon Kahn's visage, and she was instantly startled, prompting her to attempt to struggle free. Kahn tightly embraced Nicole Orbia, who was struggling, and calmly remarked, Orbia, this is not O'Hara. There is no need for you to flee. At last, Nicole Orbia regained her composure. She glanced at Kahn and coldly snorted, if you intend to kill me, then do so. Do not expect to extract any information from me. Kahn chuckled softly, if you wish to meet your demise, you ought to assist me in translating the historical text first. Historical text? Nicole Orbia was taken aback. If there existed a historical text, she certainly did not wish to meet her in just yet. As Nicole Orbia was lost in thought, Kahn set her down and gestured towards the historical text beneath the grand golden clock, saying, take a look and see what it contains. Upon encountering the historical text, Nicole Orbia instantly forgot about Kahn. She approached the ancient script, scrutinizing its contents with great care. After perusing the historical text, Nicole Orbia fell into deep contemplation. Kahn gently patted her shoulder and inquired, Duchère, what does it say above? Nicole Orbia cast a sidelong glance at Kahn, remaining silent. For the text of history above contained tidings of the Sea King, a revelation she wished to keep from him. Kahn, noticing her silence, calmly remarked, your daughter is also in my grasp. I advise you to be more compliant. Nicole Orbia was instantly filled with rage as she glared at Kahn, exclaiming, you scoundrel. Kahn curled his lip disdainfully, remarking, if you do not speak soon, you shall discover just how despicable I can be. Nicole Orbia seethed with indignation, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Yet, as thoughts of her daughter crossed her mind, she ultimately compelled herself to regain her composure. No wonder she had been unable to locate her daughter on the island. It was evident that this scoundrel, Kahn, had taken her away. After a moment of contemplation, Nicole fixed her gaze upon Kahn and declared, I must see my daughter first. Kahn chuckled softly, extracting Nico Robin from the Book of Evil and holding her up before Nico Albia, only to promptly return Nico Robin to her confines, stating, all right, you've seen her. Now quickly tell me what you know. Upon seeing her daughter, Nico Albia was overwhelmed with emotion. She yearned to reclaim her daughter from Kahn. Yet she recognized that she was no match for him in combat. Thus, she resorted to alternative methods. After a moment of contemplation, she gazed at Kahn and asserted, I demand that you release my daughter. That is impossible. Kahn retorted firmly, fixing his gaze upon Nico Albia. I intend to keep her close while I search for more historical texts. She will assist me in translation. Nico Albia shot Kahn an indignant glare, exclaiming, she is so young, she understands nothing. Kahn smiled faintly, do you take me for a fool? I took the risk of bringing her out precisely because I am aware of her capabilities. Otherwise, why would I have captured her? Nicole Orbia fell silent. Kahn has made it abundantly clear, She understands that he will not release anyone. However, as a naval officer, he ought to be well-versed in historical texts, which seems rather peculiar. After contemplating for a moment, she gazes at Kahn and inquires, "You delve into ancient history. Are you not concerned about the world government causing you trouble?" Kahn scoffed, "I am currently aligned with the Navy solely for the benefits they provide. Once they cease to be of value to me, I shall part ways. I am not one to pledge allegiance to anyone." Nicole Orbia cast a surprised glance at Kahn, realizing that he too was a formidable figure. With such a perspective, perhaps she still had a chance to survive. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Kahn. "Since you are not in league with the world government, I can assist you in translating the historical texts. Return my daughter to me, and you shall have what you desire. Her presence or absence should hold little significance, should it?" Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Nicole Orbia and scoffed. "Do you take me for a fool? Controlling an adult is far more challenging than managing a child. Do you think I am oblivious to that?" Nicole Orbia was rendered speechless, enveloped in silence. Kahn surveyed Nicole Orbia's figure, a smirk dancing upon his lips as he remarked, "You needn't worry about your daughter. Simply being my woman will suffice." Instantly, Nicole's countenance darkened. She glared at Kahn, exclaiming, "You despicable scoundrel." Kahn, unfazed, declared, "Enough. I have saved the lives of both you and your mother. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Now, hasten to inform me what this historical document truly records." Upon mentioning O'Hara, Nicole Orbia felt a surge of fury, for she was acutely aware that it was Kahn who had slain Dr. Clover and the others. Kahn gazed at Nicole Orbia's furious expression and calmly remarked, "Do not look at me that way. Had it not been for my intervention, not a single civilian from O'Hara would have escaped. The fact that only a few historians perished is, indeed, the most favorable outcome." Nicole Orbia was at a loss for comprehension. What does Kahn mean? Still glaring angrily at Kahn, Kahn calmly stated, "Sauron is aware that the world government intends to annihilate the island. I intentionally disclosed this to him. Otherwise, by the following day, when the Doctor and his companions refused the world government's demands, not a single civilian would escape. Moreover, have you considered whether Sauron could genuinely hinder my pursuit of the civilians? I possess the ability to fly. If I choose not to engage with Sauron, he lacks the capacity to catch me in the skies. Furthermore, what right does a mere Sauron have to contend with me for even half an hour? I am merely toying with him. Otherwise, I could dispatch him with a single strike." Nicole Orbia was momentarily taken aback. After a brief moment of contemplation, she found Kahn's assertions to hold considerable truth. Nonetheless, she remained unconvinced and fixed her gaze upon Kahn, retorting, "Yet, it was still you who killed the Doctor." Kahn calmly remarked, "I do not take their lives. They might meet a far more tragic fate. Spandane is certainly no virtuous being. If things go awry, they may even endure torment. By ending their lives swiftly, I grant them a more comfortable departure." Nicole Orbia seethed with indignation, still yearning to voice her discontent. Kahn abruptly interrupted her, stating, "Enough. Do not entertain the notion that they might have a chance to escape. The world government will never permit any of them to leave. Their demise, along with the departure of civilians, is the most favorable outcome." Nicole Orbia fell silent, rendered speechless, for Kahn's assertion was indeed the most pragmatic conclusion. After gazing at Kahn for a prolonged moment, she coldly retorted, "Then you are no paragon of virtue either." Kahn remained composed, asserting, "I have never claimed to be a good person. I merely make choices that serve my own interests. The rest is of no concern to me. Now, please enlighten me about the content of this historical text." Nicole Orbia paused for a moment, seemingly acquiescing. She gazed at the historical document and remarked, "It chronicles a segment of history regarding the Golden Kingdom, detailing its historical relations with the gigantic kingdom." Kahn listened intently to Nicole Orbia's words, casting a sidelong glance at her as he inquired, "Are you certain this is all there is? Why do I sense that what you are saying is not entirely accurate?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Nicole Orbia. The historical accounts were explicit. They spoke of the Sea King Poseidon, a monumental secret. She was reluctant to divulge this knowledge to Kahn, which is why she had concocted a tale about a land of gold. She believed that the mere mention of gold would delight him and lend credence to her narrative. However, it now appeared that her strategy was faltering. Kahn appears to harbor little interest in Golden City. However, Kahn was skeptical. She had no intention of speaking the truth. For the matter concerning the sea god Poseidon was far too grave. She wished to keep this information from Kahn, the formidable figure he was. Therefore, she simply stated, "It pertains to the legend of the Golden City. I believe this Golden City lies nearby. We should search the vicinity." Kahn has indeed witnessed the narrative of One Piece. Although the storyline does not explicitly state that it chronicles the affairs of the Sea Emperor Poseidon, Netizens have already deduced this connection. It is utterly unforgivable that Nico Robin continues to deceive him. Kahn cast a fleeting glance at Nicole Orbia and remarked nonchalantly, "It seems some people have mistakenly come to regard me as a good man. How troublesome that is." With that, he restrained Nicole Orbia and carried her to a secluded spot behind the golden bell. 3 hours later, Kahn sat beside the golden clock, leaning against it. Nicole Orbia, clad in tattered garments, exhibited a myriad of emotions, anger, regret, and a strange sense of satisfaction upon her visage. Ultimately, she could only muster a single declaration: "I shall kill you." Kahn cast a fleeting glance at the utterly exhausted Nicole Orbia and calmly remarked, "If you think you can kill me, forget it. Were it not for the fact that you are on the verge of breaking down, I could torment you for an entire day, until you find yourself succumbing to pleasure." Nicole Orbia's face flushed a deep crimson, yet she could not utter a word. At that moment, her entire being felt languid, devoid of any strength to move. Kahn gazed at Nicole Orbia with a calm demeanor and said, "Take an hour to rest before you reveal the content of the historical text to me. Should you choose to deceive me, I assure you, my approach would be far less gentle. Your daughter remains in my custody. Think carefully." Despicable and shameless, Nicole Orbia shot an indignant glare at Kahn. Kahn remained indifferent, retreating into the abyss of sin to rest. An hour swiftly elapsed. Kahn opened his eyes and gazed at Nicole Orbia, who sat upright, her attire neatly arranged. "Speak," he urged. "What does the historical record reveal?" Reluctant to divulge the specific content of the historical text, Nicole's thoughts drifted to her daughter, still in Kahn's grasp. With gritted teeth, she relented. "It states that Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons, is a unique type of mermaid capable of communicating with the sea kings. This mermaid is born once every 800 years, and it seems we are on the brink of another birth." Indeed, the historical record confirmed the existence of Poseidon, aligning with the conjectures of online communities. However, with the mermaid princess yet to be born, he would find nothing even if he ventured forth. Thus, for the time being, there was no need for concern. Kahn pondered for a moment before addressing Nicole Orbia, saying, "I commend your perceptiveness in not deceiving me. My observation hockey is keen, however. Should you choose to lie to me in the future, I shall torment you daily until you are compelled to provide your daughter with a sibling." Nicole Orbia's expression soured as she fixed her gaze upon Kahn, remaining silent. Kahn once lifted Nicole Orbiara and approached the front of the golden clock once more. He pointed to the inscription beside the historical text and said, "There is also a line of small characters here. Take a look and see what it signifies." The place referred to by Kahn was largely obscured by vines. Just moments ago, Nico Alvia had failed to notice its significance. However, upon hearing Kahn's words, she swiftly freed herself from his grasp and approached to investigate further. As she parted the vines, a sudden jolt of realization coursed through her. Before her lay inscriptions left by the legendary pirate king, Roger, proclaiming a desire to guide history toward its ultimate direction. The essence of this message suggested that he intended to document the historical texts he had encountered and deliver them to Laugh-Tale. If she could reach Laugh-Tale, she would uncover a wealth of historical knowledge, potentially unraveling the secrets of the blank century. With the prospect of understanding history before her, Nico Alvia was resolute in her desire to survive. Suppressing her exhilaration, she glanced at Kahn and calmly stated, "These are the words of the pirate king, Roger," indicating that he once visited this place, akin to a mere stop on his journey. This time, she did not lie. She merely concealed a fragment of the truth. Convinced that Kahn would be unable to discern her slight deception, Kahn cast a glance at her and calmly inquired, "Are you certain that these are the only tidings?" Nicole Orbia felt a jolt of surprise within her. Nevertheless, she feigned composure and replied, "Indeed, it signifies merely a fleeting visit." "Is that so?" Kahn replied coolly. Suddenly, he restrained her and carried her towards the back. Nicole Orbiaton, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "I will tell you everything." It was too late. First, she would be taught a lesson before any words were exchanged. Kahn replied succinctly and then moved behind the grand clock, where the fierce battle resumed. This time, Nicole Orbia ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Kahn tidied her up and cast her into the Book of Sin, having dealt with Nicole Orbia. He then ascended into the sky, heading towards the floating island of Baika. As for Angel Island, he held no interest. The inhabitants bore far too low a level of sinfulness, rendering it entirely unsuitable as his domain. Even if he sought to expand his territory, he had no desire for this place. Gamber stated that the journey to Baika Island would take a day. However, that was merely the time required for a leisurely boat ride. He traversed the distance in less than 3 hours. Upon reaching Baika, he descended at the island's edge and ventured into the town. On this aerial isle, It was rare to encounter outsiders without wings, yet they were not entirely absent. Occasionally, wingless individuals arrived, laden with goods for trade. Consequently, when the people of Baika beheld Kahn, they merely cast a fleeting glance, perceiving him as just another merchant from afar. Kahn wandered through the town, his brow slightly furrowed. He activated his observation hotkey and eavesdropped on the nearby conversations. However, the townsfolk spoke not a word about Enel. This left Kahn somewhat perplexed. Upon reflection, he realized that Enel was likely only 17 years old and might not have yet acquired the rumble fruit. It was even possible that he was not in Burka at all. This thought caused him a headache. After some contemplation, he resolved to inquire further. Strolling through the streets, he came across a middle-aged man who appeared quite familiar with the local area. The man was engaged in conversation with two individuals by the roadside. Kahn approached them and addressed the trio, saying, "Gentlemen, I wish to gather some information." The three glanced at Kahn, initially poised to decline, until they noticed the golden bean he produced. Instantly, their demeanor warmed, and the middle-aged man, now smiling, responded to Kahn, "My friend, feel free to ask whatever you wish." Kahn chuckled and said, "I am in search of a fellow named Enelu. Should you possess any information regarding him, this golden bean shall be yours." Upon hearing the name Enelu, the middle-aged man immediately responded, "You have come to the right person. The Enelu you speak of must be a lad of similar age to yourself." Kahn, upon hearing the man's words, felt a sense of helplessness. For from the middle-aged man's demeanor, he could discern that the man harbored no fear of him. This indicated that Enelu had yet to acquire the rumble fruit. Otherwise, if he had recently consumed the fruit, the middle-aged man would exhibit at least a modicum of trepidation. The man's complete lack of fear suggested that Enelu remained quite ordinary. Contemplating this, Kahn felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart. Nevertheless, he inquired of the middle-aged man, "Where can I find that Enelu?" The man gestured towards a direction and replied, "That fellow is nothing more than a petty thug, gathering a band of ruffians. They reside on a small island, periodically venturing here to pilfer and plunder. The island's master has sent men to capture them numerous times, but they have always managed to evade capture with their cunning." Kahn inquired, following the direction indicated by the middle-aged man, "How far is it from here?" The man replied, "Approximately 5 kilometers. If you follow the path along the White Sea, you will find it easily, as there is but one road, making it quite difficult to stray off course." Kahn nodded, tossing a golden bean to the middle-aged man, and swiftly made his way in the direction indicated. Exiting the town, he soared into the air, advancing with great speed. In a matter of minutes, he covered a distance of 5 kilometers. Upon reaching his destination, Kahn was taken aback, for he beheld a vast expanse of scattered small cloud islands, some as small as 200 square meters and others larger, with the total number of these islands amounting to several tens of thousands. In such a place, it would indeed be quite challenging to locate someone by merely hiding on a small island. No wonder the Lord of Baika had dispatched people to encircle Enelu, yet failed to capture him. Gazing at the sea of islands before him, Kahn contemplated. Kahn hovered in the air for a moment, then ascended to conduct a low-altitude search for signs of life. The expanse of the island cloud sea was vast. However, his aerial reconnaissance would not consume much time. After circling at a low altitude for over an hour, he spotted 5 individuals on a small island cloud, engaged in the preparation of a hollow fish, presumably for a meal. Upon noticing the presence of others, he descended gracefully. As Kahn landed, the 5 individuals also caught sight of him, prompting them to abandon their hollow fish and brandish their fish-killing knives, eyeing him with caution. Once he touched down, one among them fixed his gaze upon Kahn and inquired, "Qinghai person, what is your intent?" The term Qinghai person refers to those from the empty islands, a designation for those who venture from the sea. Kahn glanced at the 5 individuals and smiled faintly. "I have a matter to discuss with Enelu." "Looking for the boss?" The one who had just spoken paused in surprise and asked, "What business do you have with our leader? Surely, you are not here on an order from the Lord of Baika Island to deal with us?" Kahn glanced at the man who had spoken and remarked, "I have a matter to discuss with your leader." The 5 individuals exchanged glances, offering no immediate response to Kahn's words. They had just witnessed one of their own soar through the air without the aid of any external support, and they certainly did not believe they could contend with someone capable of flight. After a brief moment of silent communication, they concluded it would be prudent to lead Kahn to their leader, hoping that he might possess the capability to handle the extraordinary figure before them. After this exchange of looks, the man who had initially addressed Kahn stated, "Very well, I shall escort you to our leader." Kahn nodded slightly, instructing, "Lead the way. I shall follow behind." One of the 5 remained behind to tidy up the empty fish, while the other 4 escorted Kahn to the shore, where they boarded a small boat to depart the island. Certainly, Kahn did not embark on the vessel as it was rather small, and he preferred not to crowd himself within it. Instead, he soared through the sky, trailing behind the four individuals. They made a grand circuit through the misty seas, ultimately arriving at an island named Yunyan, spanning over 4,000 square meters. This island, shrouded in clouds, were numerous dilapidated cloud houses resembling remnants of a bygone era. Upon disembarking, one of the four turned to Kahn and said, "Please wait here. I shall inform the leader." Kahn nodded, waiting on the shore. The speaker finished his words and dashed into the ruins, disappearing from sight. The remaining three stood guard nearby. After approximately 10 minutes, a group of individuals emerged from the ruins, with Enel at the forefront. The youthful Enel bore a striking resemblance to the Enel of 20 years hence. Yet his ears were undeniably distinctive, leading Kahn to believe he could not be mistaken. Enel, evil value, 2,326 points. This level of malevolence was hardly sufficient for Kahn to consider him worthy. It seemed that Enel had yet to acquire the rumble fruit. Otherwise, his evil value would surely be higher, as that fruit is notorious for hastening one's path to destruction. While Kahn pondered this, Enel approached him and coolly inquired, "What business do you have with me?" Kahn regained his composure and addressed Enel, inquiring, "Have you ever encountered a peculiar fruit?" Enel frowned, responding, "What are you talking about? I cannot comprehend your words. If there is nothing of importance, kindly take your leave." It appeared that Enel had not acquired the rumble fruit. However, the possibility remained that the fruit could be hidden within this vast expanse of cloud islands. Otherwise, Enel would never have the opportunity to obtain the rumble fruit in the future. Was it truly necessary to search for the rumble fruit here? The area was so expansive that the search could potentially consume half a year, a considerable waste of time. Noticing Kahn's silence, Enel felt a surge of irritation. Had it not been for his subordinate's claim that Kahn had arrived by flight, leaving him uncertain of Kahn's abilities, he would have considered taking action. After a moment of silence, Enel, suppressing his annoyance, stated bluntly, "If there is nothing else, please depart. I am quite busy." "Busy?" Kahn replied, snapping back to attention as he surveyed the ruins scattered across the island. A thought seemed to dawn upon him, and he looked at Enel, saying, "You have an affinity for exploring ruins, do you not?" Enel shot Kahn a sidelong glance and retorted, "What relevance does that have to you?" Kahn's thoughts suddenly became animated. 20 years later, Enel, who had long been fixated on the moon, must have uncovered some information regarding it. According to the historical context of the world of One Piece, the inhabitants of Skypiea may indeed be the lunar dwellers, suggesting that the ruins here are remnants of the moon's people. While exploring the lunar relics, Enel discovered a preserved rumble fruit belonging to the moon people, as well as a means to reach the moon. This scenario appears highly plausible. Contemplating these notions, Kahn immediately said to Enelu, "I am also quite intrigued by the lunar relics, which is why I sought you out. I wish to collaborate with you on the study of these lunar artifacts." Upon hearing the mention of lunar relics, Enelu became noticeably more serious, scrutinizing Kahn as he remarked, "I did not expect you to be aware of the lunar relics. Are you not from Shanghai?" Kahn smiled and said, "I am an archaeologist, well-versed in the remnants of civilizations across the globe. Naturally, I possess some understanding of the lunar artifacts as well. Moreover, my girlfriend is knowledgeable in lunar script. If you were to allow me to join you, it would undoubtedly aid in deciphering the relics." Enel felt a surge of excitement. He had discovered a site that remained sealed, and the assistance of someone familiar with lunar script would indeed be invaluable. He decided to invite Kahn along. By unraveling the mysteries of the relics, he could gain deeper insights into the moon's history. As for the contents within the site, he was not particularly concerned, for his sole desire was to expand his understanding of the moon itself, indifferent to what treasures might lie inside. After a moment of contemplation, Enel gazed at Kahn and said, "I hear your name is Kahn. You mentioned that your girlfriend is versed in lunar script. I shall present to you a tablet inscribed with lunar characters. If you can decipher it, I will welcome you to join us." Kahn readily agreed. "Very well. You shall retrieve the stone tablet while I fetch my girlfriend. Let us reconvene here in 20 minutes. Enel nodded in affirmation. "All right." Upon witnessing Enelu's acquiescence, Kahn ascended into the sky with grace. As Kahn departed, Enel gazed after him for a moment. Presently, he surmised that Kahn had not deceived him. Otherwise, with Kahn's formidable prowess, it would have been exceedingly effortless to extinguish his life. Kahn departed from Enelu, casually selecting a location to release Nicole Orbier. Upon her release, Kahn pinched her twice, bringing her back to consciousness. The awakened Nicole Orbier glared at Kahn with fury. Kahn, unfazed, calmly remarked, "I have discovered yet another lunar relic, and shortly I shall collaborate with others to explore it." The inscriptions on the moon appear to bear a resemblance to ancient scripts. I would appreciate your assistance with the translation later. Lunar relic? Nicole Orbia was momentarily taken aback. She then surveyed her surroundings. After observing the myriad of island clouds, she found herself in a prolonged state of astonishment. Ultimately, she furrowed her brow and inquired of Kahn, "Where exactly are we?" Kahn smiled faintly. 10,000 meters above the ground, here lies the Sky Island of Baika. Sky Island? The rumors surrounding the Sky Island were well known to Nicole Orbia. She never anticipated that she would actually arrive at such a place. According to the speculations of the Clover Doctors, both the inhabitants of the Giant Kingdom and the Devil Fruits might have origins tracing back to the moon. This lunar relic was indeed worthy of her thorough investigation. With these thoughts in mind, she felt a surge of excitement, temporarily setting aside her discontent towards Kahn. She looked at him and inquired, "Is that golden bell also located on the Sky Island?" Kahn nodded. "That is on another Sky Island, not here." Upon hearing this, Nicole Orbia murmured to herself, "No wonder the Roland family has spent a lifetime searching for the golden bell without ever discovering its whereabouts. It turns out the golden bell has reached the Sky Island. Who could have possibly taken it there?" Kahn gently patted Nicole Orbia, saying it is not merely a phenomenon. It is the cataclysmic eruption of the tidal currents beneath Gaia Island that has propelled a portion of the island skyward, along with the Golden Bell and the Golden City. Nicole Orbia's expression darkened. It was no wonder that during their last encounter, she had deceived Kahn into believing she possessed knowledge of the Golden City's whereabouts, only for him to remain skeptical. It turned out Kahn had been aware of its location all along. What a tangled web of lies she had spun. And to think she had misled him in such a misguided direction. Truly unfortunate. After a moment of private lament, Nicole decided to set aside her grievances. Her current focus lay in investigating the lunar ruins. She turned to Kahn and declared, "Then please take me there. I wish to ascertain the situation." Kahn smiled and said, "There's no rush. Let's wait 10 minutes and relish the past." Nicole Orbia furrowed her brow, contemplating a few words to say. Kahn relayed his agreement with Ainalu to her, instructing her to act as his girlfriend so as to prevent Ainalu from detecting any inconsistencies in their facade. Nicole Orbia was quite reluctant to pretend to be Kahn's girlfriend. However, under the threat of Kahn invoking Nicole Robin, she had no choice but to acquiesce. They took a brief 10-minute respite. Kahn returned to the shore accompanied by Nicole Orbia. At that moment, Ainalu was already waiting by the coastline. As Kahn arrived, he instructed his subordinate to bring over a stone tablet. Upon the tablet were inscribed numerous ancient characters. Nicole Orbia, upon seeing those inscriptions, leaned in to examine them closely. Kahn and Ainalu remained silent, observing Nicole Orbia as she conducted her examination. 5 minutes later, Nicole Orbia rose to her feet and addressed Kahn and Ainalu, stating, "This is a commemorative stone, inscribed with the account of a man named Eros who held a groundbreaking ceremony in preparation for the construction of a conduit chamber." "A conduit chamber?" Kahn was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "What kind of place is this conduction chamber?" Nicole Orbia shook her head, replying, "Do not ask me. I merely translated it. The meaning of ancient texts may differ profoundly from our contemporary interpretations, so I cannot assert that the conduction chamber is precisely as I envision it." After she spoke, she turned to Ainalu and asked, "Mr. Ainalu, where did you discover this steel? From my understanding, it should be located near the area designated for construction. We may find the conduction chamber if we proceed there." Upon hearing this, Ainalu regarded Nicole Orbia with admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed impressive. It appears you possess genuine knowledge of lunar script. I found this steel near a ruin, which has a large door I have been unable to open. Allow me to lead you there now." With that, he turned and beckoned, "Follow me." Kahn and Nicole Orbia did not hesitate and followed Ainalu. They weaved through the ruins until they arrived at an underground entrance, descending into the depths of Sky Island. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they stood before a colossal iron door. The surface of this door was adorned with a multitude of circular buttons, 81 in total, arranged in a grid of 9 rows and 9 columns. It was evident that these buttons were intended to unlock the door. Yet whether pressing them would indeed grant access remained uncertain. With 81 buttons, the combinations amounted to billions, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the correct code. It was no wonder that Ainalu had yet to unlock the door. Perhaps the rumble fruit lay concealed within. Should fortune smile upon Ainalu in the coming years, he might eventually succeed in opening the door and obtaining the coveted fruit. Kahn gazed thoughtfully at the door while Nicole Orbia searched nearby for clues to unlock it. Before long, she found herself captivated by the mathematical equations and inscriptions adorning the walls on either side. Upon witnessing the scene, Kahn inquired of Nicole Orbia, "What is it? Are you in search of the code?" Nicole Orbia, engrossed in the text and mathematics, replied, "Please do not disturb me. These words and figures are part of a calculation formula. I require some time to compute. If you have no business here, kindly step outside and refrain from interrupting me. After speaking, she glanced at Anilu and requested, "Do you have any paper and a pen? I need to perform some calculations." Anilu, upon hearing this, promptly responded, "I will arrange for someone to procure some for your use." Nicole Orbia nodded and resumed her examination of the inscriptions and numbers on the wall. While Anila hurriedly exited to gather the necessary supplies for her, Kahn did not leave. He inquired of Nicole Orbia how long the calculations would take. Nicole Orbia, displaying impatience, retorted, "Do not disturb me. This matter is exceedingly complex. It will require no less than 3 to 5 days to compute. You may as well go out for a stroll, and I shall call you back once I have completed the calculations." At this moment, it was essential for Nicole Orbia to open the door, for she was indeed the authority in this situation. Kahn was scolded by her a couple of times, yet he paid no heed and found a spot to sit and rest. He contemplated going out, but hesitated, fearing that if he opened the door while he was away, the thunderfruit might be seized by others. Although he could retrieve it later, it would squander his precious sin value, making it unwise. Thus, he resolved to wait here for the grand door to open, ensuring he could be among the first to enter. As time gradually passed, Nico Albia was engrossed in calculating formulas, preparing food and drinks meticulously. By around 3 o'clock on May 25th, Nico Albia excitedly exclaimed, "I figured it out. The door code consists of 18 digits." Kahn, who had been resting, instantly sprang to his feet upon hearing her words, with Anira absent. It was the perfect opportunity to venture inside and take a look. Kahn immediately urged Nicole Orbia, "Quickly, tell me the password." Nicole cast a sidelong glance at Kahn, reluctant to allow him entry. However, thoughts of her daughter compelled her to reluctantly divulge a string of numbers. Kahn pressed the corresponding button on the door based on the numbers provided by Nicole Orbia. When he pressed the 18th button, the door trembled and a narrow gap opened, wide enough for two to pass through. The door appeared capable of fully opening, yet it seemed to be obstructed, halting its movement. However, that was of no concern to Kahn. Upon witnessing the door ajar, he hastily rushed inside. Once through the entrance, he found himself in a grand hall. At the center of the hall stood an altar, upon which rested a singular fruit. Indeed, just as I surmised, the thunderfruit is right here. Upon encountering the thunderfruit, Kahn disregarded everything else and, with a swift teleportation, arrived at the center of the altar to seize the devil fruit. Only after securing the devil fruit did he take a moment to survey the grandeur of the hall. The entire chamber remained remarkably intact. Adorning the walls were murals and inscriptions that resembled intricate blueprints. Among them was a particular pattern. Kahn appears quite familiar. That is the flying ark created by Enel 2 decades later. Upon seeing that image, Kahn suddenly comprehended the actions of Enel. It appeared that Enel had been diligently researching the lunar relics. One day, he fortuitously opened the door to a hidden chamber, where he acquired the rumble fruit and the blueprints for the flying ark. Thus, he began to gather various materials to construct the vessel, preparing to venture to the moon in the limitless expanse. However, by seizing the rumble fruit, Inaru's dreams were irrevocably shattered. As Kahn pondered these revelations, Nico Robin approached him with a cold snort. Did you just take something?" Kahn regained his composure and cast a fleeting glance at Nicole Orbia. "You are already mine. What harm is there in me taking a little something? Hurry and examine the inscriptions on the wall to see if you can uncover any information regarding the moon." Nicole Orbia felt a surge of dissatisfaction. She discerned that what Kahn had appropriated was a devil fruit. The devil fruits that could be found in this place were undoubtedly of exceptional rarity, and to bestow it upon Kahn seemed a gross misallocation of resources. Despite her discontent, Nicole ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce, for she was a prisoner in this predicament. Angering Kahn would yield consequences she could not afford to face. The thunderfruit was now in his possession. Kahn felt a sense of ease wash over him. He noticed Nicole Orbia studying the mural and glanced over to observe. The text of the mural eluded his understanding, yet the imagery was clear to him. From the illustrations, it appeared that this chamber served as a pivotal location, where humanity from the moon could be transported directly here through some enigmatic technology. Furthermore, the thunderfruit seemed to play a crucial role in this intricate scheme. Kahn gazed for a while Enelu, accompanied by 2 subordinates, led them into the secret chamber. He observed the murals adorning the walls, feeling a surge of excitement. However, the inscriptions were utterly incomprehensible to him, much like Kahn. He could only study the images to conduct his own exploration. Kahn gazed at Enelu, contemplating his future inability to traverse this place directly to the moon, perhaps due to his complete lack of comprehension of the written language here. He relied solely on illustrations. He had devised a flying ark, preparing to embark on a journey to the moon. While Kahn was immersed in thought, Enlil approached him. An air of excitement surrounding him as he exclaimed, "Brother Kahn, could you possibly ask your girlfriend to assist me in translating the text here?" With the thunderfruit in hand, Enlil felt he had no further use for it. Kahn glanced at Enlil's meager level of malevolence, feeling disinclined to engage in conflict with him. Moreover, he wished for Enlil to continue his research here, intending to collect the fruits of his labor upon his return. Thus, he smiled gently and remarked, "Once she has finished, I shall ask her to share her insights with us." Enlil was elated and proceeded to examine other illustrations. After an hour had passed, Nicole Albia's gaze returned from the wall. Upon witnessing the scene, Kahn approached and inquired, "What precisely is inscribed here?" Hearing Kahn's words, Enlil also drew closer. Nicole Orbia regarded Kahn with reluctance to speak. However, contemplating Kahn's tyranny and the well-being of her daughter, she begrudgingly replied, "This is a launch facility capable of harnessing the power of lightning to catapult a spacecraft directly to the moon." A launch facility? Much like a rocket? Kahn pondered for a moment, surveying his surroundings, and furrowed his brow. "I do not see the launch base." Nicole Albia shrugged. "This is merely a storage area. The launch base and spacecraft must be located elsewhere. It seems that this entire region of floating islands was once intact, but for reasons unknown, it has since disintegrated. The launch base and the spacecraft are likely situated on other islands, and it will be up to you to search for them at your own pace." Upon hearing this, Enlil was filled with excitement and eagerly inquired of Nicole Albia, "Is that true? If I find the base and the spacecraft, does that mean I can venture into the infinite lands?" Just as Nicole Albia was about to respond, she interjected, "Without the thunderfruit, you will not be able to go." Kahn abruptly interrupted her, turning to Enlil and stating, "Enlil, we have unraveled the secrets of this place. It appears there is nothing here that piques our interest. We shall depart for other destinations." Kahn is about to leave. Annie is somewhat reluctant. Of course, what he is reluctant about is Nicole Orbia, who possesses the knowledge of ancient scripts. Is Kahn present? It is of no consequence to him. Kahn noticed Enlil gazing intently at Nicole Orbia and, with a faint smile, remarked, "We are quite interested in the spacecraft and launch base. We shall return here in 2 years, and I hope by then you will have located the launch site." Upon hearing this, Enlil nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, I will do my utmost to find it." However, deep down, Enlil harbored a desire to forcibly retain Nicole Orbia. Yet, considering Kahn's formidable strength, he reluctantly abandoned this notion. After all, 2 years was a mere span of time he could endure. He resolved to diligently cultivate his abilities while simultaneously searching for the base and spacecraft. When the time came in 2 years, he would eliminate Kahn and claim Nicole Orbia as his subordinate. Kahn, oblivious to Enlil's thoughts, exchanged a few more words before departing the chamber with Nicole Orbia, emerging from the underground. Kahn observed Nicole Orbia as she declared, "I shall now confine you, and I implore you to harbor no thoughts of resistance. Should you choose to resist, I will render you unconscious using the methods I employed yesterday. Contemplate this carefully." Nicole's countenance darkened. The previous day had been a blend of joy and exhaustion for her, and merely recalling it now filled her with discontent. The prospect of enduring such an experience once more left her apprehensive, fearing that she might succumb to Kahn's dominance. She was resolute in her desire to avoid such a fate. Thus, she acquiesced, stating unequivocally, "I shall not resist." Kahn was quite content. He reached out to capture Nicole Albia, and successfully did so without any resistance on her part. Having secured Nicole Albia, Kahn ascended into the skies. In the floating island, he had squandered several days. His intention was to exact vengeance upon the Big Mom pirates, aiming to amass a considerable amount of infamy. His trajectory was set towards the New World. After soaring through the air for a while, Kahn retrieved the thunder fruit and, without hesitation, consumed it in one swift motion. Alas, the taste of the devil fruit was indeed repugnant. A nauseating amalgamation reminiscent of rancid motor oil and excrement that threatened to induce vomiting. Nonetheless, he managed to suppress his revulsion. With his eyes closed, he continued on his journey, attuning himself to the newfound power coursing through him from the thunder fruit. 5 minutes later, Kahn was enveloped in a dazzling radiance of lightning. His speed surged tenfold as he swiftly made his way toward the New World. Half an hour later, his form transformed into a flash of lightning, advancing at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. At this moment, Kahn harnesses the power of the rumble fruit with a tenfold increase in his malevolent energy. He believes that within 2 months, he can attain the prowess of Enlil 2 decades into the future. This rapid advancement is attributed to his exceptional physique. With Enlil being 100 times stronger, Kahn finds himself more adept at wielding the abilities of the rumble fruit than Enlil himself. Such is the nature of his capabilities. Kahn is exceedingly content. As he cultivates his skills, he strides forward towards a new world. After half a day, the sky begins to darken. Kahn returned to the surface of the sea. He drifted aimlessly for a while, searching for an inhabited island. Upon his person, he possessed only a map of the Grand Line. Alas, he lacked a map of the New World. He yearned to discover a populated locale to procure a map. As he wandered across the ocean, he failed to encounter any islands, yet fortuitously stumbled upon a pirate ship navigating the waters. He descended towards it. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the emblem of the pirate crew, a flag adorned with 3 serpents, a red serpent, a green serpent, and a black serpent. The pirates of the New World were largely unfamiliar to Kahn, yet this particular trio of serpents belonged to a crew he recognized well. The reason was its notoriety, the Mad Serpent pirate crew, led by Captain Cumulus Ben, with a bounty of 460 million. Kahn will be remembered for the substantial bounty placed upon him. The Serpent's Fury pirate crew, upon encountering him, would naturally seek to eliminate him. Under the cover of night, he found himself on the foredeck of the ship. The members of the Serpent's Fury pirate crew remained ever vigilant. As Kahn fell, a voice from the lookout tower rang out. Someone is boarding the ship. Brothers, pay attention at the bow. At his call, the sentinels of the night awakened, hastily seizing their weapons as they gathered before Kahn. The levels of malevolence read 4563, 7365, and 8362. The pirates drew closer. Kahn gazed upon their nefarious values, and his heart swelled with elation. Truly, this was a new world. Indeed, it was the realm of the Grand Pirate crew. None among them bore a wicked value lower than 4,000. The mere 20 or so individuals before him boasted a cumulative malevolence exceeding 300,000. He recalled the Mad Serpent pirate crew, which consisted of over 100 members. When considering these ruffians collectively, their malevolence surely surpassed 2 million. Such thoughts danced in his mind. Kahn was filled with exhilaration. Amidst his excitement, someone recognized him and stepped forward with a disdainful snort, exclaiming, "What a character we have here! It turns out to be Colonel Kahn of the Navy. Are you here to apprehend us?" Kahn gazed at the crowd and raised his hand to release Shiru. As soon as Shiru appeared and beheld the menacing pirates before him, he instantly regained his vigor. Drawing his sword and exclaiming to Kahn, "Is there someone ready to strike as soon as I emerge?" Kahn smiled faintly, remarking, "This is the notorious Wild Serpent pirate crew, with a bounty of 460 million. You can indulge yourself, but just ensure you do not suffer defeat." Shiri cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and retorted coldly, "Defeat is a word that does not exist in my lexicon." As Kahn conversed with Shiri, the pirates seethed with anger, particularly when Shiri proclaimed his invincibility. "How dare you underestimate us? Eliminate them," commanded the pirate lieutenant. Over 20 pirates charged towards Kahn and Shiri. However, they were woefully weak. With a sword in hand, each of them felled the majority of the assailants in mere moments, the entire skirmish concluding in less than a minute. How infuriating! After Kahn and Shiri dispatched the attackers, an enraged voice bellowed as someone rushed forward with reinforcements. Upon witnessing this, Kahn said to Shilio, "You go ahead. I shall deal with the ones on the ground first." Shilio nodded and approached the incoming individuals. For him, these adversaries represented invaluable opportunities to augment his strength. He fervently wished for Kahn to refrain from intervening, allowing him to resolve the matter independently. In doing so, he could ultimately persuade Kahn to assist him in further enhancing his prowess. Shilio positioned himself before the approaching foe and struck with a single, decisive blow from his sword as he made his move. Kahn gathered the nearly deceased individuals, collecting them as if they were mere objects. He observed Shirlu being intercepted by another. That individual bore the highest level of malevolence among those present. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the captain of the Mad Serpent pirates, Cumulus Ben. Shirlu, still too young, found himself at a disadvantage when pitted against Cumulus Ben. The battle was clearly not in his favor. "You little brat, what are you staring at? Allow me to escort you to your demise." As Kahn focused on the clash between Shirlu and Cumulus Ben, a throng of pirates began to encircle him. Kahn glanced at them. Calmly drawing another sword, "A mere band of minions, I can dispatch you all with a single stroke, lest you delay my enjoyment of the spectacle." The pirates, infuriated, unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Kahn. As Kahn's body shimmered with a flash of lightning, all the bullets aimed at him seemed to lose their potency, falling to the ground merely a meter away. The pirates stood in bewilderment, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Kahn's form abruptly vanished from sight. The pirates were suddenly seized by a searing pain, as if their very bodies were engulfed in flames, causing them to emit anguished cries and collapse to the ground. Of the more than 30 pirates who had besieged Kahn, a significant number fell in an instant, leaving only two still standing, clinging to their resolve. Behind the pirates, Kahn's silhouette emerged amidst the flashes of lightning. Sheathing his twin swords, he approached the two standing figures, casually tapping them with one hand, causing them to collapse to the ground as if struck by an electric shock. Within a mere 15 seconds, all the pirates had fallen. The combatant, Gimli's bin, instantly shifted to a serious demeanor. His body began to undergo a transformation. It was the semi-beastification of a Zoan-type devil fruit user. With the semi-beast form, his strength would be significantly augmented. Kahn learned of Kimir's bin, the wielder of the devil fruit known as the Hydra Demon. This three-headed serpent possesses the ability to unleash three distinct and potent venoms. The red serpent head emits a crimson toxin that incites madness, amplifying one's combat prowess threefold. However, failure to administer an antidote in a timely manner could result in death from the ensuing frenzy. The green serpent head releases a virulent green poison that gradually diminishes the enemy's stamina over an extended period, leading to a significant decline in their fighting capabilities. The black serpent head discharges a corrosive black venom, a formidable substance that dissolves any flesh it encounters. As Kahn beheld Camiller's transformation into the beast, he simultaneously gathered the fallen while cautioning Silu, be wary. Although his venom is not as formidable as Magellan's, a mere encounter could still leave you grievously injured. Scylla merely snorted in response, offering no reply. The pressure exerted by Camiller was considerable, demanding Silu's utmost focus lest he succumb to defeat. While Silu's prowess did not match that of Camiller, it was by no means a simple endeavor for Camiller to vanquish Silu. Even when Camiller expelled his toxic mist, Silu adeptly evaded it. After all, having mingled with Magellan for over a decade, he possessed considerable experience in evading poison. Thus, the duel between the two unfolded. Kahn also gathered up the individuals he had incapacitated. Once he had collected everyone, he turned to the beleaguered Hiru, who was being relentlessly pressed by Gimli's bin. With an indifferent tone, Kahn inquired, "Hiru, do you require assistance, or shall I attend to others first?" However, Hiru was far too preoccupied to respond. Fending off the relentless assault of Gimli's bin demanded his utmost effort. He merely snorted in response, signaling his refusal. Upon witnessing the situation, Kahn decided to take his leave. He aimed to subdue the other pirates first. "Kahn, you seek your own demise." Just as Kahn was about to depart, two serpentine heads emerged from the back of Gimli's bin, unleashing two enormous clouds of poisonous mist towards Kahn, intent on enveloping him in the toxic haze. Humph! Confronting the assault of the noxious vapor, Kahn let out a cold snort, his entire being crackling with lightning. The toxic mist that came into contact with the electric discharge evaporated instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. As the noxious vapors dissipated, Kahn vanished without a trace. Gimli's bin, realizing the necessity of dealing with the swordsman before him to resolve the situation, unleashed his full force against Chalu. He infused himself with the red poison, plunging into a state of frenzy. Within the cabin of the serpent pirates, a few pirates remained, just donning their attire and preparing to assess the circumstances. Upon entering the cabin, Kahn swiftly dispatched them. The thunder fruit, when combined with his swordsmanship, proved to be exceedingly effective. As long as he could breach the opponent's defenses, the lightning would course through the sword and into the enemy's body, directly paralyzing their heart. Consequently, even if the opponent was not rendered unconscious, they would be unable to move for a significant duration. This was evident with the two adversaries who had not fallen. They remained motionless in the face of Kahn's fingertip, their hearts already incapacitated, as their minds urged them to move while their bodies remained unresponsive. After 5 minutes had elapsed, after Kahn had subdued everyone inside the cabin, he finally emerged from it. At this moment, Shelio appeared quite wretched. A large portion of his garments had been corroded away. The area around his left forearm was darkened, clearly indicating he had been poisoned. Moreover, Shelio, fearing the venom of Gimli's bin, dared not confront him directly. Thus he now seemed on the verge of defeat. Upon witnessing the scene, Kahn glanced at the three-headed chimera bin and shook his head, remarking to Shiryu, "It seems you are not faring well." Shiryu inwardly cursed Kahn for his sardonic comment. The venom of the chimera bin was exceedingly troublesome. He dared not approach too closely, for he did not believe himself inferior to the beast, yet the threat of its poison loomed large. Thus, he jested at Shiryu's expense. Kahn smiled and said to Shirlu, "Unleash your attack. As long as your body remains intact, no matter how severe your injuries, I can aid in your recovery." At that moment, Shirlu felt a surge of energy. With Kahn's extraordinary abilities, he believed that detoxification would pose no challenge. Thus, Shirlu placed his trust in Kahn's words. No longer fearing poison, Shirlu ceased to hold back. He confronted Camillarispin head-on, refusing to evade the inevitable toxins. Instead, he engaged in a fierce battle with Camillarispin. Although Shirlio's strength fell short of Camillarispin's, his innate bloodthirsty and violent nature allowed him to unleash a staggering 200% of his power. Meanwhile, Camillarispin, upon Kahn's arrival, had already contemplated retreat. Naturally, his combat effectiveness waned. Were it not for his superior strength over Shirlio, he would have already met his demise. As Camillarispin sought to flee, Shirlio launched relentless and ferocious assaults. Within a mere 2 minutes, Shirlio's body was drenched in a black corrosive liquid. Had he not utilized his armed hockey, his flesh would have succumbed to erosion. Shirlio's reckless abandon proved effective. He managed to sever one of the 2 snake heads from Camillarispin's shoulder and inflicted a deep wound on his left leg. Such injuries left Camillarispin with only the desire to escape. Yet, amidst the vast sea, there was nowhere to flee, pursued relentlessly by Shirlio's furious onslaught. Camillarispin soon collapsed to the ground. Kahn suddenly appeared before Camillarispin, intercepting Shirlio's sword, and said, "Open your mind. I shall take you inside for healing." Shirlio sheathed his sword, glanced at the fallen Camillarispin, and replied to Kahn, "His energy belongs to me, does it not?" Kahn chuckled reassuringly, "Rest assured, next time your physique will be multiplied 5-fold. Shirlio felt a sense of satisfaction, allowing Kahn to take him under his wing. Thus, Shirlio was embraced within Kahn's care. Kahn gazed at the severely injured Camillarispin and with a faint smile remarked, "The esteemed captain of the crazy serpent pirate crew, reduced to defeat by a mere slap. It appears that after 7 years of navigating the new world, you have forsaken your ideals." Camillarispin fell silent, his expression grim. Indeed, after 7 years in the new world, he had been battered beyond recognition. What ideals could he cling to? He had long since relinquished them. Now, all he desired was to survive. Kahn observed the demeanor of Camillarispin with an air of indifference. With a mere jolt of electricity, he incapacitated Camillarispin, casting him into the Book of Sin, and proceeded to administer the judgment of evil upon him. Within the depths of the undersea prison, level 6, he had already judged hundreds of formidable criminals. He possessed a keen understanding of the criteria for a successful judgment. For someone like Camillarispin, who harbored a profound fear of death, the outcome was unequivocally doomed to failure. Thus, he would swiftly accumulate his quota of evil points. However, the judgment of Camillarispin would still require a modicum of time. Kahn released Grenette, allowing him to scour the ship for treasures. He himself took out the communication bug provided by Sengoku and dialed the number. As it was nighttime, Sengoku answered the call somewhat late. Upon connecting, he hurriedly exclaimed, "You rascal, where are you?" Kahn calmly proclaimed, "I shall be there, indeed in the new world. I must avenge my homeland's grievances. Marshal, await my favorable tidings." Warlord, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "You foolish lad, you cannot possibly defeat Big Mom. Hurry back, for our navy will aid you in your quest for vengeance." Kahn scoffed coldly, stating, "I shall avenge my grievances myself. I am merely informing you that Shirlio has dispatched Camillarispin of the Mad Snake Pirates, and their crew has now been obliterated. You should promptly promote him." "What? You have slain Camillarispin?" Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment before cursing, "You fool, return at once." Camillarispin was negotiating with Kaido to join the Beast Pirates. "You have just offended Big Mom, and now you have angered Kaido as well. I foresee a perilous journey ahead for you in the new world. Is Camillarispin one of Kaido's men?" Kahn paused momentarily, then dismissed the thought. With the Thunder Fruit in his possession, he was confident that even if Whitebeard himself were to confront him, he could easily flee. Thus, he calmly declared, "I care not who he may be. Any pirate I encounter shall meet their demise. My current mood is rather poor, and even if Whitebeard's son were to arrive, I would not hesitate to strike him down." Having expressed his sentiments, he concluded, "Now, I must make my way to confront Big Mom." Kahn hung up the phone. Sengoku noticed Kahn's abrupt disconnection, nearly causing him to hurl the receiver in frustration. Ultimately, he managed to regain his composure and promptly contacted the Navy of the New World, urging them to remain vigilant regarding Kaido's movements. Should Kaido make a move, he would dispatch reinforcements without delay. As for Shirio's assassination of Camillarispin, Sengoku paid it little heed. He believed that even if Shiryu was capable of slaying Camillarispin, it was due to Kahn's assistance. Otherwise, given Shirio's strength, eliminating Camillarispin would prove quite challenging. After concluding his call, he felt a sense of urgency. Kahn gazed upon the Book of Sin, observing the newly added pirates, 121 in total. Their collective malevolence amounted to 3.21 million, with a significant portion attributed to Camillarispin, likely due to the numerous lives claimed by his toxic gas. After perusing the list of pirates, he found nothing of interest. Thus, he rose and made his way to the ship's cabin in search of the item he desired. This item was none other than a recording pointer, regardless of the island it led to. Once he confirmed his direction, he could navigate to Big Mom's territory. Within the cabin, he conducted a thorough search and discovered the cartography room, which housed numerous territorial maps and 5 recording pointers. Among these, 2 were non-fixed pointers, while 3 indicated specific locations. Utilizing the recording pointers alongside the maps in the cartography room, Kahn ascertained his position near Black Sand Island, situated on the periphery of Kaido's domain and relatively distant from Big Mom's pirate territory. Nevertheless, with the power of the Rumble fruit at his disposal, he could traverse the distance in merely a day. Having determined his location, he returned to the ship's bow, depositing several large chests of treasures scavenged by Granette into the Book of Sin. After securing the treasures, he took a moment to rest at the bow, allowing his consciousness to immerse itself in the pool of sin. Approximately 10 minutes later, Kahn's spirit was abruptly expelled from the Book of Sin, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, he soon understood the reason for this sudden ejection. His golden finger indicated that the accumulated malevolence points had reached a staggering 100 million. And the Book of Sin was poised for an upgrade, requiring 3 hours for completion. The Book of Sin had undergone 3 prior upgrades, each introducing new functionalities, and those enhancements had been instantaneous. This forthcoming upgrade, however, was to take an unprecedented 3 hours, suggesting it was a significant advancement, potentially heralding remarkable new capabilities. Though the specifics remained unknown, Kahn prepared to depart once Granette had collected his payments. However, he decided to wait a little longer, curious to see what new abilities might emerge after the Book of Sin underwent its upgrade. 3 hours swiftly passed, and Granette had completed his plundering, patiently awaiting Kahn's next move. As soon as Kahn sensed he could summon the Book of Sin, he did so with anticipation, eager to delve into its mysteries. Upon summoning, he found himself momentarily bewildered. The once transparent Book of Sin had now taken on a tangible form. Kahn, taken aback for a moment, inquired of his companion Granette. "Do you see the book in my hand?" Granette gazed at Kahn with a look of confusion, utterly bewildered. It seemed that others, too, were oblivious to its presence. Upon witnessing Granette's inability to peruse the tome, Kahn refocused his attention on the Book of Sin. As he opened its pages, he was taken aback. The very first page of this ominous volume transformed into an introductory overview, akin to the opening pages of conventional books, which typically encapsulate their contents. Page 1. The Castle of the Sinful King. This is the dwelling place of the Sinful King, where one may access the inner sanctum for habitation. Page 2. The Abode of the Wardens. A designated area for the Warden's existence, with each accumulation of 100 million sin points allowing for the addition of 1 Warden. Wardens are appointed by the Sinful King, marked with the Sinful King's seal, thus becoming Wardens. They possess a copy of the Book of Sin, enabling them to capture and confine those who cannot resist. The extent of their powers is determined by the Sinful King. Page 3. The Chamber of Sinful Judgment. A venue where offenders undergo judgment, with a capacity limit of 100 individuals. Success in judgment results in the clearing of sin points, while the Sinful King gains the offender's experience and cultivation. Conversely, failure leads to the nullification of sin points, intensifying the offender's animosity towards the Sinful King. Page 4. The Pool of Iniquity. A space designated for absorbing the sin points of the offenders with a maximum capacity of 100. The absorption rate is 100 points per minute. The accumulated sin points may be offered to the Sinful King and the Wardens for the enhancement of their physical prowess. Each individual expends 100 sin points per minute. Page 5. The Chamber of Fiery Retribution. A sanctuary for the Sinful King to refine martial skills, consuming 1,000 sin points per minute, thereby amplifying the training speed by a factor of 1,000. Assisting the Sinful King in augmenting his martial prowess. Page 6. Cells numbered 1 to 10, housing the following offenders: Kimmelly's Bin, Rondo Kelby, and Kazakumu. Page 7. Cells numbered 11 to 20, containing the offender named Den. Having perused the overview, Kahn absorbed the information. Kahn has discovered new abilities, specifically the functionalities of the Chamber of Infernal Flames and the Jailer. Additionally, the newly acquired abilities are predominantly supportive in nature. For instance, the inmate name summary enables him to swiftly locate individuals, while the Pool of Sin has increased the number of occupants. Nevertheless, this upgrade is advantageous for him, particularly the Jailer's capability, which provides him with subordinates to assist in capturing fugitives, a prospect that fills him with great satisfaction. As for the Chamber of Infernal Flames, it consumes a significant amount of malevolent energy, rendering it temporarily unusable for him. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the first page, revealing a grand castle that unfolded before him like a 3D map. Upon opening it, he sensed that he could enter, albeit requiring 1 minute of stillness. which would be impossible during combat. However, this minor flaw poses no real issue for him, as he possesses the thunder fruit ability, allowing him to flee at will and find a place to hide for a minute. Furthermore, he feels capable of placing inanimate objects into the castle's repository, akin to acquiring a portable storage space. It appears he could also place living beings inside, provided they exhibit no intent to resist. This is similar to placing conscious individuals like Shiryu, Nico Alvia, and Granite into the Book of Sin. However, Kahn has no intention of doing so, as those inside would be free to move about, and any items he placed within could be compromised by outsiders. After inspecting his castle, he glanced at the others. The jailer's residence comprises a series of modest bungalows numbering over 100, unremarkable in comparison to his castle, which boasts a garden and resembles an upscale forest estate. The Sin Judgment Chamber contains 100 crosses, from which he can extract inmates and cast them into the chamber for their trial. The pool of sin has transformed into 2 basins. The larger one features crosses for binding inmates to absorb their malevolent energy, while the smaller basin lacks crosses and serves as a space for him and his subordinates to bathe and enhance their physical constitutions. He is quite pleased with these changes. As previously, he found it uncomfortable to be immersed with unconscious inmates. The Chamber of Infernal Flames is a room ablaze with fire, with a designated area in the center devoid of flames, reserved for his martial arts training. The remainder consists of prison cells. Upon opening the pages of the book, the prison cells unfurled like a 3D map, and the incarcerated individuals within became alert, pacing within their confines, with some attempting to escape. However, regardless of their struggles, the inmates could not breach the walls or doors of their cells. Kahn perused several pages, observing that the prisoners had all regained their consciousness. This situation brought him great satisfaction, as he believed it was best for the inmates to truly experience the essence of imprisonment. Furthermore, Shiryu, Nico Robin, and Nico Alvia had also awakened, finding themselves in their cells where they could freely cultivate their abilities, thereby enhancing their strength. Kahn observed the inmates in turmoil and promptly activated the new capability of the cell, sealing the chains and effectively imprisoning them, rendering their powers dormant, transforming them into mere mortals bound in restraint. This endeavor consumed 2 hours. Kahn delved into the study of new abilities. His gaze shifted towards Grunit, and he said, "Grunit, there lies an opportunity for you to grow stronger, but you must remain my subordinate for life, subject to my constraints. Are you willing?" Grunit, having followed Kahn, had already amassed considerable wealth. He believed that aligning himself with Kahn promised a bright future. Thus, he nodded affirmatively, "I am willing. Whatever methods you possess, feel free to employ them." Kahn raised his hand, and a black 5-pointed star materialized upon it. He gazed at Grunite and uttered, "Do not resist. Allow it to enter your mind." Grunite nodded, calmly observing as Kahn pressed the black star onto his being. 2 minutes later, Grunite felt the mark within his soul and comprehended his current predicament. Kahn could extinguish his life with but a mere thought. His existence was tethered to another's will. Yet, Grunite was unfazed, for his life had always been under Kahn's dominion. Now, it scarcely differed. Furthermore, there were advantages to this arrangement. He would not age. As long as Kahn drew breath, he would remain eternally youthful. Additionally, he had acquired the ability to apprehend criminals, which granted him a sort of personal space, a remarkably advantageous skill in his eyes. As Grunite pondered these revelations, Kahn gazed at Grunit with satisfaction and remarked, "Excellent. Now, I shall assist you in enhancing your strength. Henceforth, you must act independently, for you must possess the power to ensure your success. I will bestow upon you the might of the frenzied serpent, Kimeyer's bin." Grunit nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that he had acquired a fragment of the Book of Sin. Kahn will undoubtedly enlist his assistance in apprehending the criminals. Given that even the formidable ones cannot contend with him, it is imperative that his strength be augmented. The bounty on the notorious Kimeyer's bin, amounting to a staggering 460 million, clearly indicates his remarkable prowess. Acquiring his strength would undoubtedly enable him to traverse the world with ease. Kahn observed Grunit's agreement and promptly expended 684 million sin points to extract the powers of the demon fruit of Kimeyer's bin and infuse them into Grunit's being. Instantly, Grunit's strength surged dramatically. After bestowing this newfound power, Kahn addressed Grunit, instructing him to return to the warden's area and familiarize himself with his abilities. In due course, Kahn promised to send him to the Grand Line, whereupon Grunit would need to toil to enhance his strength, receiving 1/10 of the energy from the captured criminals in return. Grunit nodded in understanding, closing his eyes to await a minute before returning to the warden's resting area of the Book of Sin. This was a capability inherent to all wardens, granting Grunit a measure of survival. Having resolved matters with Grunit, Kahn opened the Book of Sin. Turning to the Knight of Shiru, and with a smile, he called out to Shiru in his cell, "Shiru, I am ready to transmit power to you. Prepare to receive it." Inside the cell, Shiru looked up, meeting Kahn's gaze, and nodded affirmatively, exclaiming, "Yes, let it come." Kahn did not hesitate. He extracted the physical prowess of several formidable pirates and infused it entirely into Shiri's being. This power, valued at over 1.3 million in infamy, significantly enhanced Shiri's physique in an instant. With his newfound strength, Shiryu appeared exceedingly pleased, unable to restrain himself as he drew his sword and swung it around. "Indeed. This feels splendid. Kahn, hasten to locate Big Mom, for my sword can hardly contain its urge to cleave." Kahn, observing Shiryo's satisfaction, smiled and said, "You may continue your cultivation within for now. When the time comes for your assistance, I shall release you." Shiryu nodded and looked up at Kahn, inquiring, "Have your fruit abilities advanced? It seems you can now allow me to remain conscious in here." Kahn smiled faintly, saying, "If my strength does not increase, how can I possibly keep you in check? I certainly do not wish for the day when you strike me down with a single blow." Shiryu, pulling out a cigar and lighting it, replied, "The power you have harnessed is likely greater than my own. To surpass you, I fear, would be a formidable challenge indeed." Kahn smiled faintly, offering no reply. He waved goodbye to Shiryu and departed from his cell. He soon appeared above Nicole Orbia's confinement. Observing Nicole Orbia deep in thought, he redirected the anxious Nicole Robin, who was cowering in the corner of her cell, into Nicole Orbia's quarters, saying, "Orbia, why not have a heartfelt conversation with your daughter? She appears quite frightened. From now on, you shall reside together." Nicole Robin materialized. Instantly, Nicole Orbia embraced Nicole Robin tightly. Overcome with emotion, Nicole Robin called out Mommy from within her mother's arms. The two shared a tender embrace for a while. Nicole Orbia then looked up at Kahn, her voice laced with anger as she demanded, "How long do you intend to keep us imprisoned? Do you wish to confine us for all eternity?" Kahn calmly remarked, "Of course not. However, you are still of value to me at present. If you were to leave, the global government might become suspicious of my motives. Therefore, for the time being, your departure is not an option unless you bear a child for me. Only then would I trust that you would not expose me in the future." Nicole Orbia's expression darkened. She had no desire to bear any children for Kahn. Kahn paid no mind to the thoughts of the two women and directly stated, "Next, I shall assist you in enhancing your abilities. You both should diligently train in the 6 styles of the Navy here." Kahn expended approximately 300,000 units of malevolent energy, infusing the powers of 2 pirates into the bodies of 2 women. As Nico Robin is still quite young, she was granted a portion of 50,000 units of this malevolent force. The remaining energy was bestowed upon Nico Alvia, who is of a more mature age. Upon receiving this augmentation, Nico Alvia immediately sensed the enhancement in her strength. She cast a glance at Kahn, furrowing her brow, and inquired, "Is this the power of your devil fruit?" Kahn smiled, saying, "Indeed, this is the power of my devil fruit. I can even seize the abilities of others' devil fruits and bestow them upon someone else. If you diligently serve me, I can procure a formidable devil fruit for you in the future, elevating your strength to the level of a vice admiral. At that point, when you venture out, you need not worry excessively about your safety." Nico Alvia glanced at Kahn but remained silent. Given her current predicament, she could not afford to wander freely. If the world government were to capture her, she would undoubtedly face death. It would be wiser to stay with Kahn for now, biding her time until her strength had grown, making her future excursions far more secure. Nico Alvia chose not to speak. Kahn smiled and said, "Later, I shall provide you with a training method for the Marine 6 styles. If you and your daughter find yourselves bored, immerse yourselves in the practice of the Marine 6 styles." Having said that, Kahn withdrew from the Book of Evil, reclining upon the deck to rest after a night of relentless toil. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he resolved to recuperate before embarking towards the territory of the Big Mom pirates. After a night of rest, Kahn set forth the next day, advancing at lightning speed. By nightfall, he arrived at the vast seas of the Big Mom pirates, landing on an island adorned with their flag. There, he released Shiryu. As Shiryu emerged, gazing ahead at the town, he exclaimed with excitement, "So, shall we make our move?" Kahn gazed upon the town and nodded. "Let us demonstrate our strength to Big Mom." Shiryu chuckled softly, "Then I shall not hold back. I will first explore the town to see if there are any formidable opponents worthy of my blades." Kahn nodded, allowing Shiryu to proceed towards the town. After the recent upgrade of the Book of Sin, there was no longer a need for Kahn to incapacitate individuals before consigning them to the tome. Now, as long as he could subdue his opponent, he could simply confine them within a cell. This adjustment saved him a considerable amount of time. He followed closely behind Shilio, merely collecting the offenders. Those with a low sin value did not pique his interest. Upon arriving in this new world, his standards for collecting had risen. He was only inclined to apprehend those with a sin value exceeding 500. Thus, he trailed Shilio into the town. Kahn gazed as Shiryu unsheathed his sword and cleaved through a modest dwelling. Then both stood steadfast, awaiting the arrival of the pirates from the island. Who would dare stir trouble here? Less than a minute passed before 7 or 8 individuals hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Kahn and Shiryu, they shouted in admonition. But one among them recognized Kahn, causing a panic-stricken retreat as he cried out, "Everyone, flee. It's the pirate Bane, Kahn," quickly informed the captain. The pirates fled in disarray. Kahn drew his sword, unleashing a flash of lightning. In an instant, the brilliant arc of lightning illuminated the scene, rendering the fleeing pirates motionless, paralyzed by the shock. After Kahn approached to deal with them, he glanced at Shilio and remarked, "You likely disdain ordinary pirates. Thus, why not await the arrival of formidable foes here? I shall first handle the minor pirates." Shilio nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, leave it to me. It is improbable that this insignificant island will present any individuals requiring your assistance. By the time you return, I shall have dealt with all of them." Kahn chuckled, his figure shimmering before vanishing from sight. The earlier cries of the pirates had instilled fear in the townsfolk, prompting them to flee in terror. Ascending into the sky, he unleashed a barrage of lightning-infused sword energies. The fleeing villagers were struck down, rendered immobile by the electrifying assault, as most of them collapsed under the onslaught. He descended to the ground to collect those with a sin value exceeding 500. While Kahn reveled in his bounty, Shiryu encountered the stationed pirates on the island. After dispatching over 20 pirates, he finally met one of considerable strength, who at least managed to withstand a single strike. However, the opponent's prowess was only mediocre. With his recently augmented abilities, Shiryu swiftly dispatched the foe in 13 strokes. He then awaited Kahn's return. Upon Kahn's arrival, having gathered the severely injured pirates, Shiryu expressed his dissatisfaction. "These foes are far too weak. I find myself completely uninterested." Kahn smiled and said to Shiryu, "There's no need to rush. We have just conquered a town, and the members of Big Mom's pirate crew will not be able to reach us in time. Let us first deal with the inhabitants of other islands. Once we have taken several more towns, we will surely corner the members of Big Mom's crew." He continued, "I have heard that Big Mom has a son and a daughter with formidable strength. You will have the opportunity to engage them in a fierce battle." Upon hearing this, Shiryu nodded in agreement. "Then let us set forth." Kahn cast a glance at the town before departing with Shiryu, ascending into the skies. Subsequently, the two launched a nocturnal assault on 3 towns, capturing over 700 members of the Big Mom pirates, including one of Big Mom's daughters. Their reckless escapades incited tremendous fury within Big Mom herself, compelling her to set sail in pursuit of Kahn and Shiryu. However, the distance separating her from them was considerable, rendering her unable to reach them in a timely manner. Ultimately, it was Charlotte Smoothie, the closest to Kahn and Shiryu, who confronted them on the 4th island they visited, accompanied by a contingent of pirates. Although Smoothie obstructed Kahn and Shiryu's path, she refrained from recklessly attacking them, fully aware that Kahn alone could vanquish Cracker, a feat far beyond her capacity. Her only recourse was to delay them until reinforcements could arrive. Upon encountering Smoothie and her entourage blocking the way, Kahn turned to his companion, Shirlu, and remarked, "That long-legged woman is Smoothie, the daughter of Big Mom, and she ranks as the 5th most significant figure within her mother's domain. She should suffice for your skills in combat." Shirlu immediately fixated on Smoothie, declaring, "She is entrusted to me. You may pursue your own endeavors while I indulge in some delightful play with her here." Kahn smiled, transforming into a flash of lightning and vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this, Smuggy was immediately taken aback. She had been searching for Kahn's whereabouts when suddenly, a wretched chorus of cries echoed from behind her. Turning around, she beheld a streak of lightning flickering amidst her crew, as her subordinates let out piercing screams and disappeared one by one. "Quickly, everyone, scatter," Smuggy commanded urgently. However, her words were in vain. The speed of the lightning was far too swift. The moment her subordinates were touched by the lightning, they would let out a cry and vanish instantly. "Little girl, you have no time to concern yourself with others. You should focus on your own safety." As Smuggy shouted, Shilio approached her, launching an assault. With Shilio's current prowess, he undoubtedly surpassed Smuggy. Each of his strikes forced her to retreat step by step. At that moment, Smuggy had no time to worry about anyone else. She could only watch helplessly as Kahn made her crew of over 200 pirates disappear entirely. In a mere 5 minutes, Kahn subdued them all. This new tactic emerged after he had captured 3 adversaries from the islands. Initially, he relied on his sword, which necessitated picking up each opponent individually, a rather time-consuming endeavor. Now, he harnessed the combined swiftness of the shaving technique and the thunder fruit, swiftly closing the distance to his foes. He would then utilize his finger guns to pierce through their physical defenses, incapacitating their vital organs with electric shocks, before effortlessly collecting them. This method proved to be the most efficient for capturing individuals. Should his opponent be significantly weaker, he could secure several within a single second, consigning them to the Book of Sin. Having finished with the individuals brought by Smug, Kahn observed that Shiryu was engrossed in his amusement with Smug, prompting him to venture deeper into the town in search of others with a sin value of 500. The townsfolk typically refrained from venturing outside. After the assault on 3 islands, Kahn had garnered experience. Noticing the absence of any emerging figures, he took to the skies, unsheathing his twin swords, and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the town, the sword energy ravaging the structures. Those hiding within the buildings had no choice but to flee, seeking refuge from the imminent collapse of their shelters. Thus, they escaped from the confines of their abodes. Kahn's judgment eye allows him to perceive the wickedness of others. Consequently, he descended to the ground, employing swift movements to incapacitate those whose malevolence exceeded 500, subsequently capturing them. After a flurry of activity, over 20 minutes elapsed, during which his cell accumulated an additional 120 prisoners. While it was inevitable that some evaded capture, Kahn remained unconcerned. After all, to apprehend everyone would require more space than his cell could accommodate. Once he had completed his task, he returned to the battlefield. At that moment, Shiryu was relentlessly pursuing Smuggy, cornering her at every turn. However, capturing Smuggy proved to be a formidable challenge. She was wholly intent on fleeing, leaving Shiryu with no choice but to follow in pursuit. Crucially, Shiryu's speed was not particularly swift, unlike Kahn, whose rapidity enabled him to thwart others' attempts at escape. Kahn observed for a moment before calling out to Shiryu from the rooftop, "Shiryu, do you require assistance?" "No need." Shiryu replied curtly, before resuming the pursuit of Smuggy. Kahn chuckled and said, "Then make haste. I shall grant you only half an hour. Should you fail to resolve this, I will take matters into my own hands." Shiryu remained silent, merely intensifying the ferocity of his assault. Kahn commenced his scrutiny of the harvest. The pirates under the banner of Big Mom exhibited notably high levels of infamy, predominantly hovering around the 2,000 mark. Those with infamy ratings ranging from 500 to 1,000 were not genuine members of the Big Mom pirates. Rather, they were peripheral figures stationed on various islands by the crew. He apprehended individuals from 4 islands. The true members of the Big Mom pirates totaled over 300, with more than 130 of them having been brought over by Smoothie. Their collective infamy amounting to approximately 980,000. The remaining 500-odd station soldiers contributed less than 300,000 to the overall infamy. Altogether, the infamy of nearly 1,000 individuals paled in comparison to that of Smoothie, whose infamy stood at a staggering 1.6 million. Smoothie's elevated infamy stemmed from her capabilities, which necessitated lethal actions to reach their fullest potential. Consequently, her tally of victims continued to rise. After all, in the New World, battles were a daily occurrence. Were it not for her youth, it was likely her infamy would be even greater. With an expected infamy yield of around 3 million, Kahn found himself dissatisfied, as he had yet to recuperate the infamy he expended yesterday. Thus, he resolved to seize additional individuals before Big Mom's arrival, in order to replenish his lost infamy. This urgency elucidated why he allotted only half an hour to Shiryu. Having organized his harvest, he noted that approximately 17 to 18 minutes had elapsed. Kahn observed the fierce confrontation between Shiryu and Smuggy. As Smuggy began to fight desperately, she resorted to fleeing while capturing innocent civilians to recuperate her injuries and enhance her combat prowess. Given this scenario, Shiryu contemplated the challenge of defeating Smuggy within 10 minutes. It seemed a formidable task. This was not due to Shiryu's inferiority to Smuggy, but rather Smuggy's remarkable speed and evasion. Nonetheless, there was no time to waste. He had other locations to visit in order to accumulate more malevolent points. Kahn transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly arriving beside Smuggy. With a sword imbued with the power of Haki, he pierced through Smuggy's defenses. The electric energy surged through the blade, penetrating Smuggy's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Subsequently, Kahn confined Smuggy within the prison cell. Kahn glanced at Shiryu and smirked. "Shiryu, you must diligently train your speed. You should refine your techniques of the Navy 6th style shave and moonwalk." Shiryu, sheathing his sword with composure, replied, "I have no interest. Those who flee are not worthy of my blade." Kahn was left speechless. He shot Shiryu a disdainful glance and said, "All right, let's change locations. We shall create an uproar across the nations and let that gluttonous Big Mom recognize my prowess." Shiryu retrieved a cigar and lit it, signifying his agreement with Kahn's plan. Kahn was unrelenting. Having taken Shiryu, he set forth once more. However, this time, his chosen direction did not lead him to the nearby islands, but rather to those farther afield, with the intention of evading Big Mom's pursuit. He sought to amass a considerable amount of infamy before confronting her. With Kahn's remarkable speed, he could assault a town within half an hour, executing his attacks indiscriminately and without specific targets, rendering him elusive to Big Mom's forces. In merely 2 days, Kahn had laid waste to 27 islands belonging to Big Mom's pirate crew, igniting a fervor across the world. At this moment, Big Mom was beside herself with rage, obliterating a small island in her fury, vowing to capture Kahn and reduce him to mincemeat for the fish. Yet, despite her fury, she found herself unable to catch that wretched Kahn. Ultimately, she had no choice but to summon her core members back to Cake Island. By now, Kahn had already captured 6 of her sons and daughters. If she delayed any further, she risked losing even more of her kin. Therefore, she could only concentrate her strength at Cake Island, awaiting Kahn's inevitable assault. She held steadfast in her belief. Kahn is undoubtedly on his way. The Beast Pirates are yet to receive news regarding the capture of the Mad Snake Pirates. Moreover, as Kaido is currently focused on conquering Wano, he merely remarked on Big Mom's folly and chose to disregard the matter. As for the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard became aware of the enmity between Kahn and the Big Mom Pirates. He shook his head, choosing not to concern himself with the affair. In his eyes, the Big Mom Pirates were merely reaping the consequences of their own actions. Having failed to overpower their adversaries, they resorted to harming their friends, thus inviting vengeance upon themselves. Other smaller factions discreetly issued orders to their subordinates, advising them to steer clear of the madman Kahn, who abides by no rules. They certainly wish to avoid being ambushed in such a manner. At the Marine headquarters, Sengoku's regard for Kahn has risen even further, as it appears that Kahn's abilities have significantly advanced. He is now capable of wielding the power of lightning, a truly formidable force. Initially, Sengoku had his suspicions. Kahn possesses remarkable abilities, along with other exceptional skills. Otherwise, he would not have advanced in swordsmanship and charisma so swiftly. It now appears that his conjecture was indeed accurate. Kahn is highly likely to absorb the cultivation experiences of others. Universal. Sweet Sauce Island. Kahn and Shiryu had just launched an assault on the town, capturing a group of individuals. They settled down in the town center to rest after 3 days of relentless activity. The territory of the Big Mom Pirates had been nearly entirely ravaged, and during this time, he had encountered Big Mom once, but had wisely chosen to evade her. 3 days of plunder had yielded remarkable rewards. If he were to absorb all his accumulated infamy, it would amount to a staggering 13.65 million. Sufficient to extract the strength of a Marine admiral. Therefore, he felt no fatigue, but rather an exhilarating thrill. After a brief respite, Shiryu glanced at Kahn and remarked, "It seems we are nearing the end. The minor minions have been dealt with. Shall we proceed to Cake Island and cause a grand uproar?" Kahn cast a glance at Shiryu, inquiring, "Are you not afraid?" Big Mom has concentrated all her power on Cake Island. When the battle ensues, I may not be able to protect you. Shiryu, calmly puffing on his cigar, replied, "With you by my side, escaping should pose no challenge. As long as you can hold off Big Mom, I can handle the others." Kahn smiled, gazing towards the direction of Cake Island, his eyes shimmering with determination. "I am no fool. Engaging Big Mom at Cake Island would be detrimental to our cause. I must lure her out to sea, where we can confront her on more favorable terms." Although Shiryu harbored no fear of Big Mom, he was acutely aware that the two of them were no match for her strength. If they could draw Big Mom into the open waters, they would truly be able to engage her. As Shiryu pondered this strategy, ready to inquire about Kahn's plan, he noticed an individual approaching them, trembling as he clutched a microphone. Sensing the potential threat, Shiryu prepared to dispatch the intruder with a single stroke. Kahn interposed, saying to Shiryu, "Let him approach. My plan requires his presence." Upon hearing this, Shiryu lowered his hand from his sword, permitting the man to draw nearer. The man, clutching a microphone, timidly advanced and halted 5 meters away from Kahn and the others, softly inquiring, "General Kahn, I am a reporter from the World Economic Journal. May I have the honor of interviewing you?" Kahn glanced at the journalist who claimed to represent the World Economic Journal and calmly inquired, "What is your name?" The journalist hurriedly replied, "Mega." "Mega, is it? You exhibit remarkable courage." Kahn commended Mega, stating, "In light of your bravery, I shall grant you the opportunity to conduct an interview. Mega was instantly elated. At that moment, Kahn was the headline of global news. Securing an interview with Kahn could potentially lead to promotions and salary increases, an enticing prospect indeed. Filled with excitement, Mega swiftly approached Kahn. Upon reaching within a meter of him, she readied her camera phone and, clearing her throat, posed the question, "General Kahn, you have consistently targeted the territory of the Big Mom pirate crew. Are you prepared to confront them to the very end?" Kahn calmly declared, "Big Mom, that wretched behemoth, believes she can confront me after having the audacity to slay my friends. I shall make her aware that her actions are not beyond reproach. I too possess the capacity for retribution. I am eager to discover how many offspring she has for me to eliminate." With that, he cast a glance at Mega and continued, "Since you are here, you might as well assist in publicizing this. At noon 2 days hence, I shall publicly execute one of her sons on Sesame Island. I'm most curious to see how she will respond." Mega, exhilarated by the prospect, felt a surge of excitement. This is monumental news. Absolutely groundbreaking. Tomorrow, I shall undoubtedly secure a promotion and a raise. With fervor, Mega assured Kahn, "Rest assured, Admiral Kahn. Within a day, this news will permeate the globe, so that all may bear witness." Kahn nodded slightly and gestured to Mega, saying, "Very well, you may leave now." Although Mega had further inquiries, Kahn had issued his dismissal, leaving her no choice but to depart. After all, the news of the day had already proven to be quite sensational. No other questions would carry the same weight. As Mega exited, Shilu glanced at Kahn and remarked, "Your approach is indeed quite commendable." Kahn chuckled, saying, "When the time comes, the people on the ship will be your responsibility. Big Mom can fly as well, and I shall engage him in an aerial battle." Shira nodded thoughtfully and replied, "There is still 1 day left. Please help me enhance my strength a bit more." Kahn nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, although I have not encountered any formidable opponents in recent days, I have made considerable gains. Allow me to enhance your abilities further. Your physical condition is nearly at its peak, and it is challenging to augment it any further. Therefore, I shall focus on elevating your mastery of the armament hockey." Shira furrowed his brow as he regarded Kahn. "Is it true that my physical prowess can no longer be improved?" Kahn nodded lightly. "Enhancement is indeed possible, however. Your physical constitution is already quite robust. The energy expended in further enhancement would be excessive, yielding only marginal improvements, which is hardly worthwhile. Thus, it would be more prudent to focus on enhancing your hockey." Shira's expression softened. He understood the principle that a stronger constitution becomes increasingly difficult to augment. Therefore, he said nothing further and simply replied, "Very well, let us enhance the armament hockey for now. When there is surplus energy, we can then assist in improving my constitution." Kahn chuckled softly, extending his hand to rest upon Shilio, guiding him into the confines of the cell. Subsequently, he expended 260,000 malevolent points to enhance Shilio's mastery of hockey. Observing Shilio's burgeoning strength as he diligently trained within the cell, Kahn then summoned the hockey of other pirates, accumulating it for himself. He continued to amass this power until he perceived a significant elevation in the intensity of his own hockey, at which point he ceased his efforts to augment its strength. Kahn glanced at the consumption. Originally, the value of his malevolence exceeded 13 million. Yet now it dwindled to less than 3 million. The rate of depletion is truly alarming. If he wishes to advance his Busashoka hockey, accumulating between 30 million to 50 million will likely be imperative. At present, his Busashoka hockey grants him a strength akin to that of a newly appointed admiral. For an ordinary individual to reach the admiral level, further advancement proves to be an arduous endeavor. His innate talent is not particularly remarkable. Looking ahead, any further progression will hinge upon his malevolence value to facilitate his enhancement. After pondering for a while, Kahn ascended into the sky, with merely 1 day remaining to seek a secluded place to hone his newfound powers. Big Mom loomed as a formidable adversary, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Although the likelihood of failure was relatively low, the possibility still lingered. He soared to a deserted island, where he unleashed Shiryu, and the two engaged in training together, for it was through battle that they could swiftly acclimate to their enhanced abilities. As the two practiced, the world around them suddenly buzzed with activity once more. Kahn's declaration ignited excitement among the pirates of the New World, who eagerly anticipated the unfolding events. At Mary Geo's, in the council chamber of the Five Elders, Topman Wakiri was perusing several newspapers. Conversing with the other four, it appears that Kahn has concealed a considerable amount of new abilities. His power of lightning resembles the fabled thunder fruit. Marcus Moss nodded slightly. It should indeed be impressive, though I suspect this ability did not originate from the undersea prison. It is likely he discovered it elsewhere. The thunder fruit has not manifested in 8 centuries. Topman Wakyuri cleared his throat and remarked, the crucial point is not the origin of the devil fruit he found, but rather that he possesses the abilities of 2 different devil fruits. One fruit aiding his cultivation is already formidable. Adding the thunder fruit may render him uncontrollable in the future. The 4 nodded in agreement, falling into a contemplative silence. Marcus Moss finally broke the stillness, so, how shall we proceed with him? After some deliberation, Topman Wakyuri replied, at present, he still holds potential value, and he seems to harbor no intentions of betrayal. It would be a waste to abandon him. His abilities are vital for stabilizing the seas. Marcus Moss tapped the table and suggested, then let us assign him more tasks. Tether him to our ship. He appears uninterested in the Void Century, and he seems unrelenting in his lethality. As long as we provide sufficient incentives, he should comply. Topman Wakyuri considered Kahn's character and nodded. That is indeed a sound approach. However, we must proceed with caution. We should dispatch someone to inquire about how he acquired abilities from 2 devil fruits. If he is willing to share, we can temporarily trust him and assign him more responsibilities. The other 4 nodded in unison. Topman Wakyuri observed their agreement and continued. Then we shall provisionally manage Kahn in this manner. What are your thoughts on his execution of Big Mom's son? Marcus Moss replied directly, we cannot eliminate them all. Provoking Big Mom could lead to complications. Let us send someone to communicate with Kahn, requesting he hand over the individuals to us in exchange for compensation. After all, he seeks notorious criminals, and we can provide them in return. Topman Wakyuri nodded. Indeed, the chaos in the New World is advantageous for us. We cannot allow Big Mom's crew to collapse. Let's position our men in the vicinity of Sesame Island, awaiting his arrival. We must act before he commits any further violence. Marcus Moss glanced at Topman Wakyuri. That young man harbors a strong desire for retribution. He may not release them without some form of incentive. We must offer something of value. Topman Wakyuri pondered. Perhaps we could suggest he take 2 prisoners from the 6th level of Impel down for training. I sense his covetousness towards those individuals. As long as they remain confined, we should be fine. The 5 contemplated this, agreeing that persuading Kahn to forego his murderous intent hinged upon this singular approach. Any other methods might prove futile in quelling his wrath. They reached a unanimous decision, and Topman Wakyuri arranged for someone to wait near Sesame Island, establishing contact with Kahn in advance. Simultaneously, he instructed Sengoku to maintain an ongoing telephone connection with Kahn, hoping to reach him through this means. In the New World, on an unnamed island, Kahn and Shilio had been training diligently for 2 days, awaiting the appointed hour. As the time drew near, they ceased their practice and hastened towards the waters of Sesame Sauce Island. However, midway through their journey, a resounding trumpet echoed across the sea. General Kahn, General Kahn. Upon hearing his name called, Kahn paused in surprise. Kahn descended and beheld a naval officer standing atop a modest vessel. Kahn found himself aboard a small vessel, observing the naval soldiers with a slight furrow of his brow. What are you doing here? Are you not aware that a great battle is about to unfold? The naval soldiers gazed at Kahn with a sense of helplessness. We do not wish to be here either, but we have been commanded to come. We cannot refuse orders. Upon hearing this, Kahn curled his lip in disdain. Is it the Marshal? What business could he possibly have with me? The naval soldiers sighed. The Marshal has dispatched over 300 men to surveil the skies in search of you, Vice Admiral. We have taken considerable risks, so you must contact the Marshal at once. Once you establish communication, we can return. It is far too perilous here. It appears that Sengoku has cordoned off the area to reach him. No matter which route he takes, he is likely to encounter the Navy. Kahn opened the Book of Sin and glanced at it. The telephone bug in his castle storeroom continued to ring, indicating that the warring states had never ceased their communication with him. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the telephone bug and connected the call. Hello. Is this the Marshal? General Kahn. A voice filled with enthusiasm emanated from the phone. General Kahn, you have finally answered. This is Liaison Officer Miley. Please hold on a moment while I connect you to the Marshal. Kahn heard a woman's voice and remarked lightly, could you be a tad quicker? I am pressed for time, and if you dawdle, I shall simply hang up. Indeed, came the response from the phone. The woman spoke in hurried breaths, seemingly conversing while on the run. After a brief pause of over 20 seconds, a voice emerged from the receiver, exclaiming, you little rascal. You still remember how to answer a call. Kahn, upon hearing the grumbles from the warring states, curled his lip in disdain. I'm busy. If you have something to say, just say it, Marshal. The warring states Marshal, exasperated yet softening his tone, sighed, you've grown stronger, and now you hardly listen. I want to waste time on pleasantries. I've been instructed to convey a message. Do not slay Big Mom's children. Instead, bring them back and allow them to handle the situation. Kahn's demeanor suddenly darkened. Marshal, shall the grievances of my homeland go unavenged? The warring states replied calmly. They have consented to allow you to seek out 2 individuals within the top 30 rooms of the 6th level to extract their energy. However, you must not harm them. Kahn fell silent in an instant. When Sengoku referred to the 6th level, he was naturally speaking of the 6th level of the underwater prison. If he were to select 2 individuals from the 30 cells to accumulate evil points, he could easily amass at least 15 million points, surpassing the rewards from his previous murders. This demand left him with no option for refusal. After a brief moment of silence, he coughed and remarked, I have already declared my intention to execute one of Big Mom's sons. If they are all released, would that not tarnish my reputation? Sengoku immediately grasped the implication. Snorting coldly, one will suffice. Bring the others back, or we will face grave consequences. Understood. Kahn chuckled. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait. Sengoku interjected, stating, the higher-ups have instructed me to inquire about your lightning powers. Are they derived from the Thunder fruit? The existence of the Thunder fruit could not remain concealed. Kahn had long been prepared with a strategy, confidently stating, indeed, it is the Thunder fruit. This is my newfound ability, allowing me to harness the powers of the Devil fruit. Kahn's response left the warring states in silence for a considerable time. Finally, he inquired, so now, do you possess the ability of 2 devil fruits? Kahn smiled faintly and replied, indeed. The warring states fell silent for a moment before inquiring, is it a unique ability of your own, or is it a special power bestowed upon you by your devil fruit? They wish to know. Calmly, Kahn remarked, it is the unique ability bestowed upon me by my devil fruit. If you were to grant me another devil fruit, I could transform its powers as well. However, such transformations require a substantial amount of energy, which is why I have refrained from utilizing this ability. I believe it is prudent to wait until I discover a more potent devil fruit, such as my thunder fruit, which I have set my sights upon. Sengoku remained silent for a moment, then sighed, you are quite formidable. It seems your devil fruit surpasses mine. I am truly bewildered as to what type of devil fruit it is. That, I cannot disclose, Kahn replied calmly. I have never even laid eyes on a devil fruit encyclopedia, so any inquiries about its nature would be in vain. Sengoku chuckled helplessly. Very well. I shall refrain from asking. Instead, I am curious about where you acquired your thunder fruit. Surely it was not merely stumbled upon. Not at all. Kahn chuckled. Before I departed from my homeland to the New World, I encountered a pirate ship sailing through the skies while I was flying above. The sight of a pirate ship in the heavens piqued my curiosity, so I approached for a closer look. It was there that I discovered the thunder fruit. And after absorbing its powers and training for 2 days, I made my way to the New World. The Sky Ocean. Sengoku was well aware of this phenomenon. As the fleet admiral, the existence of Sky Islands was no secret to him. He smiled and said, you, my friend, are quite fortunate. To find a devil fruit and have the audacity to consume it, without fearing it might be of no use to you. Kahn smiled faintly. I am set to confront Big Mom. If I encounter a devil fruit that can enhance my strength, I shall certainly consume it. If it proves to be subpar, I can simply expend some of my abilities to eliminate its power. Unlike you all, I am not bound by the irreversible consequences of consuming a devil fruit. Kahn asserted his position with reason and evidence. Even the warring states could find no fault in his argument. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, you possess the thunder fruit. I shall refrain from further discussing safety concerns. Big Mom is formidable. If you cannot prevail, it is wise to flee at once. Kahn smiled faintly, assuring, rest assured. I am not foolish. I have never underestimated my ability to defeat Big Mom. Rather, I intend to teach her a lesson. To make her aware that I am not to be trifled with. Sengoku chuckled in response, since you comprehend the situation, I shall refrain from further admonitions. Just be mindful of your own safety. Understood, Kahn replied. Now, I must take my leave for the appointment. He exchanged a final remark with Sengoku. Kahn abruptly ended the call. After receiving the phone worm, he glanced at the Navy personnel before him and declared, you may return. The sailors nodded in acknowledgement. Watching as Kahn transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished, he exchanged a few words with Jean Gua, which consumed approximately 10 minutes. In order to arrive at the designated location by noon, he quickened his pace, becoming a streak of lightning, and ultimately reached the vicinity of Sesame Sauce Island, where he encountered the formidable vessel of the Big Mom pirates, swaying gently amidst the waves. Kahn made his appearance, soon to be spotted by the crew of Big Mom's pirate gang. Their ship swiftly approached him, cutting through the air. Kahn spotted the ship of the Big Mom pirates approaching and immediately summoned Big Mom's son, Charlotte Galette, shouting towards the distant Big Mom, "Big Mom, dare to destroy my homeland? Today, I shall slay your son and show you that I am not to be trifled with." With that, he swung his sword, severing Charlotte Galette's head. "You little brat, you've chosen death," Big Mom exclaimed, infuriated by the sight of her son's demise. She leaped from her pirate ship into the air, furiously charging towards Kahn. Although Big Mom was quite a distance from Kahn, under normal circumstances, she would not be able to reach him. However, as she leapt, her homie Zeus soared beneath her feet, propelling her towards Kahn. Kahn gazed at the menacing figure of Big Mom with evident disdain, declaring, "Big Mom, while others may fear you, I do not. How dare you provoke me, you corpulent hag? I shall ensure that our conflict is interminable." Upon hearing Kahn's words, Big Mom, infuriated, drew her colossal sword, Napoleon, and struck down upon Kahn from an extraordinary distance. Her assault unleashed a powerful shockwave, carving a profound trench in the sea. However, despite the ferocity of her strike, it was futile. If it could not reach Kahn, it held no value. Kahn transformed into a bolt of lightning, effortlessly evading the attack. Upon witnessing this, Big Mom's expression darkened significantly. Not long ago, she had engaged in a protracted battle with the Navy for 6 months. The luminous abilities of Admiral Kazara had proven to be quite a headache for her. The speed of Kahn's lightning was unlikely to be much slower than that of light itself. Capturing Kahn seemed nearly impossible under such circumstances. Faced with this predicament, her thoughts turned to alternative strategies. Perhaps she could employ the powers of her soul fruit to drain Kahn's lifespan? Yet, that appeared to be an unfeasible option. That little rascal Kahn, even daring to seize and slay his own son, is not one to be feared. It is virtually impossible to intimidate him. The most effective strategy would be to provoke Kahn into engaging her in close combat. Big Mom pondered for a moment before unleashing her soul judgment ability upon Kahn. Although she was aware of the low probability of success, she still wished to give it a try. As a result, Kahn gazed at her, his eyes filled with avarice. There was no trace of fear whatsoever. As for the reason behind Kahn's greed, Big Mom was well aware. Kahn's prowess lies in capturing criminals. And as one of the emperors of the sea, it is only natural for her to pursue such endeavors, reflecting her insatiable greed. The failure of the soul judgment left Big Mom with but one option. She fixed her gaze upon Kahn and declared, "Little brat, if you have the guts, don't flee. Allow me to take your head." Big Mom's malevolence was quantified at a staggering 53 million points. Kahn gazed at Big Mom's malevolent score, nearly drooling at the sight. Just one Big Mom equated to the malevolence of an entire large kingdom. As Kahn pondered, Big Mom's taunts jolted him back to reality. He listened to her provocations and disdainfully replied, "Do you take me for a fool? To clash with you head-on? That is the task of our commander. My intention is merely to toy with you until you tire, and then I shall deal with you." Upon hearing this, Big Mom felt an overwhelming urge to spew blood and rage. She had never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless, speaking with such earnestness. Even Kazaro, who exhibited behavior similar to Kahn's, possessed a semblance of dignity and refrained from uttering such words. Yet now, Kahn had done just that, revealing his utter lack of shame. And it is precisely such shameless individuals who prove most formidable. At this moment, Big Mom couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret for provoking Kahn. Kahn observed that Big Mom's expression was rather grim. He transformed into lightning and vanished before her eyes. When he reappeared, he was aboard Big Mom's pirate ship, where he unceremoniously hurled Shiryu out. "Release Shiryu." Kahn calmly stated, "Shiryu, they are entrusted to you. I will confront Big Mom." Shiryu surveyed the hundreds of pirates aboard the ship, a surge of excitement prompting him to draw his sword. "They are all formidable opponents. It will be thrilling to engage them. Leave them to me." At this moment, Shiryu possessed strength comparable to that of a vice admiral. Kahn, unfazed by the impending danger, transformed once more into a bolt of lightning and soared above Big Mom. With a fierce determination, he brought his dual swords crashing down toward her head, declaring, "Big Mom, come forth and let me witness your true strength." Humph. In response to Kahn's assault, Big Mom raised her hand and effortlessly swung her blade to counter his strike. Kahn's dual blades clashed with Big Mom's sword, and the sheer ferocity of her strength sent Kahn staggering back several meters. Indeed, Big Mom is a formidable foe. At present, the prospect of defeating her seems nearly impossible. It is estimated that accumulating a bounty of 200 million in wickedness might enable him to contend with her. However, to truly vanquish Big Mom, he would likely require a bounty of 500 million. Kahn pondered for a moment. Big Mom then pursued him with the intent to strike. He distanced himself and unleashed a lightning assault upon Big Mom. This transpired yesterday, In the chamber of blazing fire, Kahn cultivated at an astonishing rate, 1,000-fold faster, for 4 continuous hours. Now, his mastery of the thunder fruit has reached a level of proficiency akin to that of Enel 2 decades hence. Yet, he has not entirely attained that prowess, managing only a third of it, coupled with his superior physique, which surpasses Enel's. Kahn wields half the thunderous might of Enel from 20 years in the future. Thus, unleashing electric assaults poses no challenge to him. He circled around Big Mom, relentlessly bombarding her with lightning strikes. Whenever she attempted to retaliate, he deftly evaded her attacks, adhering strictly to his initial strategy of avoiding direct confrontation. Big Mom found herself ensnared in Kahn's deceptive maneuvers, infuriated to the point of creating several gaping holes in the ocean. Yet, her fury proved futile. She could not land a blow on the elusive Kahn. Even when her attacks grazed him, he transformed into lightning in an instant, evading any substantial damage. In their aerial clash, the sky was illuminated by flashes of lightning and flames, while the sea churned violently beneath them, storms and thunderclaps erupting across the tumultuous waters. Meanwhile, aboard Big Mom's ship, Shiryu engaged in combat with her crew. After inflicting wounds upon a dozen pirates, the weaker ones, recognizing Shiryu's formidable strength, withdrew from the fray, leaving the more powerful fighters, Pedpyros, Katakuri, and others, to confront him. Shiryu thrived in battle. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, his combat prowess escalating with each confrontation. Surrounded by 5 strong opponents, he grew increasingly invigorated, opting for a relentless offensive rather than defense. For him, blocking was reserved for lethal strikes, relying on his armament haki to withstand any non-fatal blows. After 10 minutes of his frenzied onslaught, the tide began to turn. Pedpyros suffered a wound to his left abdomen, forcing him to retreat for treatment. Shiryu, on the other hand, bore only a few superficial injuries. As the others withdrew, he declared that he would handle the situation. Following Pedpyros' injury, Katakuri stepped forward to confront Shiryu, urging the rest to fall back as he prepared to face him alone in battle. Katakuri has already discerned that confronting Shiryu head-on would yield no advantage. His current objective is to stall Shiryu until the battle between Big Mom and Kahn reaches its conclusion. Should Big Mom emerge victorious, Shiryu's demise would be inevitable. Among them, only he possesses the capability to delay Shiryu. He senses that his strength pales in comparison to Shiryu's. However, he holds unwavering confidence in his devil fruit abilities and observation haki. As long as he can keep Shiryu occupied, it would signify a triumph for the Big Mom pirates. An ambush or a siege would only be counterproductive unless they could ensure the success of such tactics. Otherwise, the outcome would mirror that of Pedro and Perispero. Katara Kariri faced off against Shiryu, causing the latter considerable discomfort. Although Shiryu's attacks were capable of striking Katara Kariri, the latter consistently anticipated his moves, skillfully evading harm through the utilization of his fruit's powers. He unleashed a relentless assault for 3 minutes. Katakuri remained unscathed, firmly ensnaring his opponent, rendering him incapable of launching attacks against others. The 2 battles raged on, and it was difficult to discern a victor amidst their intense clashes. Nearby, 1 to 2 kilometers from the Big Mom pirate ship, a flotilla of about a dozen vessels bobbed upon the tumultuous waves, their occupants peering through telescopes to observe the fierce confrontation between Big Mom and Kahn. Despite the violent seas stirred by the battle, they remained steadfast, determined to witness the unfolding events until the very end. These individuals were not mere spectators. They sought to acquire first-hand accounts of the skirmish or to gauge the formidable powers of Kahn and Big Mom. Thus, even as the surging waves threatened to capsize their boats, they resolutely chose to remain, intent on documenting every moment of the confrontation. The fierce clash between Big Mom and Kahn, as well as the battle between Shiryu and Katakuri, persisted for over an hour without a clear outcome. Aboard the Big Mom pirate's vessel, Shiryu recognized that continuing the fight would be futile, especially as he sensed his stamina waning. Acknowledging the imminent risk to his own well-being, he resolved to execute Kahn's plan. Seizing an opportunity during his struggle with Katakuri, he deftly maneuvered to the edge of the deck and decisively abandoned the fight. Leaping into the depths of the ocean, Shiryu's sudden plunge into the sea left Katakuri and his comrades momentarily bewildered, rendering them speechless. In the air, Kahn, engaged in combat with Big Mom, discerned Shiryu's leap and understood that the battle had reached its conclusion. Further conflict would serve no purpose. Consequently, after unleashing a massive lightning bolt nearly 2 meters in diameter towards Big Mom, he instantaneously transported himself to the surface of the water where Shiryu floated. Kahn made contact with Shiryu, promptly confining him within a cell. He then teleported to a position 10 meters above the ship of the Big Mom pirates. raising his hand to conjure a colossal lightning sphere, 20 meters in diameter, which he hurled down with great force towards the pirate vessel. "You little brat! How dare you!" Kahn sought to obliterate the ship of the Big Mom pirates. In a fit of rage, Big Mom charged towards Kahn. Just as Kahn's lightning sphere began to coalesce, she was still some distance away. In her fury, she unleashed a powerful slash from afar, directing it towards the immense lightning sphere. The sphere, under the onslaught of Big Mom's blade, erupted in a brilliant explosion above the ship of the Big Mom pirates. In an instant, a blinding radiance enveloped the entire vessel. Those aboard the ship, the approaching Big Mom, and the distant spectators were momentarily engulfed in a sea of white, rendering everything invisible. As the brilliance faded and clarity returned, they began to discern the situation. Kahn has vanished. The ship of the Big Mom pirates remains unscathed. Observing this, Big Mom breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly returned to her vessel, looking around and commanding, "Search for him. We must locate that scoundrel." With her orders, the pirates aboard prepared to take action. Suddenly, Katakuri's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Something is amiss. Where has my elder brother gone? Furthermore, my 7th brother, 9th brother, and 10th brother also seem to have vanished. Quickly, bring me some individuals to ascertain who else is absent." As Katakuri let out a fierce roar, the crew aboard the ship realized with alarm that many of their companions had mysteriously vanished, particularly the group of over a dozen who had been with the injured Pedro. Upon counting, they discovered that 29 individuals were missing, causing their expressions to darken with apprehension. They understood all too well that these individuals had likely been seized by Kahn during the chaos. Among them were 2 of Big Mom's sons and her 2 daughters. It was evident that they had suffered a crushing defeat. Although they had managed to repel Kahn, the magnitude of their losses rendered their efforts almost futile. At that moment, Big Mom surmised that her people had been taken by Kahn, igniting a furious blaze of wrath within her. With a growl, she drew her sword and struck the ocean with a ferocious blow, bellowing, "Kahn, you shall pay for this. I will tear you to pieces." Her furious strike carved a trench in the sea, extending a kilometer long and plunging over 20 meters deep. After this outburst, Big Mom regained a semblance of composure. Though her countenance remained grim as she surveyed the distant ships, she issued a commanding order, declaring, "Annihilate those scoundrels. Set course for the Navy's base. If we cannot exact our revenge this time, what right do we have to claim the title of Emperor in the New World?" Katakuri did not hesitate to issue the command for attack. He understood all too well that their mother was engulfed in fury. Anyone who dared to oppose her orders would meet an inevitable demise. The onlookers, witnessing the approach of the Big Mom pirates, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and resolutely set sail, swiftly turning their vessels to flee. However, in her wrath, Big Mom would not allow them to escape. Those ships that managed to flee swiftly were cleaved in 2 by her sword, while the slower vessels were pursued and annihilated by Katakuri and his comrades. Thus, the confrontation concluded amidst the obliteration of the spectators. Yet, a few elusive witnesses remained, some journalists concealed within submarines. They meticulously documented the entirety of this battle. An hour later, on an uncharted island, Kahn landed and released Shiryu. Upon appearing, Shiryu glanced at Kahn and remarked, "This time, it was my blunder. I never anticipated that Katakuri possessed such formidable observation haki." Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Shiryu and smirked. "I trust you have no objections to the absence of a reward this time?" Shiryu nodded calmly. "It was my oversight. The lack of a reward is warranted. Allow me to return and focus on my cultivation, for I too must diligently enhance my abilities." Kahn made a swift turn, promptly retrieving Shiryu. This was the latest strategy. Kahn initially intended to capture half of Big Mom's pirate crew members. However, due to Shiryu being impeded by Katakuri, he only managed to seize 29 individuals, leaving Kahn somewhat dissatisfied. His original plan involved engaging Big Mom in combat, allowing Shiryu to inflict more injuries on the pirates. This way, when he unleashed the lightning ball and it detonated, he could swiftly apprehend a greater number of pirates. Unfortunately, since Shiryu failed to injure many, the individuals he captured were all capable of resistance, significantly slowing down the process. During the blinding 15 seconds of the lightning ball's explosion, he was only able to capture 29 pirates. Had there been numerous injured, the capture would have been much more expedient. After contemplating this, he observed the combined bounty of over 7 million from the 29 pirates, which brought him a degree of satisfaction. He decided to set aside Shiryu's failure and not dwell on it further. Once he regained his composure, he retrieved Sengoku's transponder snail and dialed his number. The call connected swiftly, and Sengoku's voice emerged, saying, "Kid, what have you done before leaving?" Big Mom has furiously dealt with the onlooking pirates. and now their ship is heading towards the Grand Line. Kahn smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing of great significance. It's merely that before leaving, I captured her 4 sons and 2 daughters. I never expected her to go mad over such a trivial matter." The warring states were left speechless. Kahn has once again captured 6 of Big Mom's children. This time, Big Mom has been unable to retaliate against Kahn. It would be truly abnormal if she did not lose her composure. After silently mocking the situation for a moment, Sengoku hastily instructed Kahn, "Quickly bring them back to the Navy headquarters. The higher-ups wish to use them to negotiate with Big Mom." Kahn cleared his throat, saying, "I'm fine with handing over the prisoners, but I've recently captured a few more of Big Mom's offspring. Surely, the 6 prisoners I was assigned should be increased by at least 2, don't you think?" Sengoku, upon hearing this, could not help but retort, "You rascal, hurry back. I'll discuss this matter with the higher-ups. Make your return swift." Kahn chuckled softly, retracting his phone bug and transforming into a bolt of lightning as he departed. He strategized against the Big Mom pirates, amassing a wave of nefarious points. The mission was accomplished flawlessly. However, one aspect diverged from the original plan. Kahn refrained from indiscriminate slaughter to accumulate his malevolent points. Initially, he had intended to decimate several islands, racking up millions of points in the process. Yet, with the system's upgrade, a new function was introduced, the role of the jailer. This prompted a shift in his strategy. What once required his direct involvement for a rapid accumulation of malevolence now could be delegated. With the jailers at his disposal, he could remain in the shadows, portraying himself as a benevolent figure while allowing the jailers to engage in the darker deeds. In this manner, he would be in the light, embodying virtue, while the jailers operated in the dark, committed to villainy. They would collaboratively amass nefarious points, all while the populace expressed their gratitude towards him. Contemplating these developments, he plotted his next moves. Kahn hurriedly returned to the naval headquarters. There, 6 layers of prisoners awaited him to atone for their sins. This time, he aimed to secure at least 3 prisoners, which would yield approximately 20 million in sin points, coupled with the 20 criminals promised by the world government. He anticipated amassing over 30 million sin points, a boon that would significantly enhance his strength. Lost in thought, he rushed back to the naval headquarters. Upon his arrival at the coastal port, he was met by his fellow sailors, who immediately saluted him, their gazes filled with respect. The confrontation between Kahn and Big Mom unfolded, with Big Mom seemingly gaining the upper hand. However, it is evident to even the most simple-minded observer that Kahn is destined to become an admiral in the Navy. The naval officers witnessed the live broadcast of Kahn's battle against Big Mom and hold his prowess in high regard. Particularly noteworthy was his final strike, a lightning orb, which possessed the power to obliterate a small island. Captain Kahn, resonated through the ranks as the Navy paid their respects. Kahn made his way into the city, eventually arriving at the entrance of the headquarters building. At the entrance, he was greeted by someone who led him to Sengoku's office. Within the office, not only was Sengoku present, but also a government official from the world government, dressed in a suit. Upon Kahn's arrival, Sengoku gestured toward the world government official and remarked, "He is here to escort someone. How much longer will it take for you to release the individual?" "It cannot be much longer, can it?" Kahn cast those with high levels of sin into the abyss of iniquity to absorb their malevolence. Each individual's daily absorption rate is quantified, for instance. Petra Pelrose possesses a sin value of 1.31 million points, necessitating approximately 10 days for complete absorption through the judgment of sin. However, there exists a method to expedite the absorption of malevolence. Nevertheless, Kahn now refrains from engaging in combat. He has absorbed the nefarious combat experiences from the depths of 6 underground levels, and his proficiency in battle has become exceedingly advanced. The absorption of ordinary criminals' combat abilities holds little value for him now. He seeks to acquire the combat experiences of extraordinary individuals such as Hawkeye and Carp, who possess unique martial prowess. Furthermore, those who have faced his judgment will harbor an immense fear of him in the future, potentially leading them to retreat into seclusion, abandoning their murderous ways. In that case, Kahn finds it increasingly challenging to reapportion their malevolence values. Consequently, he is now rather disinclined to employ the ability of malevolent judgment, having listened to the words of the warring states. Kahn glanced at the officials of the world government and remarked, "I require a span of 10 days to absorb their energies. You may arrange for the 5 dignitaries to negotiate with Big Mom after this period. After all, negotiations necessitate time, do they not?" The world government official nodded slightly. 10 days, you say? I shall convey this to the dignitaries, and I will return to seek out Admiral Kahn thereafter." Kahn nodded, reminding, by the way, Please inform the esteemed individuals who promised me that I have successfully completed the previous task. Any discrepancies are not my fault. The officials of the world government exchanged a glance with Kahn before bidding farewell to the fleet admiral. After their departure, the fleet admiral turned to Kahn and said, "You should refrain from causing disturbances for a while. Stay away from the New World for the next 6 months and focus on eradicating the pirates from the Grand Line. This will serve to accumulate some merit for your future. The pirates of the Grand Line do not possess the same level of notoriety as those in the New World. However, a brief excursion should still yield some measure of infamy. Besides, 6 months is a manageable duration." Thus, he readily agreed. "Very well. I shall take a 6-month respite then." The fleet admiral nodded in satisfaction. "That will suffice. You may return and rest." Kahn coughed immediately and said, "Well, Marshal, what do the prisoners on the 6th floor have to say?" Zhangguo cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and scoffed. "How dare you mention the prisoners on the 6th floor? It's a miracle they haven't caused you any trouble. You, who daily engage in brawls with the Golden Lion and even pilfered his sword, have led him to the point of self-mutilation in his flight, forcing the director of the prison to resign in disgrace. Did the Golden Lion truly flee? How splendid!" Kahn exclaimed. "The Golden Lion's Maramara no Mi and his conqueror's haki are precisely what he desires. However, locating the Golden Lion might prove to be a daunting task. He likely has yet to establish a base over the East Sea, and it may take several years before he can attempt to capture the Golden Lion again." Kahn pondered for a moment and feigned surprise, exclaiming, "The Golden Lion has escaped?" The warring state snorted coldly. "What do you think?" Kahn furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Why haven't I seen any news reports?" The warring states gestured towards the direction of Mariehua, stating, "The breach of the underwater prison is indeed a disgrace. As long as the Golden Lion does not escape on his own, it will not be reported." Kahn suddenly came to a realization and smirked. "What does that have to do with me? If he truly wishes to escape, he will inevitably succeed in doing so. I believe that by taking away his 2 swords, I may have inadvertently done him a favor." Sengoku was well aware of this. The escape of the Golden Lion had little bearing on Kahn. He merely intended to caution Kahn, advising him to refrain from reckless actions in the future. Having issued the warning, he proceeded to the matter at hand. "All right. I shall not dwell on this any longer. You have been allocated 3 positions. Choose wisely. However, remember that none of them must perish. For should you require more in the future, the higher-ups will certainly not grant you another chance. 3 positions. If you were to select Saint Juan, the Evil Wolf, Bondi, Vald, and Mira, Dels, the trio with the highest sin value, he would amass over 27 million in sin points. For Kahn, this equated to the sin value of a sea emperor. Thus, the 3 positions were indeed acceptable to him. He promptly agreed. 3 it is. I shall first head to Impel Down and consign the captured criminals to the underwater prison." Sengoku nodded in response. "Do as you wish. But do not imprison Big Mom as children just yet, for they may be reclaimed at any moment." "Very well, I shall take my leave," Kahn replied, eager to depart. As he exited, he transformed into lightning and vanished into thin air. Sengoku observed this without much concern, knowing that Kahn was impatiently heading towards Impel Down to apprehend criminals. At the entrance of the underwater prison, upon encountering Magellan, Kahn was met with a scowling visage. As for the reason behind it, Kahn was acutely aware of the situation. He covertly took Shirlu away and assaulted the Golden Lion, which ultimately forced the latter to flee and led to the director's resignation. Magellan was delighted to see him. "How peculiar." "Humph." Upon encountering Kahn, Magellan let out a cold snort, saying, "Do you still have the audacity to show your face here?" Kahn smiled and released Shilio, saying, "You have a good chat with Shilio. I shall pay a visit to the director and will not disturb your reminiscing." With that, he departed. Kahn hurriedly departed. Shilio furrowed his brow as he gazed at Magellan, at a loss for words. Director's office. Kahn entered the room and immediately spotted Pooh, who was wearing a mask and perusing a document. "Director," he acknowledged upon seeing Pooh. Kahn saluted. Although Pooh had never displayed his true strength, his malevolent value indicated that his prowess was formidable. Furthermore, Kahn could sense it. He was the one taking action, and he might very well be the one to lose. The strength of Pooh was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of top-tier generals, possessing power equivalent to that of the 4 emperors. Upon encountering Kahn, Pooh calmly stated, "I have already received notice from above. You may proceed to the 6th floor on your own. I trust you are aware of the key's location." Kahn tilted his head slightly and glanced at Pooh, saying, "Director, I have heard that my situation has compelled you to consider retirement, and I wish to extend my sincerest apologies." Pooh replied calmly, "Enough. I shall not heed those idle rumors. Even if you do not confront the Golden Lion, that scoundrel will inevitably flee. Upon hearing Pooh's words, Kahn nodded and said, "The director has retired. When the time comes, I shall have the opportunity to pay him a visit." Pooh replied calmly, "If fate allows, we shall meet again. You may attend to your own matters." Pooh declined. Kahn paid no heed. After offering a salute to Pooh, he exited the office. Subsequently, he proceeded to the room where the keys were secured and retrieved the key for the 6th floor, now imbued with the power of the Thunder Fruit. Along with the advanced mastery of armament hockey and enhanced physicality, he found that the once formidable adversaries he could not incapacitate before were now easily subdued. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he eagerly made his way to St. Wanwolf's cell. He opened the door and unleashed his full might upon St. Wanwolf, delivering a ferocious assault that filled the entire cell with a blinding surge of electric fury. The scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, and all the inmates on the 6th floor were acutely aware of the unfolding events. Kahn was able to refine his skills using the prisoners. The 30 inmates in the first cell block were well aware of this. When they witnessed Kahn beginning to engage with St. Wan the Wolf, a palpable tension filled the air. Although Kahn refrained from taking lives, the pitiful state of the Golden Lion was a sight they could not ignore. As formidable beings, they were concerned about their pride and wished to avoid the humiliation of being brutally beaten by Kahn. 3 minutes later, St. Wan the Wolf was rendered incapable of resistance and was subdued by Kahn. Following this, Kahn approached the cell door of Mirabelle's and calmly stated, "If you wish to avoid a beating, it would be wise for you to submit and assist me in my training. Otherwise, I possess numerous methods to teach you a lesson." Mirabelle's expression twitched momentarily before he relented, allowing Kahn to unlock the door and take him into custody. After securing Mirabelle's, Kahn proceeded to the cell of Bondywald. This time, Bondywald was astute enough to surrender without resistance. Recognizing that opposing Kahn was futile given his current strength, between being beaten and captured versus surrendering outright, even a fool would discern that the latter was the preferable choice. Bondywald, too, did not wish to suffer the embarrassment of a public defeat. Thus, 3 individuals were taken into custody. Kahn cast a glance at the other inmates, their eyes brimming with avarice. However, he restrained himself. He would not jeopardize his meticulously crafted plan for a mere trifle. After collecting the 3, he surveyed the crowd for a moment before turning to depart. Only then did the prisoners relax. After departing from the 6th floor, Kahn sought out Magellan, relinquishing to him the superfluous prisoners he had collected. Subsequently, he left with Shiryu. Disposing of the prisoners consumed over an hour of Kahn's time. By the time he returned to the Navy headquarters, the sky had darkened. In the ensuing 10 days, Kahn, being the honest man he is, remained quietly at the naval headquarters, resting until the world government dispatched 20 prisoners along with Big Mom's offspring, marking the completion of his assignment at the headquarters. June 14th. Early morning. Kahn was summoned to the office of the Warlord of the Warring States. As soon as Kahn arrived, the Warlord gestured towards a garment laid upon a nearby table. "Your clothing and identification are prepared. Once you have taken them, you shall be entrusted with your duties." Kahn glanced at the general's uniform on the table, walked over, and placed it directly into the warehouse. He then inquired of Sengoku, "What is the mission? Is it to combat pirates?" Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and responded coolly, "Your abilities are so extraordinary. How could you possibly be assigned a mundane task? This is yet another test from above. There is an island in the Grand Line that requires your annihilation." Kahn furrowed his brow and turned to Sengoku, saying, "Commander, I am tasked with combating pirates. Why must I be burdened with these assignments? Could you not speak on my behalf?" Sengoku cast a glance at Kahn and replied, "Reflect on your own gains. How many benefits have you accrued? They are merely asking you to fulfill your duties, and I find myself unable to refuse their requests." Kahn was left speechless. Initially, he was able to absorb the malevolent energy of the inmates from the undersea prison, a privilege granted by those in authority. Indeed, it was a benefit he had received. When the higher-ups required him to undertake certain tasks, it was only to be expected. Kahn, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, "Very well, do enlighten me. What is the task?" The Warring States produced a recording device along with a dossier, casting them down before Kahn, stating, "Examine it for yourself. I'm not entirely certain of the details of the task either." Kahn took the dossier and noticed it was sealed. It appeared to pertain to a covert mission. The record pointer bore no name, yet it indicated a specific direction. This assignment was undeniably enigmatic. Kahn retracted the recording pointer, opened the dossier, and glanced at the contents within. The mission was clear. A certain tribe on the island refused to cooperate with the world government in the development of the island's resources. The world government commanded him to eradicate the entire tribe. After reviewing the assignment, he was resolute. A flash of light flickered in Kahn's hand, and the information disintegrated into nothingness. He then turned to Sengoku and asked, "If I complete this mission, will I be free to act as I please?" Sengoku nodded in affirmation, replying, "You may operate freely in the Grand Line. Consider it a means to solidify your position as a vice admiral, lest others claim you lack merit." "Very well," Kahn responded, "Marshal, I shall take my leave now." Sengoku waved his hand dismissively at Kahn, saying, "Be gone. I can hardly be bothered with you. Just remember to return the 3 prisoners alive in 6 months. And that will suffice." Kahn smiled faintly. After saluting the warring states, he departed. June 14th, at 8:30 in the evening. On the coast of Longu Island along the Grand Route. Upon landing, Kahn released Shiru. After Shiru emerged, he surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Where exactly have we arrived?" Kahn gazed into the distance at the expansive village and remarked, "Changwu Island. The world government has issued a new command to me, instructing me to eliminate all the inhabitants of this island. This also serves as a test from the world government to assess my loyalty to them." Shilio shook his head in disapproval, saying, "Those individuals are perpetually engaged in such affairs. If you were to slay the people on the island, they would possess yet another lever against you." Kahn nodded, glancing at Shilio, and said, "There is no other choice. We must take action. It is said that there are 2 formidable warriors among the tribes on this island, possessing the strength of ordinary vice-admirals. I will leave their handling to you, while I will take care of the others." Shilio relished the thought of confronting powerful adversaries, and he was thoroughly pleased with this arrangement. Kahn ceased his idle chatter and, accompanied by Shirlu, made his way towards the village. Under the cloak of night, their movements were eerily silent. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the village. Near the entrance, Kahn halted and turned to Shirlu, stating, "I shall initiate the attack. You may proceed on your own to locate those 2 individuals." Shirlu nodded in agreement. Kahn ascended into the very heart of the village's sky. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, allowing his senses to meld with the formidable power of lightning, which spread throughout the village. In this manner, he discerned the location of every villager. Then, with his fingers poised, he unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts, each as thick as a thumb, descending upon the village. Instantly, the structures within were pierced, and the inhabitants within them were left to scream in anguish. Kahn is unable to replicate Enel's extraordinary ability to eavesdrop on distant conversations through the power of the lightning fruit. However, he can indeed utilize lightning to pinpoint the locations of others. Presently, he harnesses this skill with the intent to apprehend every villager without exception. The bolts of lightning he unleashes, though slender, possess sufficient potency to incapacitate individuals of rank lower than that of a school-level officer. As for those with greater strength who withstand the shocks, he plans to descend later and methodically deal with them. Lightning cascades like rain, illuminating the entire village. While the anguish cries of its inhabitants resonate incessantly, the resilient warriors who survived the electric onslaught flee the village, witnessing the tragic scene unfold before them. Their gazes filled with fury directed at Kahn in the sky. Yet, they are powerless to intervene, as none possess the ability to soar through the air. Thus, they remain mere spectators. Kahn disregarded them, continuing his assault on the ordinary villagers who had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Within the village, those who had survived the electrical onslaught, filled with rage, hurled invectives at Kahn. However, upon realizing the futility of their efforts, they swiftly altered their strategy, urging the villagers to scatter and flee beyond the village's confines. Nevertheless, it soon became apparent that this tactic was ineffectual, as the swiftest among them were relentlessly pursued and struck down by lightning. In despair, the strong among them displayed hopelessness, clutching the village children in frantic flight. For the children represented hope. They aspired to leave behind a flicker of life for their tribe. Yet, their hopes were once again extinguished as a swordsman materialized before them, launching an assault. They were powerless against the swordsman, one by one falling beneath his blade. "Lacey, you all must flee. Take the children as far away as possible." At the moment of collective despair, their chieftain stepped forth, wielding an iron rod to parry the terrifying swordsman's strike, issuing a final, defiant roar to those who remained standing. The village harbored over 600 souls. In a fierce aerial assault lasting 13 minutes, Kahn witnessed the majority of the villagers succumb to the onslaught, leaving fewer than 200 fleeing for their lives. As the burly man wielding an iron rod intercepted his path, Kahn descended to the ground, pursuing those formidable individuals who sought to escape. Longu Island, isolated from the world, lies beyond the reach of the Grand Line as 7-day route. Thus, the villagers bore relatively low sin values. The ordinary civilians possessed sin values ranging from a mere 1 to 5, which Kahn found hardly worth his attention. Those fleeing with children had sin values between 20 and 50, and their numbers were pitifully scant, rendering them of little interest to him. Consequently, those he pursued were dealt with swiftly and decisively. Over 200 fleeing individuals met their fate at his hands. Kahn completed the task in under 20 minutes, eliminating all adversaries without inflicting any suffering. Their brains were obliterated by lightning, rendering them devoid of any sensation of pain, leading to a swift demise. He eradicated all fleeing foes. When Kahn returned to the village, the Battle of Shilio had already concluded. The man wielding the iron rod, who had obstructed his path, lay on the ground, having lost his capacity to resist. Kahn approached Shiru, his brow slightly furrowed. It seems we are still missing a formidable presence. The intelligence reports indicate that there are two powerful individuals here. Shiru, puffing on his cigar, glanced around before responding, I shall investigate the vicinity. You can handle matters here. Your skills are well suited for swiftly eliminating adversaries. Kahn nodded in agreement. He cast a glance at the pitiful figure of the iron rod man on the ground and, with a single flash of lightning, dispatched him. The iron rod man had a sin value of 236 points, a figure that Kahn deemed utterly insignificant. Considering the opponent's slight defiance, he felt that a swift execution would grant him a semblance of dignity. Having eliminated the iron rod man, Kahn wandered leisurely throughout the village. Kahn addressed the unconscious villagers with decisive resolve. His ability to unleash lightning to incapacitate them was now limited to close range, beyond a distance of 10 meters. He could no longer exert precise control. Consequently, he was compelled to methodically address each house, which consumed a considerable amount of time. An hour after Kahn commenced his actions, he sensed Shilio engaging in combat with a dozen formidable opponents. These adversaries possessed considerable strength and were likely the formidable general who was absent from home. Given Shilio's prowess, he was more than capable of contending with them. Kahn, too, did not lend a hand. He took another 40 minutes to eliminate all the living souls in the village. When he sensed that there was no longer any trace of life within the settlement, he arrived at the village entrance, where he met up with Shilio. Shilio was seated by the roadside, indulging in a cigar. Upon noticing Kahn's approach, he rose and remarked, You have not collected a single soul. It seems my aspirations for strengthening my own power are in vain. Kahn nodded slightly, saying, They possess little energy, I cannot be bothered to collect it. Upon hearing this, Shira shook his head, stating, This is uninteresting. Only by vanquishing pirates can I find satisfaction. Kahn smiled, stating, In the coming 6 months, our mission is to eradicate all the pirates from the Great Routes Islands. You can unleash your fury. Shirita returned the smile. Only by growing stronger would he find joy. Killing was merely a means to acquire a worthy opponent, one who could challenge him and propel his strength forward. Unfortunately, within the depths of the underwater prison, none understood him. It was by following Kahn that he could truly enhance his prowess. At 1 o'clock in the morning on the eastern coast of Longwu Island, Kahn had landed upon the deck of a warship moored at the shoreline. This vessel awaited Kahn's arrival, its mission being to assist him in addressing the inhabitants of the island and subsequently report back here. Kahn found himself aboard the vessel. A man adorned with a white mask approached him and greeted, Hello, General Kahn. Kahn cast a glance at the masked man and scoffed, Have you even sent a CPO? Why not resolve this yourselves instead of calling me over to handle it? The masked man remained composed and replied, General Kahn, this is an order, do not question me. Kahn curled his lips in disdain and remarked, Forget it, I cannot be bothered to discuss this with you. I have dealt with every single villager without exception. As for whether there are others on the island, that is for you to ascertain. After all, you will need to investigate whether I have left anyone unscathed. The aftermath is now in your hands. The masked man readily acquiesced, Very well, we shall take it from here. Safe travels, General Kahn. Kahn cast a glance at the masked man before transforming into a streak of lightning and departing. After Kahn's departure, the masked man instructed his associates to search the island. He retrieved a phone bug and dialed, saying, My lord, Kahn's mission has been accomplished. The voice on the other end inquired, What is the situation? The masked man replied. His methods were incisive, without hesitation. Everything has been resolved. Excellent. The man on the line expressed satisfaction and casually remarked, All right, you may return. Do not concern yourself with that side any longer. Understood, the masked man affirmed before ending the call. At 5 in the morning, within the chambers of the Castle of Sinful Trees, Kahn and Nicole Orbia engaged in a passionate encounter that lasted 2 hours, culminating in a satisfactory conclusion. Once they settled down, Nicole cast a glance at Kahn and remarked with a huff, Do not forget the promise you made to me. Kahn gently patted Nicole Orbia's head, offering a slight smile as he reassured her, Rest assured, you will reside here from now on, and you shall dwell here alongside me. Nicole Orbia glanced at Kahn before closing her eyes to rest. Kahn threatened her with Robin, which left her deeply dissatisfied. Yet, in order to ensure Robin's well-being. She found herself compelled to compromise. As she observed Nicole or Bea resting with her eyes closed, Kahn smiled and wandered around the castle, familiarizing himself with his new abode. The castle was quite expansive. With the garden included, it could comfortably accommodate 2,000 people. As for sustenance, it seemed that hunger and thirst were non-existent here, rendering the need for food and drink unnecessary. After exploring the castle, he returned to his chamber and embraced the rigid form of Nicole or Bea, falling into a slumber. He would not depart the castle until he awoke, setting off towards Amabuchi Island thereafter. His intention was to traverse the remainder of the path he had not completed last time. Given his current pace, he could leisurely explore over the next 6 months. Otherwise, within 2 months, he could traverse all the islands. On June 16th, at 3 in the morning, he arrived at Amabuchi Island, which was under naval control. Kahn's purpose for coming here is to release Grunet. He intends for Grunet to return home briefly before fulfilling the tasks assigned to him. Grunet, in the future, aims to establish a group of assassins dedicated to hunting down individuals with high levels of malevolence. By eliminating these targets, Grunet will not only earn considerable wealth but also provide Kahn with valuable information regarding their wicked deeds. During this visit home, in addition to delivering funds, he seeks to recruit some of the talented young assassins from his clan to join him, thereby augmenting their ranks. This endeavor takes place along the shores of Amabuchi Island. After releasing Grunet, Kahn smiled and said, "You may return on your own from here. You are free to act as you wish. Should you require assistance, please contact me at your residence. Do not use the telephone bug to reach me, as we can no longer maintain contact to avoid arousing suspicion about our association." Grunet nodded and replied, "My lord, when the time comes for my people to enhance their strength, I hope you will extend your assistance." Kahn waved his hand dismissively. "As long as you provide the wickedness value, enhancing your strength is not an issue. If you wish to strengthen your family, then put in the effort." Grunet nodded, bowing to Kahn before making his way towards the illuminated area of the island. From that moment on, Grunet and Kahn would have no further connection. No matter the extent of Grunet's misdeeds, they would bear no relation to Kahn. As he watched Grunet depart, Kahn transformed into a bolt of lightning and left Amabuchi Island. His next destination was the first island of the 5th line of the Grand Line, a location fraught with peril. The danger, however, did not stem from humans, but rather from the treacherous terrain. On Xiaoha Island, 9/10 of the land was comprised of bottomless swamps, leaving less than 1/10 suitable for human habitation. Moreover, that scant portion was scattered, with some sections located at the island's center, making access exceedingly difficult. In truth, the only area on the island that could sustain human life was a coastal strip of less than 5 square kilometers, where all who sought their fortunes on the island congregated. Xiaoha Island was exceedingly perilous, yet it was also a haven for pirates. For the swamps teemed with countless swamp-dwelling creatures. Capturing even a single specimen could fetch several million berries, alongside a variety of precious medicinal herbs native to the wetlands. Thus, the island attracted a multitude of risk-takers eager to profit. Over the decades, the sole safe zone on Xiaoha Island evolved into a sprawling urban area, bustling with adventurers, pirates, and bounty hunters alike. Kahn was poised for a significant windfall. The measure of one's malevolence is not solely reserved for those who commit murder. Those who slay animals for the sake of wealth also harbor a considerable degree of wickedness. This time, he intended to ensnare everyone in his grasp. Naturally, the adventurers and bounty hunters would be spared in the end. As for pirates, he would assess the gravity of their deeds. If they had taken only a few lives, he would allow them to depart unharmed. However, should the count exceed 10, he would cast them into the sea to fend for themselves. Surviving would be a testament to the fate bestowed upon them by the heavens. Kahn raced forward with fervor, arriving near Chiaohu Island before dawn, and subsequently descended close to the island's solitary town. It was still morning, and the town was nearly devoid of inhabitants. After releasing Shilio, Kahn remarked, "This is a realm of chaos. Feel free to wreak havoc. Just remember that if you are slain, there will be no reward." Upon hearing about the chaotic zone, Shilio perked up. He gazed into the town and declared, "Let us proceed. I can hardly contain my eagerness." Kahn smiled and said, "Let us commence. I shall take care of the conclusion." Shilio did not hesitate and readily agreed. He then unsheathed his sword and ventured into the town, seeking out those he deemed particularly ruthless, dismissing the ordinary passers-by as beneath his notice. Shilio found it difficult to discern the details of the ordinary folk. In Kahn's eyes, the malevolence of the passers-by registered at a minimum of around 80. Consequently, he incapacitated each of them, casting their unconscious forms into the Book of Seals. Their activities, however, were soon discovered. A bystander recognized Kahn and, in a fit of panic, exclaimed, "Oh no, it's the pirate Bane Kahn. How on earth did this fiend end up here?" Frustration ensued as they pondered. Isn't he supposed to be in the new world? We must flee at once. Yet, amidst their chaos, one retorted, "Flee? Where to? Can you outrun lightning?" The townsfolk, upon learning of Kahn's presence, erupted into a frenzy, scattering in every direction. Upon witnessing the scene, Kahn soared into the sky, unleashing a tempest of thunder and lightning akin to the attack he had previously executed in the village of Changwu Island. Those who fled, possessing relatively feeble abilities, were rendered unconscious by his electric assault. Meanwhile, those with greater strength managed to escape, only to be confronted by Shilio. This time, Kahn refrained from assaulting the houses, for this was not Longwu Island, and wreaking havoc in the town would incite discontent among the populace. Instead, he resorted to a commanding shout. "Everyone inside the houses, remain there for inspection. If you are not pirates, you shall be released once you have been examined. Anyone who dares to flee will be treated as a pirate." His thunderous voice instilled a semblance of calm amidst the panicked crowd. Adventurers, bounty hunters, and merchants conducting business on the island dutifully retreated indoors, ceasing their ventures into the streets. In no time, tranquility enveloped the thoroughfare. The fleeing rascals had been dealt with by Kahn and Shirlu, leaving the streets devoid of any further commotion. Kahn swiftly gathered everyone upon landing. Once he had assembled the crowd, he made his way to the town square, where, holding a megaphone, he bellowed, "Now, all individuals, assemble here in the square. Those who do not arrive within 15 minutes shall be treated as pirates." Kahn called out twice, waiting in the center of the square. Soon, the townsfolk hurried to the plaza. In no time, the number swelled to over 1,000, with more still approaching. 15 minutes later, the crowd in the square exceeded 3,700. Kahn gazed into their fearful eyes and spoke calmly. "I trust that most of you are familiar with the powers bestowed upon me by my devil fruit. I possess the ability to discern whether you have committed any wrongdoing. Shortly, those whom I call upon will be deemed innocent and permitted to return home. The remainder must submit to my inquiry before they may depart. Mistakes will not be overlooked. After undergoing scrutiny, they will also be released. However, for those who have indulged in malevolence, do not expect my leniency. But first, I require you all to wait. There are some disobedient individuals who need to be dealt with." Kahn ascended once more into the heavens. Sensing the presence of those still hiding within the town, he unleashed bolts of lightning, each measuring a meter in width, which struck with ferocity, creating gaping holes in the structures and causing the concealed individuals to cry out in anguish as they fell to the ground. In the square, the onlookers observed Kahn's actions, swallowing hard, trembling in fear. For them, it was a moment of sheer terror. Kahn's prowess is utterly formidable. They are entirely incapable of obstructing him in the air. Kahn unleashed over 70 bolts of lightning, knocking more than 60 individuals to the ground. However, 7 managed to evade his onslaught and fled in a frenzy. At this moment, Shira did not even wait for Kahn's command and dashed out to pursue those culprits. Kahn glanced around. The combined malevolence value of the 7 fleeing individuals amounted to little more than 50,000, and he could not be bothered to pursue them. Instead, he returned to the square, preparing to gather the assembled crowd. Among the 3,700 individuals present, their collective malevolence value likely reached 2 million points. The stark contrast between 250,000 was evident, guiding his decision-making. Upon landing, he positioned himself atop a stone platform in the square, surveying the terrified crowd. "Now, I shall harness the power of thunder to identify some among you. Those struck by the lightning shall be permitted to return home." With that declaration, he snapped his fingers, unleashing delicate bolts of lightning that struck those with a malevolence value below 100, causing a brief tingling sensation in their bodies. In the span of 5 minutes, over 1,300 individuals were affected, their bodies momentarily paralyzed. Having completed his task of selection, he awaited the next turn of events. Kahn spoke, "Very well, those whom I have chosen. Depart in an orderly fashion." The individuals selected by Kahn immediately left with joy. As they exited, some sought to take advantage of the chaos and follow suit. However, what awaited them were bolts of lightning descending from the heavens, striking down those who dared to sneak away. 7 of those attempting to flee were met with a shocking fate, collapsing to the ground in agony. Kahn calmly declared, "Among those who remain, perhaps only 30 will fall to my hand. The rest shall be spared. Thus, it is wise not to flee, for to run is to invite demise." His words instilled a sense of tranquility among those tempted to escape, as they realized that out of over 2,400 individuals, Kahn intended to seize merely 30. They felt reassured that they would not be among those captured. In comparison to fleeing, being apprehended by Kahn seemed a far more secure fate. The crowd settled into a state of composure. Kahn waved to the crowd, beckoning each individual to approach him. He then seized their arms and cast them into the Book of Sin. Those who dared to resist were met with no mercy. A bolt of lightning would strike, incinerating them before they too were consigned to the Book of Sin. Initially, the crowd was somewhat apprehensive. However, witnessing Kahn's actions, gathering individuals while simultaneously releasing the majority to depart, instilled a sense of reassurance within them. He collected, then liberated. Kahn remained in the square for a full 2 hours, meticulously cataloging each individual into the Book of Sin, absorbing their malevolent essence, and subsequently releasing the majority to depart. However, over 200 individuals, burdened with particularly high levels of sin, remained detained. They would have to wait until nightfall, just before dusk, before a significant portion of them could be set free. A select few among them were notorious for committing random acts of murder. In due time, they would be delivered to Nico Robin and Nico Albia, serving as training adversaries to acclimate them to the sensations of taking a life. In Kahn's mind, both Nico Albia and her daughter Nico Robin were destined to become his jailers. It was essential for them to adapt to combat in advance, as they would eventually need to attain at least a viceroyal level of prowess to match his stature. Once the crowd in the square dispersed, Shiryu approached Kahn and remarked, "It seems the 3 who escaped have ventured into the swamp. I just inquired with others, and they mentioned that within the center of the swamp, there lies a forest where some pirates are gathered. Those are the more audacious individuals. 2 hours prior, of the 7 who fled, Shiryu had slain 1 and captured 3. The remaining 3 had made their escape more swiftly, utilizing a peculiar form of skate, which enabled them to swiftly glide into the depths of the swamp. Shiryu was unfamiliar with such contrivances and thus could not pursue them." Kahn listened to Shiryu's words and smiled faintly. "It is well understood that we cannot let them slip away. The gains from this endeavor are far too meager, and they must be apprehended." Shiryu nodded in agreement. "Shall we set off now, or would it be prudent to rest for a while before embarking?" Kahn placed his hand firmly on Shiryu's shoulder and said, "Let us set off immediately. Once we have dealt with them, we shall return here to rest properly." With that, Shiryu was enveloped by Kahn's power, soaring towards the heart of the island. Chiahu Island was predominantly a marshland, with only a few patches of forest scattered throughout. Kahn searched the skies and soon located a densely populated forest, subsequently descending into the thicket with the highest concentration of inhabitants. Upon landing, he observed that numerous quaint wooden cabins had been constructed among the branches of the trees. It appeared that the residents of this place dwelled within these arboreal abodes. Though the reasons behind this peculiar arrangement remained elusive, Kahn stepped onto the damp ground and immediately discerned the reason. This place was utterly uninhabitable. "Who are you?" As Kahn surveyed his surroundings, 5 individuals approached, armed with spear-like weapons. Kahn turned around and glanced at the 5 individuals. Before he could utter a word, one among them recognized him and, terrified, fled the scene, leaving his 4 companions momentarily perplexed. However, their bewilderment did not last long. As they continued to observe their fleeing comrade, a sudden numbness enveloped their bodies, and they found themselves confined within a cell. Kahn captured 4 foolish individuals. He transformed into lightning, swiftly pursuing the fleeing figure and subsequently imprisoning him as well. Those who dared venture into the heart of the marsh are indeed formidable characters. Kahn captured 5 individuals, each bearing a crime value exceeding 500. Consequently, he developed a profound interest in those residing within the forest. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he swiftly traversed the thicket, incapacitating and seizing all whom he detected. In the Grand Line, formidable pirates were scarce. Islands like Chiahu, which offered only meager profits, attracted no significant buccaneers. Otherwise, the world government would not remain indifferent to this place, devoid of any powerful adversaries. Kahn swiftly apprehended individuals, completing the task in less than an hour within the forest. Among them, 2 dared to resist his prowess, while the remainder fell before him with ease. Over 100 pirates in total. This endeavor yielded him a substantial 170,000 points of infamy, a result he found quite satisfactory. Once he concluded his capture, he returned to the coastal town, seeking refuge in an inn for rest. The occupants of his cell required an additional day to fully drain the accumulated infamy, as he had no intention of transporting this group to the next island. Such a burden would be too cumbersome. Moreover, Kahn was in no rush, feeling no compulsion to hasten his pace. In the inn, Kahn did not wander aimlessly. Instead, he allowed his spirit to immerse itself in the abyss of sin. His respite extended until dusk. The innkeeper knocked on the door, inquiring, "General Kahn, we have brought your dinner." Upon hearing the innkeeper's voice, Kahn rose to open the door and remarked to the hotel owner standing at the threshold, "It seems I did not request dinner. Please speak plainly about your intentions." The hotel owner, bowing and scraping in servile flattery, replied, "General Kahn, it is our honor to present you with a complimentary dinner. Having a distinguished figure such as yourself stay at our establishment is indeed a privilege for us." Kahn smirked. When he first arrived to book a room, the hotel owner was so frightened that he nearly collapsed to the floor. Such is his character. Were it not for substantial gains or imminent peril, he would never have sought him out. Now observing the hotel owner, his calves trembled, clearly filled with fear. However, the owner's complexion seemed relatively stable, suggesting he had not been coerced but rather had accepted benefits from another party to facilitate this meeting. Kahn pondered for a moment and, rather bluntly, addressed the innkeeper, "If you have no further business, I shall take my rest." The innkeeper, upon hearing this, hesitated briefly but ultimately mustered the courage to speak. "General Kahn, there is someone who wishes to pay you a visit." Kahn cast a glance at the innkeeper and demanded, "Speak, how much did you take?" The innkeeper's face turned pale, and he stammered in fear, "My lord, all 5 million are yours." 5 million, merely for a word. It is no wonder the innkeeper could not resist the temptation. Kahn cast a sidelong glance at the visibly terrified innkeeper and scoffed, "Bring both the people and the money here, if you intend to profit off me. It appears you have not yet had your fill of life." Upon hearing this, the innkeeper hastily turned and fled. To survive was already a considerable fortune for him. He no longer desired the money. Such earnings were not worth pursuing in the future. After the innkeeper's departure, the staff responsible for serving meals remained by the door. Trembling with trepidation, Kahn cast a glance at them and said, "Bring it in, set it down, and you may leave." The 3 employees promptly carried in the meals, hastily placed them on the table, and then hurriedly departed. Kahn did not shut the door. Upon reaching the table, he waved his hand to gather the food. He then took a seat at the table, awaiting the arrival of those seeking an audience with him. Soon, the innkeeper returned to the entrance with an individual in tow, who, upon entering, placed 5 million before the stoic General Kahn and inquired, "General Kahn, the money is all here. May I take my leave now?" Kahn waved goodbye to the innkeeper, who promptly dashed away. Once he departed, Kahn gazed at the young man standing at the door and inquired, "What brings you here?" The young man, feeling somewhat anxious, eventually summoned the courage to bow before Kahn, saying, "General Kahn, I am Totally, and I wish to exchange a piece of intelligence for the return of my uncle." "Intelligence? Exchange for his uncle?" Kahn paused momentarily and inquired of Totally, "Is your uncle the one?" Totally promptly replied, "My uncle is Tatalu." Upon hearing this, Kahn glanced into the cell and swiftly located the incarcerated Tataku. He recalled that Tataku's malevolence score exceeded 900 points. Now, after the passage of several hours, his nefarious score was nearly diminished. Releasing him would not pose any significant concern. However, Kahn found himself intrigued by what information Tataku intended to exchange for his uncle's freedom. Kahn pondered for a moment before addressing Tata, "Pray tell, what information do you possess?" Tata replied, "It pertains to the devil fruit, which is undoubtedly of immense value." "The devil fruit?" Kahn raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. The devil fruit holds great value. So, do enlighten me. If your information proves reliable, I might consider releasing your uncle." Without hesitation, Tata replied, "My uncle discovered a devil fruit within the marshlands. He initially intended to retrieve it, but the area is rather perilous, so he returned to gather the necessary supplies. If you release my uncle, he could guide you there." "The devil fruit? Here, in this very place?" Kahn arrived with some interest and directly released Tataku. Upon his emergence, Tataku spotted Kahn and promptly bowed, exclaiming, "I have the honor of meeting General Kahn." Kahn nodded slightly and gestured towards the doorway. "Your nephew claims you are aware of the whereabouts of a devil fruit. He said that you might exchange that devil fruit for your life. Given your multitude of sins, I initially intended to take your life, but now I am inclined to spare you, provided you lead me to that devil fruit." Tata's face shifted through various expressions, clearly reluctant to relinquish the devil fruit. At that moment, Tata reminded Tata Kutu, "Uncle, if you lose your life, you lose everything." Awakening to the gravity of the situation, Tata Kutu glanced at the menacing Kahn, and his greed evaporated. He hurriedly replied, "Rest assured, Major Kahn, I shall lead the way at once." Kahn let out a cold snort, then stood up and softened his tone as he spoke to Tataru, "I shall take you there. You must guide me on the way." Tataru dared not oppose him and allowed Kahn to carry him away from the inn, soaring into the sky, with Tataru directing the course. Kahn soared above a vast expanse of marshland. In the air, Tataru gazed down at the slowly undulating swamp and remarked, "General Kahn, this is the largest flowing marsh on the island. Even with a surfboard, one cannot penetrate its depths. I spotted that cursed fruit through my binoculars from the fringes. And I have attempted to breach its borders 3 times this past month, all in vain. Kahn gazed at the ground. The terrain within a 10-kilometer radius appeared to be in a state of flux. This area seemed to be composed of countless swirling marshes. Indeed, this land was quite extraordinary. However, in the world of One Piece, peculiar occurrences are always a possibility. While this place may be unusual, it is certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. Kahn observed for a while but could not locate the devil fruit. He then directly inquired of Tataku, "Where is that devil fruit?" Tataka, smiling awkwardly, replied, "Well, it cannot be seen in a fixed location. You must first find the place where I saw the devil fruit." Kahn was rendered speechless as he gazed at Tataku and inquired, "Then tell me, where shall we descend?" Tataka surveyed the surroundings and pointed in that direction. "My lord, please fly slowly to avoid missing the spot where the devil fruit can be seen." Kahn nodded, gently soaring through the air with Tataku. After approximately 2 minutes, Tataka pointed to a specific location, exclaiming, "It is right there." Kahn, guided by Tataku, descended gracefully. He halted merely a meter above the ground. For the terrain beneath him was a treacherous, shifting swamp, threatening to engulf him should he descend further. Suspended in the air at that precarious height, Tataka gestured toward a direction and remarked, "My lord, direct your gaze yonder, approximately 300 meters away. That accursed devil fruit will be drawn from the depths of the whirlpool swamp for about 3 minutes every hour or so, before it sinks back into the abyss." Kahn listened with a sense of resignation. It was no wonder that others had been unable to locate the cursed devil fruit. He found himself in uncertainty, unaware of when the fruit would emerge, and thus had cast Tataku into the dungeon, waiting alone in place. The sky had grown dim, and if he were to wait for an hour longer, it would likely be completely dark. However, he was not in a hurry. With the thunder fruit at his disposal, he could transform himself into a luminous beacon to illuminate the surroundings. Waiting was undeniably tedious. He fixed his gaze on the spot where the devil fruit was expected to appear while engaging in conversation with Nicole Orbia within the castle, attempting to alleviate his boredom. Even if she seemed somewhat reluctant to converse with him. After approximately 30 minutes, while the light still lingered, Kahn caught sight of a devil fruit gradually revealing itself from beneath a tangle of vines. It appeared that the whirlpool marsh was persistently ensnaring the vines that cloaked the devil fruit, spinning them around until they finally surfaced. Perhaps it was a topographical quirk of the area that had thrust the vines above the ground. After a moment of contemplation, Kahn soared into the air above the devil fruit, wielding his sword to sever the vines encasing it, and successfully retrieve the coveted fruit. Kahn cast a glance at the peculiar fruit, resembling a mango yet cloaked in a dark hue, adorned with intricate spiderweb-like patterns. Uncertain of its identity as a devil fruit, he resolved to inquire with Sengoku upon his return. Having collected the enigmatic fruit, he made his way directly back to the Townsend. Once reclined upon his bed, Kahn retrieved his transponder snail and dialed Sengoku's number. "Hey, what's going on? You haven't stirred up trouble again, have you? You just stepped out." Upon connection, Sengoku began to express his exasperation. Kahn chuckled and said, "This time it's fortunate. I stumbled upon a devil fruit on Jiaohu Island and called to ask for your assistance in identifying it." Sengoku paused for a moment before retorting, "You rascal. Are you truly fated to encounter devil fruits? Some individuals go their entire lives without ever seeing one, yet you have come across 3. After his jest, Sengoku continued, "All right. Do tell me, what does this devil fruit look like?" Kahn chuckled, "It resembles a mango, albeit in a dark hue, adorned with patterns reminiscent of a white spider's web, approximately the size of our fists." Upon hearing this, the Warring States replied, "Just wait. I shall provide you with a response in an hour." "Very well." After Kahn agreed, he hung up the phone and returned to the abyssal pool to enhance his physical prowess. Currently, he had reached a bottleneck in his abilities. Unless he could find an individual with a unique physique to extract their combat skills, it would be challenging to expedite his progress. Even an extraordinary figure like the 4 Emperor's Shanks would yield negligible benefits for his enhancement. Presently, the most effective method for him to elevate his physical condition was to immerse himself in the abyssal pool. However, this method would require nearly a year for a substantial improvement, which was far too slow. Individuals with unique physiques? He pondered for a moment and recalled the giant clan. The physique of the Saint Juan Wolf in his cell could significantly aid in his enhancement. However, he had to return it, making it off-limits. Sneaking into the giant clan was an option, but if discovered, it would lead to unnecessary complications. The small garden. There were 2 giants present there. If he dealt with them, perhaps he could swiftly enhance his physique. These giants were among the strongest of their kind, superior to ordinary giants. It seemed necessary to pay a visit. Yet, he must not go too soon. His current sin value was insufficient. Defeating the two giants would not contribute to enhancing his physique. It would be best to wait for about 6 months before making a move. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he quickly traversed the hour that passed. Upon hearing the sound of the phone bug ringing, he exited the abyssal pool and answered the call. Kahn inquired directly, "So, Marshal, what fruit is that?" Sengoku replied with a light-hearted tone, "You're quite fortunate, my friend. That is a devil fruit of the ancient type, valued at no less than 1 billion berries." Upon hearing ancient type, Kahn felt a twinge of disappointment, remarking, "Why not a mythical type?" Sengoku paused for a moment before retorting, "Don't be so greedy. There are hardly any mythical type devil fruits in this world. Having an ancient type is already impressive." Kahn curled his lips in disdain. "Marshal, are you not a beast type yourself? I wonder, is that not feasible?" Sengoku was rendered speechless. "Never mind, I shall not waste my breath on you. Send that devil fruit to headquarters, and I will arrange for you to receive 12 berries." "I refuse." Kahn replied decisively, "I intend to keep it for my future wife." Sengoku fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he cleared his throat and suggested, "Ahem, Kahn. There are many beautiful women in our navy. Would you like me to introduce one to become your wife?" Kahn's expression twitched slightly. That fellow from the Warring States era actually resorted to pimping for his devil fruit. It's simply outrageous. However, finding a woman within the navy could potentially provide the world government with greater reassurance. This seems to be a rather favorable development. Kahn pondered for a moment before responding. "No problem, but my standards are quite high. Marshal, once you've made your selection, please send me a photo for my review." Sengoku's tone brightened immediately. "All right. Just wait a moment. I will arrange everything for you." "Very well then," Kahn replied, "but I have other matters to attend to, so I must bid you farewell." "Understood." Sengoku affirmed before promptly ending the call, not allowing Kahn the chance to speak further. Kahn made a couple of remarks before answering the phone and then resumed his indulgent soak. He is currently on the island of Kyoho. After a night of rest, Kahn set off once again, journeying towards other islands teeming with pirates. Over the course of 5 days, he and Shirita purged 2 pirate-controlled islands, which augmented Kahn's infamy by over 3 million points. Following the elimination of these 2 pirate havens, it seemed that the other pirate strongholds along the Grand Line had become aware of Kahn's intentions. They hastily abandoned their territories, seeking refuge elsewhere. When Kahn and Shirita arrived at another pirate island, they found it desolate. The pirates had fled to other kingdoms for safety. Kahn, however, could not pursue them into the allied nations of the world government, which left him quite disheartened. Consequently, he reached out to Sengoku to express his grievances. After several islands yielded no captures, Sengoku, overwhelmed by Kahn's complaints, designated a liaison specifically to assist him in apprehending the pirates for whom the Navy had gathered intelligence. This, however, was confined to the 4 seas in the Grand Line, without allowing Kahn to venture into the New World. For the next 3 months, Kahn traversed the seas, eradicating pirates. While Shiryu engaged formidable foes, Kahn focused on dispatching the lesser minions. This division of labor was not due to Kahn's reluctance to confront stronger opponents, but rather because if he targeted the leaders, the underlings would invariably flee. Thus, this arrangement proved beneficial for both. Shiryu, too, found satisfaction in this setup. He relished in the thrill of battle, particularly against strong adversaries whose high infamy points could enhance Kahn's own prowess. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was October 19th. Kahn had not received a task for 7 consecutive days, which left him in a state of profound boredom. Consequently, he decided to call the warlord of the Warring States to request an assignment. However, the warlord abruptly hung up on him, leaving Kahn at a loss for words. With no tasks at hand, he contemplated the necessity of enhancing his own abilities. During this period, his malevolence value had accumulated to over 46 million points, making the absorption of 2 giants' physiques seemingly feasible. Thus, he set forth towards the little garden on October 21st. Upon landing, Kahn released Shiloh. Believing he had found another foe to confront, Shiloh drew his sword. To his surprise, he found himself surrounded by towering trees. His keen observation failed to detect any presence of others. "Is there no one nearby?" Shiloh inquired of Kahn. Kahn chuckled softly, assuring, "Rest assured. There will be someone to assist you in your endeavors, yet whether you can prevail against them remains uncertain. After all, these are 2 formidable figures." Shiloh paused, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "That is precisely what I desire. Lately, I've only encountered minor adversaries. I yearn for a worthy opponent who can truly challenge me. Pray tell, who are they?" Kahn gazed at the forest ahead and remarked, 80 years ago, two legendary pirates, Captain Dory and Broggy of the giant pirate crew, roamed these lands. Giants? 80 years ago? Shira listened in astonishment. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and exclaimed with excitement, your words have stirred my enthusiasm. I have yet to confront a member of the giant race. Let us embark on our journey. Kahn smiled faintly and proceeded into the forest, saying, let us not be overly hasty. We shall first exchange pleasantries before making use of their heads. Hiru followed closely behind Kahn, clearly disdainful. You always revel in such trivial pursuits, he remarked. Kahn chuckled, without further explanation. In the realm of anime, he appreciated the personalities of Dory and Broggy. Thus, he wished to share a couple of drinks with them before bidding them farewell. The two giants were of such colossal stature that locating them was a matter of ease. It took merely half an hour. Kahn and Shira soon discovered Broggy, who was reclining in a clearing, peacefully slumbering. Upon noticing their approach, he opened his eyes and remarked, more visitors have arrived. It seems quite a few have come by in the past year. Shiryu, observing Broggy's colossal physique, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Though he harbored no fear of the giant before him, the intensity of the giant's presence was even more formidable than that of the captain of the Mad Snake Pirates, underscoring the terrifying prowess of this behemoth. At the tender age of 80, Broggy had a bounty of 100 million berries. Given the rampant inflation of wanted posters over the years, his bounty has likely soared to at least 500 million. Considering the passage of 80 years, Broggy's formidable strength must have only intensified. Thus, Shiri began to adopt a more serious demeanor. Kahn approached Broggy, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he took a seat beside him. I have heard whispers of two giants upon this island, the esteemed captains of the 80-faced giant pirate crew. Today, I find it truly remarkable to meet you, Broggy. I am Kahn, a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Upon realizing that Kahn recognized him, Broggy sat up and scrutinized Kahn, inquiring, have you come to capture me? I seem to recall that there is a bounty on my head. Kahn chuckled lightly, retrieving a large barrel of wine from within the castle and tossing it to Broggy. Indeed, I have not captured you, but let us indulge in some wine first. I must admit, I hold a certain admiration for you. Managing to thrive here for 80 years is quite the feat. Kahn's wine. Broggy seized it and poured it into his mouth. As for the question of whether it was poisoned, Broggy felt no need to test it, for he sensed that Kahn harbored no malicious intentions towards him. After imbibing an entire barrel of wine, Broggy exclaimed loudly, this is delightful, though far too little. Kahn chuckled softly as he produced several hundred barrels of wine. Drink up. Indulge to your heart's content. Broggy glanced at the wine before him, lifting his cup to consume more than 20 barrels. Once finished, he turned to Kahn and inquired, what exactly are your intentions? Kahn smiled faintly, expressing admiration for the two of them. However, he insisted on capturing them. Before we engage in battle, let us indulge in a couple of drinks. Please summon Dongli as well. Today, you may drink to your heart's content. Otherwise, once this day passes, you may find yourselves unable to drink ever again. Kahn's words bore a striking resemblance to provocation. Shilua, feeling the tension, instinctively reached for his sword. Meanwhile, after a prolonged gaze at Kahn, Buloki suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Kahn, you are quite impressive. Before we engage in battle, let us indulge in some fine drink. Following his hearty laughter, Buloki called out, Dongli, we have guests who have brought exquisite wine. Come quickly. His voice echoed. And from a distance, a boisterous response rang out. Buloki, you scoundrel, do not consume my wine without me. You shall not escape my wrath if you do. Buloki chuckled, seized a nearby barrel of wine, and downed several more gulps. He then turned to Kahn and Shilua, stating, what is a feast without meat? Wait here. I shall procure some. With that, Buloki dashed off to catch the island's creatures. As Dongli approached, he joined Buloki in the quest for food. An hour later, Dongli, Buloki, Kahn, and Shilua sat by the campfire, savoring roasted meat and sipping wine. The two giants engaged Kahn in conversation, inquiring about the recent surge of pirates on the island. Kahn did not conceal anything. He shared the details regarding Roger with them. They dined, drank, and conversed, and the day swiftly passed. As night fell, they gathered together, lying down to rest. The night soon elapsed. At dawn, the four of them arose, gazing solemnly at one another. Broggy grasped the battle axe and shield, while Dongli unsheathed the great sword. Kahn and Shirlu unsheathed their swords. Gazing at the two giants, Kahn calmly remarked, Gentlemen, once you have met your demise, I shall ensure your return to Elbaf for a proper burial. Ha 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 ha. Broggy bellowed with laughter. You dare utter such words? Warriors of Elbaf do not yield so easily. Kahn chuckled and said to his companion, Shilio, I'll leave Donley to you. Shilio extinguished the cigar resting on his lips, stowed it away, and turned to Donley, inquiring, how about we head to the southern bank to fight? Donley nodded in agreement and immediately set off towards the southern bank. Observing this, Shilio followed suit. As Kahn and the others distanced themselves, he turned to Brokey and said, let us commence. Brokey, without hesitation, raised his hand and swung an axe towards Kahn, exclaiming, come forth, let me witness your prowess. Kahn raised his dual swords, effectively parrying Brokey's assault. The formidable shockwave caused the surrounding trees to topple in all directions. The creatures within the forest were rendered unconscious by the force of the impact. Upon witnessing Kahn effortlessly deflect his strikes, Brokey let out a fierce roar and launched an even more powerful and ferocious onslaught towards Kahn. However, every one of his attempts was thwarted by Kahn's unwavering defense. Indeed, Kahn is not having an easy time either. He relies solely on his formidable physique and the power of his armed haki to contend with Brokey. Thus, his strength is not significantly superior to that of Brokey. In the face of Brokey's fierce onslaught, he has been pushed back several times. The battle rages on for 10 minutes. Kahn discerned the overall strength of Brokey. Realizing that his prowess was akin to that of the ordinary warriors from 20 years hence, such as Kreja and Jack. Thus, he commenced his counterattack. Engaging in a fierce confrontation with Brokey utilizing swordsmanship, martial arts, and the formidable armed haki. The clash between the four warriors wreaked havoc upon the island's forest and fauna, resulting in a cataclysmic devastation. Not a single tree remained unscathed within a kilometer radius of the battlefield, and no creature could survive within that perilous expanse. Even animals in the more distant regions fled in terror, scurrying towards the coastline, trembling in fear. After more than 2 hours of relentless combat, the struggle between Brokey and Kahn remained unresolved. However, Brokey discerned that Kahn had not exerted his full strength, an affront that he deemed unforgivable. With a fierce swing of his axe aimed at Kahn, he bellowed, Kahn, unleash your full power. We warriors of Elbaf fear not death. Kahn cast a fleeting glance at Brokey and, with a calm demeanor, remarked, then I shall not hold back. With that, a flash of lightning enveloped him, and he appeared directly at Brokey's chest, delivering a powerful strike with his sword. This blow left Brokey's chest drenched in blood. However, it merely inflicted a superficial wound. For the physique of the giant race is remarkably resilient. Kahn's sword did not penetrate Brokey's innards. However, this is of little consequence. Kahn had never contemplated the possibility of slaying Brokey with a single strike. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, unleashing a flurry of slashes across Brokey's body, causing his blood to flow like a torrent, staining the ground a deep crimson. Brokey yearned to retaliate, yet Kahn's speed was insurmountable. His attacks could not even graze Kahn's fleeting silhouette, rendering him helpless and unable to defend himself. 5 minutes later, having lost a significant amount of blood, Brokey felt his strength waning rapidly. Acknowledging his impending defeat, he let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens before addressing Kahn. Boy, prepare yourself for my most formidable strike. If you can withstand it, this battle shall be yours. Kahn halted his assault, landing 20 meters before Brokey. He gazed at the blood-soaked Brokey and spoke calmly. Then let it come. Brokey's eyes sharpened with intensity. Discarding his shield from his left hand, he gripped his battle axe tightly, channeling his strength for 30 seconds before bringing it down fiercely upon Kahn. Dominion. This was Brokey's most formidable strike, cleaving the ground and creating a deep chasm that swiftly extended towards Kahn. In the face of this onslaught, Kahn dared not be careless. The strength of swordsmanship, the power of the body, the might of the devil fruit, and the force of armament haki, all converged as one. They coalesced upon the dual swords, resolutely countering the onslaught of the wave from the tyrannical kingdom. However, Kahn also faced considerable difficulty. He was forcefully propelled over 20 meters by the overwhelming power of the Dominion. Ultimately, when the might of the Dominion diminished to half its strength, he raised his twin swords and dissipated its force into the sky. Brokey, having unleashed the Dominion, found himself expending a significant portion of his physical strength, and he directly knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his axe to prevent both knees from touching the ground. However, after supporting him for merely 3 seconds, his battle axe shattered into fragments. Consequently, he collapsed entirely. Thud. Brokey crashed heavily to the ground. Kahn transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking Brokey on the head. With one hand resting firmly upon Brokey's cranium, he uttered, "Forgive me, but I require your power, 100 million volts." The ferocious lightning erupted directly from Brokey's head, rendering him incapable of resistance in an instant as Kahn ensnared him. Upon securing Brokey, Kahn promptly assessed the cost of extracting Brokey's physical attributes. Calculating the required malevolent value, 17.6 million. Gazing at this figure, Kahn's emotions remained largely unchanged, for his budget was set at 20 million malevolent value. Without hesitation, he proceeded to extract Brokey's essence. In that fleeting moment, he felt a surge in his physical prowess. However, he soon realized that his bottleneck remained unbroken. It appeared that only by absorbing Dongley's attributes could he hope to transcend that barrier. As for Dongley, one could only wonder how his battle with Shiryu had unfolded. Kahn pondered for a moment before ascending into the sky. From his aerial vantage point, he observed Dongley engaged in battle. As for Shiryu, he was too diminutive and positioned far away, rendering him indistinguishable. Kahn could only sense Shiryu's ongoing assaults through his mastery of observation haki, heightened by the flashes of lightning. At that moment, Dongley bore numerous wounds, however, none appeared fatal. The blood he lost was minimal, insufficient to precipitate a rapid decline in his stamina. The clash between Shiryu and Dongley unfolded without Kahn's intervention, for he knew neither would appreciate his involvement. Instead, he remained aloft, quietly witnessing the confrontation. 5 minutes elapsed, and suddenly, Dongley's attacks intensified, forcing Shiryu to retreat repeatedly. It seemed Dongley was on the verge of victory. Yet, at that moment, Kahn understood. Dongley's rhythm of battle had become disarrayed. Such a course of action would deplete his stamina significantly, and when exhaustion set in, he would find himself in dire straits. As for the rationale behind Dongley's berserk state, Kahn was well aware of the situation. It was evident that Dongley had spotted him. This indicated that Blokey had been dealt with. Although Dongley and Blokey had been adversaries for 80 years, their prolonged conflict had ultimately forged a bond between them. With Blokey now deceased, Dongley's emotional state became increasingly tumultuous. Shiryu was not foolish. After Dongley's furious onslaught, he transitioned to a defensive and evasive strategy, opting not to confront Dongley head-on. Thus, this standoff persisted for over 40 minutes, during which Dongley's strength began to wane rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Shiryu launched a relentless counterattack, inflicting sword wounds upon Dongley at an alarming rate. Ultimately, Shiryu delivered a decisive strike that pierced through Dongley's chest. In his final moments, Dongley unleashed a powerful blow that sent Shiryu hurtling away, landing a full kilometer out into the sea. Remarkably, even as Shiryu was propelled backward, his sword remained embedded in Dongley's chest, underscoring the precision of Dongley's final assault, so accurate that Shiryu had no time to mount a defense. Thus, the battle concluded. In an instant, Kahn arrived by Dongley's side. As for Shiryu, although he was thrown into the sea, his life is undoubtedly secure, at most. He will suffer severe injuries. When the time comes, he will be cast into the pool of sin, where his wounds will heal in no time. Kahn approached Dongley. Observing him seated on the ground in a disheveled state, he remarked coolly, "Your heart is in disarray. This is the reason for your defeat." Dongley calmly drew the sword from his chest and tossed it carelessly before Kahn. "I am aware," he replied, "and I harbor no regrets. To die alongside him is worth my lifetime. Remember to return our bodies to Elbaf for burial. This is a promise you made to us." Kahn chuckled, "No problem. I keep my promises. This is merely a trivial matter." Dongley nodded, refraining from uttering a word. He reached for the colossal sword beside him, intending to cradle it in his arms. However, the sword crumbled as if weathered by time, disintegrating into countless fragments. Dongley was momentarily taken aback, his body teetering toward the ground. As death approached, Kahn callously cast Dongley into the Book of Sin, expending 17,410,000 sin points to extract his physical prowess. A surge of power coursed through him, and he immediately sensed his strength ascend to new heights. Perhaps now, he could contend with the likes of Akiji and Akainu solely through his physical might. This sensation was profoundly exhilarating. Reflecting on his previous encounter with Big Mom, he recalled being overpowered and sent flying numerous times due to his insufficient strength. Now, should he face Big Mom again, he would undoubtedly not suffer the same fate. After a moment of contemplation, Kahn shifted his tibia and retrieved Shiloh's sword, then made his way towards the coast where Shiloh lay. Upon seeing Kahn, Shiloh gasped, "Take me to receive treatment. I feel a tightness in my chest that makes it hard to breathe." Kahn glanced at Shiryu's chest, which was significantly concave. It was likely that Shiryu's bones and internal organs had sustained severe damage. Such an injury, with proper treatment, would probably take a month or so to heal. He approached Shiryu, smiling as he placed his hand on him and remarked, "Well done. Once you regain your strength, you should be able to improve further." Upon hearing this, Shiryu's smile was reined in. Kahn delved into the inferno of the Book of Sin, embarking on the arduous journey of harnessing newfound powers. He dedicated himself to this pursuit until nightfall, expending over 400,000 points of sin to fully master the additional abilities. By this time, Shiryu's injuries had nearly healed. Kahn then invested 326,000 points of sin to instill in Shiryu the formidable power of Haki, thereby augmenting his strength significantly. He released Shiryu, stating, "With your enhanced capabilities, take the time to hone your skills. We have no pressing matters at hand, so let us linger here for a while." Shiryu, whose wounds had mended and strength had increased, nodded eagerly before venturing into the forest to familiarize himself with his newfound abilities. In the small garden, the atmosphere was ripe for cultivation. Kahn and Shiryu lingered for 3 days. During this time, the warring states made no arrangements for tasks, and Kahn, feeling exceedingly bored, decided to return to the Navy headquarters with Shiryu. These past 4 months, Kahn roams the vast seas, wreaking havoc along the Grand Line. The total bounty on the pirates who have perished under his command has nearly reached an astonishing 14 billion, a fact that has propelled his name to the farthest corners of the world, placing him on par with the likes of Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji. The only advantage they possess over him is time. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, he made his way directly to Admiral Sengoku's office. Taking a seat across from him without ceremony, with utmost seriousness, he addressed the Admiral, saying, "Admiral, if you do not assign me a mission, are you not undermining the confidence of a loyal Navy officer dedicated to combating pirates? This weighs heavily on my conscience." Sengoku merely shook his head. Kahn's relentless pursuit of pirates is driven by a clear motive. He would not exhibit such fervor were there no rewards at stake. Presently, the seas and the Grand Line are devoid of the raucous presence of pirates, all of whom have retreated in the face of Kahn's onslaught. It has been quite some time since he has heard of any pirate raids on islands. Shaking his head, he turned to Kahn and said, "Do not waste my time with idle chatter. Are you on a mission? I possess a wealth of information regarding bounties on pirates with rewards below 20 million. Would you care to apprehend them? Specifically, those with bounties under 50 million. Kahn is utterly disinterested, let alone for the bounty of 20 million. Kahn cleared his throat and looked at Sengoku, saying, "As a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, it is unbecoming for me to concern myself with such trivial matters. Please assign me a grand mission instead." "No," Sengoku retorted with a glare, but then softened his tone, adding, "We have recently stabilized the situation in the Grand Line, and what we require now is stability. You should take this time to rest properly. After next year, the Navy will venture into the New World, and there will be ample opportunities for you to capture targets then. For now, just behave yourself." "A year? That is an interminably long time." Kahn furrowed his brow, poised to utter a few words. However, Sengoku interjected, "Enough, I understand what you wish to say. I advise you to refrain from speaking further, as I shall not acquiesce. Since you have returned, lend me your assistance. Please oversee the G3 base within the Grand Line for a spell. Once you arrive, you will." "Ah, it seems I have unfinished business. Marshal, I must take my leave." As Sengoku relayed his directives, Kahn suddenly slammed the table and slipped away, leaving the notion of becoming the base commander and remaining there behind. Kahn is unwilling to remain idle. He intends to occupy himself with various tasks, such as gathering historical texts and having Nicole Orbia translate them at the naval headquarters. Kahn has acquired a new residence, a quaint and secluded courtyard. This is a privilege befitting a general of his rank. Upon returning home, he reclines on his bed, contemplating where to procure sin points and how to enhance his strength. Sin points, currently, in Grenette's domain, operations have commenced. Periodically, groups of pirates are cast into the dungeons. Over the past 3 months, more than 800 pirates have accumulated, totaling a staggering 65 million sin points. Kahn intends to seize an opportunity to transport these pirates to the New World, allowing them to continue amassing sin points there. As for those who perish, their demise will merely serve to augment other sin points. The machinations of Grenette are underway. Kahn finds himself reasonably satisfied. This way, he can do nothing for an entire year, yet still accumulate around 10 million points of infamy. Once Grenette expands, his earnings may rise even further. As for himself, now that he has reached the Grand Line, opportunities to amass infamy are scarce. Currently, the only avenue for increasing his infamy lies within the New World. Given his strength, a casual venture into the New World should pose little issue. Regarding Sengoku's prohibitions, he has always disregarded them. At this moment, his sole objective is to gather infamy and augment the number of prison wardens. Having accompanied him for quite some time, it is about time he brought Shiryu under his command. In the future, he will allow him to act freely, with Shiri's dedication. He might even accumulate infamy at a faster rate than Granette. In terms of strength, he currently wishes to enhance his physical constitution. It appears that the only option is to hunt the giant clan. However, undertaking this task alone would lead to numerous complications. So he plans to delegate the hunting of the giants to his wardens in due course. Additionally, he currently lacks sufficient infamy to extract powers from the giant clan, as their infamy yield is rather low. Take Dongli and Bragi, for instance, despite their formidable strength. Their unwavering commitment to the warrior's honor results in a meager infamy of just over 600,000 points, which pales in comparison to a somewhat renowned figure in the New World. There are various methods to enhance his Busashoka haki and Kinbunchika haki, which can be easily pursued in the New World, yet they still require infamy. Improving his swordsmanship is both the simplest and most challenging endeavor. It does not necessitate the expenditure of infamy and can even yield additional infamy, but locating a powerful swordsman is no easy feat. The method to enhance his swordsmanship involves utilizing the judgment of infamy to absorb the memories of swordsmen. However, what he extracts are merely sword techniques, which hold little value. His repertoire of sword techniques is already ample, and there is no need for further additions. Yet, to reach the realm of a grand swordsman, one must possess unwavering determination. The likelihood of failing when applying the judgment of infamy on them is alarmingly high, estimated at 80%. Seeking out weaker swordsmen? That would be utterly futile. Given Kahn's elite swordsman prowess, absorbing the memories of a swordsman would yield little benefit. What he truly requires is the memory of a grand swordsman who has transcended the ordinary. The memories of a typical swordsman are akin to refuse in his eyes. Lastly, there is the Conqueror's Haki. Kahn yearned to capture an individual endowed with the rare Conqueror's Haki, hoping to extract this formidable power. However, those who possess such a gift are predominantly influential figures, rendering the likelihood of apprehending one exceedingly slim. The only individual of relatively lesser strength he was aware of was Don Quixote Doflamingo, yet Kahn hesitated to pursue him at present, as Doflamingo was a nefarious character, and Kahn preferred to allow him to accumulate greater malevolence. Additionally, there was the Golden Lion. However, Kahn was uncertain of his whereabouts. Thus, this path required further patience and contemplation. After considerable reflection, Kahn suddenly recalled a matter of significance. In the original narrative, it seemed that recently, Kaido had taken control of Wano country, ultimately leading to the demise of the country's lord, Kazuki Oden, at Kaido's hands. Wano is renowned for its abundance of swordsmen, boasting several formidable masters of the blade. If he could capture a few of them, even if he could not enhance his swordsmanship through the wicked trial, he could extract from them the secrets to transcending into a great swordsman. Furthermore, he could concurrently accumulate evil points, making it a dual advantage. Contemplating this, he resolved to journey to Wano and assess the situation there. However, before embarking on this expedition, he needed to prepare some provisions. For Kaido was not an adversary to be taken lightly. Yet, he was eager to gauge Kaido's strength. With this decision made, he set forth. Kahn exited the room and entered the armory, seeking the quartermaster responsible for munitions. "Do you have any bombs capable of obliterating an entire island?" he inquired. The quartermaster, taken aback by the question, hesitated before responding. "General Kahn, we are merely a standard arsenal. What you're referring to likely falls under the purview of the Scientific Defense Department." "Oh, the Scientific Defense Department," Kahn mused. "Isn't that overseen by Admiral Kizaru?" However, the facility appears to be situated not at the naval headquarters, but rather on a mysterious island. Seeking out Kizaru would undoubtedly be a troublesome endeavor, and I doubt the world government would grant me permission. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head and said to the quartermaster, "Very well, then, please provide me with 100 tons of the most powerful shells available." The quartermaster's expression convulsed at the request. 100 tons was an unfathomable quantity. Silently critiquing Kahn's understanding of artillery logistics, he reluctantly replied, "General Kahn, have you reviewed the materials provided by the Marshal? Each admiral is permitted to requisition only 1 ton of shells per month. Any additional requests necessitate a report to the Marshal. Are you asking me to allocate 1 ton to you? 1 ton? What use is that?" Kahn initially intended to refuse, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he coughed and sighed. "Very well, 1 ton it is. Please take me to the armory." The quartermaster nodded in agreement and led Kahn to the entrance of the underground supply depot. Upon entering, they were greeted by a lengthy and imposing corridor. After traversing over 30 meters, they finally arrived at the armory itself. Inside, a vast array of firearms and artillery lay stacked high, while ammunition was secured in a separate chamber. The quartermaster escorted Kahn to the door of a room filled with shells, opening it to say, "General Kahn, we have 5 different types of shells available here. Please let me know which one you require, and I will arrange for its delivery to the port." Kahn surveyed the room filled with artillery shells, a surge of excitement coursing through him. With such an abundance of ammunition, it would surely suffice for that rascal Kaido. Thus, he raised his hand and swiftly incapacitated the quartermaster with a single strike. Then, he commenced his plunder. In a mere 10 minutes, he had emptied the arsenal of its artillery. Upon exiting the supply depot, laden with shells, he made his way directly to the New World. Less than 20 minutes after Kahn's departure, the unconscious quartermaster was discovered, confronted by the stark emptiness of the ammunition warehouse. The gravity of the situation warranted immediate intelligence to be dispatched to Admiral Sengoku. The quartermaster was revived and brought before Sengoku. After inquiring about the hapless quartermaster's predicament, Sengoku rubbed his temples and sent him on his way. As for punishment, that was a matter instigated by Kahn, and had little to do with the quartermaster. Thus no reprimand was necessary. Once the quartermaster was dismissed, Sengoku attempted to contact Kahn. However, there was no answer. Sengoku's expression grew grave. He was not particularly concerned about Kahn's potential betrayal, but rather anxious about the mischief Kahn might stir up in the New World. The sheer volume of artillery could obliterate a small island. Should chaos ensue in the New World, it would lead to a myriad of troubles. The thought alone was enough to give him a headache. He wished to berate Kahn, but found no one to scold, leaving him to curse Kahn under his breath, wishing misfortune upon him. Yet, Sengoku's curses held no sway over Kahn, for he soared through the skies, requiring no feet to tread upon the ground. He sped through the air, and after 13 hours, arrived above Wano country, subsequently landing near a town. Once on the ground, he donned a new outfit that concealed half of his face and ventured into the town. Within the town, an atmosphere of unease permeated the air. Through his mastery of the observation haki, Kahn perceived the conversations of the townspeople, discerning the crucial information he sought. Presently, Kaido has claimed dominion over Wano, while Kazuki Oden feigns madness, causing the residents of Wano to completely lose faith in him. The current state of Wano is one shrouded in darkness. Upon conducting an investigation, the situation has become clear. As Kahn departed from the town, he released Shilu, gazing at him with a sense of urgency. "Shilu, we've come back to life, this time. It is indeed a significant undertaking." Shilu surveyed his surroundings and calmly inquired, "What monumental endeavor? Are there any formidable foes?" "Indeed. Does Kaido qualify as a formidable opponent?" Kahn responded with a remark, causing a slight twitch in Shira's expression. He desired to challenge the strong, yet he had no intention of confronting someone as twisted as Kaido. Such an opponent was beyond his current capabilities. Shira cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and inquired, "May I retract my previous statement?" Kahn couldn't help but chuckle. "What's the matter? Afraid? With your strength, you may not be able to defeat him, but surely you can flee. What is there to fear?" Shiloh remained silent, merely producing a cigar and lighting it. Kahn shook his head in response, saying, "Do not fear Kaido so much. I have recently developed a new ability that allows me to extract the powers of others' devil fruits and bestow them upon you. What devil fruit power do you desire? You can capture it yourself in the future, and I shall assist you, though energy will still be necessary." Shiryu immediately perked up. He was not merely a swordsman. He was willing to do anything to grow stronger. Shiryu glanced at Kahn and inquired, "What do you think of Whitebeard's fruit?" "Whitebeard?" Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Shiryu, remarking, "You are indeed audacious. I had not even contemplated such a notion." Shira chuckled. "One must possess dreams, after all. Surely, your strength will one day surpass that of Whitebeard. I aspire to acquire the Guragura no Mi. You should be able to obtain it as well." Goodness. Shiro has even taken to flattering. Although the flattery is somewhat subtle, flattery is still flattery. Kahn secretly scoffed, smiling as he addressed Kahn. "If you are willing to wait. It is not entirely impossible. However, I fear that within the next decade, I shall be unable to do anything about it. You might as well seek another devil fruit to tide you over for the time being." Shiryu nodded slightly. He merely mentioned Whitebeard's trimmer fruit in passing, after all. Whether it be a decade or even 2, Whitebeard is not one to be trifled with. Moreover, Shiryu felt that the trimmer fruit was not suited to him. Lacking Whitebeard's formidable physique, utilizing such a power could potentially lead to his demise at an accelerated pace. So, what devil fruit should I ultimately choose? Shiryu pondered. As he contemplated future acquisitions of devil fruits, Kahn patted Shiryu's shoulder and said, "Enough of this for now. We shall discuss it further at a later time. We have arrived in Wano, and it would be a waste not to capture some individuals while we are here." Shiryu snapped back to attention, following Kahn to find a place to rest. The two had been collaborating for nearly a year, and they had amassed considerable experience in apprehending the maximum number of individuals. This time, they intended to employ their tried-and-true methods. As night fell, Kahn utilized his observation haki, akin to lightning, to ascertain the circumstances within the town. Subsequently, the two stealthily infiltrated the settlement. Those selected by Kahn were swiftly apprehended, enabling them to discreetly capture all intended targets. Moreover, during the capture process, they rendered their victims unconscious, allowing them to absorb the malice points before discreetly releasing them in a secluded area. Consequently, no one would be aware of their involvement in the affair. Upon awakening, the captives would find their possessions intact, perhaps grumbling a bit, but ultimately returning home. With no further repercussions, the two remained in the forest until nightfall, waiting for the townsfolk to settle down for the night. They then commenced their operation. Their initial target was the nearby town, where they stealthily entered and began apprehending individuals with malice points exceeding 500. Within the town, the number of those with malice points surpassing 500 was not particularly high. In an hour and a half, they successfully captured all individuals with malice points above 500, thereby completing their mission in the town before them. Kahn, accompanied by Shirlu, journeyed towards the nearest neighboring town of Waji. Kahn possesses a remarkable memory. The town where he and Shirley recently apprehended individuals is a dilapidated settlement in the Haimai region of Wanji country. Their next objective is the more prosperous town of Blo in the Jioli region, which surpasses the previous town in terms of vitality. At 2 in the morning, they arrived in Blo. Within the town, they captured a significant number of individuals, each with a crime value ranging from 1,000 to 5,000 points. These individuals all resided in the same area and appeared to be subordinates of Kaido, a group of pirates stationed in Blo. Kahn also noticed 2 individuals whose malevolence levels exceeded the threshold. However, he did not act recklessly. Instead, he prioritized capturing those whose malevolence ranged from 500 to 5,000. As for those above 5,000, he decided to wait until the lower-tiered were apprehended. By 4:30 in the morning, all individuals with malevolence below 5,000 in Baro Town had been captured. None could withstand Kahn's prowess, while Shirlu executed his ambush flawlessly. As dawn approached, Kahn and Shirlu aimed to seize those with malevolence exceeding 5,000 before the sun fully rose. Typically, individuals of considerable strength possess a malevolence that is not particularly low. They may refrain from murder, yet their sheer power allows them to influence the lives and deaths of others with little effort, resulting in them often carrying a malevolence score. However, those with a malevolence score above 5,000 are unlikely to be virtuous individuals, even if they do not engage in outright killing. They have likely harmed many in the pursuit of their own interests. It is akin to the conflicts between nations. There are rarely absolute right or wrong, only competing interests. When it came to capturing those with malevolence above 5,000, the duo became increasingly cautious. Throughout the operation, Shirlu remained vigilant, ready to assist if any anomalies arose, prompting an immediate counterattack. Fortunately, luck was on their side, as they did not encounter anyone capable of resisting them. 2 individuals did sense their presence. Yet Kahn's speed was so remarkable that they were apprehended before they could react. In the land of the samurai, it is no surprise that even the most ordinary individuals possess a malevolence score exceeding 100. In the dilapidated town of Borit, Kahn apprehended several individuals, accumulating a staggering crime value exceeding 1.9 million points, which greatly elevated his spirits. The crime rates in these 2 towns were remarkably high. One could only imagine the prosperity and potentially even higher crime values in the capital of the kingdom, Kaishan Town, and the coastal city of Renwu Port. The mere thought of it filled him with exhilaration. After capturing the townsfolk, daylight began to break. Kahn departed from the borders of the Land of Harmony, accompanied by Shirlu. After more than an hour of flight, he alighted upon a deserted isle adorned with lush forests where he rested for an entire day. As midnight approached, he located an open area and cast aside those whose malevolent essence had been completely drained. Subsequently, he set forth towards the Land of Harmony under the cover of night. Kahn and Shiloh's objective is the Blade Harbor, where Kaido's subordinate forces are stationed. Confronting them will not be an easy feat. Even Kahn doubts their ability to capture anyone successfully. They quietly approach Blade Harbor. Kahn, wielding the power of the Conqueror's haki, immediately discerned that numerous concealed individuals were surveilling the port town. It was evident that his actions from the previous night had attracted the attention of the beast pirates, prompting them to station observers throughout the area. Otherwise, given Kaido's nature, he would never deploy such a multitude of infiltrators. The presence of these hidden watchers was unmistakable. Kahn remained unperturbed. His mastery of the thunderous observation haki enabled him to evade those individuals with ease. Thus, alongside Shirlu, he embarked on a mission to capture those with low levels of malevolence. 1, 5, 30, 140, 360, 696. By around 5 in the morning, the number of captives had surpassed 1,000, augmenting his malevolence score by 2,090,000 points, which filled Kahn with immense joy and invigorated his resolve. Moreover, during the course of his apprehensions, he stumbled upon an individual bearing a malevolence score of 4,600,000, 2 others with scores around 2 million, and over 20 more with scores near 500,000. Additionally, there were more than 100 individuals whose scores exceeded 10,000. Should he capture them all, his gains could surpass 15 million, an enticing prospect that tempted Kahn to unleash chaos. However, he refrained, for within the town, there were at least 2,000 individuals with scores exceeding 500, leading him to prudently decide against raising any alarms. Under the cover of dawn, he stealthily departed with his recent captives. After leaving, Kahn sought refuge on a deserted island. Meanwhile, at Renwu port, as dawn broke, the laborers began their day's work only to discover that many of their companions had not reported for duty. This alarming situation prompted them to visit the homes of their colleagues for inquiries. Their vigilance stemmed from the previous day's events in Baluo town, a dilapidated settlement, which had circulated among them. They were acutely aware that those who had vanished might share the same fate as those who had gone missing the night before. The news of the missing individuals quickly reached Jean, one of the 3 calamities under Kaido's command, who found the situation exceedingly troublesome. The previous night, he had deployed over 100 officers from the beast pirates throughout the town, aiming to prevent any disappearances. Yet, despite such surveillance, over 1,000 people had still gone missing, leaving Jean at a loss for how to report this to Kaido. After a prolonged silence, Jean retrieved his transponder snail and dialed Kaido's number. As soon as the call connected, Kaido's voice resonated. "Jean, what is the matter?" Jean replied calmly. "There are also missing persons at Renwu port, and the number exceeds 1,000. What?" Kaido's annoyance was palpable. "Who is behind this? Is it that group of samurai? I will eliminate them all." Jean remained composed. "My lord, I believe it is not the samurai, as the majority of the missing are samurai themselves, with only a quarter being our own men. Furthermore, I suspect that our adversary is not particularly formidable, as the individuals who have vanished are mostly of lesser strength." Jean then cautioned, "My lord, I suspect that this individual may strike again tonight. However, I am uncertain of their next target." Kaido contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Over at Kaishin Town, Kaido the Snake claims that no one has gone missing. Where do you think he will attempt to capture someone tonight?" Jean mused. "It is hard to say. This opponent is elusive. Our only intelligence thus far is that someone reported seeing strange flashes of light last night." "Strange flashes?" Kaido scoffed. "What use is this information? It is no better than having nothing at all. I need to ascertain the specifics of our opponent." Jean replied nonchalantly, "There is some utility in it. I have ordered that if anyone sees such flashes tonight, they should raise an alarm immediately. This way, if the adversary attempts to abduct someone, it will be more challenging. I will inform other locations to adhere to this protocol." Kaido agreed. "Let us proceed as you suggest. If I capture this scoundrel, I shall personally sever his head." Jean responded coolly, "This task may prove difficult. If my suspicions are correct, Lord Kaido may have to prepare for a significant confrontation." Kaido fell silent for a moment, then expressed his astonishment. "You have discerned the identity of our foe?" Jean stated, "After tonight, I will be able to confirm. If my assumptions hold true, we may find ourselves as the target, for this individual is exceedingly vile and cunning." Kaido, perplexed, finally said, "Very well, handle it as you see fit. I shall not intervene. Simply contact me when you require my assistance." Jean acknowledged, "Understood, my lord. I will make the necessary arrangements and provide you with results tonight." As dawn approached, a day had elapsed. Kahn returned to the land of harmony once more, this time with heightened caution. Not even Shiryu was released again. After 2 nights of observation, he discerned that the enemy's defenses had certainly become more formidable. At the port of blade and martial arts, his suspicions were confirmed. Few in the entire town had slept through the night. If this were not alarming, he would gladly eat his own words. Thus, he decisively abandoned blade and martial arts and made his way towards Fortune Town. Upon reaching Fortune Town, he refrained from entering the town itself, choosing instead to capture those with higher sin values in the surrounding villages. After a night of effort, he apprehended over 1,000 individuals, though their collective sin values were somewhat lesser, not exceeding 1 million. Nevertheless, any profit sufficed. He was not greedy. At dawn, he cast a glance at Fortune Town and departed once again. At 7 in the morning, Jean received intelligence regarding Fortune Town, reporting that over 1,000 individuals had vanished from the surrounding villages. This caused Jean to furrow his brow slightly. He had already deemed the adversary shameless. Yet the reality surpassed his expectations. If this disturbance continued, the populace of the Land of Harmony would surely be engulfed in panic. Therefore, he promptly contacted Kaido, stating, "Master, we must take action. Otherwise, the Land of Harmony will be thrown into chaos by that scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Kaido retorted, "Speak plainly. What do you propose I do?" Jean replied, "Based on the intelligence I have gathered, this matter likely involves Rear Admiral Kahn from the Navy headquarters. 2 months ago, rumors circulated in the underworld that Kahn was secretly capturing individuals to enhance his training. He would release them after his training sessions, which is why no one sought him out. Coupled with the inexplicable flashes, I suspect Kahn is the culprit." "Kahn?" Kaido's fury erupted. "That scoundrel. I have yet to settle accounts with him over the matter of the Mad Snake. How dare he trouble me?" Jean calmly responded, "He has the audacity to slay even Big Mom's offspring. What does he not dare to do? Prepare yourself for tonight, master. He will undoubtedly return by dawn, either to Fortune Town or the Port of Blade and martial arts." Fuming, Kaido declared, "I shall slay that scoundrel. I am on my way." Jean maintained his composure, advising, "Master, do not act in haste. We must not fall into Kahn's trap. We are at a critical juncture in dealing with the samurai. If we allow Kahn to thwart our efforts, it would be detrimental to our control over the Land of Harmony." Kaido remained silent, though Jean could hear the sounds of his ire. However, he found himself at a disadvantage. The speed of the Thunder Fruit was too swift, and capturing Kahn seemed improbable. Thus, he resorted to provoking Kahn into revealing himself. Continuing, Jean stated, "Attempting to intercept that individual is nearly an impossible feat. The speed of lightning is unmatched. I will summon all the samurai to the rocky shores of Blade and martial arts. If Kahn seeks to capture individuals for his training, he must come to the rocky shores to find us." Upon hearing this, Kaido immediately replied, "Very well, I shall join you tonight. I wish to confront that scoundrel myself." Jean affirmed, "Agreed." With matters settled, Jean hung up the phone and began preparations. He contacted Orochi, instructing him to gather all the warriors of the town at the Port of Blade and martial arts, and also notified the beast pirates to assemble there. This flurry of activity consumed much of the morning. In Fortune Town, at the home of Kazuki Oden, he too received Jin's summons regarding the missing persons incident. Oden had heard of the disappearances and learned from his subordinates that the gathering was aimed at countering the enigmatic individual. Oden harbored thoughts about the situation but dared not act impulsively. He needed to ascertain the strength of this mysterious figure and whether it could rival Kaido. If the strength was lacking, it would be futile. Given Jin's demeanor, it was clear the adversary was formidable. Should they be capable of confronting Kaido? It would present an opportunity for Oden to reclaim the Land of Harmony. Consequently, he summoned his most loyal warriors, including Kinemon, one of the 9 red scabbards, to a designated meeting point outside the town. Upon their meeting, Kinemon bowed, inquiring, "Master, what are your orders?" Oden, gazing earnestly at Kinemon, instructed, "Immediately arrange for someone to investigate who is behind this raid on the Land of Harmony. If their strength is formidable, it may represent our opportunity to reclaim the land." Kinemon nodded affirmatively. "Understood. I shall investigate at once." After a moment of contemplation, Oden continued, "This could be our finest chance." Kaido's ability to gather such a multitude speaks to the strength he fears. Otherwise, he would not act so boldly. Kinemon, observing Oden, asked, "But will they confront Kaido?" "They seem to be capturing individuals covertly, likely out of fear of him." Oden gazed skyward. "Hence, I have sent you to inquire into their situation. If their strength is insufficient, we must abandon the notion." Kinemon comprehended, nodding in agreement. "I will uncover all pertinent intelligence." Oden affirmed, "Go forth, notify the others, and enlist their aid in gathering intelligence, but exercise caution. Do not allow yourself to be captured by Kaido's men." Kinemon acknowledged with a nod, bowed to Oden, and then departed. Meanwhile, Oden hurried back into the town, acutely aware that he was under surveillance. This time, he had covertly slipped away. If he did not return swiftly, Kaido might grow suspicious of his activities, leading to trouble for both himself and the Land of Harmony. He understood that Kaido was on the brink of losing his patience and was determined to not provide him with an opportunity. Each day he could delay was a day gained, awaiting the most opportune moment to act. As dawn broke over the Land of Harmony, near the Port of Blade and martial arts, the stage was set. Upon Kahn's arrival, he surveyed the situation within the town. To his surprise, he discovered that very few people were present. Just as he was about to enter the town to assess the circumstances, a loudspeaker blared to life, "General Kahn, we await you at the southern gravel beach. I know you are behind this. If you have the courage, come find us." Has my identity been revealed? Who could be astute enough to deduce that I am orchestrating this affair? Kahn contemplated for a moment before decisively shedding his dark attire. He swiftly soared towards the southern expanse of the town. For the past 3 days, he had cloaked himself in black during his movements. Otherwise, the brilliance of the lightning he commanded would easily draw unwanted attention. The garment served to obscure much of the radiant light as long as he refrained from taking action. However, having been discovered, there was no longer a need for concealment. He ascended into the air and arrived at the gruesome shore located to the south of the town. Upon reaching the ground, Kahn hovered in the air, gazing down at the 5,000 to 6,000 individuals below, nearly salivating at the sight. Goodness! The collective guilt of these individuals surely amounted to a staggering 30 million. If he could apprehend them, his ranks would swell by one more guard. Simultaneously, his power would surge significantly. As Kahn greedily surveyed the crowd, one among them ascended into the sky, approaching him directly. Fixing an intense gaze upon Kahn, the individual declared, "The fruit belongs to you, Kahn." Kahn cast a fleeting glance at the newcomer, adorned with a mask and a pair of wings. It was the Ember of the 3 calamities. After surveying Ember, he remarked nonchalantly, "Oh, is that not Ember?" Ember furrowed his brow slightly and fixed his gaze upon Kahn, saying, "What exactly do you intend to do here? Do you truly believe that your swiftness will deter us from taking action against you?" Kahn gazed upon the staggering 468 million in malevolence points hovering above Jean's head, and he instantly recognized that the individual he had encountered the previous night at Blade Harbor was indeed Jean. It seemed rather ordinary for someone like him to possess such a considerable amount of malevolence. He observed Jean for a moment. Kahn calmly remarked, "Do I really need to discuss my intentions with you pirates? If I were to come here, it would be only to eliminate you, and that would be entirely justified." Jin's tone immediately grew icy. "Do you, Admiral Kahn, believe that we are afraid of you?" Kahn let out a cold snort, remarking, "Given the pathetic state of your leader, is there anyone he truly fears? You lured me out today. Did you intend to challenge me?" Jean was poised to strike, eager to demonstrate their prowess to Kahn. Suddenly, he felt an intense pressure descend upon him. This force, while perhaps not rivaling that of his leader Kaido, undeniably emanated from a true powerhouse. The pressure was unmistakably Kahn's. Jean stared intently at Kahn, unable to comprehend how such a despicable and shameless individual could possess an aura akin to that of Lord Kaido. In his heart, he believed that a scoundrel like Kahn could never exude such commanding presence. As Jean pondered this, Kahn furrowed his brow slightly, casting his gaze downward to the ground where some warriors lay fallen, while the majority still stood resolute, observing those who had succumbed. Kahn suddenly comprehended something profound. Just moments ago, he had intended to intimidate Jean with his gaze and presence, hoping to render him motionless. However, within his very being, a surge of power erupted. Though he could not fully grasp its nature, for Kahn, who had witnessed the narratives of anime, it was abundantly clear what this power represented: the legendary conqueror's haki, possessed by only a select few. It dawned upon him that he too wielded this formidable force, albeit unbeknownst to himself until now. Reflecting on it, it seemed only fitting that he should possess the conqueror's haki. From the moment he arrived in this world, accompanied by a system, his ambition had been to become its sovereign. He had never harbored fear of any individual within this realm. His audacity and resolve made it only natural for him to possess such a power. As for his cunning tactics, retreating when faced with a stronger opponent, this was merely his style, not an indication of fear towards those formidable adversaries. Much like Doflamingo, who would also flee when confronted by Kaido, this behavior did not diminish his own aura of dominance. While Kahn pondered his newfound possession of the conqueror's haki, Jean regained his senses and, drawing his sword, lunged fiercely towards Kahn with a decisive strike. Kahn possesses the formidable conqueror's haki. Jean contemplated momentarily, yet he was never intimidated by those endowed with such power. Thus, upon encountering Kahn, he momentarily froze, but quickly resolved to strike decisively with his sword, seizing the opportunity to inflict serious harm while Kahn was caught off guard. In the face of Jin's sword strike, Kahn awoke with a disdainful grunt, drawing his sword. It was too late to flee, yet escape was still an option. However, Kahn had come with the intention of confronting Kaido, and retreat was not in his nature. Thus, he raised his hand and grasped Jin's sword, sneering, Jin. Do you underestimate me? Immediately, Jin's expression grew serious. His blade, though not the supreme greatsword, was nonetheless a distinguished weapon. Kahn gripped his sword firmly, withstanding the force directed at him, showcasing the impressive strength of his armament and martial skills, which undoubtedly surpassed those of his opponent. Yet lost. In that moment of distraction, Jin found himself momentarily dazed. Kahn was enveloped in a dazzling aura of lightning. He raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Jin soaring through the air before crashing violently into the ground. The impact reverberated, and Jin fell amidst the crowd, causing a few unfortunate souls to be caught in the chaos, their cries piercing the air. Aha! Kaido, since you have arrived, why not come forth and face me? What is the point of lurking behind the mountain? Do you truly fear me? With that, he sent Jin flying. Kahn erupted into laughter, casting his gaze over a small hill. Under the influence of Kahn's formidable observation haki, no one within a 2-kilometer radius could evade his detection, not even Kaido. You little brat, you've got some skills, don't you? After Kahn spoke, Kaido emerged from behind the hill, wielding his iron staff. The onlookers quickly parted, allowing him to stride into the center of the open space. As Kaido reached the center, Kahn descended before him. At that moment, Jin also approached Kaido, his tone somewhat somber as he remarked, "My lord, I have brought shame upon our pirate crew." Kaido waved his hand dismissively, fixing his gaze on Kahn. "This fellow is not someone you can handle. You still need to train diligently. Leave him to me." Jin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stepped back. After Jin's retreat, Kaido turned his attention to Kahn and inquired, "Little brat, what brings you here? I presume you were not sent to deal with me." Kaido continued, "The world government certainly has no time to concern themselves with me." To this, Kahn replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, they have not given me any orders. I merely came to take a look and, incidentally, to seek out some training resources." Kaido's gaze sharpened. "Your training resources? They wouldn't include me, would they?" Kahn squinted his eyes slightly, fixating on Kaido's daunting crime value of over 38 million. He nodded and said, "Indeed, however, I wish to train with you. I am merely a fraction short, but I would like to give it a try." What a remarkable young man, truly courageous. He is indeed worthy of possessing the Conqueror's haki. Kahn's words earned him the admiration of Kaido. Following the commendation, Kaido struck the ground with an iron rod, causing the earth to tremble. Witnessing this, the onlookers understood that Kaido was about to engage in battle, and they hastily retreated. Kaido, undeterred by the presence of others, noticed Kahn drawing his twin swords and, with a booming laughter, swung his rod down towards Kahn. Kahn did not retreat. He parried Kaido's iron staff with his dual swords. The impact was thunderous. Indeed, Kaido's strength was exceptionally formidable. Even with the power absorbed from two giants, Kahn found himself unable to withstand the might of Kaido's iron staff, being relentlessly pushed back by the overwhelming force of the spiked club. Ultimately, Kahn withstood Kaido's assault, retreating only a little over a meter. To have successfully blocked Kaido's strike, Kahn felt a sense of satisfaction. He cast a glance at Kaido and declared, "Kaido, you are not as formidable as you seem. Now it is my turn. What an audacious little brat." Upon hearing Kahn's words, Kaido merely responded with a dismissive remark before once again swinging down fiercely at Kahn with his club. This time Kahn had lost his former vigor. He transformed into lightning to evade Kaido's assault, then materialized before Kaido, striking fiercely with his dual blades against Kaido's chest, forcing him to stagger back a step. "Not bad, kid," exclaimed Kaido, his excitement rising despite the setback, as he brandished his club, the Kanabo, and charged at Kahn once more, shouting, "Come on, kid. Make it more enjoyable for me." Kaido unleashed a flurry of powerful blows. After deflecting several strikes, Kahn ascended into the air. With a surge of 200 million volts, he transformed into the embodiment of the Thunder God. The disparity in size rendered Kahn somewhat passive. Thus, he metamorphosed into a towering figure akin to Kaido, his dual swords elongating into two 3-meter-long lightning blades. Over the course of these past 3 months, he had not idled away his time. During those tedious moments of waiting, he had diligently honed the powers of the Rumble fruit within the Chamber of Inferno, achieving a level of mastery that would rival even that of Enel 2 decades hence. Transformed into the Thunder God, he descended from the sky with formidable force, aiming a fierce strike at Kaido. In response, Kaido swung his club upward, crashing it down onto Kahn's thunderous twin swords, laughing heartily. "Interesting, quite interesting. You are far more amusing than that yellow monkey." The violent clash of thunder and lightning erupted as the two engaged in their fierce confrontation, sending arcs of electricity surging outward. Onlookers, who believed they had maintained a safe distance, found themselves inadvertently struck by stray bolts. Fortunately, the jolt was merely a temporary paralysis, causing no serious harm. Nonetheless, the crowd continued to retreat further, evading the tumultuous spectacle. Kahn found himself devoid of time to concern himself with anything else. He had already coalesced the essence of Thor's body, just managing to withstand Kaido's might, and that was before Kaido had unleashed the powers of his devil fruit. Thus, he remained fixated on Kaido, engaging him in a fierce clash. Their battle was nothing short of brutal. Even those who had retreated from the battlefield could only watch in trepidation, their hearts racing at the sight of the confrontation. They could only stand at a distance, observing the fierce struggle between Kahn and Kaido. This conflict was such that no one dared to approach casually, for the rampant white lightning and the dark electric patterns, incited by the Conqueror's haki, wreaked havoc within a radius of 500 meters. The average person who ventured too close would likely meet an immediate demise. Those of slightly lesser strength were equally unable to draw near. Only those of at least the rank of a major could be deemed worthy of witnessing the spectacle. Among the onlookers, Kazuki Oden gazed intently at the fierce duel between Kahn and Kaido, his expression shifting as he contemplated whether to launch a surprise attack on Kaido at such a moment. Just as he wrestled with his decision, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixated upon him. Turning his head, he saw Jin, accompanied by a group, staring intently in his direction. While his own samurai had been effectively separated by the members of the Beast Pirates. How could this be? Who leaked the information? I have yet to decide to act. And they are already prepared? Upon realizing the situation, Kazuki Oden's countenance darkened. In the current predicament, should he choose to act, his subordinates would suffer tremendous losses. Thus, he could only restrain his desire to intervene, feigning nonchalance as he continued to observe the distant battle. The battle between Kahn and Kaido continued for nearly an hour. Kahn suddenly retracted his thunderous form, transforming into a bolt of lightning that soared into the sky, fixating his gaze upon Kaido. Truly, you are the most formidable creature in the world, he proclaimed. Kaido, your resilience is remarkable. Indeed, defeating you is no simple task. Kaido refrained from further assault, for he understood that even in his dragon form, he could not match the swiftness of lightning. It was akin to his battle with Kizaru, where his opponent could effortlessly evade. Additionally, Kahn's formidable strength should not be underestimated. At this moment, a slight numbness coursed through his body. He rested the spiked club upon his shoulder, gazing intently at Kahn and declared, "You're not bad, kid, but if you possess any skill, do not flee. Today we shall determine the victor." Kahn gazed at Kaido with an air of calmness and remarked, "I never expected you, Kaido, to resort to cunning tactics. However, I shall not be deceived. I merely wish to test your strength, not that I am a fool. Once I become stronger, I shall naturally seek you out." Kaido furrowed his brow. With Kahn fixating on him, how could they possibly conduct business and expand their influence? He feared that in the midst of their dealings, his subordinates might be covertly captured by Kahn, leading to a significant loss of face. After pondering for a moment, Kaido fixed his gaze on Kahn and said, "Youngster, what exactly do you desire? Should you dare to ambush my men, do not blame me if I ally with Big Mom to launch an assault on your Navy headquarters. I am certain Big Mom would be more than willing." Who said Kaido was merely reckless? Observe, he has already begun to strategize. Kahn pondered quietly for a moment before addressing Kaido, saying, "Since you have already uncovered my intentions, and having witnessed your formidable strength, I believe it is time for me to take my leave. Within a span of no more than 2 years, I shall return to truly test the extent of your power." Upon hearing this, Kaido relaxed his demeanor. Kahn fears an alliance with Big Mom, which should prevent any further troubles from arising. However, 2 years later, that lad Kahn will undoubtedly grow stronger. It seems that in the future, one must find a way to deal with him or render him hesitant to act recklessly. As Kaido pondered, Kahn cast a glance at him and, with a parting remark of "until we meet again," transformed into lightning and ascended to the heavens. Kahn departed, and Kaido's gaze returned to the ground. He fixed his stare in the direction of Kazuki Oden and spoke. "Just now, you were contemplating taking action, weren't you?" Kazuki Oden's expression shifted, for he discerned Kaido's intent to strike first. It was inevitable, perhaps provoked by Kahn's earlier taunts. Kahn would undoubtedly return, and Kaido aimed to preemptively eliminate any potential threats. Recognizing the dire situation, Kazuki Oden issued a loud command for everyone to scatter and flee. However, he remained steadfast in his position, fully aware that as long as he survived, Kaido would not relent. Thus, he resolved to stay behind, buying precious time for others to escape. In the air, Kahn did not depart, for he sought to secure one last profitable venture before his exit. Now, he had activated his Conqueror's Haki, albeit with limited proficiency in its application. He aimed to accumulate some malevolent points before retreating to the Chamber of Inferno to refine his mastery of the Conqueror's Haki, thus facilitating his future endeavors in capturing foes. When confronted with large-scale adversaries, he envisioned unleashing a wave of Conqueror's Haki to incapacitate the majority, leaving only the formidable ones to contend with. Subsequently, he would unleash a tempest of lightning, likely diminishing the remaining threats. In the end, he would send Shiryu to gather the captured individuals, a plan he deemed splendidly flawless. His strategy to amass wealth relied on waiting for Kaido to depart and then ambushing unsuspecting foes, thereby allowing him to seize a considerable number of captives. In the aftermath, as long as he refrained from causing further disturbances and released the captives, Kaido would likely not pursue him. However, he did not anticipate Kaido's imminent clash with the samurai. This unexpected turn of events appeared to be a providential gift of malevolent points. Upon witnessing the fierce battle between Kazuki Oden and Kaido, he stealthily returned to the surface, trailing behind the pirates who were pursuing the samurai. Once they had distanced themselves from Kaido, he seized them one by one. He captured both pirates and samurai alike. Mindful to avoid detection, particularly by those whose malevolent points exceeded 500,000, which he chose to overlook. His priority was to apprehend the weaker individuals first. As Kaido and Kazuki Oden engaged in a tumultuous conflict, in the shadows, Kahn executed his ambush with remarkable efficiency. Within a mere hour, he had apprehended nearly 1,500 individuals, yielding an impressive bounty of at least 6 million in criminal points. This success invigorated him further. Upon encountering anyone, he would swiftly teleport and deliver an electric shock, rendering them unconscious in an astonishingly brief period. As Kahn's captives multiplied, the members of the Beast Pirates began to sense that something was amiss. When Jean commanded a gathering, it became immediately apparent that they were down by over 1,000 men, leading him to suspect Kahn's involvement. After all, no one else possessed such capabilities. This realization gnawed Jean, though he found himself powerless to rectify the situation. He could only order everyone to assemble and refrain from pursuing the enemy, lest Kahn systematically dismantle them, complicating matters further. Seeking assistance from Kaido, Jean recognized that Kaido was currently embroiled in a fierce battle with Kazuki Oden, leaving him little time to confront Kahn. Nevertheless, Jean felt compelled to urge Kaido to expedite his resolution with Oden. Thus, he ascended above Kaido, bellowing, "Master, that scoundrel Kahn is still ambushing and capturing our men. Please deal with Oden swiftly." Upon hearing this, Kaido erupted in fury, exclaiming, "That bastard is courting death. I will slay him." In a fit of rage, Kaido transformed into his most formidable form, the hybrid beast, and with a mighty swing, sent Kazuki Oden flying before roaring, "Kahn, come out here." 5 kilometers away, near Bladewu Port, Kahn continued to ambush the pirates and warriors retreating to the town. Upon hearing Kaido's thunderous roar, he realized that his cover had been blown and his chances of capturing anyone in stealth were dwindling. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he soared above Kaido's head, chuckling, "Kaido, why the fury? I'm merely borrowing a few of your men from my training. Rest assured, they will be returned shortly. There's no need for such anger." Kaido, seething with rage, emitted smoke from his nostrils. He had never encountered someone as formidable and shameless as Kahn in his lifetime. Now, he understood the helplessness Big Mom had felt in the past. The thought of pursuing Kahn seemed futile, as he knew he would never catch him. Yet, refraining from the chase left him doubtful about recovering his men. With a fierce glare fixed on Kahn, Kaido warned, "Boy, remember your words. If you do not return my men, I shall join forces with Big Mom and storm the Navy headquarters to reclaim them." Kahn had long anticipated such an outcome. He chuckled and remarked, "Rest assured, the world government currently prohibits engaging in warfare with you. I am not foolish enough to take such a risk. Once I have utilized them, I shall return your people." Kahn waved goodbye to Kaido, saying, "Farewell, Kaido. I shall return to seek you out in 2 years." Just as he was about to depart, Kazuki Oden emerged from a pile of stones, calling out to Kahn. Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Kazuki Oden and replied coolly, "Surely, you do not expect me to rescue you and your nation. I am under no obligation to assist you, as you are not a member of the world government." Gasping for breath, Kazuki Oden implored, "I merely wish to ask you to bring my people here. Surely, your navy does not wish for Kaido to continue his tyrannical grip over our land. If you were to take my people away, they would undoubtedly confront Kaido, thus alleviating some burden from your navy. Moreover, do you not seek to capture individuals for training? They would be suitable candidates, would they not? The matter concerning Kahn. During Kahn's battle with Kaido, his subordinates conveyed to him certain intelligence regarding Kahn. He became aware of it. Kahn is the nemesis of pirates. Having learned of Kahn's extraordinary abilities, he devised a plan to accompany Kahn and escape from Wano country. Leaving his people behind in Wano would significantly increase their chances of demise. Therefore, following Kahn offers a glimmer of hope for survival. Upon hearing Kazuki Oden's words, Kahn cast a scrutinizing glance at him and replied, "That is indeed a possibility, but Kaido will not allow me to take anyone away so easily." Kazuki Oden then turned his gaze towards Kaido, his eyes sharpening with determination. "I shall stand in his way." Without further ado, Kazuki Oden raised his voice to the heavens, proclaiming, "Warriors, Admiral Kahn will lead you to safety. Remember, one day we shall return to our homeland, Wano." With those final words, Kazuki Oden charged towards Kaido. Upon encountering Kazuki Oden, Kahn launched an assault, sharing a sly grin with Kaido as he remarked, "Kaido, those samurai are not your allies. I shall not hold back." Kaido seethed with frustration, yearning to ascend into the skies to teach Kahn a lesson. However, Jin restrained Kaido, saying, "My lord, it would be advantageous to let those samurai depart. Their presence in Wano will undermine our dominion over this land." Kaido furrowed his brow, but ultimately acquiesced to Jin's counsel, turning his attention to confront Kazuki Oden. Thus began the clash between Kaido and Oden. Kahn's attention had shifted. In the blink of an eye, he traversed several kilometers and, upon his arrival, witnessed Jin engaged in combat against the samurai. Thus, it was evident that the more formidable warriors were congregated in that direction. Under the aegis of Kahn's observation infused with the power of lightning and the color of observation haki, he swiftly located the assembly of samurai and descended before them. Kahn landed and gazed at the 47 warriors before him. With a faint smile, he remarked, "You have heard your leader's words. So I shall not be courteous and will take you with me." Jinhui Men, the leader among the Red Sky 9 heroes, stepped forward and stated, "We have received the Lord's command and are willing to accompany you. However, we fervently hope that you will take the lady and the Lord's 2 children with you. This is our only request." Kahn raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, it occurred to him that by accepting the wife of Kazuki Oden, he had inadvertently taken 2 pairs of mothers and daughters, making him feel as if he were evolving into a villain akin to Cao Cao. However, this seemed inconsequential. They were merely women. Once he dominated the world, he could have as many as he desired. Moreover, the samurai before him boasted a collective sin value exceeding 8 million, and he had no intention of relinquishing that. Thus, he decisively declared, "Very well, you shall remain to guide us, while the rest shall proceed into my prison." With that, he strode towards the samurai. The warriors regarded Kahn with heightened vigilance. Yet, Kahn apprehended them. Ultimately, they offered no resistance, allowing Kahn to cast them into their cell. Having gathered all, he concluded his task. Kahn gazed at the guards and inquired, "Pray tell, where is their family located?" The guard pointed toward a direction, stating, "It lies in that very direction." Kahn did not hold back. He soared into the sky, gripping Jinhui tightly, and headed towards their destination. Upon arrival, he instructed, "Just inform me directly." Jinhui nodded and followed Kahn as they flew towards their objective. After 5 or 6 minutes, Kahn had traversed several dozen kilometers, and under Jinhui's guidance, they descended into a mountainous area within the Jiuli region. Their landing site was the castle of Yuqian, perched atop the mountain. Once Jinhui touched down in the square of Yuqian Castle, he called out towards the main hall, "Madam, young master, miss, and all townsfolk, please come out." At Jinhui's shout, the inhabitants of Yuqian Castle emerged. Shortly thereafter, Lady Kazuki Toki, accompanied by her 2 children, appeared. Upon seeing Jinhui, she gently inquired, "Jinhui, is something amiss?" Tears streamed down Jinhui's face as he knelt before Lady Toki, exclaiming, "The master is engaged in a fierce battle with Kaido, and we must flee Wano country immediately. This gentleman beside me is Rear Admiral Kahn, whom the master entrusted to lead us to safety." Lady Toki fell silent for a moment, gazing at Kahn as she asked, "Is this gentleman from the Navy?" Kahn observed the expression on Kazuki's face and immediately comprehended her intentions. He smiled faintly and remarked, "I am a member of the Navy. However, I have come here on my own accord to confront Kaido. Unfortunately, I seem ill-equipped to face him. Thus, if you wish for my assistance in rescuing anyone, That is out of the question. I can only escort you away from Wano and find an island where you may rest. Kazuki glanced at Kahn before turning to Kinemon. What of the others? Kinemon gestured towards Kahn. Vice Admiral Kahn possesses unique abilities that allow him to transport individuals. He has already taken Hiyori, Kiku, and Shinobu with him. Kazuki nodded and then inquired of Kinemon, how long until Kaido arrives? Kinemon met Kahn's gaze, uncertain how to respond. For he too was unaware of how much longer Kaido would take. Perhaps only Kahn held that knowledge. In response to Kinemon's look, Kahn calmly addressed Kazuki. They will not arrive for a short while. I will grant you half an hour to gather your belongings. Upon hearing this, Kazuki promptly instructed Kinemon. Make sure to gather the valuables from the castle. They are essential for our survival outside. Kinemon immediately rose, leading the others to collect their possessions. As they departed, Kazuki offered a slight bow to Kahn. Thank you for your assistance, Vice Admiral Kahn. Kahn waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, no need to thank me. It is also advantageous for me to accept them. You can inquire with Jean Wayman later. Guan Yueshur let out a slight sigh. Regardless of the benefits it may bring you, the fact remains that you have saved our lives, and we must express our gratitude to you. After saying this, she took her two children by the hand and urged, you two, quickly thank Mr. Kahn. The children, still somewhat bewildered by the situation, stepped forward and bowed to Kahn as instructed. Kahn gazed at the two children, merely nodding slightly. Momonosuke, he must perish. However, not at this moment. When the time is right, an opportunity will arise to eliminate him. It is paramount that Kazuki Oden does not suspect his involvement. Kahn pondered the resolution regarding Momonosuke. While Kazuki Toki offered a slight nod to Kahn. Admiral Kahn, she began, I have an uncharacteristic request to make. Might you be willing to escort us to Zo Island? If you would consent, I would gladly bestow upon you the treasures of the castle, all of which are state-owned. Zo, the Mink tribe, perhaps? It seems there is an opportunity to accrue some nefarious points. Kahn pondered quietly for a moment, gazing at Kazuki Oden, and remarked, I possess little interest in wealth. If you wish for me to escort you to Zo Island, you need only provide the route. Zo Island is elusive, and we are at a loss without guidance. Kazuki Oden nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, my lord. I am aware of the way to Zo Island. Kahn nodded slightly, choosing not to utter another word. Guan Yueshia observed that Kahn seemed somewhat preoccupied and decided not to intrude further. At this moment, in Kahn's mind, he was contemplating the matter of Conqueror's Haki, which rendered him somewhat distracted. Although Kazuki Hiyori was undeniably beautiful, he held the belief that strength was of paramount importance. After pondering for a while, he observed Kinemon and the others arriving at the square, laden with various packages. Upon seeing them emerge, Kahn, without any formality, stated, Jin Wyman has instructed them not to move. I shall take them first, and we can discuss matters further once we have departed from here. Jin Wyman promptly organized the arrangements, allowing Kahn to swiftly gather everyone. Ultimately, he collected Jin Wyman and the members of the Kazuki clan. Once everyone was secured, Kahn ascended into the sky, departing from the borders of his homeland, and sought refuge on a deserted island, where he gracefully descended. He then retrieved his communicator and dialed Sengoku's number. You little rascal, look at the mess you've created. As the call connected, Sengoku's furious voice immediately resonated. Upon hearing Sengoku's enraged outburst, Kahn paid little heed to the matter at hand. Within Wano country, it was undoubtedly the case that naval spies were present. His fierce battle with Kaido had caused a cataclysmic upheaval. If the spies failed to report to Sengoku, it would indeed be an irregularity. Thus, he remained unfazed, responding with a smile, rest assured, I am quite judicious in my actions. Kaido will not trouble the navy. He is preoccupied with asserting control over Wano country. Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt somewhat reassured. The thought of Kahn engaging in a fierce confrontation with Kaido had initially caused him considerable distress, almost compelling him to pull Kahn aside for a stern reprimand. However, he found solace in the fact that the Navy had produced a commander capable of withstanding a prolonged battle with Kaido, which was advantageous for the stability of the world. Taking a moment to compose himself, Sengoku inquired, Now, what is it that you wish to discuss? Kahn chuckled and said, During my journey to the land of harmony, I awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Please share with me the methods of cultivating this formidable power. Sengoku remained silent. The matter of Kahn activating the Conqueror's Haki was not reported to him. Now, Kahn suddenly declares that he has awakened the Conqueror's Haki. This leaves Sengoku momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to utter, You scoundrel, with such despicable methods, How could you possibly activate the Conqueror's Haki? I fail to see any qualities of a king within you. Kahn furrowed his brow, clearly displeased as he remarked, Marshal, what do you mean by that? Am I not worthy of possessing the qualities of a king? Unable to restrain himself, Warring States retorted, I see you as a despicable king. However, realizing the harshness of his words, he cleared his throat and added, You wish to train in the art of Conqueror's Haki, do you? Come back quickly, and I shall teach you. Kahn, with a sullen expression, scoffed, The king of deceit, is it? I need no further instruction. Tomorrow I shall seek out Whitebeard for a few rounds. I am confident I shall master it. No, Sengoku interjected hastily upon hearing Kahn's intent to provoke Whitebeard. Very well. I shall prepare a dossier promptly and contact you shortly. Please refrain from antagonizing Whitebeard. My heart cannot withstand it. Kahn let out a cold snort, urging, Move swiftly. I have matters to attend to. Confronting the white-bearded man, Kahn, in essence, finds himself in a rather precarious situation. He is currently unable to contend with either Kaido or Big Mom. Provoking the formidable Whitebeard, in the prime of his strength, would undoubtedly lead to a thorough beating. Sengoku had promised to provide training materials, yet Kahn promptly terminated the call, opting to immerse himself in the pool of sin for a respite. After a grueling encounter with Kaido, he is indeed feeling fatigued. It is still merely 5 in the morning, and he intends to rest before proceeding further. Today's gains have been substantial. Kahn was exceedingly pleased. Under the cover of night, he captured over 500 pirates and warriors, ultimately seizing the most formidable subordinates of Kazuki Oden, amassing a total of over 15 million points of infamy. Coupled with his recent gains, his infamy had surpassed 20 million. With continued diligence, should he accrue an additional 20 million points of infamy, he would secure an additional position for a jailer, allowing Shiryu to operate independently. Contemplating these matters, he reflected. Kahn had rested for quite some time. When the call from the Warring States arrived again, detailing the methods of cultivating the Conqueror's Haki, Kahn truly lost track of time in the pool of sin. Upon waking from his slumber, he discovered that the sun had already begun its descent. Kahn slipped into the castle and found the rather bored Orbia. She was seated in the courtyard, observing Nico Robin's training. Upon seeing Kahn, Orbia remained remarkably composed. She promptly stood up and said, Are you going to trouble me again? Then let us retire to the room. Kahn, somewhat speechless, sat down beside Orbia and remarked, Do not regard me as a lecher. I have come to discuss a matter of some importance. Orbia cast a disdainful glance at Kahn and retorted, Who would believe you are not a lecher? Kahn, at a loss for words, sat down and straightforwardly remarked, If you choose not to listen, let us first take a nap and then discuss it. After all, it would merely waste a few hours. Orbia's expression twitched slightly as she replied, Let us proceed with the matter at hand. Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Orbia, exclaiming, Isn't this just splendid? Orbia scoffed in response, If you have something to say, do so promptly. Kahn nodded slightly, organizing his thoughts before speaking. I have just encountered a woman named Kei Getsu, who has traveled through time from 830 years ago to reach us. I intend for you to converse with her and uncover the truths of the past. Orbia opened her mouth, bewilderment evident on her face, and replied, Are you jesting with me? Traveling from 830 years in the past? Are you certain she isn't deceiving you? Kahn gazed at Orbia with a hint of disdain, reminding her, Do not forget the existence of the devil fruit. Orbia fell silent, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Did he come here utilizing the powers of the devil fruit? Kahn nodded slightly, explaining that she was a wielder of the time fruit, having arrived here through the powers of a devil fruit, and had become the wife of the daimyo of Wano. Now that Wano was under Kaido's occupation, the daimyo entrusted her to him, and she was currently imprisoned. Upon hearing this, Orbia felt a surge of excitement. If Kahn's words were indeed true, it was highly likely that the individual in question possessed knowledge of the events that transpired 800 years ago, sparing her the need to delve into historical records. With this thought in mind, she eagerly exclaimed, Please take me to meet her. In the Book of Sin, Kahn was akin to a deity. When Orbia sought to meet Kazuki Oden, Kahn waved his hand, summoning Oden to their presence. As Kazuki Oden materialized, he appeared momentarily bewildered, but upon recognizing Kahn, he hastily bowed and said, Lord Kahn, have we truly emerged? Kahn waved his hand dismissively. No, I still have a few matters to attend to here, and I estimate it will take 7 or 8 days before I can depart. The reason I came to see you today is that my wife wishes to meet you. She is an archaeologist. Guan Yuesher glanced at Orbia and nodded slightly, "Good day, madam." Orbia rose and gestured for Guan Yuesher to sit, saying, "Greetings, Mrs. Guan Yue. Let us take a seat and converse. And do not heed his nonsense. I am not his wife. You may simply call me Orbia." A hint of confusion crossed Guan Yuesher's face as she looked at Orbia, then back at Kahn, struggling to comprehend the nature of their relationship. Nevertheless, she took a seat and then inquired, "May I ask what brings you, Miss Orbia?" With a spark of excitement, Orbia gazed at Guan Yuesher and asked, "I heard from Kahn that you, Mrs. Guan Yue, traversed through time from the year 830 to this era?" Guan Yuesher furrowed her brow. She had not disclosed the details of her time travel to Kahn. How could he possibly know? Kahn gazed at Guan Yue with a puzzled expression, smiling gently. "Once you enter my cell, I can perceive all the experiences of a person's past. This is the unique ability granted to me by my devil fruit. Madam, I am aware of your affairs." Guan Yue was taken aback. If this were indeed a devil fruit ability, then everything made sense. After all, her own ability allowed her to traverse time and space, which was quite extraordinary. The existence of other peculiar devil fruit abilities seemed entirely plausible. Comprehending this, Guan Yue turned to Orbia and inquired, "Miss Orbia, do you have something to discuss?" Orbia, filled with excitement, asked, "I wish to learn about the world as it was 830 years ago. Could you please elaborate on it for me?" Guan Yue, observing Orbia's enthusiasm, recognized that knowledge of the past might hold great significance for her. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, "Miss Orbia, if you seek to understand events from 830 years ago, I fear you may be disappointed. I have lived on a small island, entirely ignorant of the world beyond. It was only after I traversed time and space that I encountered my partner. Thus, I can honestly say I know nothing of past events." Guan Yue's words left Orbia in profound despair. Undeterred, she pressed further, "Is it possible that you know nothing at all?" Guan Yue sighed, "If you wish for me to share, I can only recount tales from our island. Perhaps you might glean the information you seek from them." Orbia nodded, listening intently as Guan Yue recounted her past experiences. Kahn exhibited a complete lack of interest in these matters. He departed the castle and retreated to the Chamber of Flames, where he commenced his training in the Conqueror's Haki. Eager to swiftly master this potent ability, Sengoku was exceedingly generous. Not only did he instruct Kahn in the application of Conqueror's Haki, but he also imparted knowledge on utilizing the Conqueror's binding attack, providing Kahn with ample material for extensive training. As the days unfolded, time progressed steadily. On the 8th day, Kahn made a brief return to Wano, disposing of the individual whose malevolence had been thoroughly absorbed, thereby alleviating Kaido's concerns. The remaining offenders, possessing a moderately high level of malevolence, would likely take approximately a month to fully absorb. As for those with significantly higher malevolence, Kahn had captured only a few. During his time in Wano, the majority of his captures consisted of individuals with malevolence below 100,000, with the only exceptions being the subordinates of Kazuki Oden. In the Nameless Isle, Kahn spent an entire month in training. During this time, he mastered the use of Conqueror's Haki and learned to entwine it. The cost? Over 2.3 million points of evil. However, this merely signifies his understanding. He remains far from proficient application. Nonetheless, Kahn's request was merely a matter of learning. Further advancements could be addressed later when the evil count increased. For now, it sufficed. After mastering these two abilities, the malevolent essence of Kaido's subordinates was completely drained. Kahn returned the individuals to Wano and then set off for Zou Island. On Kazuki Oden's person was a life card belonging to Duke Inuarashi. Initially, Kazuki Oden feigned madness to comply with Kaido's demands, which incited great anger in Cat Viper and Inuarashi, prompting their return home. However, their loyalty to Kazuki Oden remained unwavering. Thus, they left behind the life card to facilitate Oden's future search for them. The journey to Zou was remarkably serene. After approximately 4 hours, he arrived at an area shrouded in thick fog, ultimately locating the elephant that roamed the sea within the mist. Kahn descended upon the head of the elephant deity. Upon landing, he did not immediately proceed to the nearby town. Instead, he mentally retreated into the confines of the prison, where he encountered the warriors who were imprisoned but not shackled. The current prison cells were no longer like their former selves, designed to accommodate only a single occupant. Now, each cell could house approximately 100 individuals. However, there was but a single chain within the confines. When faced with those of a fiery temperament, placing them together could lead to internecine conflict. Should a life be lost before the accumulation of malevolence was completed, it would result in considerable complications. Thus, housing numerous individuals within one cell is suitable only for the more docile souls, akin to the loyal subordinates of Kazuki Oden, who willingly followed Kahn into captivity, ensuring their collective tranquility. Kahn appeared before the assembled warriors and spoke with a calm demeanor. "We have arrived at Zou Island. Once I absorb your energies, you shall be free." Upon hearing this, the warriors instantly relaxed, their previous worries about Kahn's intentions dissipating, as the atmosphere shifted to one of ease. Jin Weimin approached Kahn and bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, General Kahn, for your assistance. Should you require our help in the future, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost." Kahn nodded slightly and glanced at the warriors, stating, "I have a small favor to ask of you. You are all subordinates of Yutian, correct? Does anyone know the method to transcend from a swordsman to a grand swordsman?" Jin Weimin paused for a moment, hesitating before replying, "General Kahn, each swordsman possesses their own unique path, and the means to ascend to the status of a grand swordsman vary for each individual. If you wish to achieve such a breakthrough, relying on another's method will undoubtedly lead to failure." Kahn furrowed his brow, having anticipated such an outcome. Upon hearing Jin Weimin's words, he inquired, "Is there not a more standardized answer? Anything will suffice. Please share your thoughts." Jin Weimin cast a glance at Kahn and sighed. Typically, once one reaches the level of a swordsman, their path becomes clear. To advance further requires enduring perseverance or a sudden spark of inspiration. We possess neither. We only have relentless dedication. If you insist on an answer, it would be what Lord Yutian once conveyed to us. Follow your heart, for when the soul awakens, one's swordsmanship can progress significantly. Jin Weimin's words plunged Kahn into contemplation. Following the heart seemed a formidable challenge for him, as his desires were manifold. Perhaps appropriating the insights of others might be more suitable for him. Resolving his thoughts, he shook his head. "Never mind. Let us refrain from discussing this matter further. There is another issue I wish to address with you. I hope you will not take offense." Jin Weimin tensed, exclaiming, "General Kahn, you are not suggesting that we will be detained, are you?" Kahn smiled faintly and said, "That is not the case. It pertains to your own affairs. I initially had no intention of intervening, but given the amicable relationship between Lady K. Getsu and my wife, I believe it would be more beneficial to assist you in resolving this matter." The assembled warriors gazed curiously at Kahn, eager to discern what he had to say regarding their affairs. As they focused their attention on him, chains suddenly descended from the walls of the room, ensnaring one of the warriors and binding him firmly to the wall, Kenshijiro. Upon witnessing Kenshijiro's capture, the other warriors erupted in alarm. The Jinwei guards looked at Kahn with indignation, exclaiming, "Major Kahn, what is the meaning of this?" Kahn gazed at the furious warriors and calmly remarked, "My devil fruit power is rather unique. Once you step inside this realm, none of the misdeeds you have committed can remain concealed from me." Kahn spoke, casting his gaze upon the imprisoned Kanjiro. Meanwhile, Kanjiro had grown increasingly apprehensive. His tension did not go unnoticed by the assembled warriors, who, upon witnessing Kahn approach Kanjiro, fell silent. Kahn approached Kanshirlang and said calmly, "Should I address you as Sudden Rain Kanshirlang or as Charcoal Kanshirlang? You may choose." Upon hearing Kahn's words, Kanshirlang's tense expression eased. He gazed at Kahn and remarked, "It seems today is the day I shall meet my end." Kahn was about to speak when Jin Weimin rushed in front of Kanshirlang, grabbing his clothing and shouting furiously, "Kanshirlang, why? Why are you a member of the Kurosato family?" Kanshirlang, observing Jin Weimin's eyes filled with anger and complexity, as well as the similarly tumultuous expressions of the other samurai, merely smiled faintly and replied, "Are you jesting with me, Jin Weimin? Can one truly choose their lineage?" Jin Weimin was rendered speechless. He wished to articulate further, but found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Kaishir stepped forward, parting Jin Weimin and addressing Kanshirlang. "Kanshirlang, I shall ask you but once. When Lord Odin returned and was ambushed by Kaido, did you relay the information? I require a clear answer." Kanshirlang cast a glance at Kahn before responding to Kaishir. "It was indeed I who did so. Whenever you make a move, I shall promptly inform Kaido." Enraged, Kaishir drew his sword and lunged at Kanshirlang, exclaiming, "Traitor, you shall perish." The clash of Kaishir's sword was abruptly halted by the rattling chains. Kahn stood before the frenzied warrior and declared, "He is now my prisoner. Until I have drained every ounce of his energy, you shall not harm him." With that, he transferred Kanshirlang to another cell. The betrayal of a comrade left the samurai in a state of profound turmoil, rendering them momentarily speechless. Kahn paid them no heed, merely stating, "Once I have made use of him, I shall return to you his remains. What you choose to do then is entirely up to you." With that, he departed from the cell. Upon reaching his castle, he reflected on the past month. Orbia and Kagaya had been enjoying each other's company quite well. Whenever boredom struck, they would often engage in conversation, discussing the intricacies of raising their children. Simultaneously, Nico Robin and Kagaya's child, both of similar age, played together. Within the castle, there were no other children present. Nico Robin felt immense joy at finally encountering a companion of her own age. Kahn arrived at the castle and beheld Nicole Luna and Kagaya playing in the garden, while Orbia and Kagaya sat beneath a tree, engaged in conversation. Observing the four women, he suddenly appeared before Orbia. She materialized before him, and Kagaya furrowed her brow slightly. Over the past month, she had gleaned some understanding of Kahn through Orbia. He was no virtuous man, having coerced a married woman into being his girlfriend. Moreover, he seemed to harbor desires for her as well, resembling a lecherous wolf. Initially, when she requested Kahn to bring her 2 children over, he callously remarked that only he could reside in his castle, forbidding her son, Kagaya Momonosuke, from joining them, an utterly despicable act. Yet, she found herself at the mercy of another, unable to escape, for her son and daughter were both in Kahn's grasp. As for the powers of her devil fruit, she discovered that within this realm, her abilities were rendered ineffective, undoubtedly a restriction imposed by Kahn, for Orbia's daughter, Nico Robin, could wield the powers of her devil fruit freely. While Kagaya contemplated these matters, Orbia turned to Kahn and inquired, "What brings you here?" Kahn took a seat and smiled at Orbia, saying, "We have arrived at Zo Island, where a piece of crimson historical text awaits. I shall take you to see it shortly." Historical text? Crimson? Orbia, having studied historical texts, recognized that the crimson text referred to a significant historical marker. Intrigued, she replied to Kahn, "Let us set off at once." Kahn smiled, his gaze shifting towards Guangyue as he said, "Do not rush, let us first address our matters." Orbia's expression immediately soured, and she shot Kahn a fierce glare, exclaiming, "Are you even human? She is a destitute orphan, so pitiful." Kahn cast a glance at Orbia and said, "Rest assured, I am not one to impose." Orbia's expression grew even more somber. Kahn, the audacious individual, dares to claim there is no coercion. In the past, when she resisted, he resorted to threatening her with Nico Robin. Now, having grown somewhat accustomed to Kahn's intimidation, she has come to accept it with resignation. Orbia's expression was grim, yet Kahn paid her no heed. He turned his gaze towards Lady Tianyu, stating, "Miss Tianyu, I wish for you to remain. If you are willing, I can assist in nurturing your children into formidable warriors, akin to their father. You must have heard of my abilities. Enhancing their strength would pose no challenge whatsoever." Tianyu is the name of Lady Guangyue prior to her marriage. Kahn possesses the ability to enhance one's strength. This day, you sure recalled having heard about it from Yulbia. However, such matters were undoubtedly not to her liking. After a brief silence, she fixed her gaze upon Kahn and inquired, "What would happen if I were to decline?" Kahn calmly remarked, "I shall allow you to leave. Kill your son, and raise your daughter to marry me. I imagine she will grow up to be as beautiful as you." Tianyue's expression darkened immediately. She glared at Kahn, gritting her teeth. "You are a naval officer. How could you commit such an act?" Kahn chuckled softly, saying, "What does it matter whether it's the Navy or not? I joined the Navy solely for my own benefit. Once the Navy no longer serves my interests, I shall depart and become a grand pirate." Tianyue fell into silence. Kahn, a person devoid of any semblance of morality, left her at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, she gazed into Kahn's eyes and inquired, "If you are willing to let me go, why did you take my son's life? He harbored no enmity towards my brother." Kahn smiled faintly. "He bears no grudge against me, yet there exists a multitude who wish to end his life, willing even to sacrifice their own. Had it not been for you, I would have long since resolved the matter with a single strike, and he would not have survived to this day." Tianyue was momentarily bewildered. She could discern that Kahn was not lying. However, she could not fathom why so many would so recklessly seek the demise of someone as young as Tazuzu. It seemed utterly preposterous, an impossibility. After a prolonged silence, Tianyue finally gazed at Kahn and declared, "I must take my child to meet Inuzuka and Nico Ibirakusa. Once I have seen them, I shall provide you with an answer." Kahn smiled gently and nodded. "All right, I promise you." Come with me when we go out, lest the Fur clan launch an assault on me. Tian Yushur felt a sense of relief wash over her. She had made her decision. Once they stepped outside, she would utilize her abilities to whisk her children away. She intended to return 20 years later when the destined child would appear to assist them. As Tian Yushur pondered these thoughts, Kahn returned to reality, instantly teleporting to the entrance of the Fur tribe's city. Upon arriving, he released Tian Yushur. As soon as Tian Yushur emerged, he glanced at Kahn and inquired, "Where are my two children?" Kahn smiled faintly as he released Tosaka and Hiyori. The two children appeared, and Amanetsu hurriedly embraced them, intending to activate her abilities to escape. However, she was bewildered to discover that she could not summon her powers, as if she had been stripped of her devil fruit abilities. In her moment of confusion, Kahn regarded her with a calm demeanor and remarked, "I forgot to mention, I possess the ability to arbitrarily revoke others' devil fruit powers. Your fruit's abilities were quite impressive, so I decided to collect them." Amanetsu's face immediately contorted into a mask of fury. She had not anticipated that Kahn would sever her means of retreat so decisively. Now, her only option was to acquiesce. Just moments before, she had resolved to leave with the children once the warriors were released, only to find her determination rendered utterly worthless by Kahn's actions. Typically gentle in nature, this was the first instance Kahn witnessed her anger. Even when Kinemon had proclaimed that Kazuki Oden was to perish, she remained remarkably composed. Yet now, a single statement from Kahn had utterly shattered her defenses. Kahn gazed at the furious Tianyue, his voice tranquil as he inquired, "Are you upset?" Tianyue, regaining her composure, clenched her teeth and replied, "I am not angry. Let us hasten into the city and not waste any more time." Kahn smiled softly and released Orbia. At that moment, Tianyue was feeling rather distraught and needed the comfort of Orbia. As Orbia emerged, she noticed the grim expression on Tianyue's face and approached her with a sigh, saying, "It appears you have been deceived by him once again. There is no need for anger. At least you are still alive, are you not?" Tianyue glared at Kahn, who was walking toward the door, and gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "How can you endure this? I cannot bear to see someone like him for even a second." Orbia cast a glance at Tianyue, then looked up at the distant city walls with a soft sigh. "I have no choice. The entire world seeks my demise, and he is the only one willing to shelter me. Even if he speaks of nefarious intentions, he is the sole protector of my safety and my daughter's well-being." Orbia had never disclosed her identity to Tianyue before, but now, as she spoke, Tianyue paused and asked, "Aren't you an archaeologist? Why would the entire world want you dead? That seems rather exaggerated." Orbia smiled faintly and walked towards Kahn, explaining, "The history I study is forbidden by the world government. In their efforts to suppress my research, they annihilated the people of my homeland. He was the one who rescued me, and I saved my daughter." As she spoke, Orbia glanced back at Tianyue and added, "Your situation seems quite similar, does it not? If he had not saved you, how many of you would still be here?" Tianyue listened in silence, contemplating her words. Kahn may not be regarded as a virtuous individual, yet he undeniably saved their lives. The two women remained silent as they approached the entrance. At that moment, the gate in the city wall stood ajar, revealing a group of fur-clad individuals watching them intently. Among them, a lion-headed figure addressed Kahn, inquiring, "Who are you, and what brings you to our domain?" Kahn remained silent. Tianyue stepped forward and addressed the man with the lion's head, "You must be Pedro. I am the lady of Keigetsu, sure. I have come in search of Inuarashi and Nico Mamushi." Inuarashi and Nico Mamushi are the leaders, subordinates of Keigetsu Oden, and Pedro was aware of this. Upon hearing the woman before him claim to be Oden's wife, he immediately displayed utmost respect, stating, "Ah, it is indeed Lady Oden. I shall promptly contact the two leaders to join us. Please, step inside and rest for a moment." Tianyue nodded at Pedro, saying, "Thank you. I have long heard from Inuarashi that aside from him and Nico Mamushi, you are the strongest in the clan." Flattered by Tianyue's praise, Pedro led the way, a bashful smile gracing his face as he replied, "Lady Oden, you are too kind. It is merely the two leaders who have sung my praises. There are many in the clan who surpass me. I am merely relying on my youth." Tianyue smiled lightly and chose not to continue the conversation. She followed Pedro into the town. Kahn and Orbia followed Tianyue, observing the peculiar inhabitants of the town, the fur-clad people. Orbia, intrigued by the fur tribe, remarked to Kahn after a moment of observation, "Indeed, The diversity among the fur tribe is truly remarkable. Kahn smiled faintly and remarked, the fur tribe is relatively decent. At least they possess a certain charm. However, the fishmen are truly unfortunate. Aside from the merfolk, who are somewhat pleasing to the eye, the fishmen are all quite grotesque. Orbia pondered the fishmen she had encountered, and indeed, their appearance was rather lamentable. They were far less appealing than the fur tribe, most of whom were rather endearing. As the two conversed, they arrived at the central square of the town. At the edge of the square stood a rather imposing edifice. Pedro guided everyone inside this grand structure. Once in the hall, Pedro arranged for everyone to take their seats and cheerfully announced, "Please wait here for a moment. The two leaders will arrive shortly. I shall arrange for some refreshments and fruits. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable." With that, Pedro departed. Teizin and Hiyori could no longer contain their excitement and began to chatter incessantly, especially Teizin. Having been confined by Kahn for an entire month, he was utterly bored. Finally liberated, he babbled on without pause, expressing his boredom with the house and commenting on the few attractive young ladies from the fur tribe. His chatter was relentless, prompting Tianyue to furrow his brow in annoyance. Eventually, Tianyue gently tapped Teizin on the head, which finally silenced him. The five settled into a quiet anticipation, awaiting the arrival of Kurigane and Nikabushi. After a brief moment, as Pedro returned with an assortment of snacks and fruits, Tianyue turned to Kahn and suggested, "Perhaps we should let Teizin and Hiyori return first." Upon hearing this, Kahn revealed a faint smile. The fact that Tianyue had asked him to take in the two children indicated that she had already made her concession. Thus, he smiled gently, reached out to stroke the heads of Tao Jiji and Ri He, and sent the two of them back into the Book of Sin. He even passed them some snacks and fruits, allowing them to indulge in their treats within. The children were safely tucked away. Kahn gazed at Tianyue and declared, "From now on, I shall take good care of you." Tianyue's expression soured slightly, and she couldn't help but shoot Kahn a glare. "I do not require your care. Simply remember your promise." Kahn smiled and reassured, "No problem." After his affirmation, Tianyue turned away, choosing not to look at Kahn any longer. The more she gazed upon him, the more discomfort swelled within her heart, compelling her to pretend he did not exist. Yet, though her eyes averted, her mind was perpetually occupied with thoughts of him, each contemplation intensifying her frustration, threatening to bring forth tears. At that moment, she found herself ensnared, for her two children were her Achilles heel. Observing Tianyue's sorrowful demeanor, Orbia was reminded of her own early struggles, evoking a deep sense of empathy within her. Consequently, Orbia cast a disapproving glance at Kahn before approaching Tianyue to offer solace. However, her comforting words were short-lived. Upon the arrival of a goblin, Tianyue's demeanor shifted instantly as she rose to greet it. "Canine Storm," she exclaimed. The goblin, known as Canine Storm, hurried forward to pay his respects. "Canine Storm greets the lady." Tianyue quickly assisted him to his feet, exhaling, "Enough with the formalities. We have known each other for quite some time now. There is no need for such courtesy." Canine Storm nodded and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Lady, your sudden appearance here, does it signify some pressing matter?" Tianyue fell silent, having previously urged Kahn to conceal the children, wishing to spare them the news of Kazuki Odin's demise. Now, she found herself grappling with the weight of her words. After a brief pause, she sighed. "Odin may have already fallen to Kaido's blade. We escaped from Wano under his orchestrations to seek you out." Upon hearing this, Canine Storm's fury ignited. "I knew Kaido would not honor his word. We should have confronted him directly from the outset." Tianyue offered a wry smile, recalling her own pleas to Kazuki Odin to confront Kaido. Yet Odin had insisted that enduring for 20 years would lead to brighter days. Her heart ached with helplessness. In the end, Odin realized that waiting 2 decades was untenable. By then, he lacked the strength to resist, and was left with no choice but to bide his time until now. Tianyue sighed again, stating, "Discussing this is futile now. I have come to seek your assistance in accommodating some individuals. In our escape, we brought along Kinemon and approximately 40 other samurai. I hope they may find refuge here." Canine Storm readily acquiesced. "Of course, let them settle here." After agreeing, Canine Storm glanced at Kahn and Orbia, his expression shifting to one of vigilance as he turned to Tianyue and queried, "My lady, he appears to be a naval officer. What is he doing here?" Tianyue cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and replied straightforwardly, "We were rescued by Rear Admiral Kahn. It was Odin's final command to us." The Mink tribe had no history with the Navy, nor did they harbor animosity towards them. They merely safeguarded a segment of the red history text, ensuring the Navy remained unaware of it. Upon learning that Kahn was their savior, K9 Storm bowed respectfully. "Rear Admiral Kahn, I thank you for rescuing my friends." Kahn smiled faintly and said to Inland, "It's all right. It's a trivial matter." Inland nodded and inquired of Tianyue, "Madam, when will the others arrive?" Tianyue remained silent, casting a glance at Kahn, for only Kahn knew when they would be released. Kahn, gazing at the celestial figure, replied with a faint smile, "Perhaps around 2 months." In response, Einarin furrowed his brow and remarked, "It shouldn't take that long to arrive from the land of harmony. Did they encounter some unforeseen circumstances on their journey? I have dispatched others to assist them, ensuring their prompt arrival." Einairin's intentions were indeed benevolent. However, Kahn had no intention of releasing them prematurely. The cultivation of the Conqueror's haki and the extraction of Tianyue's devil fruit had cost Kahn a significant amount of malevolent energy. He needed to siphon the warrior's essence to compensate for the losses incurred. After pondering for a moment, Kahn reassured Inulan, saying, "Rest assured. They are merely occupied with some matters and will arrive punctually in 2 months. There is no need for you to pick them up." Upon hearing this, Inulan ceased to mention the matter. He turned to Tianyue and said, "Madam, allow me to arrange a room for you. From now on, your stay with us will be as comfortable as it is within Yutian City." Tianyue cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and responded to Inulan, "Inulan, I shall not remain here. My child has become an apprentice to General Kahn. In the future, they will learn from him and seek to avenge Yutian. The prowess of Kahn is well established." Inuarashi has also read in the newspapers about Kahn's battle with Big Mom, thus comprehending Kahn's strength. Educating the 2 children poses no challenge. While Inuarashi was deep in thought, Nekomamushi arrived. Inuarashi briefed Nekomamushi on the situation. Upon hearing this, Nekomamushi felt a profound sorrow. He turned to Tenjitsu and said, "Madam, why not stay with us for a while? We shall first gather information regarding Ueno." Tenjitsu glanced at Kahn, who shook his head, and then addressed Nekomamushi. "Perhaps it is best to refrain. Major Kahn cannot remain here for long. We shall return in 2 months, and we entrust the samurai to your care." Nekomamushi and Inuarashi looked at Kahn and bowed respectfully, saying, "Major Kahn, we entrust the madam to your guardianship." Kahn smiled subtly, "Rest assured. I shall take good care of Madame Yutian." Tianyue, standing nearby, gritted her teeth as she listened. Kahn's tone was particularly grave when he spoke of care. She was not foolish. How could she fail to comprehend? Kahn also noticed the expression on Tianyue's face. However, he paid little heed to it. He directly addressed the cat-belly serpent and the doglon, saying, "By the way, may we take a look at the red historical text you possess? My wife specializes in the study of ancient scripts." Kahn spoke, gesturing towards Albia. "She is the historian of O'Hara. You must have heard of her." In astonishment, Jinlong looked at Albia and remarked, "O'Hara, wasn't it destroyed by the Navy? I heard that those civilians who escaped are being hunted down." Upon hearing this, Albia's expression darkened considerably. The world government was even pursuing civilians. It appeared they were indeed not inclined to release anyone. Kahn's decision, perhaps, was indeed the right one. She had been naive to believe that the world government would spare the innocent. Noticing Albia's distress, Jinlong quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. It was an indiscretion on my part." Taking a couple of deep breaths to compose herself, Albia responded, "It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. There's no need for your apology." Jinlong could discern that Albia was still somewhat displeased. Thus he refrained from mentioning O'Hara again and stated directly, "If you wish to see the historical texts, I can take you there." Albia nodded in gratitude. "Thank you very much." Jinlong smiled. "It's nothing. You are our friends, and it's no trouble at all." With Jinlong's agreement, Albia felt at ease and stood up, saying, "Then please leave me to see them." "Certainly." Jinlong rose as well, beckoning everyone to follow him. The location of the historical texts was quite distant. As the 5 of them walked, engaged in conversation, it took them approximately half an hour to arrive. The fur tribe was truly commendable. Their warmth and hospitality were evident, as many came out along the way to greet them. However, Kahn felt a deep sense of disappointment. He had initially intended to visit the fur tribe to accumulate some malevolent points. However, to his astonishment, the ordinary members of the fur tribe exhibited even lower malevolence scores than typical humans, claiming instead to be born warriors. Though he could see no evidence of such warrior-like qualities. Upon reflection, this seemed rather reasonable. The The fur tribe reveres a life in harmony with nature, and their daily existence is one of leisure. How could they possibly indulge in wickedness? Moreover, the island of Zu had not seen a visitor in many years. Even if they wished to commit evil deeds, it would be impossible. Thus, their malevolent scores were pitiably low, indeed. Kahn had lost interest in the fur tribe. He planned to peruse the historical texts before embarking on an exploration of the New World. He intended to accumulate a hefty sum of 100 million sin points by targeting nations that were not affiliated with the world government, with the aim of apprehending that fellow named Shilio. As he contemplated these matters, they arrived at the base of a colossal tree. Inuzuka and the serpentine creature, Catbelly, led the group as they ventured into a hollow within the tree. Inside the hollow, there lay a grand hall, where a crimson historical text was prominently displayed. Upon seeing the red historical text, Orbia could hardly contain her excitement and rushed toward it. Kahn exhibited little interest in the historical text concerning the red. Thus he sought a place to stand and rest while awaiting Orbia's translation. The four companions waited for 5 minutes. Upon concluding her examination of the historical document, Orbia returned to Kahn and remarked, "This text chronicles the passage through the Misty Sea. It appears to serve as a barrier to reach Lavdru." "Oh," Kahn replied with a faint smile. "Well then, having seen it, let us depart. This matter seems to hold little fascination, primarily for pirates. I am utterly indifferent." Orbia remained composed. Having accompanied Kahn for an extended period, she had come to comprehend the essence of his character. For Kahn, only matters that promised personal advantage garnered his attention, whether it pertained to the navy, pirates, or even celestial dragons. He would not hesitate to eliminate them if he deemed it beneficial. Conversely, if there were no advantages to be gained, he would remain unconcerned. If Orbia wished for Kahn's assistance in locating the historical text, she needed to convey to him that such a discovery would also yield benefits for him. However, at present, she had yet to ascertain what advantages the historical text might present to Kahn, and thus she could only wait for him to find the time to assist her. Upon hearing Kahn's words, she promptly affirmed, "All right, let us go." In agreement, Kahn informed Inuarashi and Nico Mamushi, "In 2 months, I shall send the samurai over. At that time, you may receive them." Inuarashi nodded. "Very well, we shall make the necessary arrangements. You need not worry, Vice Admiral Kahn." Kahn nodded and said to Tianyue and Orbia, "I have granted you leave. You may remain within the castle to diligently cultivate your abilities. After some time, I will assist you both in enhancing your strength." Kahn extended his hand, gathering Orbia and Tianyue into his grasp. Inuyasha and Catbelly Snake had read the news about Kahn and were well aware of his formidable abilities. Upon witnessing the 2 women vanish, they paid it no heed. They accompanied Kahn out of the tree hollow, observing as he transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared, leaving Zeo behind. Kahn wandered through the New World, searching for potential targets. To accumulate his notorious reputation swiftly, he naturally sought out pirates, as they presented the most expedient opportunity. With Fleet Admiral Sengoku prohibiting him from confronting Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard, he turned his attention to other pirates. After all, the New World was teeming with them, an endless bounty to pursue. After drifting on the seas for 18 days, he obliterated 7 pirate crews, all of whom possessed relatively mediocre strength. The total bounty he amassed was a mere 4 million points, which, of course, he deemed insignificant compared to his own capabilities. However, in the grand line, those pirates would typically warrant bounties around 60 million, with the strongest among them potentially reaching 200 million. On December 17, 1501 of the Sea Circle calendar, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the New World on the vast ocean, Kahn was leisurely wandering when he suddenly beheld a fierce skirmish involving a dozen pirate ships. Instantly, Kahn arrived, his presence commanding immediate attention. He descended from the heavens above the battlefield, bellowing, "Cease at once." His thunderous voice compelled all to gaze upward. Upon recognizing Kahn, a cry of alarm erupted from the crowd. "Goodness, it is Vice Admiral Kahn. We must flee." The battling pirates, upon sighting Kahn, abruptly halted their skirmish, hastily preparing for escape. Kahn, a veritable nemesis of pirates, possessed the formidable strength of an admiral, rivaling even the notorious Kaido of the beasts. Such a level of power was far beyond the reach of ordinary pirates. Most crucially, Kahn relishes casting pirates into the tumultuous sea. The New World is fraught with peril. Falling into the ocean is akin to a death sentence. Thus, the pirates, terrified, hastened to flee. The pirates yearned for escape. How could Kahn possibly acquiesce? Just moments ago, he had intervened to halt the battle, fearing the demise of the malevolent beings, deeming it a dreadful waste. Now, as these malevolent entities sought to flee, his reluctance only intensified. Having found himself aboard a pirate ship, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, and in an instant, the shockwave from his aura felled half of the pirates. Subsequently, he commanded Shiri, take action. Over the course of time, Shiri had collaborated with Kahn, successfully dismantling 7 pirate crews, and he had become exceedingly adept in their endeavors. Upon Kahn's command, he sprang into action. Shilio proceeded with his movements. Kahn proceeded to the other vessels, commencing the apprehension of those pirates attempting to flee. Resistance? Such a notion was non-existent. With Kahn's formidable prowess, any bounty less than 500 million rendered them incapable of even grazing a hair on his head. They were swiftly incapacitated and ushered into the corridor. Within a mere 40 minutes, the skirmish concluded entirely. Kahn was overjoyed, for the 2 pirate crews involved in this skirmish possessed remarkably high notoriety, granting him over 7 million in infamy points in a single encounter. These individuals, while not particularly formidable, bore an exceptionally high level of malevolence, indicative of their vicious nature. As Kahn assessed his spoils, Shiryu approached and remarked, Kahn, a combatant I faced earlier expressed a willingness to trade a devil fruit for his life. We should search the ship, as we are likely to uncover that devil fruit. A devil fruit? Kahn paused momentarily and inquired, is it that red dragon who mentioned the bounty of 270 million? Shilio nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is he. The Red Dragon pirates have engaged in conflict with the Black Tide pirates, seemingly over that devil fruit. I have heard that this particular devil fruit was seized during a joint surprise attack on a town. A surprise assault on a town undoubtedly resulted in numerous casualties. Otherwise, their level of infamy would not be so elevated. What manner of fruit could incite such discord and warfare? After pondering for a moment, Kahn said to Shirlu, let us go and inspect the ship of the Crimson Dragon. Since he mentioned exchanging your life for a devil fruit, it must be aboard that vessel. Shirlu shook his head. I had the same thought, which is why I searched the ship thoroughly, but found nothing. It is likely aboard another pirate ship. Kahn furrowed his brow. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, well then, who knows where he has concealed the devil fruit? I shall interrogate them directly to elicit the location. Shira nodded and found a place to sit and rest. Kahn also found a place to sit down and opened the Book of Sin. He located the cell that housed the captain of the Red Dragon pirates, Borg, and stepped inside to stand before him, inquiring, are you the infamous Red Dragon Borg? At that moment, Borg was bound to the wall. Upon seeing Kahn, he immediately begged for mercy, exclaiming, Lord Kahn, please do not kill me. I am willing to do anything. Borg's willingness to surrender to Shiryu rendered his current capitulation rather insignificant. Kahn glanced at Bog and inquired, where is that devil fruit? Bog hesitated. His sole chance of survival rested upon that very devil fruit. If he revealed its location to Kahn, if Kahn refuses to let me go, it will certainly pose a problem. However, not to mention the immediate danger to my life. Borg hesitated for a moment before speaking. My Lord Kahn, may I ask if you would grant me permission to leave? Kahn cast a fleeting glance at Borg and remarked, if that devil fruit proves satisfactory to me, I shall not only release you, but also liberate all of your companions. Of course, you are well aware of my capabilities. I will release you only after I have utilized you for my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Borg felt a slight sense of reassurance. He pondered for a moment before responding to Kahn. That devil fruit must indeed possess extraordinary power. It is precisely because we have heard tales of its might that we venture to seize it. Kahn furrowed his brow, exclaiming, you dare to seize it without even knowing what kind of fruit it is? Borg offered an awkward smile and replied, well, we have heard that the previous owner of that devil fruit was the founding king of the nation established on this island. Subsequently, the 5th king discovered that very devil fruit and enshrined it within the royal palace. I believe a devil fruit capable of enabling someone to found a nation must possess remarkable power. Borg's assertion certainly held some merit. A devil fruit that could facilitate the establishment of a nation should indeed be extraordinary. Kahn pondered for a moment and remarked, did you not think to seize an individual and inquire about the nature of the devil fruit? Borg cast a cautious glance at Kahn and replied, we did capture someone and posed our questions, yet they remained silent, and in the end, we were unable to uncover the truth. Kahn narrowed his eyes, observing the glimmer in Borg's gaze. It became evident to him that Borg and his companions had likely exterminated the royal family, yet they remained silent on the matter. After a moment of contemplation, he pondered further. Kahn, showing a lack of interest, directly inquired, "Now, where is the devil fruit?" Board promptly replied, "It is located in the storage compartment of the Yu's ship. I can lead you there." Kahn nodded, returning to reality. He summoned Shilio and instructed him to release Borg, allowing Borg to lead the way to the fishy. In the warehouse's mezzanine of the fishy, they discovered a devil fruit. At that moment, the devil fruit was evidently not an ordinary item. It resembled a small pumpkin, its surface pristine and devoid of any patterns, save for two tiny horns sprouting from the top, reminiscent of the antlers of some creatures. Kahn toyed with the devil fruit in his hand, then inquired of Shiryu, "What sort of devil fruit is this? It appears I have never encountered it before." Shiryu cast a glance at Kahn and replied, "Didn't you request the marshal for the devil fruit encyclopedia? Surely this fruit is recorded within its pages?" Kahn waved his hand dismissively, "No. The devil fruit encyclopedia is provided solely by the world government. Some of the more powerful or unique devil fruits are not documented. Only the world government is aware of them." Shiryu furrowed his brow, intrigued by the devil fruit in Kahn's possession. During this period, he had been observing various devil fruits and had even selected a few that he deemed suitable for himself. However, acquiring those fruits proved to be quite challenging. Recently, while accompanying Kahn, he managed to capture several individuals with abilities, yet none of those powers aligned with his desires. He continued to await the devil fruit meant for him. After some contemplation, Shiryu felt a surge of interest and inquired of Kahn, "May I give it a try? If it turns out to be a worthless devil fruit, could you assist me in extracting it?" Kahn, noticing Shiloh's interest in the devil fruit, smiled and remarked, "If you desire it, there's no need for you to experiment yourself. Your power is formidable. Consuming it might allow you to wield the devil fruit's abilities with ease. However, extracting it afterwards would require substantial energy. It would be more prudent to find an ordinary person for the consumption, as it would conserve energy during the extraction process." Upon hearing this, Shiloh nodded in agreement and replied, "Then let's capture an ordinary person to test it out." Kahn stored the devil fruit away and said, "Let us scour the ship's supplies and seek out an ordinary person to test this intriguing devil fruit." Shiryu nodded slightly. The two then set off on their respective tasks, gathering valuable items from the dozen or so pirate ships. While they were still in the midst of their treasure hunt, Kahn sensed an approaching presence, moving with astonishing speed, as if soaring through the air. He called out to Shiryu, and they ascended to the deck to await the arrival. The scene was chaotic. They soon spotted a large azure bird approaching them. Shiryu furrowed his brow upon recognizing it. "It's Marco the Phoenix. What brings him here? The Red Dragon and the Black Tide pirates are not part of Whitebeard's crew, are they?" Kahn also recognized Marco. Calmly, he remarked, "What of it? It is merely Marco. What is there to fear? It is not as if Whitebeard has arrived. If he dared to cause trouble, he would be apprehended directly." Shiryu nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Given their combined prowess, dealing with Marco posed no challenge. In the skies, Marco too discerned Kahn and Shiryu. Upon seeing them, he felt a surge of confidence. However, the task set forth by his father remained imperative, prompting him to descend before the two. Once grounded, Marco addressed Kahn and Shiryu, saying, "General Kahn, General Shiryu, greetings." Shiryu, puffing on a cigar, regarded Marco with an air of nonchalance. "Marco, this is hardly the territory of your Whitebeard pirates. What brings you here?" Shiryu's demeanor left Marco feeling somewhat exasperated. He understood that this mission was fraught with complications. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and stated, "Gentlemen, the Red Dragon pirates and the Black Tide pirates have launched a surprise attack on the kingdom of Kavini. The king of that realm is a friend of our father. Hence he has dispatched me to capture them. I humbly request your cooperation in handing them over to me." Kahn, upon hearing Marco's words, could not suppress his laughter. "Marco, are you jesting? I am a Navy officer. Why should I show deference to Whitebeard? Were it not for my current inability to contend with him, I would have already gone after him." Marco's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that he had indeed made a rather foolish statement. Kahn, who dares to confront the likes of Big Mom, actually showed deference to Whitebeard. Reflecting on this now, he feels quite foolish, especially as Shiryu gazes at him with a look of incredulity. Marco, feeling a flush of embarrassment, clears his throat and inquires, "Admiral Kahn, might it be possible to exchange treasures for the two of them?" Kahn cast a glance at Marco, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I am not in want of money. You are undoubtedly aware of my capabilities. If you wish to exchange those two, Then procure for me some particularly heinous criminals. I require nothing else." Upon hearing this, Marco immediately perked up. "General Kahn, our Whitebeard pirates have detained numerous individuals. You may take them all. If you entrust us with the two you mentioned, what do you think? The prisoners of the Whitebeard pirates are certainly no ordinary foes. It is quite possible that they have been vanquished by Whitebeard himself. Their level of malevolence must be considerable. Just imagine." Kahn, invigorated, exclaimed, "Very well, I concur. Let us embark forthwith." Upon hearing Kahn's agreement, Marco instantly relaxed. Kahn's prowess should not be underestimated, and he harbors no desire to clash with Kahn. Achieving a peaceful resolution would be the most advantageous outcome. Marco gestured towards a certain direction, stating, "Our vessel lies that way. Admiral Kahn, please follow me. I shall take you to meet our father." With that, Marco transformed into a bluebird and soared away. Upon witnessing this, Kahn withdrew with Shiryu and followed Marco as they departed. This time, the Whitebeard pirates deployed not only Marco but also 3 ships in their quest to locate the Red Dragon and the Black Tide. Marco's ability to fly merely allowed him to move at a swifter pace. Kahn followed closely behind Marco, soon arriving aboard a pirate ship. On board was Diamond Jozu. Upon seeing Marco descend with Kahn, he swiftly approached Marco and whispered, "Marco, how did you bring him here?" Marco sighed with a hint of resignation. "We arrived too late. The Black Tide pirates and the Red Dragon pirates have already been vanquished by him. I struck a deal with them, exchanging the prisoners we captured for his assistance." Jozu's expression shifted to one of realization. He glanced at Kahn, furrowing his brow. "Marco, isn't it unwise for us to engage in dealings with the Navy? Others may look down upon the Whitebeard pirates." Marco placed a reassuring hand on Jozu's shoulder. "Since when has our father ever concerned himself with the opinions of others? For him, it is paramount that promises made are promises kept." Jozu's demeanor softened as he nodded in agreement. Noticing Jozu's silence, Marco turned to Kahn and stated, "General Kahn, we shall set off now. We should return to father by evening." Kahn glanced at Marco, casually found a spot to sit, and said, "I shall take a moment to rest. Please bring me something to eat." Upon hearing this, George felt quite displeased. Kahn treats them as subordinates. Well, let us not dwell on such trivial matters. When Marco noticed that George was displeased upon seeing Kahn, he promptly